Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Jinyiwei. Huang Shaojie opened his eyes, rubbing his head as he sat up from the bed. Upon taking in the surroundings, he found himself momentarily stunned. The room exuded an antique charm, featuring a redwood, intricately carved canopy bed draped with gauzy curtains, a large round table made of zeton wood, and lattice windows adorned with delicate carvings. Alongside a folding screen, a dressing table, and a basin stand, every detail echoed the scenes from a period drama. He recalled working late at the office with the proprietress. But how had he ended up here? Could it be that I have traversed time? Huang Shaojie's eyes widened that moment. A sharp pain pierced his mind as the memories of the former owner forcibly merged with his consciousness. After assimilating this influx of information, Huang Shaojie grasped the historical context of the era into which he had been transported. He had landed in an epoch that was not tied to any known history of Great Chu. Interestingly, the founding emperor of this Great Chu was none other than Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, who had once eliminated Liu Bang at the banquet of Hongmen and ultimately unified the realm, establishing the Great Chu Dynasty. Moreover, time and space had shifted at this moment, propelling him into a world of high martial arts. The original owner also bore the name Huang Shaojie and resided in Suzhou, the son of Huang Million, a silk merchant of some renown in the city. This young master was notorious for his idleness. He spent his days drinking and listening to music in brothels, gambling, and occasionally teasing the maidservants, embodying the quintessential dandy. Last night, in a drunken stupor, he had inadvertently swapped places with the original owner. Alas, I hope this fellow treats my parents with kindness. Huang Shaojie sighed, a wry smile forming on his lips as he pushed aside the bed curtains and prepared to dress. Young master, quickly rise. Your father summons you to the parlor. Tea that moment. A girl's voice echoed from outside the door, and a charming young maid, approximately 15 or 16, entered. Clad in a green silk gown and adorned with a double-looped hairstyle, her delicate features and burgeoning figure made her quite endearing. This girl was none other than Huang Shaojie's personal maid, Xiaohe. Master, you are awake. I shall assist you in changing your attire. Upon seeing Huang Shaojie sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze, the green-clad maid swiftly approached and retrieved a sky-blue robe from the rack to drape over him. Oh, no need for that, I can manage on my own, Huang Shaojie replied, having never been attended to in such a manner before. He hastily took the robe from Xiaohe's hands and donned it himself. Master, why are you being so courteous to Xiaohe? Has she done something wrong? If so, please forgive her. The little maid was taken aback, lowering her head, her small hands nervously fidgeting with her dress. Her master had never shown her such politeness before. He usually demanded her assistance in dressing while playfully pinching her behind, often leering, "Our little he has begun to blossom. If I nurture her for another year or two, I shall be able to enjoy the fruits of my labor." But today, his demeanor was perplexingly polite, causing Xiaohe to worry that her master might be harboring some ulterior motive. No, my dear Xiaohe is quite wonderful, Huang Shaojie responded with a mischievous grin reminiscent of the original owner, playfully pinching the maid's burgeoning form. Since he had now assumed the role of a dandy, he felt it only fitting to embody the character's traits. Otherwise, would it not incite suspicion regarding his character? Xiaohe's fair visage flushed with embarrassment, yet a sigh of relief escaped her lips thankfully. The young master had finally returned to his usual self. Young master, allow me to fetch some water for you, she proposed, swiftly lifting a copper basin from the stand and darting out to procure washing water. Huang Shaojie donned his robe and approached the copper mirror, examining his reflection. The mirror revealed a tall, handsome young man, not too shabby. Although he fell slightly short of the esteemed readers, he could still be deemed a striking figure. After freshening up, Huang Shaojie emerged from the eastern chamber, traversing the pebble-strewn path through the rear garden adorned with blooming autumn chrysanthemums in a riot of colors, and turned towards the hall. What could possibly compel his father to summon him to the hall at this early hour? Surely, it could not be an impending reprimand? As he walked along the corridor, he pondered anxiously, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, within the Huang family's hall, seated atop a Wang Wallywood chair was a middle-aged man clad in a blue brocade garment. Adorned with a black gauze cap and a spring knife at his waist, he exuded an air of arrogance. His name was Zhu Shi, a minor officer of the Jinyiwei in Suzhou. Although the position of a minor officer was merely a 7th-rank official title, The Jinyiwei possessed the authority to oversee all officials. Thus, even a fifth-rank governor would treat a seventh-rank officer with utmost courtesy. Wary of any offense at this moment, Zhu Shi lounged in the pearwood chair, crossing his legs, holding a delicate blue and white porcelain teacup. He gently blew on the steaming, exquisite Biluakan tea and leisurely remarked, "Master Huang, why has your son yet to rise?" Standing at the lower end, Huang Yuan bowed respectfully to Zhu Shi, forcing a smile, and replied, "Esteemed sir, my son was quite inebriated last night, hence he has risen later than usual, that I have already sent a maid to summon him. He should arrive shortly. I beg your patience for a moment." He wore a square hat of a wealthy gentleman and was clad in brocade, silk adorned with golden trimmings, his stature robust and imposing, embodying the essence of a prosperous merchant. Yet, in the presence of Zhu Shi, he appeared exceedingly subservient. Despite Huang Yuan's immense wealth, he lacked power and influence, often falling prey to the extortion and oppression of various officials. He had hoped that his son would achieve scholarly success and bring honor to the family. Yet, despite hiring numerous tutors, his precious son had failed to even pass the lowest examination. At the age of 20, Huang Shaojie spent his days indulging in drinking, gambling, and frivolity, neglecting any serious pursuits. Last month, Huang Yuan leveraged connections to approach Zhu Shi, bestowing 2,000 taels of silver to secure a position for his beloved son within the Jinyiwei. This would not only alleviate his son's idleness, but also grant him a modicum of prestige, as even the lowest rank of a school officer in the Jinyiwei far surpassed that of a mere constable. Zhu Shi accepted the 2,000 taels from Huang Yuan, allocating 500 taels to facilitate connections with a higher officer, thus arranging for Huang Shaojie to serve as a school officer in the Jinyiwei. Today, Zhu Shi had come to escort Huang Shaojie to report to the Jinyiwei office. As Huang Yuan spoke, his son peeked through a side door of the hall, looking rather sheepish. "You rascal, rising so late. Hurry and pay your respects to Lord Zhu." Upon witnessing his son stealthily enter, Huang Baiwan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he bellowed in reprimand. "Zhu Darren?" Huang Shaojie felt a momentary jolt of surprise, recalling from the memories of his former self that this benefactor had recently bestowed 2,000 taels of silver upon Zhu Darren, securing for him a position as a school officer within the Jinyiwei. Yet, while the Jinyiwei commanded respect, it was indeed a perilous vocation. "Dear father, do you not realize what sort of son you have? With no martial prowess to speak of, sending me to the Jinyiwei is akin to offering oneself as fodder in battle." Huang Shaojie felt tears welling within as he yearned to lead a leisurely life of indulgence, rather than assume the mantle of a Jinyiwei officer. Despite his profound reluctance, he approached Zhu Darren and bowed deeply, declaring, "I, Huang Shaojie, pay my respects to Zhu Darren. You possess quite a commendable appearance." Zhu Shi assessed Huang Shaojie with a discerning eye, nodding in approval. The young man stood nearly 8 feet tall, although he exhibited no visible martial skill. With some training, he could potentially reach the second level of postnatal development, making him a plausible candidate for the role of school officer. "Come, I shall escort you to the Jinyiwei headquarters for your formal registration," Zhu Shi stated, rising from his seat. Huang Shaojie followed Zhu Shi out of his family estate, where Huang Baiwan instructed a servant to bring forth a yellow man's steed for his son to ride. Moments later, Huang Shaojie arrived at the Jinyiwei headquarters alongside Zhu Shi. With Zhu Shi as a sponsor, Huang Shaojie swiftly completed the necessary employment procedures, receiving 2 sets of school officer attire, a braided hat, and 2 pairs of black-soled white boots. Additionally, he was bestowed a ceremonial blade and a wooden Jinyiwei token, inscribed with the character "for school." At that instant, a mechanical voice resonated in Huang Shaojie's mind. Host detected as a member of the Jinyiwei, acquiring the Capture God system. Rewards include Insight Technique and the first 3 forms of the Unparalleled Martial Art Wind God Leg. Chapter 2, the Unparalleled Martial Art Wind God Leg. The Insight Technique enables one to discern subtle clues in cases and detect minute changes in others' expressions. An energy surged into Huang Shaojie's eyes, rendering them remarkably clearer and heightening his sensitivity to the minutiae surrounding him. Simultaneously, the initial 3 forms of Wind God Leg were imprinted into his mind, granting him complete mastery of each movement and mental technique, as though he had practiced for over a decade. Wind God Leg is a supreme martial art, encompassing internal energy techniques, acupoint striking, and lightness skills that it consists of 6 forms. The first form, capturing wind and shadow, the second form, resilient grass in the wind, the third form, torrential rain and violent winds, the fourth form, swift as lightning, the fifth form, wind sweeping ruins, the sixth form, divine wind's fury. The first form primarily emphasizes lightness skills, serving as the essential foundation of Wind God Leg. Those who master it move with a speed that is as elusive as a shooting star. However, despite Huang Shaojie's complete comprehension of the first 3 forms, he found himself unable to unleash their true potential due to a lack of internal energy, rendering his movements as mere ornamental displays devoid of lethality. It was akin to holding a golden rice bowl while the pot contained naught but emptiness. System, could you not bestow upon me some internal energy cultivation or perhaps elixirs to enhance my abilities? Huang Shaojie inquired of the system within his mind. The host seeks to attain internal martial arts proficiency and elixirs through the resolution of cases and the apprehension of criminals. Additionally, the host serves in the Jinyiwei, where daily attendance earns a year's worth of internal martial arts rewards. Well, that sounds rather promising, he mused. Here is the foundational blade technique for the Jinyiwei. Take it and practice diligently, Zhu Shi remarked as he escorted Huang Shaojie to the storeroom, handing him a book on basic swordsmanship. Thank you, my lord, Huang Shaojie replied, tucking the book safely into his bosom. Although he had mastered the first 3 forms of the Wind God Leg, their efficacy was limited. Thus, acquiring some foundational sword techniques would serve him well for the time. Being that you have just joined the Jinyiwei, spend the next few days familiarizing yourself with the case handling processes and regulations of the office. Your specific duties will be assigned tomorrow morning at roll call, according to how Chief Shao arranges it. Yes, my lord. After imparting this guidance, Zhu Shi took Huang Shaojie on a brief tour of the office, providing a general introduction and presenting him with a substantial document detailing the regulations and procedures of the Jinyiwei before departing. Huang Shaojie settled into a chair in the side hall and began to peruse the document. The Jinyiwei was founded by Emperor Taizu Xiangyu and served as the emperor's personal guard, tasked with supervising officials and gathering intelligence on enemy activities, thus transforming the Jinyiwei into a covert organization for military and political intelligence collection. The highest commander of the Jinyiwei is the Jinyiwei Commandant, holding the 3rd rank, supported by 4 major regional inspectors, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, collectively known as the 4 heavenly kings of the Jinyiwei, who hold the 4th rank. Beneath the regional inspectors are the Jinyiwei Qianhu and their deputies, ranked 5th. Below them are the Baihu and the trial Baihu, ranked 6th. Further down are the 7th rank Zongqi and the 8th rank Xiaoqi. The lowest ranks include the Tiji, Xiaowei, and Li Shi, who enjoy the privileges of the 9th rank. However, the emperor does not extend absolute trust to the Jinyiwei to prevent collusion between the Jinyiwei and corrupt officials. A new institution was established to oversee the Jinyiwei, the Yujian Palace. The Yujian Palace bears resemblance to the eastern and western factions of the Ming Dynasty in Huang Shaojie's previous life. That it seems that while the Jinyiwei appears resplendent on the surface, they are, in fact, under the oppressive scrutiny of these ineffectual eunuchs from the Yujian Palace. Huang Shaojie reflected as he perused the regulations and procedures, noting the numerous constraints imposed by the Yujian Palace, prompting a sigh of discontent. It appears that the authority of the Yujian Palace exceeds that of the eastern and western factions of the Ming Dynasty in both scope and intensity. His first day at the Jinyiwei passed unknowingly as he delved into the documents. After the evening shift concluded, Huang Shaojie rode home on his yellow horse, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoing in the quiet streets. As he approached the Huang residence, he spotted his father and mother, accompanied by a dozen servants, eagerly awaiting his return at the entrance. Here he comes. The young master has returned. Little He, with keen eyes, spotted her master in his official attire riding towards them, and exclaimed with delight, "Wow, the young master looks truly imposing in that official garb." Indeed, the young master is already tall and handsome in official attire. He exudes even greater authority. Several servants chimed in, showering him with flattery. Let us set off firecrackers to welcome the young master home. Huang Million cheerfully instructed his servants. They had already prepared a long string of firecrackers hung on a tall bamboo pole, which they raised high into the air. Another servant took out a fire stick and blew on it to ignite the firecrackers. The firecrackers crackled and sparkled, creating a rapid, jubilant noise. This string of firecrackers drew out the curious neighbors, who gathered to watch, wondering what joyous occasion had befallen the Huang residence. As they beheld young Master Huang, adorned with a braided hat, dressed in a blue official's attire, and carrying a ceremonial sword while riding a magnificent steed, astonishment swept across the faces of the onlookers, inciting whispers among them. Isn't that young Master Huang? Why is he clad in official garb? Could it be that young Master Huang has become an officer? Surely not. He has always been a frivolous young man, indulging in pleasures, incapable of wielding a pen or a blade. How could someone like him assume an official position? Do not be so envious. Young Master Huang is indeed dressed as an officer, with a ceremonial sword at his side. Can you not see? Master Huang's family is immensely wealthy. Perhaps he has used his fortune to secure a position as an officer. Pray tell, what sort of official is young Master Huang? His attire does not resemble that of a constable. By this time, the firecrackers had finished, and Huang Shaojie dismounted before his family's gate. A servant hurried forward to take the reins and led the horse through the side gate into the courtyard stables. Madame Huang, accompanied by two maidservants, approached with graceful steps, her face aglow with a smile as she took her son's hand, inquiring about his well-being. At 37, Madame Huang retained her beauty, still exuding charm and elegance. Fortunately, Huang Shaojie had inherited his mother's good looks, though his stature was a gift from his father, Huang Million. Huang Million was quite pleased with the reactions of the crowd, as this was precisely the effect he desired. With a beaming smile, he clasped his hands together, addressing the gathered neighbors. Dear friends and neighbors, today marks a momentous occasion as my son takes up his post. In the Jinyiwei, we have prepared modest refreshments if you would grace us with your presence. I invite you to join us for a celebratory drink. Upon hearing Huang Million's announcement, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Goodness, young Master Huang has joined the Jinyiwei. How impressive. I said it all along. Young Master Huang has the demeanor of an official, and now he has indeed become one. Congratulations, Master Huang. Master Huang, may your son rise to great heights in his career. Master Huang, I have no gifts prepared, but please accept this 50 coins as a token of my congratulations. The neighbors thronged forward to offer their congratulations, showering him with praise and presenting coins or small silver pieces as gifts. While they did not seek to curry favor with Huang Million, due to his wealth, knowing well that it would yield no benefit now that his son served in the Jinyiwei, they felt a compulsion to show respect, lest they offend. Chapter 3. Stepping into the first layer of the acquired realm after enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Huang Shaojie wandered into the back garden to admire the chrysanthemums. It was the season of golden autumn, and the garden was ablaze with blooming autumn chrysanthemums, truly a sight to behold. It was not that Huang Million had a particular fondness for cultivating flowers. Rather, wealthy individuals often indulged in such refined pursuits. With a residence as grand as his, it was only natural to plant seasonal blossoms to embellish the garden. As he gazed upon the flourishing chrysanthemums, Huang Shaojie could not resist but to recite with a whimsical air, "When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom while others wither. The fragrance ascends. Wafting through Suzhou, the entire city is adorned with autumn chrysanthemums." "Wow, young master, you can compose poetry too?" exclaimed the curious Xiaohua, who trailed closely behind him, her eyes widening in astonishment as if witnessing a dog spitting out ivory. Moreover, the verse resonated with an impressive vigor, unlike the nonsensical ramblings one might expect. It was noteworthy that this was a stark contrast to the crude exclamations he often uttered, filled with expletives. Huang Shaojie glanced back at Xiaohua, chuckling lightly. "What difficulty is there in composing poetry? With my talent, it is effortless to create verses that would echo through the ages. It is merely a matter of being a literary plagiarist who cannot recite a few well-known poems." Xiaohua stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. "Young master, after 12 years of schooling, with father hiring dozens of tutors for you, you have yet to pass even the preliminary examinations, and you still dare to boast? Hey, little girl, must you bring up the past? Why open wounds that should remain closed?" Huang Shaojie playfully grasped her delicate chin, teasingly. "Do you wish to receive a reprimand?" "My apologies, young master. I spoke out of turn and upset you," the timid maid replied, her hand reaching to slap her own cheek, revealing her habitual fear of the original owner of this body. It was clear that her earlier comment had slipped out in a moment of unguarded joy. Who asked you to chastise yourself? Huang Shaojie seized her soft, fair wrist, chuckling, let me handle it myself. With that, he gently tapped her rosy cheek a few times. The playful gesture carried a hint of intimacy, causing her youthful face to flush a deep crimson. Observing the maid's bashful expression, Huang Shaojie found the interaction quite amusing. Teasing the charming maid brought a delightful levity to his life as a scholar in ancient times. After meandering through the back garden with the maid, Huang Shaojie returned to his quarters in the eastern wing. The sky had begun to dim, and a bright moon illuminated the night. Once inside, he retrieved the dagger issued by the magistrate's office and commenced practicing fundamental sword techniques. After some time honing his skills, he could not resist attempting the wind god leg technique. The first stance of the wind god leg, seizing the wind and capturing shadows, Huang Shaojie called out lightly. Propelling himself into the air with a leap, executing several kicks midair before succumbing to gravity. Alas, without any internal energy within him, he was unable to truly manifest the essence of capturing the wind and shadows. Well, young master is truly impressive. Xiaohua, watching from the side, exclaimed in admiration. Clapping her hands, the young girl, lacking martial arts skills, merely admired how her master had executed a series of aerial kicks with remarkable flair. Second form of the wind god leg, the windborne grass. Huang Shaojie shouted once more, leaping into the air, his legs striking out like a tempest. Yet, despite the spectacle, it remained ostentatious without substance. While he could easily kick an ordinary person untrained in martial arts, even facing a practitioner of the first level of postnatal cultivation would likely yield no injury to the opponent. Bravo! Little he clapped fervently, jumping with joy. Third form of the wind god leg, the raging storm. Huang Shaojie took a deep breath, twisting his body as he soared upward, executing kicks that resembled the fury of wind and rain. However, after less than 5 strikes, he plummeted from the air, clutching his lower back, panting heavily. True raging storms would unleash hundreds of powerful kicks in an instant, leaving no room for evasion. Yet, devoid of any true energy, Huang Shaojie's 5 kicks had nearly exhausted his stamina. What, master? I never imagined your martial prowess to be so formidable, truly impressive. Little he approached her master, beaming and giving a thumbs up in praise. The term impressive was undoubtedly a crude expression she had picked up from her predecessor. Such phrases as wow and impressive had originated from Xiangyu, the founding emperor of the Great Chu, and had become colloquial among the populace over the past millennium. At that moment, a Gui, a worker from the firewood room, approached Huang Shaojie respectfully, saying, Master, the hot water is prepared. Please bathe at your leisure. Understood. Huang Shaojie nodded, then playfully pinched little he's round cheek, grinning. Come, little he, let us bathe together. Master, you are being improper again. Little he's cheeks flushed as she swatted Huang Shaojie's playful hand away. I shall fetch you some fresh garments. With that, she dashed away. Huang Shaojie laughed heartily and made his way to the bathing area. After enjoying a bath and donning his attire with little he's assistance, he returned to his chamber. Master, do rest early. You have duty at the Jinyiwei tomorrow. Little he had made the bed for Huang Shaojie, then exited the room, closing the door gently behind her. Huang Shaojie removed his outer garments and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to cultivate the internal methods of the wind god leg. This martial art was a peerless system encompassing internal cultivation, lightness techniques, and various forms. The internal method served as the foundation for all martial arts. Without this cornerstone, everything else would be but a fragile illusion, easily shattered. Although the principles of the wind god leg were profoundly intricate, Huang Shaojie received direct transmission from the system, allowing him to grasp them effortlessly. After completing a full cycle of cultivation, he felt a faint trace of true energy forming within his dantian, gradually flowing through his body as meridians in harmony with his practiced methods. After several more cycles, the true energy within his dantian increased noticeably. If previously it had been but a drop of water, it now resembled a bottle cap's worth. Suddenly, Huang Shaojie's inner true energy seemed to break through a barrier, filling him with immense relief, and the flow of his true energy became even more fluid. Congratulations, host, for stepping into the first layer of the post-heaven warrior realm. Was I able to enter the first layer of the post-heaven warrior realm already? Huang Shaojie was somewhat taken aback. He had only practiced the internal martial arts for less than 2 hours, yet he had officially entered the realm of warriors. Although he was merely at the first layer of the post-heaven realm, He was still a warrior, was he not? The first layer of the post-heaven realm signifies the entry into the world of warriors. One merely needs to cultivate a modicum of true energy within to achieve this. The system elucidated. The Wind God leg is an unparalleled martial art, directly infused by the system, hence Huang Shaojie's progress in cultivation was remarkably swift, exceeding that of an ordinary individual practicing conventional internal techniques by over 100 times. System, how is the hierarchy of warriors delineated in this world? Huang Shaojie inquired, settling into a meditative posture. The hierarchy of warriors in this advanced martial world is categorized into 4 major realms. 1. The 1st to 9th layers of the post-heaven realm. 2. The 1st to 9th layers of the pre-heaven realm. 3. The 1st to 9th grades of the master realm. 4. The grandmaster realm, which further divides into junior grandmaster, intermediate grandmaster, senior grandmaster, and top grandmaster. Is there a realm beyond the grandmaster? Huang Shaojie asked. The grandmaster possesses the power to shatter mountains with a single palm and sever rivers with a single sword. They are the mightiest warriors of this realm. With no existence stronger than they, the system replied. To shatter mountains with a palm and sever rivers with a sword. Huang Shaojie gasped in astonishment. In comparison to these grandmasters, his current strength felt like that of an ant before a deity. It was evident that diligent cultivation was imperative. He yawned, extinguished the candle, and fell into slumber. In the stillness of the midnight streets, the sound of the night watchman's copper gong echoed. P.S. To clarify the system's rewards regarding internal cultivation. A year of internal cultivation refers to the typical progress made by an ordinary warrior in 1 year. For those with extraordinary talents who practice supreme martial arts, their cultivation speed can exceed that of ordinary warriors by dozens or even hundreds of times. In this advanced martial world, entering the pre-heaven realm requires at least 50 years of internal cultivation, while entering the master realm necessitates a minimum of 200 years. Achieving the junior grandmaster level demands at least 1,000 years of internal cultivation. The grandmaster is akin to a terrestrial immortal. Chapter 4. Patrol the following day. At the break of dawn, Huang Shaojie arrived at the Jinyiwei Yamen, mounted upon a magnificent steed. After securing his horse, he made his way to the grand hall of his department to mark his attendance. This act was akin to clocking in at a modern workplace, where he drew a circle on the daily attendance sheet. At that moment, a notification from the system resonated within his mind. Attendance successful, 1 year of internal cultivation acquired. Instantly, a surge of vital energy infused Huang Shaojie's body. It was indeed true that signing in during duty hours yielded internal cultivation rewards. Huang Shaojie felt a surge of joy. No wonder the system had indicated that while on duty at the Yamen, he would receive a yearly reward for internal cultivation each day. He pondered, if he were to be on a business trip and unable to sign in, would he still receive the internal cultivation reward? The host will automatically receive a year's worth of internal cultivation, even if absent from signing in due to official duties. Huang Shaojie mentally calculated, with a daily reward of 1 year of internal cultivation, he could accumulate 30 years in a month. After a year, merely by checking in, he would amass a staggering 360 years of internal cultivation. If he continued for a decade, he could potentially reach thousands of years of cultivation. Wouldn't he that allow him to surpass even the grandmasters? The thought alone sent a thrill of exhilaration through him. At that moment, his colleagues began to arrive at the hall. Zhu Shi and several other junior officers joined him, all standing at the upper end of the room. Then, a woman clad in a purple brocade robe, with a sword hanging at her waist, stepped gracefully into the hall. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with an oval face, exquisite features, and skin as fair as snow, a striking beauty indeed. Her form-fitting purple attire accentuated her tall and elegant figure. However, her stunning visage bore an icy demeanor, making it difficult for others to gaze at her for long. Ah, the Jinyiwei has such a stunning beauty. Huang Shaojie's wide eyes remained fixed on the enchanting woman in purple, her figure and beauty far surpassing those of the stars from his past life. Greetings, Chief Xiao. The entire assembly in the hall, including Zhu Shi and the other junior officers, respectfully inclined their bodies in unison to the beautiful figure in purple. The highest authority at the Suzhou Jinyiwei Yamen is the Qianhu, who oversees 3 baihus. Beneath them are 12 units, each consisting of about 50 Jinyiwei, led by a chief. This striking woman in purple was none other than Chief Shaojie of the 9th unit. Goodness, she is actually our department's leader. Huang Shaojie finally comprehended, hastily following suit and offering his respectful salute. Greetings, Chief Xiao. Shaojie's eyes, akin to piercing bolts of cold electricity, scrutinized him. She had noticed this newcomer boldly staring at her upon entering, which stirred a slight displeasure within her. "What is your name?" Jinyiwei appraised the new officer. Noting his sharp features and impressive stature, he was indeed a handsome figure. "Reporting to you, my name is Huang Shaojie," he replied with utmost reverence, lowering his gaze to avoid direct eye contact with the chief. It was not fear, but rather a basic decorum expected in the hierarchy of officialdom. Subordinates must slightly bow and avoid direct gazes when conversing with superiors. "Who introduced you to this position?" Shaojie inquired coolly. The Jinyiwei recruits new members annually to compensate for casualties and retirements, typically through formal recruitment assessments. New recruits must possess a reputable family background and a reliable identity, as well as a certain level of martial prowess or specific skills. Even the most junior positions, such as the Shaowei and elixir, generally require candidates to achieve the innate third level. Otherwise, they are deemed unqualified for entry into the Jinyiwei. Additionally, those introduced internally often do not meet the established criteria. If they did, they would not need to rely on such backdoor influences. During this period, the Jinyiwei has not publicly recruited Shaowei, leading Shaojie to conclude that Huang Shaojie was recommended through internal channels. Before Huang could speak, Zhu Shi stepped forward and bowed, stating, reporting to the chief, "Huang Shaojie was recommended to Zhao Baihu by me." Zhao Baihu is Shaojie's immediate superior, and Zhu Shi, sensing Zhao's displeasure towards Huang, hastily mentioned Zhao Baihu's name. After all, Zhu Shi had indeed given Zhao Baihu 500 taels of silver to facilitate Huang's placement within the Jinyiwei. Shaojie chose not to respond further and proceeded to outline the day's duties. The primary responsibilities of the Jinyiwei can be summarized in 3 points. First, to monitor the officials. Second, to investigate major crimes and uncover spies from enemy nations. And third, to patrol for public security. Tracking and surveilling local officials in Suzhou is typically the responsibility of the T, while the Shaowei focuses on investigating serious cases, apprehending criminals, and ensuring public order. As a newly appointed Shaowei, Huang Shaojie was naturally assigned to patrol the streets. "Brother Zhang, what is the background of this Shaozongqi? How did someone so young attain the position of chief in the Jinyiwei?" Huang Shaojie inquired curiously while walking through the streets of Suzhou alongside his colleague Zhang Biao. "You may not know this, but Shaozongqi is no ordinary person," Zhang replied, his enthusiasm palpable. "She was dispatched from the capital for training and is rumored to be the daughter of a prominent figure there. Although she is not yet 21. She has already reached the innate 8th level of martial arts, making her the strongest among the 12 chiefs in the office." Zhang Biao's admiration for Shaojie was evident as he continued. "She was transferred here just this year, and in merely 6 months. She has dealt with 2 local officials and captured a notorious bandit. Isn't that impressive? With such formidable martial skills and cunning methods, it is remarkable enough. But she is also an exquisite beauty, and her family background remains a mystery. Tell me, what kind of man in this world could possibly marry someone like Shaozongqi, who embodies beauty, talent, and prestige?" Huang Shaojie found himself momentarily speechless at the question. How would I know what kind of man could win her favor? One thing is certain, though, she would never marry someone like us. As they continued conversing, Huang marveled at Shaojie's exceptional talent. Achieving the innate 8th level before the age of 21 was truly remarkable. How impressive! Nevertheless, Shaojie possesses a formidable background in the capital city, suggesting that she has likely been imparted with martial arts knowledge by top-tier masters since childhood. Her access to martial resources far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, coupled with her innate talent and diligence. It is entirely plausible that she has attained the 8th level of the innate realm by the tender age of 21. Patrolling the streets is a rather delightful task. The 2 of them, clad in the official attire of the Jinyiwei, strode confidently along the thoroughfare, prompting passers-by to lower their heads and yield. Wherever they went, they were met with expressions of reverence. At noon, they indulged in a bowl of dumplings at a roadside stall, where the vendor treated them with utmost respect. After finishing, Zhang Biao pretended to inquire about the cost, to which the proprietor repeatedly gestured that it was unnecessary. Zhang Biao, feeling no obligation, simply walked away without intention to pay. Huang Shaojie, however, retrieved a handful of copper coins from his pocket and tossed them onto the table, leaving the vendor so touched that he bowed in gratitude. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. During this time, Huang Shaojie has diligently signed in each day, receiving system rewards that have significantly enhanced his internal martial arts cultivation by over 40 years. Coupled with his daily practice of the Wind God Leg's internal technique, His cultivation has now surpassed the 9th level of the acquired realm. Presently, when Huang Shaojie employs the wind god leg, he wields formidable offensive power. Although he is yet to unleash its full potential, he is sufficiently capable of defeating opponents at the first level of the innate realm and beyond. Chapter 5. The discovery of a traitor candied hawthorn, a delightful treat sold for merely 3 coins per skewer, is both sour and sweet. Osmanthus cake, offering an exquisite taste, is priced at 10 coins per pound. Sliced cake, available for just 3 coins with a single cut. Parrots, those loquacious companions, can be purchased for a mere 3 taels of silver. Inflatable dolls, charming and alluring, are offered for 100 coins, ready to alleviate your solitude. What are you hesitating for? On a bustling street in Suzhou, where carriages and pedestrians weave together in a tapestry of vibrant life, the cries of various vendors fill the air. Huang Shaojie and Zhang Biao, clad in the attire of the Jinyiwei, leisurely patrol the stone-paved streets. As they pass by the stalls selling inflatable dolls, Huang Shaojie cannot help but cast a curious glance. Remarkably, these dolls are even more lifelike and visually appealing than those sold in his previous life. Sir, would you like an inflatable doll? I can offer you a discount of 30%. The proprietor of the stall grinned lewdly at Huang Shaojie. Huang Shaojie rolled his eyes in exasperation, delivering a swift kick that sent the unscrupulous vendor sprawling onto the ground before he and Zhang Biao continued on their way. One should not resort to violence over a mere purchase, even if a discount is offered. Do you expect to receive it for free? The vendor, clutching his chest, groaned as he rose, muttering under his breath as he watched Huang Shaojie's retreating figure. Parrots, talking parrots. Bring one home, and it will surely bring you joy. As they passed a stall selling parrots, Zhang Biao stopped to inquire, does this parrot truly speak? The vendor bowed respectfully, a smile gracing his face as he replied, rest assured, sir, this is a budgerigar. Not only can it converse, but it also brings cheer to its owners. Oh, Zhang Biao became intrigued, whistling at the green-feathered parrot in the cage. Come now, entertain me with a few words. Bah, you corrupt officials only know how to oppress and plunder the common folk. Sooner or later, you shall face retribution. May the heavens strike you down and grant you no peace in death. The green parrot squawked vehemently at Zhang Biao, mimicking the tone of indignation with remarkable accuracy. Furious, Zhang Biao drew his dagger, pressing it against the vendor's neck as he bellowed, you old fool. These words are surely your teaching, are they not? The vendor's face turned pale with fear, and he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Please spare me, sir. This parrot learned these words from others. It is not my doing. I assure you, I have never taught this creature to utter such phrases. Though Zhang Biao was inclined to unleash his wrath, Huang Shaojie intervened, chuckling. Let it go. Let it go. There is no need to quarrel with a mere foul-mouthed bird. Reluctantly, Zhang Biao sheathed his dagger. Thank you, esteemed sirs. It is entirely my fault for not properly training this beast. I shall have it for dinner when I return home, the vendor said, rising and wiping the sweat from his brow as he bowed in apology to the 2 Jinyiwei. Help, help. Someone intends to kill a bird. Quick, purchase this parrot. The green parrot squawked in terror, flapping its wings frantically in the cage. Truly frightened by the turn of events, Huang Shaojie was amused by the bird and turned to the shopkeeper, inquiring, how much silver for this delightful creature? Such a clever and entertaining bird would surely lighten my days. Moreover, I suspect it to be no ordinary parrot. The shopkeeper waved his hands repeatedly. Master, I wish to gift it to you. I cannot accept your silver. Huang Shaojie chuckled. If I were to accept this bird without payment, would it not berate me daily as a tyrant oppressing the common folk? With that, he produced a silver ingot weighing 5 taels and tossed it to the shopkeeper. Here. Take it. No need for change. The shopkeeper, expressing immense gratitude, accepted the silver and handed the birdcage to Huang Shaojie. Thank goodness someone has purchased me. I was terrified. The parrot in the cage ceased its flapping, patted its belly with its wing, and sighed in a human-like manner. Huang Shaojie playfully flicked the bird's head, saying, if you dare to speak nonsense again, believe me, I shall roast you. The parrot immediately collapsed in the cage, feigning death, which sent both Huang Shaojie and Zhang Biao into fits of laughter as they strolled leisurely down the street with the birdcage in tow. Shopkeeper, a slice of cake, please. From a distance, a beautiful woman, her dark hair elegantly styled and clad in a traditional dress, approached the cake stall with a basket in hand. Certainly. The shopkeeper swiftly sliced the cake, weighed it, and declared, there will be 3 taels of silver. What? You demand 3 taels for a mere slice of cake? Have you taken to robbery? The woman gasped, her mouth agape, and indignantly pointed at the cake vendor. The vendor, though not tall, was burly and had a rather grotesque appearance. Wielding a gleaming cake knife, he responded in a gruff accent, I am a legitimate businessman. I am not cheating anyone. Now, pay up. Fuming, the woman retorted, you just said a slice costs 3 won. Now you demand 3 taels and claim it's not extortion? The cake vendor sneered. You hard of hearing, wench? I said 3 taels, not a few copper coins. Infuriated, the woman turned to leave, only to have her arm seized by the cake vendor. You think you can walk away without paying for my cake? Dream on. He then tossed a piece of cake into her basket. If you do not let go, I shall call for help. The woman trembled in anger and fear, shouting, Help. This man is trying to extort me. Do not listen to her nonsense. We agreed on a price. She bought my cake and now wants to leave without paying. Let the crowd judge. Passers-by began to gather. But upon seeing the vendor brandishing the shiny knife and his fierce demeanor, few dared to intervene. Brother Zhang, what is happening over there? Huang Shaojie observed the cake vendor gripping the arm of a frightened woman who was shouting in terror. Let us go see, he suggested. And the two hurried towards the cake stall. At that moment, the pastry vendor was brazenly reaching out to touch the silver coins on the young woman, seizing the opportunity to roughly squeeze the ample bosom and rounded dairy of the beautiful lady. What are you doing? Zhang Biao stepped forward and coldly admonished the vendor. Realizing that 2 officials had arrived, the vendor withdrew his hand from the young woman and, with a forced smile, explained, Gentlemen, you are unaware that this woman attempted to leave without paying for my pastry. Hence, I merely detained her to reclaim the payment for my goods. That is not the case, the woman replied indignantly, pointing accusingly at the vendor. This unscrupulous man initially stated that each piece of pastry would cost a few coins. Yet he demanded 3 taels of silver. When I refused, he forcibly held me back, pilfered several pieces of my silver, and even groped me, causing me considerable pain. As she spoke, the woman raised her sleeve to cover her face, weeping in embarrassment and anger. Chapter 6. Capturing the Japanese pirate spy. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Biao's eyes widened in astonishment as he drew his blade and pointed it at the pastry vendor, exclaiming, You audacious scoundrel! Under the broad daylight, you dare to extort and harass respectable women? Hand over your silver and accompany us to the magistrate's office. The stout man's expression shifted. Yet he managed to suppress his fear. From his satchel, he produced several pieces of silver and handed them to Zhang Biao, smiling ingratiatingly. Sir, I assure you, I have not extorted or wronged her. Please accept this silver for your drinks and let this humble man go. Huang Shaojie, observing the situation keenly, discerned that the pastry vendor's demeanor was decidedly unusual. A typical merchant, faced with the threat of the imperial guards, would undoubtedly pale in fear and plead for mercy. Yet, this vendor had displayed a fleeting anger before quickly suppressing it. How could a mere vendor harbor such defiance against the imperial guards? This was clearly abnormal. Furthermore, the vendor's accent was somewhat rigid, not reminiscent of the Central Plains. Could it be that he was not a native of the Great Chu? Zhang Biao took the silver offered by the vendor, weighing it in his hand, and sneered. Do you not understand my command to surrender all your silver? Are you yearning for a stay in the Imperial Guard's prison? A malevolent glint flashed in the vendor's eyes, but he inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure. He untied the pouch of coins from his waist and extended it toward Zhang Biao, smiling. Sir, may I take my leave now? Zhang Biao accepted the pouch, rummaging within to find dozens of small silver pieces, amounting to at least several taels. He returned a few coins to the beautiful woman, who expressed her heartfelt gratitude before departing. Subsequently, Zhang Biao waved dismissively at the pastry vendor. Begone. Should I catch you extorting again, your luck will surely run out. Had they taken this vendor to the magistrate, the silver would have been confiscated, and Zhang Biao was not foolish enough to pursue such a course. Moreover, the vendor had not committed any grave offense. The imperial guards had neither the time nor the inclination to deal with trifles. Seizing this opportunity for personal gain was the wiser path. Thank you, sir. The vendor nearly gritted through clenched teeth as he pushed his cart, preparing to leave. Stop. Huang Shaojie suddenly called out coldly. The vendor halted, turning back with a strained expression, seemingly striving to contain his ire. Is there something else, sir? Huang Shaojie, holding a birdcage, leisurely approached. You do not seem to be from the Great Chu. Pray, where do you hail from? The vendor's eyes darted as he replied. I am merely a villager from the southern barbarian lands, hence my poor command of the official dialect. Huang Shaojie retorted sharply. Your accent betrays you. You are clearly a spy from the Eastern Isles. Come with us to the Imperial Guard's office. Huang Shaojie intended to bluff the vendor, but to his surprise, the vendor's expression shifted dramatically, and he sneered. Baka. I had no intention of causing trouble, but since you have seen through me, prepare to meet your demise. With that, the vendor swung his knife towards Huang Shaojie. Zhang Biao had been on the verge of advising Huang Shaojie to refrain from meddling, as the two could easily divide the silver and avoid complications. To my astonishment, the owner of the cake stall turned out to be a spy for the Japanese invaders. As the invader brandished his blade, Zhang Biao swiftly drew his own sword and struck at him. Having entered the Jinyiwei through formal assessments, Zhang Biao had achieved a martial prowess at the 5th level of the acquired realm, making him a distinguished figure among the Jinyiwei officers. However, as he swung his sword at the invader, the latter deftly evaded the attack and, with a single kick, sent Zhang Biao flying over to Zhang. Thud. Zhang Biao crashed heavily to the ground, his blood surging, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson. Meanwhile, Huang Shaojie nimbly dodged the invader's assault, while the parrot in the cage squawked in terror. Murder! Murder! Help! Be quiet before I pluck your feathers. Huang Shaojie scolded the raucous bird, leaping into action with his legs kicking like the wind towards the invader. This was the second move of the wind god leg technique, the grass in the wind. 3 shadowy kicks struck the invader with the speed of lightning. The invader, with his martial skills at the 8th level of the acquired realm, was already 1 tier below Huang Shaojie and could not withstand the unmatched prowess of the wind god leg. Bang! 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 All 3 kicks landed squarely on the invader, who coughed up a spray of blood and fell heavily, incapacitated several zhang away. Huang Shaojie approached Zhang Biao, helping him to his feet and inquiring with concern, "Brother Zhang, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I won't die," Zhang Biao replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and swallowing a medicinal pill for internal injuries provided by the Jinyiwei. "I never expected the cake stall owner to be a spy. Brother Huang, it appears you are a hidden master. I am truly humbled." Zhang Biao clasped his hands in respect, his face filled with admiration. Initially, he had looked down upon this newcomer who seemingly gained entry through connections. But now he realized the depth of Huang Shaojie's strength. He, at the 5th level of the acquired realm, had been severely injured by the invader's kick, revealing the latter's superior skills, likely at least at the 7th or 8th level of the acquired realm. Yet, Huang Shaojie had effortlessly dispatched the invader with a single strike, leaving Zhang Biao astonished, recognizing that this newcomer had likely reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm. The 2 men escorted the invader back to the Jinyui's 9th division to report to Zhu Shi. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Shi was both astonished and delighted. Huang Shaojie was introduced by him, and as long as he did not cause trouble, Zhu Shi would be eternally grateful, never expecting this dandy to achieve anything noteworthy. Yet, to his surprise, this dandy had managed to capture a spy. Zhang Biao recounted the tale, noting the invader's formidable skills. Yet he had been subdued by Huang Shaojie's single strike. Zhu Shi could hardly believe that the son of the Huang family was indeed a master. Given such remarkable skills, why come in through the back door? However, it was fortuitous, as it meant Zhu Shi gained 1,500 taels of silver without effort. Now, with Huang Shaojie capturing a spy, Zhu Shi, as the introducer, also gained significant face. Filled with joy, Zhu Shi made his way to the main office to report this matter to Xiao Qiuyue. "You captured a spy? Take me to see him." Upon hearing the news, Xiao Qiuyue immediately rose and accompanied Zhu Shi to the Grand Hall of the 9th Division. In the hall, the captured marauder was securely bound, while Huang Shaojie and Zhang Biao sat on a long bench, awaiting further instructions. A few of their colleagues from the Jinyiwei, having learned of the apprehension of a foreign spy, gathered to witness the event. Upon Xiao Qiuyue's arrival, all the Jinyiwei stood and offered a respectful salute, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Chief Xiao." Acknowledging their greeting, Xiao Qiuyue's gaze briefly met that of the bound marauder before turning to Huang Shaojie and Zhang Biao, inquiring, "I have been informed by Zhu Shi that this marauder was captured during your patrol?" Zhang Biao responded, "Indeed, my lord," and proceeded to recount the entire incident from beginning to end. As Xiao Qiuyue listened, a look of astonishment graced her striking features, her starry eyes fixed intently upon Huang Shaojie. Chapter 7. The reward of the true essence pill. From the moment she first laid eyes on Huang Shaojie during the roll call, Xiao Qiuyue harbored an immediate disdain for the newly appointed officer, who seemed to be fixated on her. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that Huang Shaojie was the son of the wealthy silk merchant Huang Baiwan from Suzhou, which only deepened her contempt. It was no wonder that he had gazed at her with such lascivious intent. He was merely a pampered scion who had bought his way into this position. What capabilities could such a dandy possess apart from indulgence and revelry? He was nothing short of a blight upon the Jinyiwei. Xiao Qiuyue even contemplated finding an opportunity to send this frivolous young man on a mission to capture a criminal and deliver a head. However, to her astonishment, this very dandy had managed to apprehend a spy from the Wokou. According to Zhang Biao's account, it was Huang Shaojie who had discerned the spy's true nature and had severely injured him with a single kick. The Wokou's martial prowess was at least at the 8th level of postnatal cultivation, yet Huang Shaojie had managed to incapacitate him in one blow. This suggested that Huang Shaojie's abilities were at least at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, if not at the innate stage. To think that this frivolous young man was a master of the innate realm was utterly beyond Xiao Qiuyue's expectations. Nevertheless, after casting a brief glance at Huang Shaojie, her attention shifted back to the Wokou spy, and she inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Yamamoto Taro. Since I have been captured by your Jinyiwei, you may do as you please. If I show even the slightest sign of fear, I am no true warrior of the East," Yamamoto Taro declared, holding his head high, embodying a defiant spirit. Xiao Qiuyue scoffed coldly. "You Wokou have repeatedly invaded our southeastern coast, and now that you have infiltrated Suzhou, how many warriors do you have hidden here? What nefarious schemes do you plot?" Over the years, the East had perpetrated numerous atrocities against the southeastern coast of Dechu, engaging in arson, murder, and pillage without remorse. As early as 100 years ago, they had trained legions of spies to infiltrate Dechu, penetrating various sectors and even obtaining high positions within the court to pilfer critical secrets for the East. Consequently, investigating and capturing these spies had become a vital mission for the Jinyiwei. Yamamoto Taro laughed boisterously. "My great country of the East has already dispatched thousands of warriors to infiltrate your Dechu. Within 10 years, your Dechu shall bow beneath the iron heel of our nation." "Ha ha." Slap. Xiao Qiuyue raised her delicate hand and struck him across the face, sending Yamamoto Taro sprawling to the ground, his visage a bloody mess. Yet he continued to cackle madly. "Take him to the dungeon and let him experience the 18 tortures of the Jinyiwei. We shall see whether his mouth is tougher than his bones," Xiao Qiuyue commanded coldly. "Yes, my lady." 2 burly Jinyiwei officers seized the still laughing Yamamoto Taro and escorted him out of the hall towards the Jinyiwei dungeon. At that moment, Huang Shaojie's mind echoed with the system's reward notification sound. "Congratulations, you have captured a Wokou spy. Reward, 1 mid-grade True Essence Pill. Would you like to claim the True Essence Pill now?" "I shall not claim it just yet. It would be inconvenient to consume it now. I shall wait until I return home to receive it and partake of it then. Huang Shaojie, please come to my office." Xiao Qiuyue cast a glance at Huang Shaojie before striding towards the command office. Huang Shaojie, slightly taken aback, soon followed her. Upon returning to her office, Xiao Qiuyue settled into her chair. Huang Shaojie entered behind her, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. "May I inquire what orders you have for me, esteemed commander?" Xiao Qiuyue lifted the teacup from her desk, took a sip, and gazed at him, casually asking, "I have heard you are the son of the wealthy merchant Huang Baiwan from Suzhou. Why would you forsake a life of luxury to serve as a mere captain in the Jinyiwei?" Huang Shaojie shrugged, a look of resignation crossing his face. "It is my father who compelled me to serve in the Jinyiwei. Truthfully, I aspire to be a carefree dandy, indulging in wine, music, and leisure, rather than toiling as a Jinyiwei officer." Xiao Qiuyue nearly choked on her tea. She had anticipated a grandiloquent declaration of duty from him, but instead, he candidly expressed his desire to live a life of debauchery. This unexpected honesty left her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she inquired, "With your martial prowess, you need not purchase your position in the Jinyiwei. You could easily qualify for selection as a junior officer, if not a captain." Huang Shaojie replied with a bow. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed commander." Xiao Qiuyue continued, "You have captured a spy from the pirates. I shall report this achievement to Lord Qianhu and ensure it is recorded in your favor." "Thank you, esteemed commander," Huang Shaojie exclaimed. Xiao Qiuyue approached him, patting him on the shoulder. "Perform well, and should you continue to excel, I will recommend you to Lord Qianhu for a promotion to junior officer." This woman, though appearing cold and unfeeling, is rather decent at heart, Huang Shaojie thought, feeling a surge of joy as he bowed. "Thank you for your support." Later that afternoon, after the duty was concluded, Huang Shaojie rode back to the Huang residence, holding a birdcage in one hand. As usual, Xiao He and a Gui awaited him at the entrance to welcome him home. Dismounting, Huang Shaojie handed the reins to a Gui, who led the horse to the stable to be fed. Seeing the birdcage in her young master's hand, Xiao He curiously peered inside, spotting a large-eyed green-feathered bird. "What a beautiful creature! Young master, does the Jinyiwei actually distribute birds?" Huang Shaojie rolled his eyes at her. The parrot squawked in response, "Fool, the office doesn't give away birds, you know? This treasure was purchased for 5 taels of silver. Shaojie covered her mouth and giggled. Is this a parrot? It's so talkative. It's simply delightful. Huang Shaojie playfully poked the bird on its head, laughing as he admonished. You, a mere bird bought for 5 taels. Dare to boast of being a treasure? The parrot flapped its wings, proudly lifting its head as it proclaimed, that's because the fool does not recognize true worth. I am a divine bird, priceless and rare. Huang Shaojie tapped its head again. With a beak like yours, how can you claim to be divine? Today, I nearly caused a great calamity for the old man. Had I not procured you, I fear this wretched bird would have been plucked bare by now. Seasoned with salt and cumin and sizzling over an open flame, the pitiful creature shuddered, instantly deflating, tucking its head beneath its body and falling silent. Huang Shaojie chuckled heartily, handing the bird cage to Shaojie, declaring that henceforth, this creature would be her responsibility to nurture, engaging in playful banter with it in her leisure. Splendid. Shaojie joyfully accepted the cage. The parrot, regaining its spirits, piped up. A noble bird does not argue with a lady. Shaojie was amused by the parrot's antics, covering her mouth as she laughed giddily. As the master and servant entered the estate, the parrot perked up once more, peering around at the opulent surroundings and exclaimed, Goodness! What a grand household! It seems there will be meat to feast upon. Chapter 8. The Flower Thief. After enjoying dinner and taking a leisurely stroll in the backyard, Huang Shaojie recalled that he had yet to claim the true essence pill awarded by the system. Returning to his small courtyard room, he retrieved the pill, which appeared in his palm as a green orb, akin to a checker's piece, exuding a delicate fragrance. System, should this true essence pill be consumed directly? What are its effects? Huang Shaojie inquired within his mind. While most martial arts and cultivation novels depict characters swallowing such pills whole and then circulating their internal energy, he deemed it prudent to confirm with the system to avoid any mishaps. It can be swallowed directly or chewed and swallowed, followed by circulating your energy to refine it. The true essence pill enhances the true essence energy within your body, categorized into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and supreme. The higher the tier of the pill, the more refined the true essence energy will be post-consumption. This is a medium-tier true essence pill, which can increase the purity of your internal energy by over 3 times. That sounded promising. Without hesitation, Huang Shaojie placed the medium-tier true essence pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, activating the Wind God Leg internal cultivation technique to refine the pill. After completing a small circulation cycle, he felt a surge of fiery energy rising from his dantian, akin to a furnace refining internal energy. The sensation was excruciating, as if his entire body were engulfed in flames. Huang Shaojie gritted his teeth, undeterred, and continued to circulate his internal energy to refine the true essence. Gradually, wisps of white vapor began to rise from the top of his head, a sign of impurities being expelled from his body after refining the true essence. After completing a major circulation cycle, the white vapor ceased, indicating that the effects of the true essence pill had been fully catalyzed, and his internal energy had been thoroughly refined into true essence energy. True essence energy is a more potent form of energy compared to regular internal energy. Although Huang Shaojie had consumed only a medium-tier true essence pill, the energy he refined was at least 3 times more powerful than his previous internal energy. Huang Shaojie began to circulate the true essence energy within him, striving to breach the threshold of the innate realm. The true essence energy was immensely powerful. After several attempts, he successfully shattered the barrier of the innate realm, and the true essence surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam. He felt an unparalleled exhilaration coursing through his limbs, as if he had shed some form of bondage. His cultivation experienced a remarkable leap. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the first level of the innate realm. At last, he had entered the innate realm. Huang Shaojie exhaled deeply, gathering his energy before leaping off the bed. He exited the room and ventured outside the courtyard, eager to test the prowess of his Wind God Leg technique. Capture the wind and seize the shadows, Huang Shaojie exclaimed, launching himself into the air. His figure transformed into a fleeting apparition, darting gracefully through the air, shifting from east to west with astonishing speed. The first stance of the Wind God Leg, capture the wind and seize the shadows, is an unparalleled lightness technique, providing a solid foundation for the subsequent 5 stances. With his current mastery of this technique, even a practitioner at the 7th level of the innate realm would struggle to lay a finger on him. After demonstrating the capture the wind and seize the shadows technique for several moments in the air, Huang Shaojie gracefully descended to the ground. Subsequently, he unleashed the second form of the Wind God Leg, the resilient grass in the wind. With a mighty leap, his legs struck out like thunder, executing 3 devastating kicks in midair. Each kick was extraordinarily fierce, exuding an overwhelming force, akin to a staggering weight of 10,000 pounds. Even the fiercest beasts such as lions, tigers, bears, and leopards would meet their demise with a single blow. Following this, Huang Shaojie demonstrated the third form of the wind god leg, the raging storm. The flurry of kicks resembled a tempest, sending gusts of wind swirling, causing dust and stones to dance in the courtyard, while branches swayed violently. In the blink of an eye, Huang Shaojie had unleashed over 100 kicks. Although their power paled in comparison to the resilient grass in the wind, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Imagine, in an instant, delivering 100 kicks, each carrying the might of thousands of pounds. Who could withstand such an onslaught? When faced with a group of assailants, the effect of the raging storm would be even more pronounced. The sixth form of the wind god leg, each successive form surpassing the last in potency. The initial 3 forms merely served as an appetizer, while the latter 3 were the true lethal techniques of the wind god leg. Presently, Huang Shaojie could only execute the first 3 forms, yet they were sufficient to defeat martial artists below the 5th level of innate mastery. Mastering the latter 3 forms would render him invincible beneath the level of a grandmaster. However, with his current cultivation, even if he were to grasp the latter 3 forms, he would be unable to unleash their true potential. After practicing the 3 forms of the wind god leg, Huang Shaojie felt quite satisfied. He then indulged in a warm bath before retiring to bed. In the dead of night, devoid of stars and moonlight, the city of Suzhou lay enveloped in silence, steeped in slumber. Occasionally, the sound of a gong from a night watchman pierced the stillness as several patrols of soldiers, weapons in hand, yawned their way through the desolate streets. At that moment, a shadow darted across the rooftops in the inky darkness, silently approaching a mansion. A cloaked figure leaped into the courtyard, evading the vigilant eyes of the night watchman, and made its way to a loft. For guards, armed with knives, stood watch around the loft. Yet, these guards remained entirely oblivious to the presence of the masked intruder who had stealthily infiltrated the vicinity. With a swift motion, the masked figure unleashed a handful of silver needles. The guards fell to the ground without a sound. The intruder then ascended to the loft's window, hanging upside down from the beam. From within the folds of their cloak, they produced a bamboo tube, moistened a fingertip to pierce the window paper, and extended the tube inside, exhaling a plume of smoke. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the masked figure retrieved a small knife, gently pried open the window, and leaped into the room. Inside, a beautiful young girl lay asleep beneath a gauzy canopy. The masked figure approached the bedside, abruptly threw back the silk quilt, and pounced. The following morning, an official sedan arrived at the entrance of the Jinyiwei yamen. As the sedan came to a halt, a middle-aged man adorned in a high mountain crown and a crimson official robe emerged. This individual, clad in the striking scarlet attire, was none other than Liu Cha-Ching, the governor of Suzhou. He requested an audience with the esteemed captain of the Jinyiwei. A guard stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the officer stationed at the gate of the Jinyiwei. Please hold for a moment. I shall notify the captain immediately. Upon the request of the esteemed governor, the captain did not dare to be remiss. One of the officers hurried inside to deliver the message. Moments later, he returned, offering a respectful bow and announcing, "The esteemed captain invites the governor to the main hall for a discussion." Subsequently, the officer escorted Governor Liu to the hall. At the head of the hall sat a lean man in his 50s, garbed in a bullfighting robe, who was none other than the highest commander of the Suzhou Jinyiwei, Captain Yoren. The attire of the Jinyiwei is strictly categorized according to rank. The commanding officers don the imperial bestowed python robe, adorned with a golden token. Those of the rank of pacification envoy, and above were the flying fish attire with a silver token. Captains and deputy captains are granted the bullfighting robe accompanied by a bronze token. The 100 men wear red brocade with an aluminum token. The junior flags don blue garments with an iron token, while the officers and cavalry wear green with wooden tokens. Furthermore, only those ranked as captains and above are permitted to wear jade belts, and only the junior flag officers can carry embroidered spring blades, while common officers like Captain Huang Shaojie are limited to ordinary blades. Your humble servant pays respects to Captain Yo. Governor Liu approached the dais, bowing deeply in reverence. The governor held a rank of the 5th grade, which is the same as that of the Jinyiwei captain. However, there is a saying in the bureaucracy, within the Jinyiwei, officials are regarded as 3 ranks higher. As servants of the emperor, Captain Yo's position is akin to that of an imperial envoy dispatched to supervise officials in Suzhou. Not only a 5th grade governor, but even the Suzhou magistrate would respectfully address the Jinyiwei captain as my lord. Governor Liu, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please, take a seat. Captain Niu gestured slightly. Servants, bring tea for Governor Liu. Once seated and served tea, Captain Niu turned to him and inquired, Governor Liu, what brings you to the Jinyiwei today? Is there a matter of importance? Governor Liu clasped his hands and replied, to speak candidly, I have come to request the assistance of the Jinyiwei in apprehending a notorious flower thief. A flower thief? Captain Niu set down his teacup, pondering thoughtfully. Could it be the notorious flower snatcher who has been causing a stir in Suzhou recently? In the past 2 months, a flower thief had emerged in Suzhou, leaving numerous wealthy young women victimized and their jewelry stolen. This thief, after each theft, would take the victim's undergarments and inscribe a poem on the wall, where flowers bloom. They must be plucked. Do not wait until no flowers remain to break the branches. The beauty sleeps alone in an empty chamber after a whiff of incense. One loses their soul. The Flower Snatcher Chapter 9. The Jinyiwei takes over the series of floral theft cases. The notorious floral thief had stirred up a tempest in the city, becoming a matter of public concern, particularly among the affluent young ladies of Suzhou, who regarded the situation with palpable trepidation. The fear was especially acute among those of striking beauty, who found themselves haunted by nightmares of being victimized by the fiend. Such cases were typically under the purview of the Suzhou magistrate and local officials, while the Jinyiwei generally focused on significant political crimes and would rarely intervene in such matters. Magistrate Liu sighed, lamenting, this lecherous scoundrel has committed numerous offenses in Suzhou. Just last night, he infiltrated the residence of Lord Liu, the magistrate of Taizong, and sullied his daughter. Liu continued, I have pursued this floral thief for over 2 months, yet I remain unable to apprehend him. In desperation, I have come to seek the assistance of Lord Qianhu, requesting the Jinyiwei's help in capturing this scoundrel. Upon hearing Liu's account, Niu Ren furrowed his brow. The floral thief had previously targeted the daughters of merchants, yet he had now audaciously breached the sanctity of a magistrate's household, violating even the magistrate's own daughter. Such brazen behavior incited outrage within Niu Ren, a fellow official. However, he sipped his tea leisurely, responding, the Jinyiwei is preoccupied with major cases. I fear they may be unable to spare manpower to apprehend a mere petty thief. This was evidently a feeble excuse. While assistance could be offered, it was unreasonable to expect it without compensation. Liu, a seasoned official, recognized Niu Ren's true intentions. He rose and bowed respectfully, saying, I am aware of the Jinyiwei's pressing duties, yet this floral thief possesses formidable skills, evading capture with ease. It is for this reason that I request your esteemed assistance. He then gestured to one of his guards, who presented a brocade box to Niu Ren's table, accompanied by a case file. Inside the box lay 200 taels of gold, designated as a reward for the Jinyiwei's investigative efforts. Should they succeed in capturing the floral thief, the magistrate's office would allocate an additional 100 taels as a bounty. I hope, dear Lord Qianhu, for your support, Liu said, bowing deeply in gratitude. It was evident that this 300 taels of gold did not come from Liu's personal coffers, but rather from the public treasury, justified by the necessity of addressing a matter of public concern. The situation had instilled considerable anxiety among the wealthy elites of Suzhou, especially with the magistrate's daughter now embroiled in the scandal. Should the floral thief remain at large, Liu's political career would undoubtedly suffer grave repercussions. Niu Ren glanced at the brocade box presented by the guard, noting the golden ingots, each weighing 50 taels. He set down his teacup and smiled slightly, stating, Given Magistrate Liu's predicament, the Jinyiwei shall assist in capturing this floral thief. Magistrate Liu expressed his gratitude with a bow, saying, Thank you, Lord Qianhu. I shall take my leave. Niu Ren raised his teacup, replying, Safe travels, Magistrate Liu. After Liu departed, Niu Ren instructed his guard, summon Chief Shao to the main hall. Yes, the guard acknowledged, departing for the Jinyiwei headquarters. After lunch, Shaojie convened the Jinyiwei from the 9 divisions in the main hall. She cast a glance at the dozens of imperial guards standing below, producing a dossier as she spoke. Recently, a notorious flower thief has emerged in Suzhou, with several wealthy young ladies having fallen victim to this lecherous scoundrel. Just last night, he infiltrated the residence of Magistrate Liu, compromising his daughter. Captain Niu has ordered our squad to apprehend this brigand within a month and deliver him to the Ministry of Justice in Suzhou for appropriate punishment. Should we fail to capture him within this time frame, each of us shall forfeit a month's salary. The young officers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They had certainly heard of this flower thief, known for his ghostly movements. Every affluent household that had suffered from his depredations employed skilled martial artists for protection. Yet the thief had evaded capture entirely. Not to mention the thief's martial prowess, his agility was undoubtedly exceptional. He would not be easily apprehended. It seemed almost an impossible task to fulfill Captain Yo's directive within the stipulated month. It appeared that their salaries for the next month were already forfeit. The group wore grim faces except for Huang Shaojie, who appeared unfazed. Though his father, Huang Baiwan, was not the wealthiest in Suzhou. Their household boasted a fortune of over 100,000 taels, rendering Huang Shaojie indifferent to the loss of a few taels of salary. Seeing the disheartened expressions of her subordinates, Jinyiwei remarked coldly, "It is merely a flower thief we are pursuing. Your faces are longer than a horse's. If you wish to avoid salary deductions, you must all muster your spirits and hunt down this brigand." With that, Jinyiwei began assigning tasks. 3 young officers, each leading a group of 10, set out to follow leads on the flower thief. "You few will accompany me to Magistrate Lu's residence to examine the crime scene." Jinyiwei instructed the remaining officers. Huang Shaojie was among them. He had initially intended to follow the young officers Yushir, but was specifically called to remain by Jinyiwei. It was evident that since Huang Shaojie's recent capture of a Japanese spy, Jinyiwei had taken particular interest in this new recruit. Stepping outside the main hall of the Imperial Guards, Jinyiwei mounted her horse and rode toward Magistrate Lu's residence with several officers in tow. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the magistrate's estate. Presenting her badge as the head of the Imperial Guards, she was welcomed inside by the steward. Moments later, Magistrate Lu came forth to greet her. "I pay my respects to Chief Xiao," he bowed, though ordinarily he would have been at the county office, having remained at home due to the recent intrusion by the flower thief. "There is no need for such formalities, my lord." Jinyiwei raised her hand and continued. "I am here on Captain Yo's orders to investigate the case of the flower thief. Please escort me to the site of the incident." "Of course, please follow me." Magistrate Lu gestured courteously and led Jinyiwei toward a pavilion in the back courtyard, with Huang Shaojie and the other officers following closely behind. Accompanied by members of the Jinyi, Lord Lu arrived at the foot of the loft and sighed deeply. He turned to Jinyiwei and said, "My daughter resides in the side chamber of this loft. Yet last night she was so shamefully defiled by this lecherous scoundrel." As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with tears. The thought of a father's beloved daughter being sullied by such a villain evokes an unbearable fury and sorrow in any parent. Moreover, it is the precious daughter of a county magistrate who has been wronged by this flower thief. A glint of cold determination flickered in Jinyiwei's eyes as she replied sternly, "Rest assured, Lord Lu. The Jinyi will undoubtedly apprehend this scoundrel and subject him to severe punishment before handing him over to the Ministry of Justice." Sharing the sentiments of her gender, she harbored an intense loathing for such miscreants. "Thank you, Lady Xiao," Lord Lu said, bowing with gratitude. He was confident that with the Jinyi's involvement in this case, it was merely a matter of time before the flower thief was captured. Chapter 10, Discovery of Footprints. "Lord Lu, is there anyone on night watch in the attic?" asked Jinyiwei. The flower thief had committed multiple crimes in Suzhou. Logically, this county magistrate Lu should have heightened security to protect his daughter. County Magistrate Lu replied, "Ever since the emergence of this flower thief in Suzhou, I have intensified the night patrols within my residence and stationed 4 guards beneath the attic. Alas, to my dismay, last night those 4 guards did not even catch a glimpse of the flower thief, as they were all struck by silver needles and rendered unconscious. It wasn't until the early hours, when several patrolling servants discovered the guards sprawled beneath the attic, that we realized a grave incident had occurred." Huang Shaojie, who was listening to Magistrate Lu's account, pondered silently. It appears that this flower thief possesses not only remarkable agility but also formidable skill in the use of hidden weapons. If encountered, one must exercise caution during capture due to his proficiency with these concealed projectiles. As for the flower thief's agility, Huang Shaojie was not overly concerned. With his own exceptional lightness of foot, he could be said to surpass all but the most skilled masters. By day, he could effortlessly evade the silver needles of this thief, yet at night, vigilance would be imperative. Regardless, now that he was aware of the thief's expertise in launching silver needles, Huang Shaojie would remain vigilant. It would not be so easy for the flower thief to strike him. Jinyiwei inquired, "Has your daughter seen the flower thief's appearance?" Magistrate Lu shook his head and sighed. "The scoundrel blew a narcotic fragrance through the window, rendering my daughter unconscious. She awoke the following morning, only to discover that she had been violated by the flower thief. Overcome with grief, she has attempted to take her own life several times, but we have intervened." This was consistent with other cases where the flower thief had lured his victims with a fragrant mist before entering their chambers to commit his crimes. You all should search the vicinity of the attic, see if you can uncover any clues left by the flower thief. Shaojie instructed Huang Shaojie and the other captains. Then followed Magistrate Lu to the second floor, to Miss Lu's boudoir. At this moment, Miss Lu had been relocated to another room. While the attic's chamber retained as much of the crime scene as possible, the boudoir was in disarray, with various chests and cabinets ransacked, clearly indicating that the flower thief had stolen not only the woman's virtue but also her jewelry. Bloodstains marred the pristine sheets of the bed. On one wall, there was a lewd poem inscribed, "Where flowers may be plucked, one must pluck them. Do not wait until there are no flowers to grasp at branches. The beauty lies alone in an empty chamber, one whiff of fragrance, and she is entranced." Signed, the flower-courting young master. This lecherous scoundrel is truly brazen, utterly shameless. After reading the lascivious poem, Shaojie could not suppress a cold snort, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. To dare to intrude upon the magistrate's residence for such vile deeds, and to leave behind a poem with his name, was akin to pouring salt on the victim's wounds and slapping the authorities in the face. Magistrate Lu's expression was one of sorrow and fury. "If I ever catch this lecher, I shall flay him alive, draw, and quarter him." Below the attic, Huang Shaojie and several other captains were diligently searching the area nearby. The vicinity had long been thoroughly searched by the county and government officials, and naturally, no new discoveries were to be made. Huang Shaojie possessed the ability of keen observation, allowing him to discern a multitude of chaotic footprints. However, the sheer number and disorder of these tracks rendered it impossible to ascertain how many individuals had passed through, making it difficult to identify the flower thief among them. After a thorough search yielded no findings, Huang Shaojie ascended directly to the loft, approaching the window. The window, adorned with floral paper in a lattice design, was ajar, and a small hole in the paper indicated it had been punctured by the flower thief's blowing tube. On the windowsill, Huang Shaojie, through his keen observation, discovered a footprint. He removed his own shoe to compare, finding that the print was at least 4 or 5 sizes smaller than his own. After careful contemplation, he noted that his height was 7 feet 9.5 inches, approximately 2.36 meters, and his shoe size was 43, suggesting that this footprint corresponded to a size around 38. Generally speaking, men who wear size 38 shoes are not particularly tall, likely around 160 centimeters. The imprint was quite faint. Without his keen observation, it would have been nearly undetectable. Given the flower thief's exceptional lightness of foot, Huang Shaojie could not infer the thief's stature from the footprint alone. At that moment, Shaojie arrived at the window, locking eyes with Huang Shaojie. "How did you get up here?" she inquired, furrowing her delicate brow. Before Huang Shaojie could respond, she pressed on. "Did you uncover any clues in the loft?" Huang Shaojie clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, I found only a plethora of disordered footprints, nothing else of significance." This response fell well within Shaojie's expectations. The flower thief had come and gone without a trace the previous night, leaving no evidence of a struggle with the household guards, and it was natural to assume that the county and government officials had already conducted their own search that morning, having likely discovered any clues long before. Huang Shaojie continued, "However, I surmise that the flower thief's height is likely under 7 feet. Shaojie was taken aback. "Oh? How did you deduce that the flower thief stands less than 7 feet tall?" He explained, "I found the footprint on the windowsill and compared its length, estimating it to be around size 38, thus deducing that the thief's height should be below 7 feet. "Footprint? Where?" Shaojie's gaze shifted to the windowsill, but she found no clear imprint, only a trace of soil. The windowsill was regularly cleaned by servants, leaving no dust, making it challenging to leave a distinct footprint. Huang Shaojie pointed to the faint trace of soil. "My lord, please observe, this is where the thief's footprint is, albeit not very discernible." Shaojie focused her internal energy and, after considerable effort, was able to faintly discern a slight imprint on the windowsill. This revelation astonished her. Even with her innate strength at the 8th level, she could only detect a minuscule trace, let alone determine the precise length of the shoe print. Yet, this newcomer, the young officer, had managed to spot the footprint at a glance and even estimate its length. She could not help but wonder whether this Huang Shaojie possessed extraordinary eyesight, or if his cultivation surpassed her own. But if it were the latter, how could that be possible? From a young age, she, Shaojie, was fortunate enough to receive instruction from esteemed masters and consume numerous medicinal elixirs. Coupled with her extraordinary innate talent, She ascended to the 8th realm of the innate stage by merely 21 years of age. Huang Shaojie, a mere debauched scion of a wealthy merchant from Suzhou, could hardly surpass her martial prowess. Noticing the beautiful captain regarding him with a gaze akin to that of a curious beast, Huang Shaojie instinctively discerned the confusion lingering in Xiao Qiuyue's mind. He promptly clasped his hands and remarked, "I possess an innate keen eyesight, enabling me to perceive subtle details that others might overlook." Indeed, his vision was remarkable. Xiao Qiuyue found this credible, and after a slight nod, she replied, "Such keen eyesight would be fitting for handling cases in the Jinyiwei." She then added, "You may enter now and see if you can uncover any clues within Miss Lu's boudoir." "Yes, my lady." Huang Shaojie responded with a bow and proceeded to step into the room. Chapter 11. Preparing for the stakeout as Huang Shaojie entered the boudoir. His gaze was immediately drawn to the bloodstains on the bed, and he could not help but curse the vile flower thief for his brutality. After surveying the room, Xiao Qiuyu inquired, "Have you found anything?" Huang Shaojie shook his head. Aside from the fingerprints left by the flower thief on the jewelry box, there is nothing else of note. However, in this era where fingerprint extraction is impossible, discovering a criminal's fingerprints proves nearly futile. Fingerprints? Xiao Qiuyu approached the jewelry box, using her inner strength to scrutinize it, yet she found no traces of fingerprints. Huang Shaojie elucidated, whenever someone touches an object, they leave their unique fingerprints behind. And each person's fingerprints are entirely distinct, serving as a potential lead in identifying the perpetrator. Unfortunately, we cannot extract and preserve these fingerprints for comparison. Xiao Qiuyu instinctively glanced at the patterns on her own palms, recognizing that indeed, each person's palm patterns possess subtle differences. She was intrigued about how a young scion like Huang Shaojie acquired such knowledge, especially considering that even the Jinyiwei's Ministry of Justice was unaware of this method of investigation. What astonished Xiao Qiuyu further was that fingerprints are considerably more challenging to detect than footprints. Despite her earlier attempts to enhance her vision with internal energy, she still failed to discern the fingerprints left on the jewelry box. How could this fellow's eyesight be so exceptional? "Lord Xiao, have you discovered any clues?" Upon exiting the boudoir, Magistrate Lu clasped his hands in inquiry. Xiao Qiuyu furrowed her brow. "There are no significant discoveries. We can only estimate the height of the flower thief based on his footprints. Beyond that, the writings and fingerprints left by the depraved scoundrel hold little practical investigative value." Magistrate Lu sighed. To apprehend this lecher based solely on a rough estimate of his height is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Qiuyu reassured him, "There is no need for excessive worry, Lord Lu. Our Jinyiwei will undoubtedly capture this miscreant swiftly." Magistrate Lu clasped his hands again. "I am grateful for your efforts, Lord Xiao, and the esteemed members of the Jinyiwei." Once they departed Lu's residence, Xiao Qiuyu led Huang Shaojie and several other captains to the homes of other victims to inquire about the cases. However, they similarly found no clues. Upon returning to the Jinyiwei headquarters, Xiao Qiuyu summoned Huang Shaojie and instructed him to retrieve a dossier containing the records of wealthy merchants and officials' families from the archives. Huang Shaojie, armed with Xiao Qiuyu's token, procured the requested records and arrived at her office. "My lady, I have brought the family records you requested." "Very well." Xiao Qiuyu gestured to a chair. "Please sit, and let us review the records together. Make a note of the addresses of any households with unmarried young ladies aged 14 and above." "Understood, my lady." Huang Shaojie pulled up a chair beside Xiao Qiuyu's desk and began perusing a document. After a while, he could not help but ask, "Could it be that Lord Xiao intends to lie in wait to capture this flower thief?" Xiao Qiuyu, engrossed in reviewing the records and taking notes, affirmed, "Indeed. At present, we possess no leads on this flower thief, nor do we have the means to apprehend him. I firmly believe he will continue his nefarious activities. Therefore, we must remain vigilant outside the chambers of these young ladies, awaiting the thief's appearance, so that we may capture him in one fell swoop." Huang Shaojie remarked, "My lord, this method is indeed feasible. However, in Suzhou, there are at least hundreds of affluent families and officials, with perhaps over 100 having daughters. Our team consists of merely over 50 individuals. How can we effectively monitor all these locations?" Xiao Qiuyu set down the dossier in her hands, displaying an expression of resignation. "I am aware this is a rudimentary approach, yet at this juncture, it is the only viable strategy we possess. Moreover, we need not guard every young lady's chamber. The flower thief targets only those of exceptional beauty. Thus, we should focus our surveillance on the most attractive young women. As for manpower, I shall soon seek assistance from Qianhunyo, requesting additional personnel to aid our efforts. Furthermore, we can enlist dozens of constables from both the county and the prefectural offices. This should suffice in terms of our numbers. There are at least over 100 unmarried daughters among the wealthy merchants and officials in Suzhou. Yet those of striking beauty are likely no more than 20 or 30. Should Qianhunyo deploy an additional 100 men, and with the few dozen from the offices combined with our 50-odd personnel, we would have a total of over 200. With such numbers, monitoring the chambers of 20 to 30 young ladies becomes manageable. However, the challenge lies in the flower thief's exceptional agility. Can the ordinary Jinyiwei and constables truly capture him? Reflecting on this, Huang Shaojie turned to Xiaoqiuyue and posed a question. Xiao Captain, I have a query. How does the flower thief discern which young ladies are exceptionally beautiful? In ancient times, young women typically remained in their chambers, seldom venturing out, and when they did, it was usually in a sedan chair. Thus, it is rare for the daughters of affluent families to be seen in public. Even neighbors would hardly know which young lady is strikingly beautiful or unattractive. Yet, this thief consistently targets the most beautiful, indicating he must have some means of acquiring this knowledge, either through inquiries or first-hand observation. Xiaoqiuyue sipped her tea and mused, I have pondered this matter as well. It is likely that the flower thief has gathered information beforehand, which is not an insurmountable task. Huang Shaojie interjected, I hold a differing perspective. Oh? Do share your thoughts. Xiaoqiuyue replied, setting down her teacup and directing her gaze at him. Huang Shaojie continued, I believe there are two possibilities. One, as you suggested, the flower thief has learned of the young lady's beauty through inquiries. Two, he may have personally scouted the area and seen these young ladies for himself. Xiaoqiuyue shook her head. These daughters of officials and wealthy families typically remain secluded in their inner chambers. It would be no simple task for the flower thief to observe them. Huang Shaojie countered, My lord. The flower thief might disguise himself as someone else to gain entry into their homes and meet the young ladies. Alternatively, he could masquerade as a traveling merchant, perhaps selling cosmetics or snacks, enticing these young ladies to venture out and make purchases. The young ladies of noble birth often find themselves languishing in their chambers, inevitably succumbing to bouts of ennui. When vendors selling trinkets or delicacies pass by outside, it is highly likely that they would venture out, accompanied by their maids, to indulge their curiosity. Should a flower thief disguise himself as a peddler, not only could he ascertain which young lady possesses beauty, but he could also meticulously survey the surrounding terrain of the estate, noting the specific loft or chamber in which each lady resides. This would facilitate his nocturnal escapades considerably. Xiaoqiuyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she rose and remarked, Your deduction bears a semblance of truth. Huang Shaojie, let us pay another visit to the residences of these unfortunate victims. Indeed, my lord, came the reply. Chapter 12. The dubious peddler General Xiao. Perhaps you have something on your mind? Upon seeing Xiaoqiuyue accompanied by a young officer entering the residence once more, Magistrate Liu, taken aback, clasped his hands in greeting. Xiaoqiuyue replied, We wish to inquire if any strangers have recently visited your esteemed abode. Magistrate Liu pondered for a moment, then responded, In the past month. No strangers have graced my humble home. Only a few close friends and relatives have occasionally stopped by. Might your inquiry pertain to the recent flower thief? Xiaoqiuyue slightly nodded. We suspect that the flower thief may have scouted your residence previously or perhaps even encountered your daughter. Magistrate Liu, please summon your daughter and her maid. I need to question them. Magistrate Liu's expression faltered as he sighed. My daughter has been sullied by that vile scoundrel, and she is in such despair that she rarely shows her face. I beg your understanding, esteemed official. With that, he bowed to Xiaoqiuyue. As a woman herself, Xiaoqiuyue could empathize with the feelings of Miss Liu at this moment. She thus nodded gently, then let us call for her personal maid. Magistrate Liu instructed his servants to summon the two maids. Shortly thereafter, two young maids, no older than 16 or 17, entered the hall, their faces laden with sorrow over their mistress's tragic plight. Magistrate Liu addressed the maids. This is General Xiao of the Jinyiwei. You are to answer her inquiries truthfully. Greetings. General Xiao. The two maids hastily bowed to Xiaoqiuyue. Xiaoqiuyue inquired, In recent days, has your mistress encountered any unfamiliar men? The two maids exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. One maid spoke, Our mistress seldom leaves the house, and in recent days, she has been occupied with her needlework at home, venturing out not at all. Huang Shaojie interjected, Reflect carefully. Have any strangers visited the residence, or has any peddler been calling out outside? Upon hearing Huang Shaojie's question, the two maids thought for a moment, and then both nodded. Indeed, A peddler came by the day before yesterday, one selling cosmetics and another hawking pineapples. Yes, that peddler was quite boisterous, shaking a drum as he called out. Our mistress heard him and took us out to purchase some cosmetics and 2 pounds of pineapple. At this revelation, Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of elation. Jinyiwei asked, "Do you recall what this peddler looked like?" The two maids pondered briefly before responding. He was dark and thin, perhaps in his 30s or 40s. Quite short, not taller than I, with a face covered in pockmarks. He was rather unattractive, yet he spoke well, continuously praising our mistress's beauty. Jinyiwei glanced at the maid, estimating her height to be around 6 feet or so. Today, Huang Shaojie had deduced from footprints that the flower thief's height was likely under 7 feet. Thus, this description aligned well with Huang Shaojie's hypothesis. It seemed plausible that this peddler could indeed be the flower thief. Jinyiwei proceeded to inquire about other aspects concerning the peddler, but the two maids could provide no further information. Jinyiwei departed from the Lu residence alongside Huang Shaojie. The duo subsequently visited the homes of several other victims. After a thorough inquiry, they discovered a consistent lead. In the days leading up to the incident, a short, dark-skinned peddler had been seen, and these young ladies had ventured out with their maids to purchase various items from him. Upon returning to the Jinyiwei headquarters, Jinyiwei commended Huang Shaojie, stating, "Your conjecture has proven correct. This peddler must indeed be the flower thief masquerading to scout the area." "Your praise is unwarranted, Captain Xiao," Huang Shaojie replied, clasping his hands respectfully. "What are your plans to apprehend this peddler?" After a moment of contemplation with his hands clasped behind his back, Jinyiwei declared, "Immediately summon all brothers and inquire among the wealthy young ladies of Suzhou to ascertain if any have encountered this short, dark peddler calling out near their homes in recent days. If any beautiful maiden has come across him within the last 3 days, she shall be our primary subject of protection tonight." After an afternoon of investigation by more than 50 members of the Jinyiwei, it was confirmed that a total of 16 young ladies had indeed seen the short peddler in the past 3 days. Following a careful selection by Jinyiwei and Huang Shaojie, 3 young ladies of exceptional beauty were designated as the primary protectees. As the hour of the evening watch approached, Jinyiwei summoned all personnel to issue commands. "Starting tonight, we shall lie in wait for the flower thief. No one is permitted to return home. Li Xiaoqi, you will lead your team to guard the safety of Miss Zhao at the residence of Mr. Zhao in the west of the city. Should the flower thief appear, capture him without fail." "Understood. Lu Xiaoqi, you shall take your team to watch over the residence of County Officer Zhang. If the flower thief makes an appearance, ensure his capture." "Yes, my lord." "Zhu Xiaoqi, you will protect Miss He at the He family residence in the Hui cloth shop. Should the flower thief show himself, you must apprehend him." "Yes, my lord." Each flag officer had approximately 17 or 18 subordinates, with martial prowess generally ranging from the 3rd to the 6th level of acquired skills. The flag officers themselves mostly stood at the pinnacle of acquired skills or within the 1st or 2nd level of innate abilities. With such a formidable force lying in wait to capture the flower thief, it seemed unlikely that he could escape unless he possessed extraordinary skills. Huang Shaojie, belonging to Zhu Shi's faction, initially expected to accompany Zhu Shi to the He residence for surveillance. However, Jinyiwei glanced at him and added, "Huang Shaojie." "Present," he replied, stepping forward with a bow. "You shall accompany me to patrol these 3 locations tonight. If you hear any alarm, proceed immediately to provide assistance." "Understood." Huang Shaojie responded with a bow. These 3 residences were situated a mile or 2 apart, with the farthest being 4 or 5 miles away. In the night, any ruckus would be easily audible. Given Huang Shaojie's agility, he could traverse 5 miles in merely a minute. Positioned centrally, he could reach any estate even more swiftly. As the night passed, the flower thief did not make an appearance. Jinyiwei instructed everyone to return home to rest during the day and resume their watch at night. For 3 consecutive days, the flower thief remained elusive. On the 5th night, after the 3rd watch, a shadow silently leaped into the He residence. The figure evaded several patrolling servants and approached the window of the west chamber in the back courtyard. Just as it was about to extract a bamboo tube to release a cloud of seduction smoke into the chamber, the shadow suddenly sensed danger and attempted to flee. "Old lecher, where do you think you're going?" Zhu Shi shouted, brandishing his blade as he sprang forth from behind the rockery, striking at the cloaked figure. A dozen other constables, armed with swords and spears, surged from the shadows, surrounding the masked intruder. Among them, one constable, wielding a gong, struck it forcefully while calling out, "The flower thief has appeared. Hurry to the He residence and apprehend the thief. Chapter 13. The capture of the flower thief. The flower thief raised his hand, launching several silver needles towards Zhu Shi. In the darkness, Zhu Shi sensed the imminent danger as the masked figure gestured. He swiftly dodged, drawing his blade in an attempt to counter, yet he was a moment too late, and 2 silver needles pierced his body, causing an immediate numbness and a profound weakness to envelop him. The other 10 or so officers surrounded the flower thief, but he swiftly incapacitated several of them and made his escape. Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei stood guard between 3 residences, merely 1,000 meters from the He residence. Upon hearing the sound of gongs, they rushed towards the He residence. Jinyiwei, being the closer of the 2, covered the distance of 300 to 400 meters in less than 10 seconds with remarkable agility. At that moment, the masked figure had just overpowered several officers and was darting out of the He residence, only to be intercepted by Jinyiwei. The masked assailant hurled several silver needles at her. In the obscurity of night, the silver needles were nearly invisible, making them exceedingly difficult to evade. However, as a master of innate 8th level, Jinyiwei deftly twirled her sword, creating an impenetrable wall of steel in front of her. The sound of tiny impacts resonated as the silver needles fell harmlessly to the ground. Seizing the moment, the masked figure fled in another direction. Jinyiwei, utilizing her lightness skill to its fullest, pursued the masked figure with fervor. At this juncture, Huang Shaojie approached from an alternate route. Although he arrived a few seconds later than Jinyiwei, it was not due to a deficiency in his skills, but rather because he had been positioned several hundred meters further from the He residence. Despite the absence of stars and moonlight, Huang Shaojie's keen perception allowed him to discern 2 figures darting across the rooftops ahead. With the technique of capturing the wind and shadows, he propelled himself towards the elusive figures. Though Huang Shaojie was only at the innate 1st level, the essence of his internal energy had been refined into pure and potent qi, surpassing that of others at the innate 3rd level. Moreover, with the unparalleled agility of the wind god leg, his speed far exceeded that of both Jinyiwei and the flower thief. As Jinyiwei chased the flower thief, their skills were evenly matched, maintaining a distance of 40 to 50 meters between them. This astonished Jinyiwei. She had not anticipated that the flower thief possessed such remarkable lightness skills, making him difficult to apprehend even for her, a master of innate 8th level. Meanwhile, the flower thief was increasingly frantic. He had always prided himself on his exceptional agility, believing that it was nearly impossible for any expert below the master level to capture him, although there were many masters in the world. Who among them would personally pursue a mere flower thief? Consequently, he had committed his crimes for years, evading capture on countless occasions. However, he had not foreseen that tonight the authorities would anticipate his arrival at the He residence, accompanied by a formidable expert. Not only had she effortlessly thwarted his silver needles in the dark, but her lightness skills were also on par with his own. The flower thief realized that his internal energy was insufficient, and he could not sustain his agility for long. The woman pursuing him evidently possessed superior skills. If she continued the chase for merely half a stick of incense, his waning internal energy would inevitably lead to his capture. As each of the 2 contemplated their thoughts, a figure suddenly soared from behind, flashing past Jinyiwei. Huang Shaojie? This lad possesses such extraordinary agility? Jinyiwei was momentarily taken aback. She was a martial artist of the innate 8th level, and lightness skill was not her weakness. Yet this young lieutenant had effortlessly surpassed her. At that moment, Huang Shaojie had already leaped behind the flower thief. The thief, feeling a gust of wind at his back, was struck with terror. He had not anticipated that there would be an even more formidable expert pursuing him. Without a moment to ponder, the thief hastily drew a silver needle from his bosom, preparing to shoot it backward. However, it was too late. A swift kick, like a flash of lightning, struck. Bang! The flower thief was kicked in the back by Huang Shaojie, breaking 3 of his ribs on the spot and sending him flying 4 or 5 yards, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he tumbled down from a rooftop. Both Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei leaped down from the roof, landing before the flower thief. Flower destroyer, today is your day of reckoning. Huang Shaojie sneered, yanking off the thief's mask to reveal a gaunt, pockmarked, and unseemly face. You vile scoundrel, who has defiled countless young maidens, your sins are beyond measure. Today, I shall mete out justice on behalf of those innocent girls, Jinyiwei declared, raising her leg to deliver a fierce kick to the thief's groin. With a resounding crack, he let out a heart-wrenching scream and fainted from the pain. Huang Shaojie felt an involuntary chill and instinctively tightened his legs. This action did not escape Jinyiwei's notice. She cast a sidelong glance at him and chuckled. I did not kick you. Why are you squeezing your thighs so tightly? Huang Shaojie awkwardly chuckled. It's a natural reaction for a man. Hearing those two cracks made me wince. The topic felt somewhat awkward, and even Xiao Qiuyue's stunningly beautiful face turned slightly red, though the night concealed it well. Unbeknownst to her, Huang Shaojie, with his keen observation skills, had already noticed her blush. He was surprised to discover that the usually aloof Xiao had such a bashful side. Let us go. We must take this scoundrel back to the Jinyiwei office, Xiao Qiuyue instructed, soaring ahead. Huang Shaojie hoisted the unconscious thief and followed closely behind her. Seeing that Huang Shaojie could keep up with her while carrying a person, Xiao Qiuyue was even more astonished. Huang Shaojie, what level of martial arts have you attained? She could not help but inquire. This subordinate is unsure of his own abilities. Huang Shaojie feigned ignorance. If you want to speak, then so be it. Xiao Qiuyue, of course, did not believe his pretense, snorting coldly as she quickened her pace toward the Jinyiwei office. Yet even as she pushed her lightness skill to its limits, Huang Shaojie, with the flower thief in tow, maintained a relaxed pace right behind her. One could not deny that Xiao Qiuyue's figure was truly captivating. This thought lingered in his mind as he followed her, keeping a meter distance, admiring the alluring curves of the beautiful woman. Beneath her purple attire, her rounded, voluptuous form was accentuated by her long legs, creating an enchanting silhouette with every graceful step she took. The two individuals returned to the headquarters of the Jinyiwei, temporarily confining the flower thief in a cell, awaiting his transfer to the Suzhou Criminal Department for further adjudication on the morrow. Huang Shaojie, your contributions to the apprehension of the flower thief are indeed commendable. I shall duly report your merits to Captain Niu tomorrow, remarked Xiao Qiuyue as they exited the prison. Huang Shaojie bowed in acknowledgement, stating, it is solely due to the astute leadership of Captain Xiao that we achieved this success. I dare not claim any credit for myself. Stopping in her tracks, Xiao Qiuyue turned to him with a smile and said, there is no need for such formality. With your skills and capabilities, holding the rank of a school officer is a disservice to your talents. I shall recommend you to Captain Niu for a position as a junior flag officer. Thank you for your elevation, Captain Xiao. Huang Shaojie bowed once more in gratitude. Now, it is nearly the 4th watch. You should return home to rest. There is no need for you to report for duty tomorrow. Yes, my lord, he replied. With that, Huang Shaojie mounted his horse and rode homeward. Chapter 14. The Indestructible Divine Skill. Upon returning to the Huang residence on horseback, Huang Shaojie found the grand gates securely locked. A few lanterns illuminated the courtyard, where several house servants patrolled through the night. Recently, Suzhou had been plagued by a notorious flower thief, and though the Huang family lacked unmarried daughters, their considerable wealth made them wary of thieves. Not wishing to disturb his parents' repose, Huang Shaojie dismounted and, with remarkable strength, hoisted the over 1,000-pound horse onto his shoulders. With a graceful leap, he vaulted over the courtyard wall and entered the estate. After gently setting the horse down, he executed another leap, landing in the small courtyard where he resided. Suddenly, the parrot in its cage squawked, "Thief! A thief has entered! Come quickly and catch the thief!" The bird flapped its wings frantically, its shrill cries drawing the attention of the patrolling servants. "A thief! Quick, rise and apprehend the intruder. Who dares to steal from the Huang residence? Strike him down!" The house servants, armed with knives, rushed over, shouting and beating drums in alarm. Though they had some martial training, their skills were limited to the early stages, making them adept at handling ordinary men but ill-prepared for even a moderately skilled burglar. Uncertain of the thief's capabilities, the servants hoped that their noise would scare him away. The clamor roused everyone in the Huang household. Not only did several servants grab their weapons, but even Huang Abai and his wife emerged from their quarters, brandishing sticks and accompanied by the gathered servants, torches in hand. "Who dares to invade my home? My son is an officer of the Jinyiwei," Huang Abai bellowed, attempting to bolster his courage, though primarily seeking to intimidate the intruder. Huang Shaojie, both amused and exasperated, called out, "Father, it is I who have returned." "You've returned, young master?" Shaojie exclaimed joyfully, rushing out from her room. Having heard the commotion about a thief, she had been hiding behind the door with a stick in hand. "It's the young master," a delighted servant shouted, holding up a lantern. As Huang Abai and his wife, along with the assembled servants, entered the courtyard, the light revealed their beloved son standing on the porch, scolding the parrot in its cage. "You wretched bird, you don't even recognize your own master. Why the ruckus? Sneaking in through the wall like a thief." The parrot, indignant, squawked back defiantly. The onlookers could hardly contain their laughter at the absurdity of the situation. "You mischievous boy, why didn't you simply knock on the front door?" No wonder the parrot mistook you for an intruder. Huang Yibai chuckled as he approached his son. Indeed, indeed, the parrot echoed in agreement. Jier, haven't you been pursuing that flower thief at night? Why have you returned before dawn? Huang's wife inquired with concern. I apprehended the flower thief tonight, so I came back, Huang Shaojie replied. Fearing that I might disturb you, I managed to scale the wall while carrying the horse. By the way, the horse remains in the courtyard. Kindly lead it to the stable to prevent any untoward mess. Huang Shaojie gestured towards the direction from which he had entered. Several servants hurried off to search for the steed. It is truly delightful that the flower thief has been captured. Mrs. Huang's face radiated joy as she exhaled in relief. Pray tell, you little rascal, what did you just say about carrying a horse over the wall? That yellow-maned horse weighs at least 1,000 pounds. Do you truly possess the strength to lift it? Huang Baiwan was utterly incredulous regarding his son's assertion. He was well aware of his son's physical limitations. Not only could he not carry a horse, but he would struggle even to lift a young lady. Just then, a voice from the servants called out, We have found the horse. Quickly, let us take it to the stable. Is it possible? Did you genuinely carry that horse into the courtyard? Huang Baiwan's eyes widened in disbelief. To lift over 1,000 pounds and scale a wall over 10 feet high, what sort of divine feat is this? His son was no martial arts master, rather. He was someone who could barely lift a girl, so how could he have possibly brought a horse over the wall? Jier, how on earth did you manage to bring the horse into the courtyard? Mrs. Huang inquired, equally astonished. My dear, you are unaware. Our young master has become quite formidable in martial arts, Shaojie proudly proclaimed. Huang Baiwan and his wife exchanged glances, a medley of astonishment, joy, and confusion playing across their faces. Just as they were about to question their son further, Huang Shaojie interjected. Father, mother, do retire to your chambers. I, too, am quite fatigued. With a yawn, he turned and made his way to his room. Shaojie hurriedly followed, preparing the bed for the young master. Shaojie, how about you warm my bed tonight? Huang Shaojie teased, playfully patting her on her rear. Young master, you're being improper again. Shaojie's face flushed crimson as she swatted his hand away, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment as she exited the room and closed the door behind her. Congratulations, host, on resolving the series of flower thefts and apprehending the notorious thief. You are rewarded with the supreme divine skill of the Indestructible Vajra technique, level 1. With the system's reward notification, a surge of black light erupted from within Huang Shaojie, illuminating him like a glowing iron figure. The black luminescence subsided after a few seconds, and at that moment, Huang Shaojie's body had undergone transformation to attain level 1 of the Indestructible Vajra technique, simultaneously grasping its cultivation method. The Indestructible Vajra technique is a passive skill. Even in slumber, one will activate self-protection when attacked. The Indestructible Vajra technique is quite remarkable. Huang Shaojie's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He sensed a vast surge of energy within him, as if he might readily break through to the second level of innate mastery. The Indestructible Vajra technique is indeed a supreme skill, rivaling even the wind god leg. It is said that upon mastering it to its fullest, one becomes impervious to toxins and weaponry, placing them in an undefeated position. System. How many levels does the Indestructible Vajra technique encompass? Huang Shaojie inquired. The system introduced, the Indestructible Diamond technique is divided into 3 realms. The first realm, when practiced, renders the body as solid as iron. Those below the master realm are incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm. Furthermore, common poisons and narcotics are ineffective against it. The second realm, when practiced, transforms the body into steel. Those below the Grand Master realm cannot cause any injury. The body becomes immune to all poisons. The third realm, when practiced, allows the body to metamorphose into a diamond. Even a Grand Master cannot inflict any harm, and it can withstand all extraordinary toxins in the world. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Huang Shaojie was overwhelmed with joy. Although he was still at the first realm, he was already impervious to harm from those beneath the master level. In other words, even if he stood still and allowed a practitioner of the innate 9th realm to attack him, he would remain unscathed. Moreover, even master-level experts would find it exceedingly challenging to eliminate him. At the first realm of the Indestructible Diamond technique, ordinary poisons and narcotics had lost all effect on him. This granted him an additional layer of protection. Huang Shaojie removed his clothing, climbed into bed, and sat cross-legged, commencing the cultivation of the Wind God Leg internal technique. Having just acquired the first realm of the Indestructible Diamond technique, the true essence within him had significantly increased, and he was poised to break through to the innate second realm imminently. After 3 small circulations of his internal energy, the true essence finally broke through the threshold. achieving the innate second realm. Satisfied with his progress, Huang Shaojie lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 15. The distribution of rewards. The following day, Huang Shaojie, having no duties at the yamen, slept in until the sun was high in the sky. He first made his way to the Jinyiwei headquarters to sign in and collect a year's worth of internal cultivation rewards before returning to his residence. After enjoying a meal, he took his birdcage and little he out for a leisurely stroll, indulging in the pleasures of life as a young gentleman, listening to music in the brothels, watching plays in the pear garden, and enjoying stories in the tea houses. Huang Million was delighted, proudly proclaiming to his wife that their precious son had finally matured. One must understand that the former master squandered his days in revelry, losing several hundred taels of silver each month to drinking and gambling. Now, Huang Shaojie merely ventured out to enjoy music and theater, truly embodying the ideal young man. The next morning, upon arriving at the Jinyiwei headquarters to sign in, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Sign-in successful. 1 year of internal cultivation rewards acquired. A wave of true energy surged into Huang Shaojie's being. He proceeded to the 9 departments, where his colleagues gradually arrived. Upon seeing Huang Shaojie, his fellow officers greeted him with polite bows, and even Zhu Shi and 2 other junior officers expressed their fervent admiration. Although Huang Shaojie had only recently joined the Jinyiwei as a lieutenant, he had already made significant contributions, capturing both a spy and a notorious thief. Now, it was widely recognized that this seemingly frivolous young man, who had been brought in through connections, was in fact a formidable talent. Shaojie, I never imagined your martial prowess was so exceptional. Even the chief officer praised your skills yesterday, Zhu Shi exclaimed, approaching Huang Shaojie with a beaming smile. Huang Shaojie humbly replied, Your Excellency Zhu, you flatter me. The capture of the thief was primarily due to Chief Officer Xiao's guidance. At that moment, Jinyiwei entered. And upon hearing Huang Shaojie's words, a slight smile graced her lips. This Huang Shaojie was not only a master of martial arts, but also remarkably modest. A rare gem indeed. Salutations to Chief Officer Xiao, the crowd said in unison, halting their discussions as they bowed respectfully. After the morning assembly and a brief outline of the day's tasks, Jinyiwei turned to Huang Shaojie and said, Huang Shaojie, please accompany me to the main hall. Captain Niu wishes to see you. Yes, Huang Shaojie responded with a bow. Shaojie, it seems the captain intends to reward you. Zhu Shi whispered with a grin. The esteemed captain requesting to see a mere lieutenant surely boded well, amidst the envious gazes of his colleagues. Huang Shaojie followed Jinyiwei to the main hall. There, Captain Niu sat in a grand chair, sipping tea. Huang Shaojie approached and bowed respectfully, saying, Jinyiwei Lieutenant Huang Shaojie pays his respects to Captain Niu. Please, no need for formalities, Niu replied, setting down his teacup and scrutinizing the newly appointed lieutenant, who was indeed quite handsome. Huang Shaojie, I have heard from Chief Officer Xiao that the capture of the thief was chiefly your accomplishment. Huang Shaojie bowed again, saying, That is merely the praise of Chief Officer Xiao. Without her strategic planning and command, I would never have captured the thief. Niu smiled faintly, remarking on the humility displayed. General Xiao has mentioned that your martial prowess surpasses even hers. She has wholeheartedly recommended you to me. Yesterday, I dispatched a courier to the capital to advocate for your promotion to the rank of Shaoqi. I estimate that within a fortnight, the official appointment will arrive. Although the position of Shaoqi in the Jinyiwei is merely a 7th rank official, it is still a court appointment, necessitating formal documentation. The distinction lies in the fact that the Jinyiwei operates directly under the emperor's command. Thus, promotions do not require the approval of the cabinet, but are instead sanctioned directly by the commander of the Jinyiwei. In essence, it is merely a formality. As the commander of the Suzhou Jinyiwei, Niu possesses the authority to appoint or demote any position below that of 100 households within the Suzhou Jinyiwei, with the commander typically refraining from interference unless exceptional circumstances arise. Given that Niu has already sent the documentation to the capital, it is all but certain that Huang Shaojie will be granted the position of Shaoqi. Thank you, Commander Niu, for your support. Huang Shaojie thought joyfully, bowing once more to the esteemed Niu seated at the head of the table. Niu lifted his teacup, savoring a sip before continuing, last time. You apprehended a Japanese spy, and now you have captured a notorious thief. In recognition of your contributions, you shall receive a reward of 300 taels of silver. With that, he gestured for a guard to bring forth a small wooden box, which he presented to Huang Shaojie. Thank you, esteemed commander. Huang Shaojie bowed in gratitude before accepting the small box containing 300 taels of silver. Niuren then addressed General Shaojie. General Shao, your team has made significant contributions in solving the series of flower thefts, and thus I award you 100 taels of silver, along with 100 taels for each member of your team. Yesterday, after turning over the thief to the Ministry of Justice, Governor Liu expressed his gratitude with an additional 100 taels of gold, totaling 300 taels of gold. This equates to 3,000 taels of silver. I have retained 1,000 taels of silver for myself, allocated 500 taels for rewards, and deposited the remaining 1,500 taels into the treasury. Thank you, my lord, replied Shaojie as she accepted another ornate box containing 200 taels of silver from the guard. In the afternoon, when the shift ended, Shaojie gathered everyone to distribute the rewards. Each of the 3 Shaojies received 5 taels of silver, while over 50 lieutenants shared a little more than 1 tael each, prompting smiles all around. Given that their monthly salaries amounted to only 3 or 4 taels, receiving over 1 tael after a few nights of duty was quite commendable. Tonight at Zuasian Lu, I shall treat everyone, Huang Shaojie proclaimed, thumping his chest with exuberance. Having received a reward of 300 taels and being on the verge of promotion to Shaojie, he felt a swell of joy. Although his father, Huang Wubai, provided him with at least 100 taels monthly as pocket money, the satisfaction derived from earning it through his own merit was unparalleled. Since young Master Huang is treating, we must indulge ourselves tonight, one colleague remarked. Brother Huang is truly generous. A banquet for so many at Zuasian Lu must cost at least 10 taels. After all, he was the son of the affluent Huang Wubai, with wealth beyond measure, so he wouldn't be concerned with such a trivial sum, especially given that he had just received 300 taels from the esteemed commander. I hear the commander intends to promote young Master Huang to Shaoqi. Soon we shall refer to him as Shaoqi Huang. Let us indulge in a hearty celebration this evening, and I extend my early congratulations to young Master Huang on his ascension. Young Master Huang, why not lead us to the pleasure houses tonight to enjoy some melodious tunes? I have heard that you were quite the frequent visitor there. The crowd erupted in laughter and playful banter. Huang Shaojie retorted with a smile. What nonsense about pleasure houses? I, for one, would never frequent such establishments. Moreover, do you intend for Commander Shao to accompany us to such places? With that, Huang Shaojie turned his gaze towards Jinyiwei, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Commander Shao, would you honor us with your presence at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion tonight? Jinyiwei, with her hands behind her back and a subtle smile, replied. If young Master Huang is treating, I shall certainly not refuse. Chapter 16. Promotion to the Jinyiwei Junior Officer. Half a month later, an official appointment document arrived in the capital, and Huang Shaojie was formally promoted to the position of junior officer in the Suzhou Jinyiwei. His monthly salary increased from 3 taels of silver to 10 taels. The green uniform of a lieutenant was replaced with a blue silk robe, adorned with a beautifully embroidered spring knife, and he received an iron token of authority as a junior officer of the Jinyiwei. Niuren instructed that Huang Shaojie, this newly appointed junior officer, remain at the Shaoqiu's 9 guards, and summoned 1 lieutenant from each of the other 11 guards to serve under Huang Shaojie. Congratulations, Master Huang. We celebrate your ascent, and we look forward to your future kindness, exclaimed his former fellow lieutenants, showering him with compliments. At just 20 years of age, Master Huang has achieved the rank of junior officer. Truly, heroes emerge young. The position of junior officer is merely the beginning for Master Huang. His future is bound to be illustrious. After the afternoon shift, Huang Shaojie returned to the Huang residence, clad in a water blue silk robe, with the spring knife hanging at his waist, riding a chestnut horse. In the dining hall, the servants had prepared a feast, and Huang Million and his wife awaited their eldest son's return for dinner. Master, Madam, your son has returned, announced Shaoyi loudly before even stepping into the dining hall. Huang Shaojie entered, greeting his parents, and then removed the spring knife from his waist. Jier, why are you wearing the blue silk robe today? Huang Million noticed the change in his son's attire. It was no longer the green lieutenant uniform, but a significantly finer blue silk robe, resembling the official garb worn by Zhu Shi. Father, I am now a junior officer, Huang Shaojie replied as he took a seat at the dining table and placed the token on the table. My son is now a junior officer of the Jinyiwei? Huang Million exclaimed with immense joy, picking up the token to examine it closely. Unable to contain his delight. Oh, my son has truly achieved greatness. After just 2 months as a Jinyiwei lieutenant, he has been promoted to junior officer. Our Huang family's ancestors must be smiling down upon us. Someone, bring a large firecracker to set off at the main gate. We shall host a banquet tomorrow to celebrate. In the past, Huang Million had gone to great lengths to curry favor with this Zhu junior officer, even presenting him with 2,000 taels of silver, showing more deference than he would to a high-ranking official. Little did he expect that his beloved son would transform from a frivolous youth into a junior officer of the Jinyiwei in just 2 months. This was indeed a windfall for the couple. "Master, what rank is this junior officer of the Jinyiwei?" Huang's wife inquired, brimming with joy. Huang Million proudly raised his thumb. "The junior officer of the Jinyiwei holds a 7th-grade official title, a genuine government position." His wife's face lit up with delight. "Then Jierer is nearly of the same rank as a county magistrate." In Madame Huang's eyes, the county magistrate, despite being a mere 7th-rank official, appeared as an imposing figure, a paragon of authority. Yet, her talented son had already risen to the same rank at the tender age of 20. Huang Million scoffed dismissively. Though the county magistrate holds the title of a 7th-rank official, should he encounter Arjie, a junior officer of the esteemed Jinyiwei, he would have to pay his respects and address him as sir. Madame Huang's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Ah, why is that?" Taking his seat at the dining table, Huang Million shook his sleeves and declared with pride, "The Jinyiwei outranks local officials by 3 tiers and possesses the authority to oversee all magistrates. Otherwise, why would I have been willing to part with 2,000 taels of silver to send that Zhu junior officer to the Jinyiwei, securing a position for Arjie? Now, do you see how far-sighted I truly am?" Huang Shaojie poured a cup of osmanthus wine for his father and chuckled. "All right, father, enough of the boasting. If it weren't for my prowess, being sent to the Jinyiwei would merely have made me cannon fodder. Indeed, the credit lies primarily with my son." Huang Million laughed heartily, raising his cup to drink with his son. After finishing their meal, Huang Shaojie returned to the courtyard. After a leisurely stroll, he headed to the bathing room for a soak before returning to his quarters. He removed his shoes, climbed into bed, and began to meditate, practicing the internal martial arts of the Wind God Leg. Since ascending to the 2nd level of innate mastery, nearly 20 days had passed, during which he had accumulated an additional 20 years of internal energy, and his true chi was now pressing against the threshold of the 3rd level of innate mastery. After circulating several rounds of energy, he broke through once more, and his internal energy flowed with greater ease. He had achieved the 3rd level of innate mastery. Huang Shaojie exhaled softly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In just 2 short months, he had transformed from someone entirely devoid of martial skills into a master at the 3rd level of innate mastery. Furthermore, he possessed 2 extraordinary martial arts, the Wind God Leg and the Indestructible Vajra technique. Although he had only mastered the first 3 forms of the Wind God Leg and the 1st level of the Indestructible Vajra technique, he was undoubtedly invincible beneath the level of a Grandmaster. Even when faced with 1st or 2nd rank masters, he could at least ensure his own safety. Chapter 17. The 300,000 taels of official silver robbed at the stroke of noon. A swift steed galloped into view. Halting before the gates of the Jinyiwei headquarters, a man clad in the attire of the Imperial Guard leapt from his mount and, with a respectful gesture, urgently addressed the gatekeeper. "I am a guard in the service of the governor, seeking an audience with Captain Neo." The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, did not dare to delay and promptly escorted the guard into the main hall. Upon arrival in the grand chamber, the guard knelt on one knee, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, "I am a guard under the command of the Suzhou governor, here to pay my respects to Captain Neo." Captain Neo raised his hand, signaling for him to rise. "What brings you to me, my good man?" The guard replied, "The governor has sent an urgent missive for you, Captain." He then stood and retrieved a letter from his bosom, presenting it with great reverence. The gatekeeper accepted the letter from the guard's hand and stepped forward to deliver it to Nyorin. Nyorin took the envelope. Noticing the inscription to Captain Nyo of the Jinyiwei, he tore open the seal and unfolded the letter, his expression shifting subtly as he read its contents. He then rose and commanded, "Sound the alarm. Assemble everyone at the training grounds." "Yes, my lord." Several officers hurried off. A short while later, at the Jinyiwei training grounds, hundreds of guards stood in formation, all present except for those on duty elsewhere. Huang Shaojie and Xiaoqiuyue were among them. Observing Captain Nyo's grave demeanor, an air of speculation filled the ranks regarding the nature of the unfolding crisis. The sudden summoning of all Jinyiwei members suggested that a significant incident had transpired. Nyorin surveyed the neatly arranged ranks of guards and declared in a somber tone, "Yesterday, 30,000 taels of tax, silver being transported to the capital from Suzhou, was intercepted at Gutuo Ridge. All 500 soldiers escorting the silver were slain." The announcement sent shockwaves through the assembly. 30,000 taels of tax silver stolen? What audacious brigands would dare to openly rob the treasury? Huang Shaojie gaped in disbelief. Has the world descended into such chaos? To rob the state of 30,000 taels in broad daylight and murder 500 soldiers. This is tantamount to rebellion. 11 and 12 shall remain here to guard the headquarters. The rest will accompany me to the scene of the crime. Jinyiwei bellowed. He then mounted his horse, leading 300 to 400 Jinyiwei riders as they thundered out of the headquarters and raced toward the western city gate of Suzhou. Upon exiting the western gate, they galloped along the official road leading to the capital. An hour later, they arrived at Gutuo Ridge, located approximately 50 li west of Suzhou. Surrounded by undulating mountains for miles, the official road to the capital traversed through this very ridge. At this moment, the scene on the road was grim. With over 1,000 soldiers and many more constables gathered. Scattered across the thoroughfare lay the bodies of hundreds of soldiers from the Great Chu, some decapitated, others eviscerated, their innards spilling forth, the sight harrowing. Blood had drenched the entire road, now dried to a dark purplish hue. The governor of Suzhou, Luo Daong, surveyed the fallen soldiers with a countenance marked by fury. What audacious scoundrels dare to brazenly slay officials and plunder the treasury? It is indeed a transgression against the heavens. The governor, Lu Chaqing, along with several of his subordinates, were expressions of profound dismay. These literati had never before witnessed such a gruesome scene, and some could not suppress their nausea. As the sound of galloping hooves approached, the officials raised their heads, only to see Niu Ren leading a cavalry of several hundred imperial guards, charging forth with great haste. Upon reaching the scene, Niu dismounted, followed by Huang Shaojie and others. Seeing the imperial guards arrive, Inspector Luo led the officials to greet them. Lord Niu, he said, bowing respectfully. The inspector, a high-ranking official akin to a provincial governor and military district commander, wielded significant military and political power over his province, holding the esteemed third rank within the court. Nevertheless, upon encountering Niu Ren, a fifth-rank captain of the imperial guards, Inspector Luo remained exceedingly courteous. I have the honor to meet you, Captain Niu. Governor Lu and his subordinates offered their respectful bows to Niu Ren. Inspector, Niu Ren replied, returning the gesture with a slight frown as he gestured towards the multitude of soldier corpses strewn about. When exactly was this batch of tax silver robbed? With a sigh, Inspector Luo responded, based on our calculations, it must have been seized yesterday afternoon. I had dispatched a captain to escort 300,000 taels of tax silver to the capital with 500 elite soldiers. They departed at the hour of the snake and reached this location around the hour of the monkey. Casting a glance at the officials, Niu inquired, who discovered that the treasury had been plundered. A young county magistrate stepped forward and bowed in response to Captain Niu. It was a passing merchant who discovered the crime and reported it to the Yamen this morning. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I promptly reported it to the governor. Governor Lu interjected. Upon hearing that hundreds of soldiers had been slain, I was filled with dread. I immediately led a team to investigate, secure the scene, and dispatched word to Inspector Luo. Inspector Luo continued, upon hearing of the massacre of hundreds of soldiers, my heart sank, fearing that the tax silver had been stolen. I came personally to ascertain the truth, and indeed, it was the very 500 soldiers I had sent to escort the silver. Although Inspector Luo commanded over 10,000 troops to apprehend the robbers, the investigation required the expertise of the Imperial Guards. Niu Ren queried, what is the combat prowess of the 500 soldiers dispatched by the inspector? Inspector Luo replied, the captain in charge of the escort is a master of the 5th level of innate martial arts, accompanied by 2 lieutenants and 8 guards, all of whom have attained the initial stage of innate martial arts. The 500 soldiers were selected elite fighters, each above the 1st level of acquired martial arts. I believe that with such a force escorting 30,000 taels of tax silver to the capital, there would be no issues, especially in this era of peace. Who would dare to kill soldiers and rob the treasury? Little did I expect there existed such audacious thieves. Huang Shaojie, listening from the side, could not help but be astounded. A captain of the 5th level of innate martial arts, leading 10 at the 1st level and 500 skilled warriors, had all been slain. This gang of robbers was undoubtedly no ordinary bandits. They were not only highly skilled but surely numerous as well. Otherwise, merely transporting these 300,000 taels of silver would not be a trivial endeavor. Niu Ren cast a glance at the multitude of fallen soldiers strewn across the ground and inquired, are there any survivors? Has anyone counted the number of corpses? Are all 500 soldiers accounted for? Are there any bodies belonging to the bandits? Governor Lu replied, I have instructed the constables to tally the bodies. and the total amounts to 511, all clad in the uniforms of the soldiers. No bandit corpses have been discovered. Huang Shaojie discreetly calculated: 1 lieutenant, 2 captains, 8 guards, and 500 soldiers, which precisely totals 511 corpses. It appears that not a single member of the troop escorting the taxed silver has survived. How ruthless. However, is there not a possibility that some of the bandits may have donned the soldier's attire? Chapter 18. Is there a traitor who poisoned us? Niu Ren paced with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Over 500 soldiers have been slain. Yet not a single body of the robbers has been discovered. This is indeed perplexing. He then instructed his subordinate, the captain of the 100. Conduct a thorough examination of the corpses and the surrounding area to uncover any potential clues. Yes, my lord, came the reply. 2 captains signaled to their men, who began meticulously scrutinizing the scene. Huang Shaojie took the initiative to inspect the wounds on the soldiers' bodies. He observed that the corpses were rather clustered and that nearly all had succumbed to a single fatal blow. Such a phenomenon was highly abnormal. With over 500 soldiers, the robbers must have numbered in the hundreds or at least included several skilled fighters. Under normal circumstances, amidst such chaos, the bodies of the soldiers should have been more dispersed. Even if they were outmatched, some soldiers would have surely attempted to flee. From Huang Shaojie's keen insight, it appeared as though these soldiers had been utterly defenseless, standing idly as they were butchered. This led him to conclude that the theft of the official silver was anything but straightforward. At this juncture, the governor Luo stroked his beard and interjected. I too find this most peculiar. These 500 soldiers were hand-picked elite troops, each having reached at least the first level of the acquired realm. Lieutenant Ma is a master of the innate 5th level. Surely, these soldiers should have been able to take down dozens of robbers. Governor Lu added. Perhaps the robbers removed the bodies of their companions, for they too fear the authorities discovering their identities. Luo shook his head, replying, if the robbers wish to conceal their identities from the authorities, they need only remove identifiable items from the corpses or disfigure the bodies. Why would they carry the corpses away? Moreover, transporting 300,000 taels of official silver is no trivial task. Carrying dozens, if not hundreds, of corpses would only increase the risk of leaving a trail for the authorities to follow. Governor Lu clasped his hands in respect, acknowledging, your insights are indeed profound. Esteemed governor, the county magistrate cautiously interjected, however, in killing over 500 soldiers, surely the robbers must have suffered some casualties themselves? Niu Ren ceased his pacing and surveyed the ground strewn with the soldiers' corpses, remarking, I observed that these bodies all bear the marks of a single, lethal strike, indicating they lacked any capacity for resistance. Their deaths are concentrated, suggesting only 2 possibilities. At this point, Niu Ren paused, seemingly lost in thought. The governor, intrigued, inquired, what have you discerned, Captain Niu? Niu Ren replied, the first possibility is that the robbers possess extraordinary martial prowess, with at least 50 masters above the innate realm among them, including several grandmasters. Only such formidable strength could facilitate the effortless slaughter of these 500 soldiers, leaving them no opportunity to flee. Upon hearing this, the assembly could not help but display their astonishment. 50 masters above the innate realm. Several grandmasters. This level of power would be formidable even for the jurisdiction of the governor's office, let alone the prestigious Suzhou Imperial Guard. Niu Ren, a captain of the Imperial Guard, had attained the rank of a 5th-level grandmaster, with 3 captains and 3 trial captains under his command also reaching the 1st and 2nd levels of grandmaster status. The 12 chief banners were all above the innate 5th realm, among whom Shaojie possessed the highest martial prowess, on the verge of breaking through to the innate 9th realm. The 30-odd junior banners were all at the initial stage of the innate realm. Thus, in comparison, their strength was not significantly superior to that of these bandits. Governor Luo exclaimed in astonishment, with such strength, they must be at least a major faction in the martial world. Could it be that the gang responsible for the robbery of the official silver is a major faction near Suzhou? Niu Ren slowly nodded. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be the work of a prominent faction in the martial world, but the likelihood of this is rather low. The second possibility is that these soldiers may have been poisoned, rendering them incapable of resistance, and even robbing them of the ability to flee, allowing the bandits to slaughter them at will. I am more inclined towards this latter scenario. Upon hearing Niu Ren's analysis, the officials gaped in astonishment. Soldiers poisoned? Yet the corpses of these soldiers did not appear to show signs of poisoning at all. Though the officials were puzzled, they dared not question the esteemed Jinyiwei. Niu Qianhu, Governor Luo glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground, his expression one of confusion. If they were poisoned, shouldn't the faces of these soldiers have turned dark? Yet their skin remains unchanged, and even those whose abdomens were open show no abnormalities in their entrails. Why would you think these soldiers were poisoned, Lord Niu? Niuren replied, the poison I refer to is not one that is instantly lethal but rather akin to a soporific, capable of rendering these soldiers weak and powerless to resist, thus leaving them vulnerable to the bandit slaughter. The circumstances at the scene align perfectly with this notion. Your analysis is indeed quite reasonable. Governor Luo nodded slightly, though still perplexed. However, Ma Due, responsible for escorting 300,000 taels of official silver, knowing the weight of his duty, would not recklessly consume anything from outside. How then could they have been poisoned? Niu Ren stroked his chin and sneered. If there is a traitor among them administering poison, how could Ma Due possibly guard against it? A traitor? Governor Luo was taken aback. He then shook his head. No, that cannot be right. All 500 soldiers perished. If there was a traitor among them, why would they not leave themselves an escape route? Niu Ren smiled slightly. There are several possibilities. The first is that the bandits eliminated the traitor to silence them. The second is that the traitor escaped with the bandits, and the bodies are merely decoys. The third is that there was indeed no traitor among the 500 soldiers, but the water and provisions they carried were secretly laced with poison before departure. After hearing Niu Ren's analysis, Governor Luo nodded repeatedly. Upon considering the third possibility, he shook his head. The third scenario seems rather unlikely. Even if someone had poisoned their water and provisions, it cannot be assured that all these hundreds of soldiers would succumb to the poison at the same time, especially at the precise moment they reached the official road at Gutuo Ridge. Gutuo Ridge is located in a remote area, flanked by dense mountains, making it difficult to detect robberies of official silver and convenient for escape. If any of the soldiers escorting the silver had been poisoned before leaving Suzhou, it would undoubtedly raise alarms, preventing any further progress. However, the current situation reveals that all 500 soldiers fell victim to poisoning simultaneously upon their arrival here, leading to their demise at the hands of the bandits, who subsequently made off with 300,000 taels of silver. Niu Renda remarked that if the poison had been introduced into the water, it would indeed be challenging for everyone to succumb to poisoning at the same time, considering that each individual consumes water in succession. However, if the poison were concealed within the provisions, such a scenario becomes plausible. The governor indicated that they had set forth yesterday morning, arriving at this location around the afternoon hour of Shun. If Captain Ma had instructed the escorting soldiers to consume their provisions during the hour of Wu, and they coincidentally reached this site as the effects of the poison manifested, then everything aligns rationally. Nevertheless, the bandits would have had to accurately calculate the escorting soldiers' journey in the timing of their meal, as well as appropriately concoct the delayed-acting poison. Each of these factors is indispensable. In summary, the likelihood of the first and second scenarios is considerably high, while the third remains less probable. Governor Luo stated. Let us first investigate the third possibility. Master Lu promptly arranged for the provisions and water from these soldiers to be examined for any traces of poison. Governor Lu replied respectfully, Yes, my lord. Subsequently, he commanded the constables to retrieve some provisions and water from the soldiers, with a portion designated for chemical analysis and another to be taken back for testing on animals such as chickens or dogs, to observe any potential reactions. Chapter 19. The bandits fleeing with 300,000 taels of silver. Huang Shaojie swiftly examined the corpses of dozens of soldiers, arriving at two conclusions. These soldiers had all succumbed to a single fatal blow, and the ground bore scant evidence of a struggle, indicating that they had shown almost no resistance against the bandits. Either these bandits possessed extraordinary martial skills, or the soldiers had been incapacitated by some sort of tranquilizing poison. He scrutinized the entrails and blood of the fallen, yet could glean nothing conclusive. Setting that aside for the moment, Huang Shaojie resolved to follow the trail of the cart tracks. 300,000 taels of silver would require a full 30 carts, even if each cart carried only 10,000 taels. It was mid-November, and the weather was dry with little rainfall, resulting in a hard road surface that left only shallow impressions from the wheels. Huang Shaojie traced the tracks forward, noting the numerous chaotic impressions intermingled with hoofprints, suggesting that the bandits had directly driven the cart laden with official silver onward. Are you searching for the cart tracks? Jinyiwei approached, also following the path of the impressions. Huang Shaojie nodded, his gaze fixed ahead along the official road, when he suddenly noticed what appeared to be a pile of ashes at a bend in the path. Captain Xiao, it seems something has been burned there. Let us investigate. Huang Shaojie suggested. pointing to the pile of ashes a few dozen meters away. Shaojie nodded in agreement, and the two hastened to the site. Huang Shaojie drew his embroidered spring knife and stirred the ashes, uncovering several unburned twigs and leaves, which seemed unremarkable at first. However, they soon detected a faint scent of sandalwood lingering in the ashes. Shaojie felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She quickly held her breath and retreated over 10 feet, exclaiming, "There is a sleeping fragrance here. Hold your breath and step back quickly." Huang Shaojie, too, recognized the intoxicating aroma, yet he felt no such disorientation. He understood that his mastery of the first level of the Indestructible Vajra technique rendered him immune to the effects of ordinary poisons and fragrances. Indeed, there is a sleeping fragrance. Huang Shaojie stood calmly, sheathing his knife and slapping his forehead in realization. "Now I understand." Shaojie, grasping the implication, exclaimed, "The bandits must have ignited this fragrance in advance, causing the soldiers escorting the tax silver to become incapacitated upon reaching this point. No wonder they all fell to a single strike, appearing utterly defenseless." Huang Shaojie continued, "This official road leads northwest, and with the winter winds blowing from that direction, the soldiers coming from the southeast would have inhaled the fragrance entirely by the time they sensed something amiss. Even holding their breath would have made it difficult for them to muster their energy." Shaojie declared, "Let us report our findings to Captain Niu." With that, the two approached Niu Ren. Shaojie clasped her hands respectfully and said, "My lord, we have made a significant discovery." "Oh." Niu Ren's eyes brightened as he turned his attention to Shaojie. "Captain Xiao, what have you uncovered?" The other officials, including Inspector Luo and Governor Lu, also turned to listen intently. Shaojie remarked, "Just now, while Huang Shaojie and I were inspecting the tracks of the convoy transporting tax silver, we discovered a pile of ashes burning at the bend of the official road ahead. Upon closer inspection, we found it contained components of an intoxicating incense." "So that is the case." Niu Ren, not waiting for Shaojie to finish, grasped the situation entirely. "I had not anticipated that the bandits would burn such incense ahead. Now, in winter, with the northwesterly winds blowing, the aroma would easily be inhaled by the officials escorting the tax silver. Given the mountainous terrain on both sides of the road, Governor Luo and Prefect Lu, along with other officials, also realized the truth. Earlier, Niu Ren had only surmised that the soldiers might have been poisoned, but he had not considered that the bandits employed such a method. Nevertheless, this revelation brought a sense of relief to Governor Luo. It indicated that there were no traitors among the military ranks. Otherwise, as the governor overseeing Suzhou's military and civil affairs, he would bear even greater responsibility for this theft of tax silver. With the case now clear, further on-site investigation was unnecessary. Niu Ren addressed Governor Luo. "Your Excellency, the bodies of the soldiers can be cleared away. I must lead the Imperial Guards to pursue the direction in which the bandits fled. Farewell." Governor Luo clasped his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate your efforts, Commander Niu. And the Imperial Guards. If you discover any traces of the bandits, do inform me so that I may summon troops to assist in the encirclement." Niu Ren mounted his horse and, accompanied by a multitude of Imperial Guards, followed the tracks along the official road. While his insight may not rival that of Huang Shaojie, he was, after all, a fifth-rank master. With his focused gaze, he could easily trace the tracks. Leading hundreds of Imperial Guards, he pressed on without dismounting. After galloping for several dozen miles, just as they were about to exit the area of Gutuo Ridge, the tracks abruptly vanished. How peculiar it was that the tracks would suddenly disappear. Leaping down from his horse, Niu Ren meticulously examined the ground but found no trace of the tracks. It was as if the convoy of tax silver had simply vanished into thin air. Just as everyone was perplexed, Huang Shaojie approached Niu Ren, bowing respectfully. "Commander Niu, I have discovered the location of those carriages." "Where?" Niu Ren inquired eagerly. "My lord, please take a look." Huang Shaojie led Niu Ren to a hillside, pointing to a heap of carriages below. Astonishingly, all those carriages had been thrown down the slope. No wonder the tracks were nowhere to be found. Niu Ren gazed at the disordered pile of carriages below, lost in thought. The bandits had escaped with the carriages carrying tax silver and discarded them down the hillside. But what of the silver? "Let us descend and see if anything else remains," Niu Ren commanded. 100-man led several Imperial Guards down the slope to search. Soon, the 100-man returned to report. "My lord, there are only the shattered carriages down below. We have not found even a few pieces of silver." Thus, the bandits must have taken the silver and fled, abandoning the carriages. Niu Ren stroked his short beard thoughtfully. Shaojie surveyed the surroundings, perplexed. My lord, there are no villages or inns nearby. Why would the bandits abandon the carriages here? This carriage is laden with an astonishing 300,000 taels of silver. How could they possibly transport it away? 300,000 taels would require several hundred boxes, and if each person were to bear a single box, it would necessitate the strength of hundreds. Just imagine, hundreds of individuals carrying countless boxes filled with silver. How far must they traverse in this desolate area? Devoid of villages or inns. Wouldn't that be exceedingly conspicuous? Neo-Rin pondered. The bandits abandoned the carriage to evade the pursuit of the authorities. They could never dare to brazenly carry away 300,000 taels of official silver in broad daylight. They must have concealed the silver somewhere in the vicinity. He commanded that everyone commence a search in the area. With so many individuals hauling boxes, they would surely leave behind traces and clues. Chapter 20. Could the bandits have vanished into thin air? Several hundred Imperial guards began scouring the vicinity. While the wheel ruts could be traced, discerning footprints proved to be a far more formidable challenge, especially in these desolate mountains, rendering the task exceedingly difficult for the ordinary guards. Even Neo-Rin found himself at a loss, unable to ascertain the whereabouts of the bandits who had absconded with 300,000 taels of silver. The group could only search the area for any caves that might conceal the stolen treasure. Huang Shaojie employed his keen observation skills to survey the surroundings, but found no sign of the bandits' escape. How could this be? At least several hundred individuals had carried away a vast sum of silver. With his astute perception, it was inconceivable that he could not detect their traces. Even if they had fled empty-handed, the sheer number of people would have left a chaotic array of footprints. Unless, of course, the bandits had not departed on foot at all. Could it be that they had ridden away with the silver? Yet, this too seemed implausible. To transport 300,000 taels of silver would require at least 100 fine horses. Such a multitude of steeds would undoubtedly leave a plethora of erratic hoofprints. However, the nearby hoofprints were few in number and did not bear the weight of several hundred pounds, a detail Huang Shaojie's discerning eye could easily differentiate. It was perplexing. How had these bandits managed to flee with such a substantial fortune? Had they truly vanished without a trace? Huang Shaojie pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the wheel ruts on the official road, suddenly struck by a revelation. Upon examining the ruts more closely, he sensed something amiss. The impressions were shallow, not indicative of a cart laden with tens of thousands of taels of silver. In damp, soft conditions, one could easily discern the difference between an empty cart and one burdened with 1,000 pounds of silver. Yet, the ground here was firm. Even a cart loaded with heavy silver would not leave deep impressions, making it nearly impossible for an untrained eye to distinguish between an empty cart and one carrying a significant weight. This subtle difference could only be discerned by Huang Shaojie's acute perception. Earlier, he had overlooked this detail on his way here, but now, faced with the absence of clues regarding the bandits' escape, he revisited the wheel ruts on the official road and suddenly recognized the inconsistency. Had the bandits already transferred the silver from the cart, using an empty vehicle to divert the authorities' attention here? A realization dawned upon Huang Shaojie, prompting him to retrace his steps along the official road. Huang Shaojie, what have you discovered? Shaojie inquired as she approached him, noticing him crouched by the ruts. Huang Shaojie rose and respectfully clasped his hands, replying, Captain Xiao, I suspect the bandits have already offloaded the silver from the cart. Their purpose in driving an empty cart here was merely to mislead our pursuit. Shaojie gazed at Huang Shaojie with astonished eyes and inquired, How did you deduce that the bandits had already removed the official silver from the carriage, leaving only empty carts to drive here? Huang Shaojie pointed at the faint tire tracks on the ground and remarked, These tracks are quite shallow, unlike those from before when they were loaded with silver, which were deeper. Thus, I concluded that these tracks belonged to empty carts. Shaojie stamped her foot on the official road surface and shook her head. During this period, there has been no rain, the weather is dry, and the ground is hard. Even if the carts were laden with thousands of taels of silver, the wheels would not leave significantly deeper impressions on the surface, making them indistinguishable from empty carts. Huang Shaojie smiled slightly and replied, Rest assured, Commander Xiao. While an ordinary person may not discern it, my keen eyes can certainly perceive the difference. Shaojie couldn't help but smile. Oh, you are truly that confident? Very well. Let us report this matter to Captain Yo Qianhu. Her curiosity about Huang Shaojie's exceptional abilities grew ever more intense. During their investigation, he had been able to identify the footprints and fingerprints left by a flower thief, Such observational prowess in discerning whether the tire tracks carried silver was no mere boast. The lightness with which he executed his skills while apprehending the thief left even Shaojie in awe. Moreover, when examining the pile of ashes, she inhaled a whiff of lingering smoke and felt dizzy, yet he remained unfazed and calm. In short, this seemingly frivolous young master possessed remarkable talents. The two approached Nyorin. Shaojie clasped her hands and addressed him. I report to you, Captain. Huang Shaojie has just examined the tire tracks on the official road and suspects they are from empty carts, as the bandits have long since offloaded the official silver. Nyorin, upon hearing this, displayed a look of surprise, his sparse eyebrows raised as he turned to Huang Shaojie. You can determine this is an empty cart merely by examining the tire tracks? Huang Shaojie bowed and responded, in response to Captain Nyo, I carefully scrutinized these tracks, and they appear slightly shallower than those we encountered earlier. Therefore, I deduced that the bandits must have removed the silver en route, driving the empty carts here to mislead the authorities. Nyorin stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Your inference does hold some merit. However, given the current hardness of the road, even carts laden with silver would not leave significantly deeper impressions, making them nearly indistinguishable from empty carts. Shaojie interjected. Huang Shaojie's keen eyesight is exceptional. I truly believe he can discern the difference. Nyorin replied, in that case, take some men and retrace your steps along the official road. If you uncover any clues, send someone back to report immediately. Understood. The two bowed respectfully before gathering a dozen or so lieutenants and riding back along the official road. Huang Shaojie rode ahead at a leisurely pace, his eyes fixed on the tire tracks on the ground. Huang Shaojie, can you truly discern the changes in the tire tracks while riding so swiftly? Shaojie urged her horse forward to ride alongside him, twisting her body to pose the question. Had it been her, even with a meticulous examination from horseback, it would have been challenging to discern the subtle alterations in the wheel tracks. Yet, Huang Shaojie galloped forth, his gaze casually sweeping across the road. Shaojie harbored concerns that he might overlook some crucial detail, rarely adorned in the garb of the Jinyiwei. Today, she donned a striking red form-fitting outfit that accentuated her elongated and graceful figure. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her finely sculpted nose stood tall, and her delicate crimson lips curved into a slight smile, framing a refined chin and a fair, swan-like neck that formed a graceful arc. She rode atop a magnificent steed of fiery red, her ebony hair billowing in the wind, exuding an air of elegance and valor. Huang Shaojie turned his head to admire her for a moment before resuming his scrutiny of the road's wheel tracks. Shaozongqi reassured herself, as long as she remained vigilant, a mere glance at these tracks would reveal whether any silver had been offloaded en route. Just as she was contemplating, Huang Shaojie abruptly tightened the reins, causing the horse to rear up with a loud neigh, halting in its tracks. What is it? Shaojie swiftly pulled on the reins to bring her horse to a stop. The several dozen Jinyiwei lieutenants trailing behind also came to a halt. Huang Shaojie squinted slightly. The wheel tracks had deepened, indicating that the robbers had unloaded the silver here. With that, he dismounted. Chapter 21. Has the silver been sunk to the bottom of the lake? Huang Shaojie meticulously examined the ruts on the official road and noticed that the tracks began to shallow out slightly from this point. Are you certain the bandits unloaded the silver here? Shaojie observed the ruts on the ground, but with her keen eyesight, she could discern no significant alteration in their appearance. Indeed, it must be here, Huang Shaojie confidently asserted after another thorough inspection. At that moment, he not only perceived the changes in the ruts but also discovered traces of passage through the trees bordering the road. Although these signs seemed to have been deliberately smoothed over, with some grass and thorns trampled down to erase any evidence of foot traffic, Huang Shaojie's keen insight easily detected them. He plunged into the thicket on the left side of the road, following the traces to track the path taken. Shaojie, accompanied by several dozen imperial guards, trailed closely behind Huang Shaojie. With her eyes sharpened by her skills, she too discerned that the woods had indeed been visited by someone. Moreover, the number of individuals who had passed through was considerable. Despite the efforts to level the foliage, some traces remained indelible. Had Huang Shaojie not pointed it out, Shaojie would not have noticed, but now, with his guidance, her perceptive eyes began to uncover hints of the truth. The officers, however, were oblivious to any clues. Following the footprints, Huang Shaojie traversed about 2 or 3 miles into the woods before he spotted a small lake ahead. The deliberately smoothed over tracks were evidently leading toward the lake. He halted, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Why have you stopped? What is that foolish grin for? Shaojie inquired, stepping closer, and casting him a sidelong glance. "I know where the bandits have hidden the silver," Huang Shaojie whispered, lowering his voice. Startled, Xiaoqiuyue leaned in closer. "Where?" Huang Shaojie communicated via his internal energy. "It is concealed at the bottom of that lake ahead." This method of communication allowed his voice to penetrate directly into her ear, unheard by others. The higher his internal cultivation, the greater the distance over which he could transmit his voice. Xiaoqiuyue looked in astonishment at the lake before her, only to hear Huang Shaojie's voice again. "Do not appear too obvious. I suspect there may be bandit spies nearby. If they have indeed sunk the silver in this lake, they would surely leave someone to guard it, possibly concealed on a nearby hill or within the woods." Xiaoqiuyue suddenly understood why Huang Shaojie had chosen to speak to her in this manner. She feigned casualness, glancing around before quietly asking him, "How can you be so certain the bandits have sunk the silver in the lake?" Huang Shaojie pretended to search the area. Speaking softly as he walked, the footprints lead directly to the lake. "In this desolate wilderness, this lake is the only suitable place to hide silver." Xiaoqiuyue surveyed her surroundings, nodding thoughtfully. Sinking the official silver to the bottom of the lake is indeed a brilliant strategy. Huang Shaojie suggested that they search the surroundings to see if there were any informants of the robbers nearby. If they found nothing, they would simply dive into the lake to check if the official silver lay at the bottom. However, Huang Shaojie shook his head and remarked that even if the robbers had left informants, they would likely be skilled individuals, making it difficult to locate them in the wilderness without alarming them. "What do you propose we do then?" asked Xiaoqiuyue, furrowing her brow. Huang Shaojie replied, "We will feign a search and then pretend to leave without making any discoveries." "Is that all?" Xiaoqiuyue pondered. "We should leave someone hidden nearby to monitor the lake's surface, while the other returns to report to Captain Yo." Huang Shaojie disagreed, stating, "There is no need. The robbers' informants operate in secrecy while we are exposed. If we leave someone behind to watch, they will undoubtedly be detected, alerting the robbers. But what if they retrieve the silver from the lake once we leave?" Xiaoqiuyue expressed her concerns. "The robbers would not dare to recover the silver in broad daylight." Huang Shaojie asserted confidently, "This is a substantial amount, 300,000 taels of silver, far too much to collect quickly. Moreover, the authorities are actively pursuing the stolen silver, making it even riskier for them to move it during the day." Xiaoqiuyue countered, "Perhaps the robbers' stronghold is hidden within these mountains, and they could summon hundreds to retrieve the silver from the lake at any moment." With a slight smile, Huang Shaojie replied, "If the robbers' lair truly lies within these mountains, we should request a contingent of 10,000 soldiers from the governor and thoroughly scour the area." Xiaoqiuyue remained silent, inwardly conceding to Huang Shaojie's perspective. The two, accompanied by several captains of the imperial guards, meandered through the forested vicinity. Eventually, Huang Shaojie bowed to Xiaoqiuyue and announced loudly, "My lord, we have found nothing of significance here." Xiaoqiuyue surveyed the area and signaled for the team to regroup and return. They retraced their route, galloping towards Captain Yo's location. Upon returning to the site of the fallen carriage, Niu Ren was still leading hundreds of imperial guards in their search for traces of the robbers' escape. Yet they had come up empty-handed. Huang Shaojie and Xiaoqiuyue dismounted and approached Niu Ren. Seeing them approach, Niu Ren inquired, "What news? Have you discovered any clues?" Xiaoqiuyue bowed and replied, "Report to Captain. We have identified the location where the robbers concealed the silver." "What did you say? You have found where the robbers hid the silver?" Niu Ren exclaimed, both astonished and elated, pressing for details. "Quickly, tell me, where did they stash the official silver?" Xiaoqiuyue explained, "According to our investigations, it is highly probable that the robbers submerged the stolen official silver in a small lake." Niu Ren turned to Huang Shaojie and asked, "Which small lake? How did you deduce that the robbers submerged the silver there?" Huang Shaojie respectfully responded, "Report to the governor. I have been tracing the robbers' footprints, which led me to the lake's edge. Thus, I deduced that they must have deposited the stolen official silver at the bottom of the lake." Niu Ren pressed on, "Have you not ventured into the depths of the lake to investigate?" Huang Shaojie replied, "No, we have not." Niu Ren's expression darkened. "Given your deduction that the bandits submerged the official silver in the lake, why did you not dispatch a few officers to explore the depths for it?" Xiaoqiuyue was about to offer an explanation for Huang Shaojie when he interjected, "My lord, please calm your anger. I believe that if the bandits indeed concealed the official silver within this lake, they would certainly have sent informants to lurk in the nearby mountains to monitor the situation. Should we attempt to retrieve the silver from the lake at that moment, we would undoubtedly alert them. You imply that we should covertly observe this lake. And should any bandits come to recover the silver, we shall capture them in one fell swoop?" Niu Ren, a distinguished captain of the Jinyiwei in Suzhou, instantly discerned Huang Shaojie's intention. Indeed, esteemed captain, that is precisely my thought. Huang Shaojie responded with a bow, seizing the opportunity to flatter Niuren. Chapter 22. In the lurking forest, Niuren was quite pleased with the newly appointed Shaoqi, Huang Shaojie, whose martial prowess was remarkable and whose actions were astute. Particularly, his keen eyes appeared sharper than those of Niuren, a fifth-tier master. Send word for all personnel above the rank of Shaoqi to assemble here. Niuren instructed his attendant. The attendant complied swiftly. Soon, dozens of Shaoqi, Zongqi, Baihu, and Baihu gathered. All eyes were fixed on Niu Qianhu, uncertain of the purpose behind the assembly. Sir, have you perhaps uncovered a clue? Baihu Zhao inquired, cupping his hands in respect. Niuren nodded slightly, hands clasped behind his back, and replied, just now, Shaoqi Huang discovered that the bandits had offloaded the official silver during transit and submerged it in a small lake. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with astonishment, casting bewildered glances at Huang Shaojie. Baihu Zhao also turned to Huang Shaojie, his expression one of confusion as he asked, Shaoqi Huang, how did you ascertain that the bandits offloaded the official silver during transit? And how did you learn that they submerged it at the lake's bottom? Huang Shaojie replied with a respectful gesture, respected Baihu. I deduced from the depth of the wheel ruts on the official road that only empty carts had passed through here. Subsequently, I retraced the wheel ruts alongside Zongqi Xiao and identified the direction in which the bandits had removed the silver. He recounted the sequence of events in a general manner, further heightening the astonishment among the listeners. If the road had been soft, it would indeed have been possible to determine whether the carts were empty or laden with silver based on the wheel tracks. However, the current road was hard, making it virtually impossible to differentiate between the tracks of empty carts and those carrying taxes. Shaoqi Huang, given the hardness of the road, are you certain that you can determine the location where the bandits offloaded the official silver based on the wheel tracks? Baihu Zhao regarded Huang Shaojie with skepticism. Though he had heard of Huang Shaojie's abilities, he found it hard to believe that his observational skills were so astute. Shaoqi interjected, Baihu Zhao, I have faith in Shaoqi Huang's words. His observational capabilities are indeed exceptional. Furthermore, I have also discovered traces of the bandits' passage in that grove. Seeing that Shaoqi had spoken in support of Huang Shaojie, Baihu Zhao ceased to question further, though he still harbored doubts about Huang Shaojie's keen observational prowess. Other Shaoqi and Zongqi shared similar sentiments of skepticism. At that moment, Niuren spoke again, regardless of the accuracy of Shaoqi Huang's judgment. This represents a vital lead. We must allocate some personnel to keep a close watch on that lake. He then began issuing commands. He Zongqi, take 2 Shaoqi to masquerade as woodcutters and go to the mountains near the lake to gather firewood, tasked with observing any movements at the lake during the day. Should any bandits appear to retrieve the silver, report back immediately. He Zongqi bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. Niuren continued, Baihu Zhao, Zongqi Xiao, and Shaoqi Huang, you 3 shall covertly lurk in the mountains near the small lake at night, monitoring the surroundings. If any bandits come to recover the silver, do not alarm them. Instead, follow them back to their lair and report upon your return. Yes, my lord. Zhao Baihu, Shaoqi and Huang Shaojie all respectfully accepted their orders. Niuren glanced at the group and gestured, instructing the others to continue searching for traces of the bandits' departure in the vicinity. The arrangement revealed Niuren's skepticism towards Huang Shaojie's judgment, as he did not assign many personnel to monitor the small lake, only dispatching 6 individuals to investigate this lead. Everyone promptly took their leave. In a lavish hall, a man clad in a black knight outfit bowed before an elderly gentleman in a blue robe, reporting, Chairman, the Jinyiwei have conducted a search in the mountains near the small lake today. The old man's expression subtly shifted upon hearing this. Indeed, the keen instincts of the Jinyiwei had proven accurate. It was likely that the footprints from yesterday had not been adequately concealed, prompting the hounds to track us here. The black-clad man spoke softly, with over 100 men each carrying wooden boxes containing 2,000 taels of silver. No matter how thoroughly we clean up, traces will inevitably remain. The elderly gentleman furrowed his brow and remarked, it seems the Jinyiwei in Suzhou possess remarkable talents. To follow us here after the silver was transferred from the cart, and the empty carriage traveled for dozens of miles, is truly impressive. The black-clad man cautiously inquired, Chairman, what should we do now? Should we retrieve the official silver that sank to the bottom of the lake tonight? The blue-robed elder did not respond directly, but instead asked, how many Jinyiwei searched near the small lake today? How long did they spend there? The black-clad man replied, there were dozens of Jinyiwei. The leaders were a man and a woman. They searched for about the time it takes to burn a joss stick before departing. The elderly gentleman further inquired, did this leading man and woman approach the lake to inspect it or observe it intentionally? The black-clad man answered, no. They likely did not suspect the official silver had sunk to the lake's depths. The blue-robed elder shook his head slightly, not necessarily. If they were able to trace us here, they must have discovered your footprints. How could they not consider the possibility of the silver sinking into the small lake? The black-clad man paused, realizing the implication. Did the chairman mean that the Jinyiwei duo was feigning ignorance to lower our guard? The blue-robed elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. There is a strong possibility. They may intend to set an ambush in the nearby woods, waiting for us to retrieve the silver from the lake before surrounding us. The black-clad man, feeling disheartened, said, if that is the case, then our efforts to recover the official silver would be in vain, and we cannot proceed with the retrieval. The blue-robed elder replied, this is merely my conjecture. We cannot draw conclusions yet. Perhaps these Jinyiwei indeed have not uncovered any leads. Thus, we must conduct a test. Test? How shall we test? The black-clad man questioned. Tonight, send 2 disciples to retrieve a box of silver from the lake. You will hide and observe. If any Jinyiwei appear, eliminate those 2 disciples immediately. If no Jinyiwei attempt to capture or follow them, it would confirm that they have not discovered the official silver in the lake. Your words are quite sound, Chairman. I shall arrange this at once. As night fell, 3 dark figures had stealthily concealed themselves in the forest, a little over 100 meters from the small lake. They were none other than Zhao Baihu, Jinyiwei, and Huang Shaojie. Niuren had dispatched these 3 due to their commendable martial prowess. Zhao Baihu was a second-tier master, his strength beyond reproach. Jinyiwei had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of innate power, on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level. Although Huang Shaojie was only at the 3rd level of innate power, he possessed 2 extraordinary martial arts techniques, surpassing even Jinyiwei in strength. The trio held their breath, attentively hidden in the thicket, as any subtle movement within 100 meters would not escape their keen ears. As the hour of the rat approached, 2 shadowy figures stealthily approached from a distance, making their way directly to the edge of the small lake. Chapter 23. The mantis catches the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits in the late winter of the lunar month, the air was frigid, and the moonlight was dim, with stars sparsely scattered across the sky. 2 figures approached the edge of a small lake. One of them shed his garments and, wielding a net tethered to a rope, descended into the water, submerging himself beneath the surface. The other remained on the bank, gripping the rope and waiting, with a hint of starlight illuminating the surroundings. Zhao Baihu and Jinyiwei could discern the scene within 100 meters. However, Huang Shaojie's perceptive abilities allowed him to observe the general happenings up to 300 meters away, rendering the closer vicinity almost crystal clear. Zhao Baihu whispered, it appears that someone truly seeks to retrieve silver. This implies that the bandits have indeed submerged the silver at the lake's bottom. Initially skeptical of Huang Shaojie's deductions, witnessing the 2 individuals surreptitiously enter the lake under the cover of night made it evident to him they were undoubtedly there to reclaim the silver. Jinyiwei, pondering aloud, remarked, why have only 2 individuals come? 30,000 taels of silver amounts to a full 150 boxes. How much can these 2 possibly retrieve? Zhao Baihu contemplated. The bandits would not attempt to haul an excessive amount of government silver at once, fearing detection by the authorities. They must first process the silver before daring to utilize it. The primary allocations for government silver include military salaries, official compensation, palace expenditures, regional development, and disaster relief, with inscriptions or designs at the base of each ingot to facilitate identification and accounting. However, government silver cannot circulate among the populace directly. It must first be melted down into new ingots or fragments to enter the market. Utilizing government silver directly is punishable by death if one is caught. Thus, having pilfered 30,000 taels of tax silver, the bandits must first refine it into forms acceptable for civilian circulation before it can be employed. Naturally, melting down such a substantial sum is no trivial task, which is why the bandits chose to submerge the government silver in the lake, retrieving it gradually. At this moment, the individual who had plunged into the lake emerged from the water, donning his attire once more. The 2 men tugged at the rope, extracting a large wooden box. Ensnared within the net, they lifted the box from its confines and subsequently shouldered it, preparing to depart. Let us follow, Zhao Baihu signaled, stealthily trailing behind. Jinyiwei and Huang Shaojie also followed closely in his wake. The trio maintained a distance of approximately 40 to 50 meters behind the 2 bandit silver retrievers. Observations of the bandits' gait suggested they were not particularly formidable, likely below the 5th stage of the postnatal realm. With their superior lightness of foot, Zhao Baihu and his companions effortlessly shadowed the 2 lower-tier martial artists without raising any suspicion. Little did they know, however, that another shadow lay in wait within the dense thicket ahead, holding its breath and scrutinizing the movements surrounding the 2 bandits. Upon noticing several silhouettes discreetly tailing the bandits carrying the wooden box, the lurking figure's eyes glimmered with a cold intensity. As the 2 bandits drew within 50 meters, the concealed shadow picked up 2 small twigs from the ground and tossed them forth with a flick of the wrist. 2 withered branches shot forth, piercing through the throats of the 2 bandits. Utterly silent, they collapsed slowly to the ground. The shadow then darted to the left, vanishing like a wraith. A sense of dread washed over Zhao Baihu as he witnessed the sudden, soundless demise of the bandits. He knew something was amiss and propelled himself forward. Shaojie followed closely behind, leaping into action. Only Huang Shaojie veered towards the left thicket in pursuit. The shadow, having stealthily dispatched the 2 bandits with the branches, had fled to the left, an escape that did not elude Huang Shaojie's keen perception. Cursed be the day. Someone had been lurking here, silencing these 2 men. Zhao Baihu arrived at the lifeless forms of the bandits, surveying the surroundings and muttering curses under his breath. Despite being a 2nd-tier master, the nocturnal depths of the forest rendered him incapable of discerning the direction in which the figure had vanished. It seemed that the bandits had sent these 2 to test whether we lay in ambush by the lakeside. Truly cunning. Shaojie furrowed her brows tightly, gripping her embroidered spring knife with determination. Tonight, the plan had been to track these bandits back to their lair, allowing for a swift military response to capture and eradicate them by dawn. Little did they expect that the bandits had a contingency, silencing these 2. Now that the bandits were aware that the Jinyiwei had discovered the sunken silver in the small lake, they would undoubtedly refrain from returning to retrieve the official silver, making the capture of this gang exponentially more challenging. This assassin possesses formidable skills. I fear he is beyond my reach. Moreover, in this desolate wilderness at night, pursuing him is now impossible. Zhao Baihu sighed, his expression filled with frustration. Upon inspecting the throats of the 2 bandits, he noted remnants of the withered branches, indicating that the assassin had used them as lethal projectiles. The ability to wield such branches as hidden weapons, effortlessly piercing the throats of 2 cultivators at the postnatal stage, speaks volumes of the assassin's profound inner strength. Furthermore, his silent escape illustrates the assassin's remarkable agility. Where has Huang Shaojie gone? Shaojie suddenly realized that one of their number was missing. Her keen eyes searched the darkness, yet she could not locate Huang Shaojie's figure. Where could that rascal have gone? Zhao Baihu, equally perplexed, wondered how a subordinate of his, a 2nd-tier master, could have slipped away unnoticed. Could it be that Huang Shaojie has gone after that assassin? Shaojie speculated. Zhao Baihu scoffed and shook his head. If I failed to detect the direction in which the assassin fled, he is even less likely to discern it. My concern is not that he cannot track the assassin, but rather that he may fall victim to him. Shaojie felt a pang of worry at this thought. Although she recognized that Huang Shaojie's martial prowess surpassed her own, the assassin's skill was exceedingly high, so much so that even Zhao Baihu conceded he may not be inferior. Zhao Baihu, a 2nd-tier master, indicated that if the assassin truly attained that level, Huang Shaojie's encounter with him would surely be fatal. Sir, let us search around and see if we can locate that assassin or ascertain whether Huang Shaojie is in danger, said Shaojie to Zhao Baihu. Zhao Baihu shook his head and replied, in this desolate wilderness, especially at such a late hour, where shall we begin our search? Come, let us return with this chest. May fortune favor that young man. With that, Zhao Baihu tucked the large wooden chest containing 2,000 taels of silver under his arm and swiftly advanced, as if it bore no weight. Shaojie followed closely behind, leaping forward with agility. In the depths of the night, Huang Shaojie employed his wind god leg technique, stealthily trailing the shadow before him. To avoid detection, he maintained a distance of over 100 meters from the elusive figure. The shadow was equally cautious, first traversing a wide circle around the mountainous terrain to ensure he was not being pursued. Only after confirming his solitude did he turn and soar towards Suzhou City. Little did he suspect that a silent pursuer had been shadowing him from a distance of more than 100 meters all along. Chapter 24. The capture of the Wei, the wind god legs, is an unparalleled martial art, with its first technique, catching the wind and seizing shadows, being one of the most exquisite lightness skills. Under the cover of night, and with Huang Shaojie at a distance, the shadow remained oblivious to the presence of a pursuer. The shadow soared through the air and arrived at a manor on the western outskirts of Suzhou, which sprawled over several dozen acres and contained over 100 rooms. A grand red-painted gate bore a plaque inscribed with the gilded characters Wuhui. As the figure in black approached the manor's entrance, he strode forward confidently. Who goes there? Four robust night watchmen, clad in fitted attire, unsheathed their steel blades, blocking the path of the cloaked figure, and shouted. The black-clad individual reached up to remove the mask from his face, revealing the gaunt visage of a man in his 50s. Upon recognizing him, the Wuhui disciples quickly sheathed their short swords and bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to Elder Xiao. Exercise caution during the night patrols. Do not allow any hounds to infiltrate and investigate, Elder Xiao remarked coldly, casting a glance at the disciples before proceeding into the manor. From a distance of over 100 meters, Huang Shaojie concealed himself behind a camphor tree, observing the unfolding scene. This assassin was, in fact, an elder of the Wuhui, which meant that the tax silver had been seized by the members of the Wuhui. Huang Shaojie pondered internally, hesitating whether to infiltrate the manor for further inquiry, but ultimately restrained himself. The Wuhui was a somewhat renowned gang with hundreds of members and considerable strength. Although his lightness skills were extraordinary, the Wuhui harbored many hidden talents, making it unwise to risk detection. Moreover, having already discerned that the tax silver was taken by the Wuhui, further investigation seemed unnecessary. He could simply report to Captain Niu tomorrow and lead a siege against the Wuhui. With this thought, Huang Shaojie decided against lingering and quietly departed. The following day, Huang Shaojie arrived at the Jinyiwei headquarters. After signing in, he directly sought out Xiaoqiuyue. Huang Shaojie, where were you last night? Upon seeing him safely before her, Xiaoqiuyue sighed in relief but maintained a stern expression as she coldly inquired. Reporting to Chief Xiao, I pursued the assassin last night. Huang Shaojie replied with a respectful bow. Why did you not inform us and acted independently? Xiaoqiuyue questioned with her hands clasped behind her back, her countenance still severe. It was too urgent to notify the two officials at that moment. Moreover, I feared that a larger group would alert the assassin to our pursuit, Huang Shaojie explained. Xiaoqiuyue raised an eyebrow. And you believe you alone could track down this assassin? Indeed, Huang Shaojie asserted. Last night, I stealthily followed the assassin back to a manor. You truly tracked the assassin? Xiaoqiuyue's eyes sparkled with surprise. Quickly, where did the assassin flee to? Huang Shaojie replied with 3 words. Wuhui. Wuhui? So it is highly likely that the bandits are members of the Wuhui? Xiaoqiuyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Precisely. The assassin returned to the Wuhui manor, removed his mask, and the patrolling disciples referred to him as Elder Xiao. Thus, it is certain that the one who absconded with the official silver is affiliated with the Wuhui. Huang Shaojie confirmed with conviction. Come, let us report this matter to Captain Niu. The two made their way to the Grand Hall, and after delivering their message, Niuren soon arrived. Greetings, Captain Niu. Huang Shaojie and Xiaoqiuyue clasped their hands in salute. Did you two uncover anything last night? Sensing their early visit, Niuren surmised they must have important information to convey. Xiaoqiuyue bowed respectfully and said, My lord. We stationed ourselves by the small lake and indeed witnessed 2 individuals retrieving a box of silver from the water. Just as we were about to pursue the robbers, however, another skilled fighter lay in ambush within the woods and swiftly eliminated them. Xiaoqiuyue recounted the events of the previous night succinctly, allowing Huang Shaojie to elaborate on the pursuit of the killer. Upon hearing this, Niuren slammed his hand on the table and let out a cold snort. That assassin is an elder of the Wuhui. This implies that this batch of tax silver must have been seized by them. The audacity of the Wuhui is astonishing. Daring to slay 500 soldiers and rob 300,000 taels of official silver. Xiaoqiqi, heed my command. Go swiftly to the governor's office and report to the governor, requesting him to dispatch 3,000 troops to assist the Jinyiwei in encircling the robbers. Huang Shaojie bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. With that, he strode out decisively. Niuren turned to Xiaoqiuyue and instructed. Send out the order for all Jinyiwei to assemble at the training ground. Half an hour later, the governor dispatched the commander of the infantry along with 3,000 soldiers to gather at the Jinyiwei headquarters, where Niuren led 500 Jinyiwei, nearly depleting their ranks. We set forth to eradicate the Wuhui. The 3,000 infantrymen and 500 Jinyiwei marched toward the estate of the Wuhui. Once outside the city, within a short span, the 500 Jinyiwei and 3,000 soldiers arrived at a manor on the western outskirts, surrounding the Wuhui's estate completely. Seated high on his steed, Niuren brandished his sword and bellowed, Rebels of the Wuhui, heed my call. Come forth and surrender, or face immediate execution. At that moment, within the Wuhui's conference hall, the president, Chang Haoyin, paced anxiously, his expression dark. The 4 elders of the Wuhui and several attendants bore various expressions of distress. President, the Jinyiwei and several thousand soldiers have completely encircled the estate. They are aware that the official silver was seized by us. What shall we do now? One attendant exclaimed. Panic-stricken, how could they have traced us so quickly in just 2 days? Another elder lamented. It must be that the Jinyiwei's hounds followed Elder Shao last night, leading them to us. Elder Shao, your carelessness has doomed us. Another elder sighed. Impossible. Elder Shao shook his head. I was exceedingly cautious last night, taking several detours in the mountains. If anyone had been following me, I would have surely noticed. Elder Shao, we acknowledge your remarkable agility. But can you guarantee that no one among the Jinyiwei possesses superior skills? An attendant scoffed. Under ordinary circumstances, this steward would never dare to speak to an elder in such a manner. However, given the dire situation with the soldiers surrounding the Five Lakes Society, everyone was gripped by uncertainty, and grievances were expressed openly. Elder Shao's countenance darkened considerably, yet he refrained from replying. Enough of these meaningless discussions. With the enemy looming, we must unite our efforts to devise a strategy. What else could they contemplate? They could only prepare to fight. Were they to surrender without resistance? Indeed, engaging them might offer a glimmer of hope. Being captured by the Jinyiwei would lead to a fate worse than death. The crowd erupted in voices, most drawing their swords, determined to face the challenge head-on. Huang Shaojie halted his pacing and sighed. Let us not speak further. Our only option now is to resist arrest. Remember, do not engage in a direct confrontation. We must focus on breaking through and escaping to join forces in Western Shu. With that, he gestured and led the group out of the meeting hall. Chapter 25. Confrontation with the Supreme Master Niu Run, accompanied by the Imperial Guards, awaited outside the gates of the manor atop his magnificent steed for approximately the duration of a half-incense stick. Noticing that the gates remained firmly shut and no one emerged, he was on the verge of wielding his sword and charging inside. At that moment, the gates swung open, revealing an elderly man clad in a green robe, accompanied by a dozen disciples, striding forth from within the manor. This elderly figure was none other than Huang Shaojie, the president of the Wuhu Association. With a respectful clasp of his hands, Huang Shaojie addressed Niu Ren, who was mounted upon his horse, in a grave tone. Niu Qianhu, what is the intention behind surrounding the Wuhu Association with your hundreds of imperial guards and thousands of officers? What intention? Niu Ren retorted with a cold laugh. The Wuhu Association possess an audacity unlike any other, daring to rob 30,000 taels of government silver and slaughter 500 officers. Are you plotting a rebellion? Huang Shaojie, unflinching, responded. Niu Qianhu accuses us of stealing government silver. Do you possess any evidence? Without evidence, it is merely slander. Niu Ren laughed heartily. Our imperial guards have never required evidence to apprehend criminals. We shall take you to the imperial prison, and you will confess in due time. With a commanding gesture, he shouted, seize all members of the Wuhu Association. A chief standard-bearer, accompanied by several junior flag-bearers and dozens of imperial guards, charged towards Huang Shaojie and his entourage. Seek death. Huang Shaojie bellowed, delivering a palm strike toward the approaching chief standard-bearer. The chief standard-bearer, eager to achieve merit, failed to recognize that this elderly figure was the president of the Wuhu Association and did not anticipate his audacity to openly assault an imperial guard. As a third-tier master, the might of Huang Shaojie's thunder palm was immense, though the chief standard-bearer himself had attained the 6th level of innate martial arts. He was leagues behind Huang Shaojie and stood no chance of withstanding the force of his palm. Boom. The chief standard-bearer was sent flying over Tianzhong. His internal organs shattered, dying on the spot. Impudence! Niu Ren roared, leaping from his horse with his sword raised, striking toward Huang Shaojie. This strike was exceedingly fierce, with sword energy surging forth. Realizing the peril, Huang Shaojie swiftly employed his agility to evade to the side, narrowly avoiding Niu Ren's sword. Though a corner of his robe was severed by the sword's energy, a great shock surged through Huang Shaojie's heart. He had long heard of Niu Ren's extraordinary martial prowess, and this single strike made it abundantly clear that he was far from a match for Niu Ren. At that moment, the remaining imperial guards engaged in combat with the dozen disciples accompanying Huang Shaojie. The other imperial guards refrained from intervening, as it was unnecessary. The few dozen imperial guards soon dispatched or captured the Wuhu Association disciples with ease, simultaneously from another direction of the manor. For elders of the Wuhu Association and a dozen stewards, accompanied by hundreds of their disciples, suddenly burst forth from the rear entrance. The rear was guarded by the commander of the foot soldiers, and his several hundred elite troops. Upon witnessing the Wuhu Association members surging from the rear, the commander bellowed, "Rebels, where do you think you're fleeing?" He brandished his silver spear and charged towards a man clad in black robes, who was none other than Elder Shao of the Wuhu Association. The commander, the most skilled general under the command of Governor Luo, had attained the third-tier master rank, while Elder Shao was merely at the initial stage of the second-tier master rank. Though the difference in rank was nominal, the disparity in strength was vast. The commander of the infantry wielded his spear with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, effortlessly forcing Elder Shao into a state of disarray, making him retreat in haste. Meanwhile, the hundreds of elite soldiers under the commander's lead charged forward, yet they were no match for the disciples of the Wuhu Association. The weakest among them had already attained the first level of postnatal cultivation, with most hovering around the third or fourth level. In stark contrast, the elite soldiers had barely entered the realm of martial artists, compounding their predicament. The Wuhu Association had 3 master-level elders and over a dozen stewards who had surpassed the innate realm. These formidable figures soared over the elite soldiers, seeking to escape the encirclement. Surrounding them were an additional 2,700 soldiers, who promptly closed in on the scene. A few hundred Imperial guards also hastened to join the fray, effectively forming a pincer movement. Huang Shaojie and Shaojie, stationed at the side entrance of the courtyard, noticed the Wuhu Association's members attempting to flee through the back door and swiftly made their way toward it. In mere moments, they covered the 200 to 300 meters distance. With the speed of the wind, Huang Shaojie unleashed the third stance of the wind god leg, the torrential storm, targeting several stewards of the Wuhu Association. The impact was thunderous. 3 stewards were sent flying several meters, their ribs shattered, blood spewing as they fell to the ground. Despite achieving postnatal cultivation at the 3rd level or higher, these stewards stood no chance against Huang Shaojie's tempestuous assault. Shaojie soared in, her sword aimed at a gray-robed elder. The elder scoffed, striking out with his left palm to deflect her blade. In one fluid motion, his right hand, fingers curled like claws, grasped at her throat. This series of maneuvers was not only executed with lightning speed, but also charged with formidable energy, displaying an intimidating ferocity. This gray-robed elder was indeed one of the 4 great elders of the Wuhu Association, possessing mastery at the 1st-grade master level. Shaojie's heart sank as she realized she had unwittingly picked a formidable adversary. She quickly recoiled, swinging her sword to counter the elder's grasp. However, the elder's right hand pivoted with uncanny swiftness, closing the distance and seizing her wrist. Meanwhile, having dispatched the 3 stewards, Huang Shaojie's gaze fell upon the gray-robed elder restraining Shaojie's wrist. Alarm surged within her as she found herself unable to break free. The elder's palm was already descending upon her. Shaojie knew that if struck, her demise was inevitable. Just as the peril reached its peak, a shadow darted forth like lightning, legs kicking toward the elder's vital points. It was Huang Shaojie. The elder, sensing an impending attack from behind, realized that if he did not withdraw his hand to retaliate, he too would sustain grave injuries. With a swift motion, he pivoted, his palm aiming to strike Huang Shaojie's legs. The impact was thunderous, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. The elder in the gray robe delivered a strike with the force of tens of thousands of pounds. Even if it were to collide with a colossal boulder, it would surely shatter. Yet, Huang Shaojie executed a backflip and landed gracefully on the ground, albeit with a slight ache in his legs. Meanwhile, the elder's palm experienced a faint tingling sensation, which filled him with profound astonishment. Observing this youth, seemingly no older than 20, clad merely in the uniform of a minor officer from the Jinyiwei, he could scarcely fathom such formidable prowess. How could someone engage in a direct clash with his palm strike using mere legs? Could it be that a lowly minor officer of the Jinyiwei had attained the level of a grandmaster? Such a notion seemed implausible. What the elder remained oblivious to was that this young Jinyiwei officer was, in fact, only at the 3rd stage of the innate realm. The reason he managed to withstand the elder's strike was due to the extraordinary martial arts he had mastered, Wind God Leg and Indestructible Vajra technique. The combined might of Wind God Leg, coupled with the resilience afforded by the Indestructible Vajra technique, allowed him to barely endure the elder's formidable blow. Chapter 26. The elimination of the bandits and the recovery of 300,000 in official silver. The elder in the gray robe clashed with Huang Shaojie. Realizing the formidable prowess of this young flag officer, he understood that defeating him would not be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, even if he could best this young officer, an escape would still elude him. With no desire to linger in battle, the elder swiftly twisted his form and leapt to flee. But could he truly escape? Huang Shaojie let out a cold snort, propelling himself into the air, his legs striking towards the elder like a tempest. The third style of the wind god leg, storm of raining fury. The myriad shadows of his legs enveloped the elder, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. The elder's palm struck out with lightning speed, meeting the barrage of Huang Shaojie's kicks. In a fleeting moment, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of over 100 blows mid-air. Huang Shaojie's wind god leg was swifter still, despite the elder's full defense. He was still struck by a kick, causing him to tumble backward and stagger to the ground. However, the elder had attained the master realm, and Huang Shaojie's kick did not inflict significant harm upon him. Conversely, after trading blows with the elder, Huang Shaojie, even with the protection of the indestructible divine skill, felt a stinging pain in his legs. The first level of the indestructible divine skill ensured he could not be harmed by any adversary below the master level. Yet the elder was indeed a master. Although merely a first-rank master, his internal strength was profound, far exceeding Huang Shaojie's ability to contend with. After landing from his backward flip, the elder attempted to flee once more, but a figure shot forth, blocking his path. This individual was none other than Zhao Baihu. "Rebel, you shall not escape," Zhao Baihu bellowed, striking towards the elder with a palm. The elder met the attack with his own hand. Boom! The two masters' palms collided, producing a thunderous sound and sending a gust of wind in all directions. The elder was knocked backward from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Jinyiwei thrust her sword towards the elder's back as he was sent reeling. Huang Shaojie, too, launched a flurry of kicks toward the elder. Already at a disadvantage against Zhao Baihu, the elder, struck and sent flying, could hardly evade the subsequent assaults from the two formidable fighters behind him. Thud! Jinyiwei's sword pierced through the elder's back, while Huang Shaojie's legs struck like iron rods against his neck and head. With a sickening crack, the elder's neck snapped, and his skull shattered. The elder in gray robe fell lifeless to the ground. At this juncture, the experts of the Five Lakes Society had suffered near total casualties. Niuren had already dispatched the society's president, Chang Haoyan. The military commander had grievously wounded Elder Shao, sealing his acupoints, and binding him with the help of his personal guards. Another elder of the Five Lakes Society met his end at the hands of the Jinyiwei's Lu Baihu, while the dozen or so stewards were either slain or captured by the encircling Jinyiwei officers. The several hundred disciples of the Five Lakes Society were similarly besieged and slaughtered by the 3,000 soldiers. Only one elder managed to escape initially, and his whereabouts were now unknown. After annihilating the Five Lakes Society, Niuren escorted dozens of captured members back to the Jinyiwei headquarters, consigning them to the dungeons for interrogation. Subsequently, he summoned He Lu, the chief inspector of the Jinyiwei, who was tasked specifically with raiding homes and searching for hidden assets. "General He, you shall lead 100 valiant warriors to the Wuhui Manor to search for all its assets." "Yes, my lord." He Lu respectfully accepted the command and departed. Subsequently, Niuren summoned a guard and instructed him to go to the governor's office, requesting Governor Luo to prepare dozens of horse-drawn carts and 1,000 soldiers to retrieve the official silver from the small lake at Guda Mountain. 2 hours later, Niuren personally led 100 imperial guards, while Governor Luo commanded 1,000 soldiers. Under the guidance of Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei, they arrived at the small lake. Governor Luo ordered several skilled soldiers to dive into the water and use nets to retrieve boxes of official silver. After the burning of an incense stick, they successfully fished out a total of 144 large wooden boxes containing tax silver. Governor Luo instructed his men to unlock the copper locks of the boxes and thoroughly inspect them. Inside, the official silver was neatly stacked, with not a single coin missing. However, the number of boxes was incorrect. Each box contained 2,000 taels of silver, and the total of 300,000 taels should have filled 150 boxes. Yet, only 144 boxes were recovered. "Search the lake once more and see if there are any more boxes," Governor Luo commanded. Dozens of soldiers dived into the water again, but their efforts yielded nothing. Governor Luo furrowed his brows and said, "There were supposed to be 150 boxes of official silver, yet we have only retrieved 144. Where could the remaining 6 boxes be?" Niuren interjected, "Last night, 2 bandits managed to recover a box, which was subsequently seized by our imperial guards. That box of official silver is currently in our custody. Additionally, 5 boxes were likely taken by the bandits the night before. I have dispatched the chief inspector to raid the Wuhui Manor to locate the missing tax silver. I will ensure that the box we have along with the recovered tax silver is delivered to the governor." The tax silver from Wuhui was hidden in the lake after being stolen the previous afternoon. They must have retrieved several boxes that night, Nyorin explained. Governor Luo clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I am most grateful, Nyo Qianhu. The swift recovery of the stolen tax silver is entirely due to your leadership of the Imperial Guards in solving this case with remarkable efficiency. I shall certainly report your merits to the Emperor and commend your contributions. Nyorin smiled modestly and replied, Your Excellency, you flatter me. Soon after, Governor Luo instructed his soldiers to transfer the over 100 boxes of official silver onto the waiting carts to be returned to the Suzhou treasury. Nyorin also led the Imperial Guards back to the office. Upon returning to the hall of the Imperial Guards, Nyorin summoned Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei. I pay my respects to you, Qianhu. The two greeted him with a bow. Nyorin looked at Huang Shaojie with an expression of admiration and remarked, Huang Shaojie, our rapid resolution of the tax silver theft is largely due to your efforts. Had you not discovered that the bandits submerged the official silver in the lake, recovering the 300,000 taels would have been exceedingly difficult, from identifying the tire tracks to tracing them to the small lake, and subsequently tracking Elder Shao of Wuhui at night. All of this was accomplished through your diligence. Huang Shaojie humbly bowed, stating, all credit belongs to Qianhu's astute leadership. I dare not claim any for myself. Nyorin chuckled and strolled towards him, patting his shoulder as he declared, This humble captain has always been discerning in matters of reward and punishment. You have achieved a remarkable feat this time, and I shall report to Commander Ling on your behalf, advocating for your promotion to Chief Flag. Huang Shaojie felt a surge of joy within and bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Captain, for your support. Nyorin returned to his seat, sipped his tea, and continued. The Chief Flag of the Third Guard was tragically killed while attempting to apprehend the leader of the Wuhu Association. For the time being, you shall serve as the acting Chief Flag of the Third Guard. Once the Imperial appointment arrives, you will officially assume the role of Chief Flag in the Jinyiwei. Huang Shaojie cupped his hands and replied, Thank you, my lord. I shall obey your command. Nyorin then turned his gaze towards Shaojie, saying, Chief Flag Shao has demonstrated remarkable performance in the recent incident involving the theft of tax silver. I shall commend you in my correspondence to Commander Ling. Shaojie modestly replied, My lord, I have no noteworthy contributions. I am unworthy of such praise. Nyorin smiled gently. Chief Flag Shao, there is no need for humility. Your performance has not gone unnoticed by this captain, and a bright future surely awaits you. Huang Shaojie mused to himself, considering that in the incident of the stolen tax silver, Shaojie had merely accompanied him on guard duty for a night. Yet, Nyorin lauded her so, even vowing to commend her. It appeared that Shaojie indeed had connections in the capital. Otherwise, a captain of the Jinyiwei would not extend such favor to her. Thus, the question arose, what connections did Shaojie possess in the capital that warranted such attention from a captain of the Jinyiwei? Huang Shaojie resolved to investigate the prominent families bearing the surname Shao in the capital. Chapter 27. The Reward of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Congratulations, General Huang, on your promotion. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Shaojie clasped her hands in salute to Huang Shaojie. It is merely a temporary appointment as General, Huang Shaojie replied with a smile. In truth, I prefer to remain at the Jiwei office, serving under General Shao. Shaojie playfully brushed a lock of hair from her forehead, smiling coyly. Oh, is there not merit in a promotion? Why would you wish to remain my subordinate? Huang Shaojie cast a glance at her graceful figure, his smile laden with meaning. By following you, General Shao, when you ascend, I shall inevitably rise alongside you. Shaojie chuckled softly. Do not flatter me. Your martial prowess and talents far surpass mine. You shall certainly become my superior in the future. How could I possibly keep you beneath me? Huang Shaojie laughed heartily. Let us leave that discussion for another day. To be under your command, General Shao, would be my utmost pleasure. After all, you possess not only talent and martial skill, but also beauty and a noble lineage. Shaojie burst into laughter. Wait, I sense something amiss in your words. Are you praising me or mocking me? Huang Shaojie, feigning seriousness, replied. Every word I speak comes from the depths of my heart. My admiration for General Shao flows like the endless waters of the Yangtze, akin to the overflowing Yellow River, uncontainable. Stop. Shaojie interjected, her face flushed with embarrassment from his extravagant praise. She shot him a playful glare. We are now equals. There is no need for you to refer to yourself as my subordinate or shower me with flattery. I must express my gratitude to you. Huang Shaojie was taken aback. Gratitude for what? Shaojie explained, for saving my life today. Feigning contemplation, Huang Shaojie responded, Save you? When did that happen? During the siege by the Wuhu Association, I was seized by that old man in the gray robe, and he was about to strike me. If you had not promptly attacked him from behind, I might have perished by his hand. Ah, it was a trivial matter, Huang Shaojie shrugged. I merely acted upon seeing you in danger. I could not stand idly by. Jinyiwei halted her steps, her autumn-like eyes gazing earnestly at him. Regardless, you undeniably saved my life. I, Jinyiwei, owe you a great debt. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help. Huang Shaojie felt a surge of joy within and bowed slightly. Then I shall thank you in advance, General Shao. With her connections in the capital, this promise could indeed provide him with support should he face difficulties in the future. Upon returning home after the evening shift, Huang Shaojie enjoyed a meal before retreating to his small courtyard. At that moment, the sound of a system reward notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for solving the tax silver robbery case. Reward, the first 6 forms of the unparalleled martial art, the 18 dragon-subduing palms. The 18 dragon-subduing palms? Huang Shaojie could not contain his joy upon hearing this. The 18 dragon-subduing palms is considered a pinnacle martial art within the realm of Jinyi Wuxia. Boom. The first 6 forms of the dragon-subduing palm have been entirely absorbed into Huang Shaojie's being, enabling him to fully comprehend and master these techniques. His internal strength has surged significantly, reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level of innate power, and he is on the verge of breaking into the 4th level. The first 6 forms of the dragon-subduing palm are as follows. 1. The dragon's anguish. 2. The dragon soars in the sky. 3. The dragon appears in the field. 4. The great swan lands on land. 5. The hidden dragon remains unused. 6. The swift passage across the great river. As with all martial arts, the later techniques possess greater power, and the dragon-subduing palm is no exception. Moreover, the depth of one's internal energy determines the magnitude of the power unleashed by these techniques. With this in mind, Huang Shaojie felt an irresistible urge to test the might of the dragon-subduing palm. He leaped into action, striking forth with a resounding declaration, the dragon's anguish. With that, Huang Shaojie unleashed his palm, channeling his vital energy into an ethereal white dragon that emitted a resonant roar. The phantom dragon collided with a decorative rock in the back garden, producing a brilliant explosion, shattering the boulder weighing several tons into fragments. The parrot in the birdcage beneath the corridor was startled by the apparition of the illusory dragon, wide-eyed and flapping its wings in panic. My lord, just now, it seemed you summoned a white dragon. You frightened me to death, exclaimed the maid, Shaojie, clutching her fluttering chest, her face pale with shock. Being an ordinary maid without martial prowess, she had never witnessed such a fantastical scene before. What happened? Oh no, the decorative rock in the back garden has exploded. I think I heard a sound more terrifying than a tiger's roar. Goodness, I just saw a white dragon appear in midair. Surely, I must be seeing things. I saw it too, a phantom dragon measuring 3 or 4 zhang. How could a dragon manifest in our Huang residence? What is going on? The entire Huang estate was left in a state of astonishment by the dragon's roar and the shattering of the decorative rock. Huang Baiwan, upon hearing the commotion, rushed out from the hall, guided by several servants to his son's courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the once grand decorative rock lay in ruins, reduced to a pile of rubble. But thankfully, no other damage had occurred. Huang Shaojie stood there, utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated the dragon-subduing palm would possess such formidable power, obliterating the rock with merely the first strike. He was relieved that he had only executed 1 form. Had he unleashed all 6, the Huang residence would surely have been demolished. Upon seeing his son unharmed in the courtyard, Huang Baiwan let out a sigh of relief and approached with a look of astonishment. My son, what just transpired? Huang Shaojie scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Father, I was practicing martial arts and accidentally destroyed the decorative rock. Huang Baiwan's jaw dropped in disbelief. You shattered the rock with a single palm strike? Did you think it was made of tofu? You cheeky boy, your boasts now outshine even your father's prowess. Shaojie remarked, my lord. It was indeed the young master who shattered the rockery with a single strike. Just now, I witnessed him summon an illusory white dragon, which obliterated the formation. The house servants, taken aback, gazed at Huang Shaojie with awe. When did you acquire such extraordinary skills, young lad? Huang Baiwan inquired, both astonished and delighted. Huang Shaojie casually fabricated a tale. Ever since I became a member of the Imperial Guard, an old man with a white beard has been imparting various martial arts secrets to me in my dreams. No wonder you've become increasingly formidable since joining the Imperial Guard. It all makes sense now. Huang Baiwan, convinced, exclaimed joyfully, that old man must be a celestial being. You, young rascal, are truly fortunate to have a deity teaching you martial arts through dreams. This is indeed a sign of great blessing for our Huang family. I must prepare some offerings tomorrow and pay respects at our ancestral grave. With a hearty laugh, Huang Baiwan departed with the other servants. Agui approached Huang Shaojie and said, "Young master, the hot water for your bath is ready." Huang Shaojie nodded, then turned to gently pinch Xiaohe's chin, smiling. "Xiaohe, be sure to give me a good back scrub tonight." Xiaohe, her face flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head and softly replied, "Yes, young master." Chapter 28. The prelude to rebellion. On the following morning, Huang Shaojie arrived at the Jinyiwei headquarters to sign in. Niuren escorted him to the Hall of the Three Guards. At this moment, the three small flags of the three guards and dozens of lieutenants had gathered, engaged in lively discussions. Alas, with Chief Hu's demise yesterday, it remains uncertain who will take over as our chief. It is likely that one of the three esteemed small flags from our guard will be promoted, but it is also possible that someone from another division might be appointed. Although the three small flags remained silent, they each harbored hopes of being elevated to the chief position. Upon seeing Niuren enter with Huang Shaojie, a chill ran through the hearts of the three small flags. The crowd ceased their chatter, bowing respectfully to Niuren. "Greetings, Niu Qianhu. Please, no formalities." Niuren replied with a slight nod before directly announcing, "From today onward, Huang Shaojie will temporarily assume the position of chief for the three guards. You are all to heed his orders, understand?" The assembly was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a respectful bow, "Understood." The three small flags felt a pang of disappointment, yet they were willing to accept Huang Shaojie's appointment as chief, though they had not previously served in the same division. They were well aware of Huang Shaojie's remarkable achievements in solving several cases and his exceptional martial prowess. Particularly, the recent case of the stolen tax silver was largely attributed to his investigative efforts. Given such significant contributions, his promotion from small flag to chief appeared quite reasonable. "Greetings, Chief Huang." After Niuren departed, one small flag promptly bowed to Huang Shaojie, being astute enough to recognize that Huang Shaojie was now their superior. The other two small flags quickly followed suit, bowing, "Greetings, Chief Huang." The remaining lieutenants also offered their respectful salutes. Huang Shaojie raised his hand with a gentle smile. "No need for formalities. Tonight at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, I shall treat you all. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Let us indulge and celebrate." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion was renowned as a high-end restaurant in Suzhou, one that these Jinyiwei lieutenants could rarely afford. The fact that their newly appointed chief would treat them to a lavish meal on his very first day was a source of great joy. The previous chief had never extended such an invitation, and it was typically the lieutenants who hosted gatherings to curry favor with the small flags and chiefs. Huang Shaojie, however, was unfazed. He was well off and generous by nature, having been appointed chief of the three guards. He felt quite content and was willing to spend a few dozen taels of silver for an extravagant feast, knowing it would foster loyalty among his subordinates. Afternoon. The hour of Shun. Chief Investigator He Lu returned to the Jinyiwei headquarters, leading 100 strongmen, escorting several carts laden with treasures seized from the Wuhui. The carts halted in the training ground for inventory, and He Lu approached the main hall of the Jinyiwei with a list in hand. "Greetings, Niu Qianhu." He Lu bowed respectfully to Niuren, who was seated at the head of the table. Niuren set aside a case file and turned to He Lu, inquiring, "He Lu, have we completed the confiscation of the assets belonging to the Wuhui Society?" He Lu replied, "Indeed, the task is accomplished. I am here to report to you, esteemed sir, the seizure of all properties belonging to the Wuhui sect." With that, he stepped forward to present a detailed list of the confiscated items to Niuren. Upon examining the document, Niuren was astonished to find the following entries: a total of 430 taels of gold, 217, 850 taels of silver, 56, 700 coins, 3 boxes of pearls, agates, and jade, along with 32 properties and shops. After reading through the list, he could not help but express his surprise. The Wuhui Society possesses such wealth. Why then would they risk annihilation by robbing the treasury? He had assumed that the sect was financially depleted, prompting them to target the official silver, yet this confiscation revealed an unexpected fortune. He Lu, bowing respectfully, added, "In the estate of the Wuhui Society, I discovered an underground hall containing a furnace used for smelting official silver, alongside numerous workbenches and hammers for weapon crafting. The hall was stocked with over 1,000 weapons, including long spears, broadswords, and bows. These items have yet to be removed." Niuren, taken aback, rose abruptly from his seat and exclaimed, "The Wuhui Society clandestinely produces a substantial arsenal in a hidden chamber. Are they plotting rebellion? It is no wonder they dared to seize the treasury. This organization must harbor intentions of insurrection." Hilu concurred. "I share your suspicion. The Wuhui Society consists of merely a few hundred members. Yet they manufacture thousands of weapons in secret. Clearly, they lack for nothing, yet still resort to raiding the treasury and slaughtering 500 officials, a series of actions indicative of rebellious intent." Neo Run furrowed his brow in contemplation. "It is indeed peculiar that such a minor sect harbors ambitions of revolt. We must thoroughly interrogate these Wuhui traitors. There may be a more formidable force lurking behind them. As for the wealth seized from the Wuhui Society, per customary practice, 5% shall be retained, with the remainder reported to the court. The Jinyiwei requires substantial funding to conduct its operations. Thus, during confiscations, 5% of the assets are allocated to their treasury. This serves both to cover regular expenses and to provide rewards. The court is certainly aware of this arrangement. However, who among the departments does not take advantage of the situation to line their pockets? Although the Jinyiwei retains only 5% of the confiscated wealth. Given the magnitude of the cases they handle, the total value of the seized assets is immense. 5% amounts to a considerable sum. The total value of the Wuhui Society's confiscated assets is at least 500,000 taels of silver, translating to a retention of 20 to 30,000 taels. Hilu received his orders and departed. Neo Ren then summoned Huang Shaojie. "Your subordinate pays respects to you, sir," Huang Shaojie greeted, bowing deeply. Unsure of the purpose behind his summons, Neo Ren stated, "Hilu has informed me of an underground hall belonging to the Wuhui Society where weapons are forged. Indicative of rebellious intentions. I have summoned you to accompany me to the dungeon to interrogate the captured disciples of the Wuhui Society." The reason for summoning the newly appointed chief, Huang Shaojie, primarily stems from his successful resolution of the official silver heist. The crafting of weapons, with the intention of rebellion? Huang Shaojie couldn't help but be taken aback. He had thought that the Five Lakes Society had already shown audacity in daring to rob official silver. Yet he never anticipated they harbored ambitions of insurrection as well. Neo Ren escorted Huang Shaojie to the dungeon, intending to interrogate Elder Shao. However, the chief warden of the dungeon, Li, respectfully reported, "My lord, the Elder Shao of the Five Lakes Society, along with 2 stewards, have all severed their own meridians and perished." "What?" Neo Ren's expression shifted dramatically. He had planned to thoroughly interrogate Elder Shao and the 2 stewards, but now, at such a critical juncture, these 3 core members of the Five Lakes Society had chosen to end their own lives. Huang Shaojie too felt a surge of astonishment. Just moments ago, the Lord had mentioned the intention to interrogate them, and now, these individuals had so conveniently chosen to take their own lives. Was this not a tad too coincidental? Chapter 29, The Rebellion Alliance Commander Li, accompanied by Neo Ren and Huang Shaojie, arrived at the prison where Elder Shao and 2 stewards were detained. To their dismay, they discovered 3 lifeless bodies sprawled within the cell, blood streaming from their orifices. The crimson liquid indicating no signs of poisoning. Neo Ren reached for the wrist of Elder Zhao's corpse, channeling his vital energy to investigate. He soon discerned that the meridians within Elder Zhao's body were completely shattered. This condition could either indicate that the deceased had self-destructed their own meridians through martial arts or that a master had used internal energy to shatter their meridians from within. However, considering that Elder Shao and the 2 stewards had their martial abilities sealed, it seemed implausible for them to have self-destructed. The notion that someone had employed internal energy to rupture their meridians appeared equally unlikely, as this was the prison of the Jinyiwei, where even a grandmaster could not infiltrate. Neo Ren stripped Elder Shao of his garments, meticulously examining the corpse for any signs of recent internal injuries, but found none. He proceeded to inspect the bodies of the 2 stewards, discovering their conditions to mirror that of Elder Shao. "When did the prisoners die?" Neo Ren inquired. Casting a stern gaze at Commander Li clasped his hands and replied, "My lord, it was just moments ago." A guard heard their anguished cries and rushed to investigate, only to find them all dead, blood streaming from their orifices. The guard promptly reported to me, and upon examination of their meridians, it was discovered that they had all been shattered. Neo Ren, puzzled, remarked, "But were not all 3 prisoners' acupoints sealed? How could they possibly self-destruct their meridians?" Commander Li pondered for a moment, then suggested, "These traitors from the Wuhu Society were captured the day before yesterday. It is likely that they broke through their acupoint seals, realizing their impending doom, and thus chose to self-destruct their meridians." This explanation, albeit reasonable, raised further questions. For a martial arts master like Elder Shao, breaking through a seal imposed by another was not insurmountable. It was merely a matter of time. If Elder Shao had managed to unseal his own acupoints and then release the seals on the two stewards, the trio could indeed have self-destructed their meridians. Yet, why did they not opt for escape? This was no mere jest. They were in the Jinyiwei's prison, with iron bars thick as a wrist, and layers of formidable guards watching vigilantly. Above them loomed two heavy steel doors, impenetrable even to a ninth-tier master. If they delayed in self-destructing their meridians, they would soon find themselves unable to escape or seek death. Have the coroner conduct a thorough examination of the bodies, Niu Ren commanded with a somber expression. Addressing Commander Li. Yes, my lord, Commander Li responded with a bow, summoning a guard to fetch the coroner. Niu Ren then turned to interrogate the other captured disciples of the Wuhu Society. Subjecting them to various forms of torture, he elicited confessions from the disciples. They admitted that the Wuhu Society was indeed a conspiratorial organization, yet they were not acting alone. Throughout the vast land of Chu, there were at least 100 similar rebel factions. These organizations had formed an alliance, obeying the directives of a mysterious cult, with the aim of eliminating corrupt officials, overthrowing the decaying Chu Dynasty, and establishing a new regime. However, what other alliance organizations exist, and what is the name of that enigmatic sect, remains a mystery unknown to the ordinary disciples. Niu Ren was astounded upon receiving these confessions. He had anticipated that the Wuhui harbored rebellious intentions and suspected that a far more formidable organization lay behind it. Yet, he never imagined that there were actually over 100 rebellious alliance organizations akin to the Wuhui, and above these organizations existed an even more cryptic sect. Regrettably, Elder Shao and the two stewards perished after self-detonating their meridians. Otherwise, under the duress of severe torture, they might have divulged more information about these rebellious organizations and that mysterious sect. This matter was of utmost significance, prompting Niu Ren to compose an urgent report. Dispatched with the utmost haste to the capital, informing the commander of the Jinyiwei, Huang Shaojie, of the Wuhui's conspiratorial intentions. Chang'an. In the grand hall of the Jinyiwei headquarters, a man donned in a purple golden dragon robe sat at the head of the hall, sipping tea. The man appeared to be in his 50s, of average height and an unremarkable visage, yet his eyes shimmered with an inner brilliance. He was Huang Shaojie, the commander of the Jinyiwei. As one of the emperor's most favored confidants, Huang Shaojie held the dual title of Jinyiwei commander and was bestowed with a dragon robe. His martial prowess was unfathomable, and his power immense, commanding 30,000 Jinyiwei to oversee the officials in the court, meddle in the affairs of the martial world, and investigate significant cases. Both court officials and various sects in the Jianghu trembled at the mere mention of his name. At that moment, a captain entered the hall briskly, carrying a thick encrypted document. He knelt on one knee and raised the urgent report high, declaring, Commander, the Jinyiwei from Suzhou, Qianhunyo, has sent an 800 li urgent report. Huang Shaojie's personal attendant stepped forward, taking the document from the captain's hands and presenting it to Huang Shaojie. An 800 li urgent report? Huang Shaojie furrowed his brow slightly, pondering what significant event had transpired in Suzhou to warrant such haste from Niu Ren. As he opened the report and began to read, his expression grew increasingly grave, his brows knitting tighter. A case of official silver robbery had unveiled a significant conspiracy involving the Wuhui. While the notion of a few hundred individuals plotting rebellion did not astonish Huang Shaojie, he was taken aback by the revelation that the Wuhui was merely the tip of the iceberg. Throughout the Great Chu, there were over 100 gangs united in a conspiracy to rebel. Most perplexing of all was the existence of a mysterious sect controlling these numerous organizations. With hundreds of gang organizations, the total number of their members likely exceeded several tens of thousands. These individuals were not merely an ordinary insurrection. They were members of tightly organized and well-trained gangs, many of whom were martial artists. Moreover, there was the looming presence of a mysterious sect behind them. The potential consequences of such a clandestinely developing force rising in rebellion were unfathomable. Huang Shaojie closed the report and spoke in a deep voice, sent a message. Summon the 4 major pacification envoys, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, to convene at the Jinyiwei headquarters. Understood, the attendant replied, promptly departing to execute the command. The Jinyiwei in the capital was overseen by 4 major pacification envoys, namely Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Qinglong was the envoy of the Eastern Pacification Office, while Baihu served as the envoy of the Southern Pacification Office. The Vermilion Bird serves as the chief of the Western Pacification Office. while the Black Tortoise holds the position of Chief of the Northern Pacification Office. The four esteemed chiefs of the pacification offices possess extraordinary martial prowess, with the weakest among them, the Black Tortoise, having attained the initial stage of a 9th-rank Grandmaster. Chapter 30. The Assassination of the Commander 3 days later. Huang Shaojie issued a supreme directive to the brocade-clad guards' offices across the 36 prefectures of the nation, covertly ordering an investigation into all gang organizations within the Great Chu territory, as well as the enigmatic sect behind them. Should any signs of rebellion be discovered within a gang, immediate apprehension was to ensue. A few days later, Jinyiwei received the highest decree from Huang Shaojie, accompanied by an official appointment letter from Huang Shaojie. Jinyiwei mobilized hundreds of brocade guards to thoroughly investigate all gang organizations, large and small, within Suzhou Prefecture. However, the sheer number of these organizations, amounting to hundreds, rendered such an inquiry nearly impossible. Moreover, uncovering evidence of treason proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. A month passed without any leads. During this span, Huang Shaojie diligently reported for duty each day, accruing a remarkable 30 years' worth of internal martial arts rewards. Coupled with his recent practice of the wind god-like technique, his martial prowess had notably increased. At this juncture, his martial arts realm had ascended to the 7th level of innate mastery. With his current cultivation, the application of the wind god leg and the 18 dragon-subduing palms unleashed tremendous power, making him a formidable opponent even against first-grade masters. Now, it was the 17th day of the 12th lunar month, with the new year approaching. The hour was late, the moon concealed behind a veil of dark clouds, and the entire city of Suzhou lay ensconced in a deep, tranquil slumber. Within the opulent estate of the commander, Chaorenqi, located in the western part of the city and adorned with a grand vermilion gate bearing the character Chao, 2 teams of sword-wielding guards patrolled the premises, lanterns in hand. At that moment, a dark figure, cloaked by the inky night, evaded the vigilant guards and swiftly infiltrated the Chao residence. The shadow moved with remarkable grace, each leap as silent and agile as a cat. It flitted across the rockeries and rooftops of the courtyard, searching intently. Before long, the figure arrived at the window of the eastern wing's main room. Inside the lavish chamber, candlelight flickered, casting a glow through the closed paper window, revealing 2 silhouettes within. The sound of a woman's cries echoed from the room. The shadow moistened its fingertip and deftly tore through the window paper, peering inside. A fierce struggle was unfolding. A corpulent man with a handlebar mustache was aggressively assaulting a beautiful woman. Upon recognizing the man's visage, the shadow's eyes blazed with vengeful fury. This rotund figure was none other than Chaorenqi, the commander of Suzhou's military. The masked figure drew forth a flying dagger and, with a sudden motion, hurled it towards the engrossed Chaorenqi. The dagger sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at the man's heart. This unexpected turn of events left little room for defense. Any ordinary martial artist would surely find it difficult to evade such an attack. Yet, as a 4th-grade martial official, Chaorenqi was no ordinary opponent. In the instant the dagger was launched, he rolled off the woman's body with remarkable speed. However, despite his swift reaction, the assailing dagger was swifter still. It struck his chest with a sickening thud, mere millimeters from piercing his heart. A masked assailant lunged forward with a blade, swiftly shattering the window and entering the room, directing their sword towards Chaorenqi. With agility, Chaorenqi leaped from the ground, drawing the treasured sword that hung on the wall, and bellowed, "Help! We have an assassin." A terrified woman, frightened out of her wits, scurried beneath the bed, her white backside exposed as she shrieked in alarm. The masked figure missed its target and swung the sword again at Chaorenqi. In haste, Chaorenqi countered the strike, but a concealed flying dagger had struck his chest, impairing his ability to exert his martial prowess. Instantly, his arm went numb, and he struggled to maintain his grip on the sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Chaorenqi leaped through the window. The masked figure pursued relentlessly, sword raised. "An assassin! Quickly apprehend the assassin! Protect the master!" shouted the patrolling guards as they rushed forward, weapons drawn. These guards were innate martial artists. Within moments, 7 or 8 surrounded the masked assailant. The entire Chao residence erupted into chaos as dozens of skilled protectors emerged from the estate. "Who are you? Daring enough to attempt to assassinate this official?" Chaorenqi demanded, clutching his wound with one hand while pointing his sword at the masked figure with the other. The masked figure replied with silence, swinging the sword at Chaorenqi once more. The 7 or 8 guards launched their attack against the cloaked assailant, yet astonishingly, they could not inflict any harm. However, the masked figure also found it challenging to fend off their advances. After a prolonged struggle lasting the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the masked figure broke through the encirclement and fled into the night. The guards and several of the protectors pursued for several hundred meters before losing sight of the assailant in the darkness. Fearing they had fallen for a ruse to draw them away, the guards hastily returned to the Chao residence. The following day, Chaorenchi dispatched a steward with 300 taels of gold to the Jinyiwei headquarters, seeking an audience with the captain, Nyoren. In the grand hall of Jinyiwei, the steward bowed and knelt before Nyoren, who sat at the head of the table. It is customary for commoners to kneel before officials unless they possess a title. Although the steward served in the Chao residence, he held no official rank. No need for such formalities, Nyoren said, taking a sip of tea. What news does Chao Due wish to convey? Rising, the steward replied, Honorable Captain, last night, our residence was attacked by an assassin, and my master was wounded by a flying dagger. Fortunately, the guards intervened just in time to save him. An assassin? Nyoren's eyes narrowed, and he inquired, who was this assailant bold enough to target the Due? Have they been captured? The steward responded, this assassin possesses formidable skills and managed to escape. Hence, my master has sent me to seek the assistance of Jinyiwei in apprehending this foe. He then reverently presented a brocade box from his companion, offering it forward. This is a token of 300 taels of gold prepared by my master for Jinyiwei to assist in the investigation. Should the assassin be captured, my master will generously reward an additional 500 taels. Chaorenchi understood that capturing this assassin would require the vital help of the Jinyiwei. The Imperial Guard, naturally, cannot undertake their mission empty-handed. Although Chaorenchi is a fourth-rank military official, the responsibility of pursuing assassins does not fall upon the Imperial Guard. That duty lies with the local magistrate's office. Unless Chaorenchi is slain, it is unlikely that the Imperial Guard would intervene in the investigation. Nyoren nodded slightly and remarked, the audacity of this assassin to attempt to murder an official of the court is truly lawless. Please wait a moment. I shall dispatch personnel to accompany you to the Chao residence. Thank you, Sir Nyo. The steward replied with a respectful bow, stepping aside into the hall. After a moment's contemplation, Nyoren instructed his attendant, fetch Chief Huang Shaojie from the third guard. Yes, the attendant replied, promptly departing. The thought of summoning Huang Shaojie arose from Nyoren's recognition of his keen observational skills and adeptness in handling cases, coupled with Huang Shaojie's formidable martial prowess. Before long, Huang Shaojie strode into the hall. He saluted Nyoren and inquired, you summoned me, sir? What are your instructions? Nyoren replied, last night, Officer Chao was attacked at his home. Accompany the steward to the Chao residence, investigate the assassin, and apprehend him. An officer was attacked? Huang Shaojie felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly composed himself. Bowing, I shall carry out your orders. Chapter 31. The Jinyiwei encounters an official of higher rank. Huang Shaojie followed the steward to the Chao residence. There, Chaorenchi, whose chest was wrapped in bandages, received him in the reception hall. Huang Shaojie, the chief of the Jinyiwei, greeted Lord Chao with a respectful gesture. Although there exists a protocol of rank within the Jinyiwei, Chaorenchi held a position as a fourth-grade military officer, significantly elevating his status over Huang Shaojie, who was merely a seventh-grade chief. Chaorenchi reciprocated the gesture, saying, Chief Huang, you are too kind. Please, take a seat. He then instructed a maid to serve tea. After a sip and a few pleasantries, Huang Shaojie inquired, Lord Chao, would you recount the events of last night's assassination attempt? Chaorenchi felt a twinge of disappointment at the fact that Nyoren had only dispatched a single chief to assist him, while the Jinyiwei boasted numerous skilled fighters. One chief, no matter how adept, could only achieve so much. Moreover, Huang Shaojie appeared to be quite young, perhaps in his early 20s, a mere fledgling, lacking in experience and likely just stepping into the realm of innate mastery. Nyoren's choice to send such a youth to apprehend the assailant seemed nothing short of a dereliction of duty. Chaorenchi winced at the thought of the 300 taels of gold he had expended. Though his spirits were dampened, he recounted, around the third watch of the night, I was engaged with a maid in my quarters when the assailant suddenly hurled a flying dagger through the window, aimed directly at my heart. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, avoiding a fatal blow. As he recounted the details of the attack, Huang Shaojie couldn't help but feel a surge of incredulity. How could Chaorenchi indulge in such leisure at that hour? He suppressed a curse and continued. This suggests that the assailant possesses considerable martial prowess. Chaorenchi nodded, acknowledging, based on my encounter, his skills are on par with mine. Had I not been ambushed, I would have certainly captured him last night. He refrained from boasting. Had he not been preoccupied, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the assailant to injure him. With his own intervention and the support of his guards, he was confident the assailant would have been cornered. Huang Shaojie asked, "May I inquire about your level of martial achievement, Lord Chao?" Chao Renshi replied, "I have attained the first-tier master level." Huang Shaojie's confidence surged. If that is the case, then this assailant must also be at least at the first-tier master level? Chao Renshi slightly inclined his head. Indeed. The assailant has reached at least the master level, but he has not yet ascended to the second tier. With this, he cast a glance at Huang Shaojie, deliberately probing. "Might I ask if Chief Huang feels equipped to handle such an assailant?" Chao Renchi's words dripped with condescension, insinuating that with the assailant's mastery, Huang Shaojie, a mere chief, would be ill-equipped to intervene, and should he encounter the assailant, he would only serve as a mere target. Huang Shaojie smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying, and remarked, "There is no need for Lord Chao to worry about this matter. Since Captain Niu has dispatched me to assist you in apprehending the assassin, I shall certainly fulfill the task entrusted to me." Upon hearing this, Chao Renshi could not help but chuckle inwardly. This young commander, though diminutive in stature, certainly had a grandiose demeanor. To assert that he could complete a mission involving an assassin of master-level martial arts was quite audacious. Could it be that his martial prowess had also reached such a level? That would be improbable. Despite harboring a measure of disdain, Chao Renshi dared not exhibit it openly, lest he offend Huang Shaojie. Even as a fourth-rank martial official, he would not risk antagonizing a seventh-rank commander of the Jinyiwei. Chao Renshi took a sip of tea and smiled. "So it follows that Commander Huang's skills must surpass those of the assassin. In that case, I feel reassured." Although his words bore no trace of mockery, they certainly carried an undertone of sarcasm. Huang Shaojie also sipped his tea and replied coolly, "Lord Chao need not inquire into my martial progress. You need only understand one thing. Captain Niu has good reason for assigning me to assist you in capturing the assassin." "Are you implying that Lord Chao harbors distrust towards us?" This remark carried a hint of tension. Aware that as a commander of the Jinyiwei, he would struggle to dominate Chao Renshi, Huang Shaojie invoked the name of Niuren, the highest commander of the Suzhou Jinyiwei, to pressure Chao Renshi. Niuren was akin to an imperial envoy, overseeing officials in Suzhou. Not only would a fourth-rank deputy like Chao Renshi tread carefully around him, but even a third-rank provincial governor would show him utmost respect, fearful of offending him. Should Huang Shaojie return to Niuren with embellished tales of discontent, Chao Renshi would surely find himself in dire straits. Chao Renshi hastily clasped his hands and said, "Commander Huang has misunderstood. I harbor no distrust towards Captain Niu. If any inappropriate remarks were made earlier, I ask for your forgiveness." Seeing the man so earnest, Huang Shaojie felt a surge of satisfaction. Serving in the Jinyiwei afforded one a certain authority. No matter how high one's rank, if one found someone displeasing, confrontation was inevitable. As they dared not provoke the Jinyiwei lightly. "I merely spoke in jest. There is no need for you to be so anxious, Lord Chao," Huang Shaojie said with a smile after taking another sip of tea. Chao Renshi sighed in relief and joined in the laughter. "Pray tell, Lord Chao, whom have you offended among the martial artists of the Jianghu?" Huang Shaojie inquired. Chao Renshi pondered for a moment and shook his head. "While I have dealt with individuals from the Jianghu and encountered minor conflicts, it cannot be said that I have deep-seated enmities that would compel someone to risk an assassination attempt against me." Huang Shaojie pressed further. "And what of your adversaries in the officialdom?" Chao Renshi replied, "Naturally, I have some political foes, but conflicts in the court typically do not resort to assassination. Rather, they seek to impeach and undermine one another." Huang Shaojie nodded slightly. It appeared that the assassin was likely a vengeful foe. Yet, it seemed Chao Renshi could scarcely recall whom he had offended or whom he might have harmed. After all, Chao Renshi is a general who commands tens of thousands of troops, and the lives he has taken must be considerable. Huang Shaojie rose and paced thoughtfully for a moment before stopping and saying, "Lord Chao, this assassin has failed in his attempt. Yet he is certain to return to make another attempt on your life. During this period, I shall remain by your side, disguised as your personal attendant." Chao Renshi cupped his hands in acknowledgement and replied, "That would be most agreeable. I shall impose upon you, General Huang." Huang Shaojie waved his hand dismissively and said, "It is of no consequence. However, given the failure of this assassin's endeavor, he will likely exercise greater caution and will not easily attempt to strike again. Let us proceed in this manner. Lord Chao, issue a proclamation seeking renowned physicians to tend to your injuries. The assassin, upon seeing this, will undoubtedly presume your wounds to be grave and may very well masquerade as a physician to approach you, providing an opportunity to apprehend him." Chapter 32, The assassin disguised as a doctor Chao Rinchi harbored a degree of skepticism regarding Huang Shaojie's capabilities. To be candid, he doubted that Huang, a mere 20-year-old captain of the Imperial Guards, possessed the martial prowess to confront such an assassin. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that it mattered little whether this young captain could handle the assassin. What was paramount was that he, Chao Rinchi, could. Although he had been struck by the assassin's flying dagger the previous night, fortune smiled upon him as the blade had narrowly missed his heart. After consuming several healing pills and applying a golden wound ointment, coupled with his own internal cultivation techniques, he had nearly recovered. Should the assassin dare to strike again? Chao Rinchi was confident in his ability to apprehend him. With this resolution, Chao Rinchi promptly expressed his agreement. Very well, let us proceed according to Captain Huang's plan. Suddenly, a curious notice caught his attention. Pray tell, what does this announcement say? Is there anyone here who can read it aloud for us? A crowd of onlookers, drawn by curiosity, surrounded an official bulletin board. However, the majority of the common folk were illiterate and could not decipher the large characters, merely gathered to witness the spectacle. A middle-aged man clad in a blue scholar's robe scrutinized the notice and proclaimed, "The captain has been grievously wounded by the assassin's dagger, the blade striking perilously close to his heart, and his life hangs by a thread. A reward of 10,000 taels is offered for any skilled physician who can save him." The crowd gasped in astonishment. 10,000 taels. If I could heal the captain, I would be wealthy beyond measure, exclaimed one. Indeed, the captain is quite affluent. Such a sum is no trifling matter, another remarked. Is it not the case that officials are well compensated? They casually dispense such vast sums, while we poor peasants toil for a mere 10 taels a year. Yet, the audacity of the assassin was indeed remarkable, daring to attack a government official. What a reckless gamble with one's life. Bah, those corrupt officials deserve to perish. They are all rogues who have pillaged the people's hard-earned wealth, someone retorted. Brother, you risk your safety by speaking such words in public. Be wary lest someone report you, and you find yourself in the magistrate's clutches, cautioned a fellow bystander. The throng buzzed with lively discussion. In the midst of the crowd stood a robust middle-aged man clad in a coarse blue shirt, also observing the announcement. He was tall and sturdy, with rugged features and unkempt facial hair, exuding an air of despondency, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk played upon his lips. He then turned and departed. 2 days later, an elderly doctor arrived at the gates of the Chao residence, carrying a medicinal box. Stooped in stature, with white hair and beard, he nevertheless bore a vibrant complexion, reminiscent of a crane with youthful demeanor. May I inquire if this is the residence of Lord Chao? The old doctor asked, bowing respectfully to the 2 attendants stationed at the door. Indeed, you are correct. This is the abode of Captain Chao, they confirmed. A household servant cast a scrutinizing glance at the old physician and inquired, "Are you the doctor here to treat our esteemed master?" The old physician, stroking his beard, nodded affirmatively. "I have dedicated 4 decades to the study of medicine. While I cannot claim to cure all ailments, I am confident in my ability to heal Lord Chao's injuries." The servant scoffed, "Ha! Every doctor claims to possess superior skills and the ability to mend our master's wounds, yet none have succeeded, and they were all ultimately dismissed." Another servant interjected, "Regardless, let us usher him in. If he fails, he shall receive no payment." With that, he beckoned to the old physician. "Come along, old man." The old physician followed the servant into the Chao residence, where they were led to the main hall. In the east chamber, Chao Rinchi and Huang Shaojie sat leisurely sipping tea, though Huang Shaojie was clad in the attire of a Chao household guard. At that moment, a servant approached to report, "Master, another old physician has arrived, claiming he can heal your injuries." Chao Rinchi took a sip of tea and replied, "Bring him forth." "Yes, my lord." The servant responded and departed. Chao Rinchi set down his teacup and smiled at Huang Shaojie. "It seems that even a quiet tea break with you, General Huang, is a challenge." With that, he shed his fox fur cloak and reclined upon the couch. Huang Shaojie stood upright beside him. Shortly after, the servant returned with the old physician. "My lord, the doctor has arrived," the servant announced, bowing respectfully. Coughing theatrically, Chao Rinchi feigned a severe bout of coughing, discarding a handkerchief stained with chicken blood onto the floor. Weakly, he commanded, "Bring the doctor closer." A flicker of insight flashed in the old physician's eyes as he approached the couch, carrying a medicinal box. He bowed. "I pay my respects to Lord Chao." Chao Rinchi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. If you can heal my ailments, I shall reward you with 10,000 taels of silver." Cough, cough. "My lord, Allow me to first take your pulse and then proceed with acupuncture, the old physician suggested. Placing the medicinal box on the table and retrieving several silver needles, Huang Shaojie, standing vigilantly nearby, observed each physician with keen scrutiny. While the previous doctors had raised no alarms, this old physician immediately aroused his suspicions. Firstly, the old physician sported a false white beard, and there was a glint of malevolence in his eyes, his true energy restrained. While the average person might not discern this, evading Huang Shaojie's perceptive abilities was an impossibility. Huang Shaojie was certain that this old physician was, in fact, an assassin in disguise. The trap had indeed ensnared the assassin. Huang Shaojie inwardly smirked, simultaneously gathering his energy, prepared for action. However, Chaorenchi remained oblivious to the old physician's true nature, extending his hand for the pulse check. Nevertheless, Chaorenchi subtly channeled his inner energy, ready to strike should he detect any malfeasance from the old physician, who was now reaching for his right wrist with his left hand while wielding 3 silver needles in his right. As he seized Chaorenchi's wrist with his left hand, 3 silver needles shot towards Chaorenchi's vital points with remarkable speed from his right hand. This sudden turn of events occurred in an instant. Fortunately, Chaorenchi was well prepared. Upon feeling the old doctor's grip tighten around his wrist, he swiftly recognized the peril and exerted his internal energy to break free from the hold. Additionally, he was clad in iron armor, causing the 3 silver needles to strike harmlessly against the protective plating. Huang Shaojie delivered a powerful palm strike towards the assailant. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, the assailant countered with a palm strike of his own, leveraging the force to leap backwards and escape through the window. Huang Shaojie promptly pursued him. "Capture the assassin!" Chaorenchi bellowed as he sprang from the bed. Outside in the courtyard, a dozen skilled fighters, who had been lying in ambush, sprang into action, launching an assault on the assassin. Observing this, Huang Shaojie gracefully descended from the air, opting to watch the unfolding spectacle. Should these skilled fighters manage to subdue the assassin, it would spare him the need to intervene. However, if they failed to handle the situation, he would step in at the appropriate moment, maintaining an air of prestige. Engaging in a joint assault with the palace guards at this juncture would undoubtedly diminish his standing. Chapter 33. 1,000 ounces of silver in hand. A fierce battle erupted as a dozen adept fighters surrounded the assassin. Each of these skilled warriors possessed a minimum cultivation level of the first layer of innate realm, with one of them, the chief guardian, having reached the 9th layer of the innate realm. However, despite being beset by these formidable opponents, the assassin remained undeterred, for he was a master, a pinnacle of martial prowess. Attaining the master realm elevates one to the status of an elite combatant. Even a mere first-rank master could effortlessly dominate those of the innate realm. If these dozen innate fighters were likened to a pack of wolves, then the assassin was a mighty lion. Though a multitude of wolves might collectively challenge the lion, they would suffer grievous losses, while the lion would likely emerge victorious, having slain a significant number of its assailants. This was the prevailing scenario. While the guardians could indeed overwhelm the assassin if they united in a desperate charge, they would inevitably incur heavy casualties. Each of them had family, parents, wives, and children who would willingly prefer to avoid such perilous sacrifice. Thus, none dared to unleash their full strength. Instead, they encircled the assassin, striving to prevent his escape. Chaorenchi, perceiving this hesitation, bellowed, "Whoever captures this assassin shall receive a reward of 10,000 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, the guardian spirits were invigorated. The chief guardian let out a thunderous roar, leaping into the air, brandishing a hefty broadsword as he aimed a fierce strike at the assassin. The assassin swiftly twisted his body, evading the blow, and retaliated with a palm strike aimed at the chief guardian. The guardian, caught off guard, hastily raised his left palm in defense. The impact was thunderous, resonating through the air. Although the chief guardian had reached the 9th layer of the innate realm, he was still sent flying 3 or 4 zhang away, crashing heavily to the ground, his chest heaving violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the assassin utilized the recoil from their clash to propel himself backward like a shooting star, fleeing several zhang away. "After him! We must not allow him to escape!" Chaorenchi shouted in fury, leaping after the assassin, followed closely by the other guardians. At this moment, a swifter figure appeared, legs moving like the wind as they effortlessly closed the distance to the assassin, delivering a palm strike through the air. It was none other than Huang Shaojie. He had been keenly observing the assassin and, seeing him break free from the encirclement, employed the wind god legs technique, shadow of the wind, to pursue him. With a mighty strike from the 18 dragon-subduing palms, he unleashed the technique known as Konglong Yui. sending forth a ferocious surge of true energy that transformed into an ethereal dragon radiating white light, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. The astonished Chaorenshi and the guardians halted abruptly, their eyes wide with disbelief. The assassin, witnessing the spectral dragon descending with its gaping maw, was momentarily stunned. Without time to ponder, he summoned his utmost strength, striking at the ethereal dragon. With a resounding crash, the air within 100 meters trembled violently as the illusionary dragon was shattered by the assassin's devastating blow, dissipating into countless specks of white light, vanishing into the void. The assassin spewed forth a spray of blood, plummeting from midair and crashing heavily onto the unforgiving ground, creating a foot-deep pit in the shape of a person. Huang Shaojie descended gracefully, extending his hand to extract the assassin from the pit. He deftly struck several crucial acupoints, rendering the rogue immobile before discarding him onto the ground. Several guards rushed forward, seizing the assassin and securing him in a firm grip. "Thank you, General Huang, for your intervention." Chaorenshi approached respectfully, bowing deeply before Huang Shaojie, his face alight with admiration. "I never anticipated that General Huang possessed such extraordinary prowess. I am truly in awe." Reflecting on Huang Shaojie's previous display of power, where he summoned an illusory dragon with a mere palm strike, Chaorenshi felt a mix of reverence and envy. If only he could master such formidable skills. Surely his ascent to prominence would be assured. Now, Chaorenshi finally comprehended why Huang Shaojie had been appointed as the chief of the Jinyiwei at such a tender age. He had previously assumed the young man was merely a beneficiary of connections. Little did he know, Huang was indeed a man of genuine capability. Returning to the grand hall of the Chao residence, Huang Shaojie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "What was it that you mentioned earlier, Lord Chao?" Chaorenshi, taken aback, bowed again. "I am grateful for your assistance, General Huang." Huang Shaojie shook his head. "Not that remark. During the pursuit of the assassin, you mentioned something about who would capture him. I seem to have forgotten the specifics." Feigning deep thought, he prompted Chaorenshi to recall the words. Understanding dawned on Chaorenshi, and he silently cursed under his breath. No wonder Huang had waited until this moment to act. He was after the bounty of 10,000 taels. Although irritation brewed within him, he maintained a respectful demeanor. "I stated that whoever captures this assassin shall receive a reward of 10,000 taels. Since you, General Huang, have apprehended him, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you this sum as a token of gratitude. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the banknotes." With that, Chaorenshi retreated to a secret chamber and returned with 10 banknotes, each worth 1,000 taels, presenting them to Huang Shaojie with both hands. "General Huang, this is but a small token, not a formal gift." Huang Shaojie chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "I merely inquired out of curiosity. There is no need for you to take it seriously, Lord Chao." Chaorenshi inwardly resented this display of false modesty, realizing Huang had benefited yet now feigned humility, compelling him to accept what he had offered. Despite his frustration, he insisted, "It is imperative that you accept this, General Huang. You have captured the assassin, and you must take these 10,000 taels. Do not decline." With that, he forced the banknotes into Huang Shaojie's hands. Reluctantly, Huang accepted the 10,000 taels, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Such a windfall was rare. The Huang family's annual net income hardly reached 10,000 taels, yet he had acquired it effortlessly, without any investment, and it had been practically gifted to him by the diligent Lord Chao. Chaorenshi approached the captured assassin, scrutinizing him with a cold gaze. "Who are you, and why did you attempt to assassinate me?" The assassin spat disdainfully at Chaorenshi's face and bellowed, "Chaorenshi, you vile scoundrel! A decade ago, you defiled my wife, slaughtered my entire family, and falsely accused me of colluding with the enemy. My enmity towards you runs as deep as the ocean. We cannot coexist under the same heavens." Chaorenshi wiped the spit from his face and ripped away the assassin's gray mustache, revealing the rugged visage of a resolute middle-aged man. "Wuzhen, you are still alive," Chaorenshi exclaimed in astonishment. "You recognize me, scoundrel?" Wuzhen retorted, his teeth clenched. "Back then, you led your men to hunt me down, and I fell into a ravine. Fate spared me as my master rescued me and imparted his martial arts. Alas, I still could not bring your treachery to justice." Huang Shaojie, arms crossed, listened quietly, his brow furrowing in thought. He realized that the assassin must harbor a deep-seated grudge against Chaorenshi, yet he was taken aback by the intensity of their animosity. Defiling his wife, exterminating his family, and falsely accusing him of treason, this was indeed a vendetta that could not be overlooked. If Wuzhen's words held any truth, Huang Shaojie regretted his decision to apprehend Wuzhen today. and even found himself wishing to aid Wu Jin in vanquishing the corrupt official, Chaorenqi. With his keen perception, Huang Shaojie sensed that Wu Jin was not lying, for how could one fabricate such harrowing tales of violation and murder? Wu Jin, cease your slander, Chaorenqi retorted, clearly agitated. You conspired with the enemy, and correspondence with them was found in your home. Do you still wish to argue? Your attempt to assassinate me today is a heinous crime. With that, Chaorenqi raised his hand to strike at Wu Jin's crown. Chapter 34. The Investigation of the Jinyiwei. Who dares to interfere, execute. Hold on. Huang Shaojie raised his hand to stop Chaorenqi's palm from striking toward Wu Jin. Speaking in a cold tone, Master Chao, what are you attempting to do? Do you intend to silence him? Chaorenqi, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, General Huang. What are you implying? Why would I resort to murder to silence him? Huang Shaojie raised an eyebrow, retorting, if that is the case, then why did you just attempt to strike him on the crown of his head? With your prowess, Master Chao. Such a blow would surely cause severe injury to Wu Jin. Chaorenqi clasped his hands together and declared, General Huang, this man, Wu Jin, has colluded with the enemy and has now attempted to assassinate me. Such a crime is unforgivable. It would be far simpler to execute him than to keep him alive. Wu Jin roared in anger. Chao scoundrel, you speak nonsense. I have slain no fewer than 100 of those invaders, harboring an intense hatred for them. You fabricate letters to falsely accuse me of collusion, merely fearing my vengeance for my family. Chaorenqi pointed at Wu Jin, shouting, Wu Jin, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Confess your crimes now, and I may grant you a complete corpse. He then gestured towards Huang Shaojie, continuing, do you know who this esteemed gentleman is? He is the commander of the Jinyiwei. Do you think General Huang can be deceived so easily? If you do not confess, General Huang will take you to the Jinyiwei prison, where you will endure 108 tortures, leaving you in a state where you cannot live or die. It was clear that Chaorenqi's words were a threat aimed at coercing Wu Jin into confessing, lest he be subjected to the notorious prison of the Jinyiwei. Known throughout the land, who does not know of its dreadful reputation? Even the most resilient of men would crumble under such extreme tortures. Reduced to a mere heap of flesh, once in prison, a criminal's greatest desire is often simply to escape through death. Yet Wu Jin spat defiantly, retorting, what of the Jinyiwei prison? I, Wu Jin, have always acted with integrity and never betrayed my country. Even if you were to flay my skin and pull my tendons, I would never admit to colluding with the enemy. Wu Jin's words rang with conviction, and Huang Shaojie observed him closely, noting the unwavering strength of his character. Such a man could hardly be believed to conspire with traitors. However, with a cold smile, he replied, is that so? I shall take you to the Jinyiwei prison now. We shall see just how unyielding your resolve truly is. With that, he seized Wu Jin's arm and began to lead him away. Chaorenqi hastily stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. General Huang, in my opinion, Wu Jin would never confess, even if beaten to death. It would be far more efficient to execute him. For Chaorenqi, Wu Jin represented a potential threat. Should the Jinyiwei investigate the past case and uncover that Wu Jin was indeed wronged by him, Chaorenqi would find himself in dire straits. Huang Shaojie cast a cold glance at Chaorenqi, stating firmly, Master Chao, the Jinyiwei's investigations are not subject to anyone's interference. Do you understand? Chaorenqi shuddered slightly, bowing his head and retreating to the side, murmuring, I understand. Though he was extremely reluctant to allow Huang Shaojie to take Wu Jin away, what could he possibly do? Could he dare to forcibly keep Wu Jin against his will? Not only was he unable to defeat Huang Shaojie, but even if he could, he would not dare to act against the authority of the Jinyiwei. Huang Shaojie escorted Wu Jin back to the Jinyiwei headquarters. Rather than imprisoning him in the dungeon, he brought him to his own quarters. After closing the door, Huang Shaojie sat down in a chair. Although Wu Jin's hands and feet were not shackled, he bore internal injuries, and several of his acupoints were sealed, rendering his martial skills ineffective, making him less than an ordinary person at that moment. Huang Shaojie took a sip of tea, gazing at the upright Wu Jin, and inquired, Wu Jin, you claim that Chaorenqi violated your wife 10 years ago, murdered your entire family, and falsely accused you of colluding with the enemy. Please, elucidate the details. A look of deep sorrow and indignation crossed Wu Jin's face as he began. A decade ago, I was a sergeant in the Suzhou military camp, and at that time, Chaorenqi was a captain, my direct superior. One day, I invited Chaorenqi to my home as a guest, treating him to fine food and drink. Little did I know I was welcoming a wolf into my home. While my wife poured him wine, he audaciously groped her thigh. I was oblivious to this transgression, and my wife, fearing I would confront him and bring calamity upon us, remained silent. The following day, Chaorenqi used this incident as a pretext to order me to lead troops to Yinqing in search of pirates. That very night, he took advantage of my absence to infiltrate my home and violated my wife. As I recounted this, Wu Zhen's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. His eyes blazing with fury. Huang Shaojie could not help but ask, "You were in Yinqing. How did you come to know of all this?" Wu Zhen took a deep breath and continued. 2 days later, upon returning home from Yinqing, I found my wife had hanged herself. She left behind a letter revealing the truth. In the letter, she wrote that after I departed, Chaorenqi came and violated her, threatening her not to inform me, and insisting she cooperate with him in the future. Ashamed to face me, she chose death. Overwhelmed with grief and rage, I immediately set out to confront Chaorenqi. Yet, just as I stepped out of my home, I saw him leading a group to capture me, accusing me of colluding with pirates. In a frenzy, I tried to fight him, only to find myself outmatched and wounded. My parents bravely intervened to stop Chaorenqi, but they were both slain. Witnessing my parents perish at his hands shattered my heart, but I understood that this was not the time for sorrow. I had to escape and preserve my life to seek vengeance one day. I fled towards the mountains, but was cornered by Chaorenqi at the edge of a precipice with no escape. I leapt off the cliff, only to be saved by an old Taoist gathering herbs halfway down. I became his disciple, training in martial arts for 10 years. It was only last month, following my master's passing, that I descended the mountain to seek retribution against Chaorenqi, yet alas, I failed. At this point, Wu Zhen's fists were tightly clenched again. His crimson eyes filled with resentment as they bore into Huang Shaojie. Had it not been for the intervention of the minions of the Jinyiwei, he would have either slain Chaorenqi today or, at the very least, escaped safely, with future opportunities to eliminate the treacherous Chao. However, now that he has fallen into the clutches of the Jinyiwei, Wu Zhen is acutely aware of his grim fate. Upon hearing Wu Zhen's account, Huang Shaojie paid no heed to the resentful glare directed at him. Were he in Wu Zhen's position, he too would harbor such animosity. Rising to his feet, he strolled before Wu Zhen and declared, "Wu Zhen, I shall certainly investigate the veracity of your claims. Should your words hold true, I will restore your honor. And I shall ensure that Chaorenqi is apprehended and brought to justice by the Jinyiwei." The look of resentment in Wu Zhen's eyes transformed into astonishment. As he incredulously inquired, "Will you truly seek the truth for my sake? You would dare to hold Chaorenqi accountable. He currently holds the rank of a 4th-grade general, commanding tens of thousands of troops." With his hands clasped behind his back, Huang Shaojie raised his chin and coldly retorted, "What does a 4th-grade general amount to? Even a 1st-grade minister, if guilty of a crime, shall not escape the grasp of the Jinyiwei. There is no official in this realm beyond the reach of my agency." Chapter 35, Reward of 30 Years of Internal Mastery. A consecutive breakthrough of 2 realms. Upon hearing Huang Shaojie's audacious yet righteous words, Wu Zhen could not help but feel a flicker of hope ignite within him. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "If you, my lord, are willing to help me seek justice and punish Chaorenqi, I, Wu Zhen, would die without regrets." Huang Shaojie replied nonchalantly, "I shall first confine you to the dungeon. After I investigate this matter, I will return to interrogate you." With that, he led Wu Zhen to the dungeon. Upon their arrival, a head jailer accompanied by several guards hurriedly bowed in deference to Huang Shaojie. Huang Shaojie pointed at Wu Zhen and declared, "This man is a serious offender. You must ensure he is well guarded. However, do not subject him to severe torture. Understood?" "Yes, my lord," the head jailer acknowledged with a respectful gesture. He then instructed 2 guards to place shackles on Wu Zhen and confine him within a cell. As Huang Shaojie exited the dungeon, the system's reward notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for capturing an assassin. You have received a reward of 30 years of internal mastery." With the system's reward, a torrent of formidable energy surged into Huang Shaojie's dantian, causing his internal cultivation level to soar by 30 years. Boom! The first barrier within him was shattered, elevating Huang Shaojie's cultivation to the 8th layer of innate mastery. Boom! Another barrier was breached, and Huang Shaojie's prowess surged once more, reaching the 9th layer of innate mastery. He now stood but a step away from the realm of Grandmaster. For the average individual, ascending from the 9th layer of innate mastery to the 1st-grade Grandmaster is an endeavor as arduous as scaling the heavens. The vast majority of martial artists may find themselves unable to enter the innate realm throughout their entire lives. Those who do achieve such a state are undoubtedly exceptional. However, over 99% of these innate martial artists will struggle to break through to the Grandmaster level during their lifetimes. Attaining the Grandmaster realm necessitates at least one of the following conditions. 1. Extraordinary innate talent and exceptional lineage. 2. Mastery of top-tier martial arts, or even legendary techniques of mythic caliber. 3. Consumption of elixirs or rare fruits that enhance cultivation. 4. Direct infusion of energy from another, facilitating a breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm or beyond. Meeting any one of these criteria may lead to a breakthrough into the Grandmaster realm. If 2 or more are met, there is a substantial likelihood of achieving the 5th grade Grandmaster level. Should 3 or more be fulfilled, one could reach the pinnacle of Grandmaster. If all 4 conditions are satisfied, one may step into the realm of the Great Grandmaster. 4. Huang Shaojie, endowed with the system. A breakthrough to the Great Grandmaster realm is merely a matter of time. With a sudden increase of 30 years of internal mastery and the simultaneous breach of 2 realms, Huang Shaojie's heart swelled with exhilaration. As one advances in cultivation, the requirements for ascension escalate. Although he has now reached the 9th layer of innate mastery, he will need an additional 30 years of internal mastery to elevate to the Grandmaster realm. In truth, it only requires a 30-day daily sign-in, and after the new year, he shall transcend to the Grandmaster realm. Even though he currently resides in the 9th layer of innate mastery, possessing 3 unparalleled divine skills is sufficient for him to vanquish any Grandmaster below the 3rd grade. It can be said that with Huang Shaojie's current strength, he ranks just below Qianhu Nyorin within the entire Suzhou Imperial Guard. Nyorin has attained the esteemed rank of a 5th rank master, not only due to his exceptional martial arts talent, but also through the mastery of 2 supreme martial arts, the innate infinite divine skill and the great power diamond palm. The hierarchy of martial arts is categorized as 3rd rate, 2nd rate, 1st rate, pinnacle, transcendent, and legendary. Techniques such as the Wind God Leg, the Indestructible Diamond Skill, and the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms fall within the realm of transcendent martial arts. Huang Shaojie entered the Grand Hall of the Jinyiwei to meet Nyorin. "I pay my respects to the esteemed lord," Huang Shaojie said, bowing courteously to Nyorin, who sat at the head of the hall. Nyorin sipped his tea and gazed at Huang Shaojie, inquiring, "How goes the investigation into the assassination of Colonel Chao?" Huang Shaojie replied, "Reporting to you, my lord. I have apprehended the assassin and confined him within the dungeons of the Jinyiwei." "Oh, you have captured the assassin. How did you manage to do so?" Nyorin expressed mild surprise. It was indeed unexpected that Huang Shaojie had succeeded in merely 3 days. Huang Shaojie recounted how he devised a plan to lure the assassin by disguising himself as a beggar before ultimately capturing him. Upon hearing this, Nyorin's face displayed a look of approval. "Indeed, you possess not only formidable martial skills but also a keen intellect. No wonder you were able to catch this assassin in such a short time." Huang Shaojie humbly bowed again, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, my lord." Nyorin lifted his teacup, using the lid to scrape off the floating leaves, and remarked, "Since you have assisted in apprehending the assassin of Colonel Chao, he has sent you a reward of 100 taels of gold." With that, he instructed a guard to fetch 100 taels of gold from the treasury. "Thank you for your generous reward, my lord." Huang Shaojie clasped his fists in gratitude and accepted the small brocade box containing the gold without hesitation. Although he had recently received a substantial amount of silver notes from Chaorenchi, who could ever have too much silver, Nyorin took another sip of tea and said, "You must interrogate this assassin thoroughly to understand his motives for attempting to kill Colonel Chao, and then deliver him to the Ministry of Justice for sentencing." Huang Shaojie replied, "My lord, the assassin's name is Wu Zhan, a former centurion from the Suzhou military camp, at a time when Chaorenchi was merely a captain." According to Wu Zhan, 10 years ago, Chaorenchi had an affair with his wife and falsely accused him of colluding with the enemy, leading to the death of his parents. Huang Shaojie recounted Wu Zhan's story in detail to Nyorin. Upon hearing this, Nyorin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He snorted in displeasure. If what Wu Zhan claims is true, then Chaorenchi is indeed more beastly than man. Huang Shaojie added, "From my observations of Wu Zhan, he does not appear to be lying. Rather, it was Chaorenchi who, in a fit of rage, attempted to kill Wu Zhan with a single blow, and I had to intervene to prevent him from doing so." Nyorin slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "Chaorenchi has audaciously dared to commit murder in front of the Jinyiwei. He truly does not know the danger he invites." This clearly indicates that Wu Zhan's words hold merit. Chaorenchi has violated a subordinate's wife, and, fearing retribution from Wu Zhan, sought to eliminate him. Huang Shaojie remarked, "Your insight is unparalleled, my lord. I share the same conviction." Nyorin rose to his feet and paced over to Huang Shaojie, saying, "I would like you to discreetly investigate Chaorenchi, seeking any incriminating evidence against him. Should you uncover anything, apprehend him immediately and bring him to the Jinyiwei for interrogation." compelling him to confess to the crimes of seducing a subordinate's wife and framing his subordinates as collaborators with the enemy from a decade ago. While it is undoubtedly challenging to gather evidence from 10 years past, unearthing current illicit activities pertaining to Chao Renqi should not pose a significant challenge. Without delving into other matters, it is certain that corruption and bribery, as well as the acquisition of illicit wealth, are prevalent. After all, how could Chao Renqi afford such an opulent mansion and lavish expenditures if he were solely reliant on an annual stipend of a few hundred taels of silver? Niu Ren's directive aligned perfectly with Huang Shaojie's intentions. Had Niu Ren chosen to protect his own and hinder Huang Shaojie's investigation into Chao Renqi's misconduct, the latter would have had to resort to more drastic measures. Fortunately, Niu Ren, as a captain of the Jinyiwei, was known for his integrity. He promptly clasped his hands and declared, "I shall obey your command." Shortly after Huang Shaojie departed, a lieutenant entered to report, "My lord, Captain Chao requests an audience." A faint, cold smile crept across Niu Ren's lips as he comprehended the purpose of Chao Renqi's visit. "Please, bring in Captain Chao," he commanded with a wave of his hand, settling back into the grand chair at the head of the hall, sipping his tea. Before long, the lieutenant escorted Chao Renqi into the Great Hall. Chapter 36. The Bribe of 30,000 Silver Taels. Greetings, Commander Niu. Chao Renqi offered a respectful bow to Niu Ren, who sat at the head of the Grand Hall. Niu Ren raised his hand slightly. "Please, Minister Chao, take a seat. Attendant, bring tea." Chao Renqi settled into a chair at the lower end of the hall, and a maidservant presented tea. After taking a sip, Niu Ren inquired nonchalantly, "What brings you to the Jinyiwei headquarters, Minister Chao?" Bowing slightly, Chao Renqi replied, "A few days ago, I was the target of an assassination attempt. I sent my steward to request assistance from the Jinyiwei in capturing the assailant." Commander Niu dispatched Captain Huang, who, with a clever strategy, successfully apprehended the would-be assassin. "I have come today to express my gratitude for your assistance, and this 500 taels of gold is a promise I made previously." With a gesture, he summoned a guard who presented a brocade box, placing it on Niu Ren's desk. Niu Ren opened the box to reveal 10 meticulously arranged gold ingots, each weighing 50 taels, gleaming brilliantly. Closing the box, Niu Ren smiled faintly. "You are too kind, Minister Chao. It is but a duty." Chao Renqi, beaming with flattery, then asked, "Might I inquire if this assailant has already been incarcerated in the imperial prison?" Niu Ren nodded. "An attempt on the life of a fourth-rank official is a grave offense. He will certainly be confined in the imperial prison, and we must interrogate him regarding his motives for targeting you." Chao Renqi's face twitched involuntarily, and he clasped his hands, saying, "This assailant was once a captain under my command. Upon discovering his collusion with the pirates, I sought to apprehend him, but he escaped by jumping from a cliff. 10 years have passed, and his martial prowess has greatly improved. Harboring resentment for my exposure of his treachery, he sought to assassinate me. Fortunately, Captain Huang intervened and captured him. Yet, he audaciously concocted a ludicrous tale to slander me, hoping to garner sympathy from Captain Huang. It is truly despicable." Chao Renqi struck the table with his fist, displaying a countenance of indignation, as though he had been grievously wronged. Internally, Niu Ren scoffed at the absurdity of it all, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he feigned curiosity. "Oh, what tale has this assailant spun to malign you, Minister Chao?" Chao Renqi was momentarily taken aback. Had Captain Huang not reported the matter to Commander Niu? After Huang Shaojie had escorted Wu Zhen away, Chao Renqi found himself restless within his residence. He was convinced that Huang Shaojie would accurately relay the events to Niu Ren, if Commander Niu were to delve deeper into the affairs of that time. Chao Renqi feared that calamity would soon befall him. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that Wu Zhen had been merely a lowly captain back then, lacking any substantial backing or influence. In contrast, he, Chao Renqi, now held the esteemed rank of fourth-rank Dewey, commanding tens of thousands of troops. Although the Jinyiwei might not regard him highly, he believed that, should he be willing to part with a considerable sum, Niu Ren would likely refrain from reopening the case against Wu Zhen. Niu Ren took a delicate sip of tea and remarked, "Captain Huang only reported the capture of the assailant. He did not elaborate further." Chao Renqi let out a silent sigh of relief. He had anticipated that Huang Shaojie would return to the Jinyiwei and embellish the report to Niu Ren about the matter, yet to his astonishment, the lad had mentioned nothing at all. "It seems that I have misjudged Huang Shaojie. Now, however, this leaves Chao Renqi in a rather awkward position. Had he known that Huang Shaojie refrained from informing Niu Ren, he would have chosen not to bring up the subject. Now that Niu Ren was pressing for details, he found himself at a loss for words. "Chao Darren, why are you silent? What precisely has this assassin accused you of?" Niu Ren inquired. holding his teacup and regarding Chao Renqi with a knowing look. Chao Renqi cleared his throat and replied, "This Wu Jin has audaciously accused me of having illicit relations with his wife, claiming he was falsely accused of colluding with Japanese pirates out of fear of retribution. It is utterly absurd. Although the Wu woman possesses a degree of beauty, I have not been devoid of encounters with lovely women. How could I ever stoop to such beastly acts?" Nyorin could not help but smirk inwardly. This fellow had unwittingly acknowledged the beauty of the Wu woman, which clearly indicated that he had already harbored lascivious thoughts. With a slight smile, he reassured, "Rest assured, Chao Darren. The Jinyiwei will thoroughly investigate this matter and restore your honor." Upon hearing this, Chao Renqi's heart sank. He thought to himself, "I came here hoping you would show leniency and cease further inquiries. Yet you, instead, solemnly declare your intention to vindicate me. If I were innocent, would I need to present myself before you with gold and silver? In these times, how many officials can claim a spotless past? Although the events of yesteryears may be difficult to unearth, should any of my illicit deeds come to light, it would lead to my downfall." Chao Renqi quickly interjected, "The events of the past are far too convoluted to investigate thoroughly. There is no need for you to squander the resources of the Jinyiwei. This Wu Jin, having first colluded with pirates and now having attempted the assassination of a court official, is beyond redemption. It would be best to execute him swiftly to conclude this case." Nyorin, though internally amused, replied with deliberate calmness, "There is no rush. Given that Wu Jin is implicated in collusion with pirates and the assassination of a court official, he must be rigorously interrogated to uncover any accomplices. We cannot hastily close the case." Chao Renqi thought to himself, as Nyorin holds the position of a Jinyiwei captain, "It is inevitable that he harbors suspicions regarding Wu Jin's grievances. He is likely attempting to leverage this matter against me. If that is indeed the case, it becomes manageable." With this in mind, he rose and clasped his hands respectfully, saying, "Niu Qianhu, I have a matter of utmost confidentiality to discuss with you." With that, he glanced at the guards in the grand hall. Nyorin understood, waving his hand, "Everyone, please step outside." The guards exited the hall. "Chao Darren, what is it?" "You may speak freely now," Nyorin prompted. Chao Renqi approached Nyorin, producing 30 silver notes of 1,000 taels each from his sleeve, and with both hands, reverently placed them on the table. He then flattered, "Niu Qianhu, this sum of 30,000 taels is but a token of my esteem. I hope you will graciously accept it." Nyorin examined the silver notes on the table, furrowing his brow. "Chao Darren, what is the meaning of this?" Chao Renqi clasped his hands again. "I implore you, Niu Qianhu, to execute this Wu Jin without delay. Otherwise, I shall find it impossible to rest easy, fearing that one day he may escape and come to attempt my life. Though this may merely serve as a clumsy excuse, certain matters are better left unspoken." As long as Nyorin accepts the banknotes, he is well aware of the implications of the deed that has been set in motion. The well-being of all is intertwined. Nyorin tucked away the banknotes and offered a faint smile, saying, "I comprehend Lord Chao's intentions. Rest assured, this Wu Jin shall not see the dawn." Chao Renqi, filled with joy, bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain Yo." Subsequently, Chao Renqi took his leave. Watching Chao Renqi's retreating figure, Nyorin could not help but harbor a secret smirk. Chapter 37. The Parrot Spy. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Huang Shaojie returned to his modest courtyard. As darkness enveloped the sky, he intended to embark on a nocturnal exploration of the Chao residence to surveil Chao Renqi, hoping to uncover any illicit evidence of wrongdoing. During the daylight hours, he planned to assign 3 of his subordinates to take turns keeping watch over Chao Renqi. At the hour of Su, the night was shrouded in darkness. Huang Shaojie donned a sleek black outfit suited for stealth, masking his face as he prepared to venture out. Alas, the young master is off to commit theft. The parrot fluttered its wings and swooped down, circling in front of Huang Shaojie while squawking loudly. "Silence, you wretched creature." Huang Shaojie sprang into action, reaching out to seize the parrot. The clever bird flapped its wings desperately, ascending into the air. "Ah, you insolent bird. Have your wings grown stronger during this time?" Huang Shaojie chuckled, reprimanding the parrot while expertly attempting to capture it. In a flurry of swift movements, he managed to grasp the parrot firmly. "Do you think you can escape before me?" Huang Shaojie teased, flicking the bird's head lightly with his finger. He had acquired this parrot over 2 months ago and had affectionately named it Beige for its incessant chatter reminiscent of a gossipy old woman, and yet it was male. A month prior, at Beige's fervent insistence, Huang Shaojie had ceased to confine it within a cage, allowing it the freedom to roam the estate. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Beige might fly away and not return. However, much to his surprise, the mischievous bird had no intention of escaping, despite its daily flights. It returned promptly for its meals 3 times a day. Remarkably gluttonous, Beige could consume half a pound of meat in a single sitting, leaving Huang Shaojie bewildered at how it managed such digestion. Fortunately, the Huang family was affluent, and Huang Ibai, the master of the house, had taken a liking to the sweet-talking bird, instructing his servants daily to feed Beige a variety of fish and meat. When first brought home, the parrot had been emaciated, but after 2 months in the Huang residence, it had blossomed into a robust and plump creature, its feathers gleaming and its agility surpassing that of a swallow. Otherwise, with Huang Shaojie's innate prowess at the 9th level of cultivation, capturing it would not have been an easy feat now. Beige had become an invaluable guardian of the Huang estate. Any would-be thief attempting to infiltrate would be promptly detected by Beige, who would immediately raise a ruckus, scaring them away. Just as now, as Huang Shaojie donned his nocturnal attire to stealthily exit the estate, Beige had spotted him. "Spare me, young master. Release me, and I shall not reveal your plans to the master," Beige squawked, wriggling in Huang Shaojie's grasp and pleading for mercy with promises. Huang Shaojie flicked its head once more, chiding, "Do you think I, a man of wealth, would resort to thievery? You foolish bird," Beige retorted, with your face masked. "It surely indicates nefarious intent. Though you are wealthy, one cannot guarantee you won't engage in other mischief." Amused yet exasperated, Huang Shaojie nearly felt the urge to crush the cheeky bird. "I am merely setting out to investigate a case, not to engage in any sordid escapades. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall make sure you regret it." "Master, I too wish to accompany you on your investigation," Beige exclaimed excitedly. Huang Shaojie gave it a light tap and remarked, "If you take this wretched bird outside to squawk incessantly, it shall certainly hinder my grand endeavors." The 8th servant replied, "I shall not make a ruckus. I will obey your every command." A spark of inspiration ignited within Huang Shaojie's mind. If he were to assign the 8th servant to monitor Chaorenchi, not only would it go unnoticed by others, but it would also alleviate his concerns. Contemplating this, Huang Shaojie instructed the 8th servant, "Assist me in surveilling an individual and report his every movement to me. Should you execute this task well, a reward shall be yours." The 8th servant inquired, "What reward do you intend to bestow upon me?" Huang Shaojie jested, "Perhaps a few charming female birds for your amusement?" The 8th servant scoffed, "Such mundane creatures are unworthy of my attention. I have no desire for them." Huang Shaojie chuckled and asked, "Then what prize do you seek?" The 8th servant tilted its head in thought and declared, "Grant me some elixirs or spiritual fruits." Huang Shaojie playfully tapped it and said, "You wretched bird aspire to consume elixirs? Are you seeking to cultivate yourself into something extraordinary?" The 8th servant replied, "My previous master once fed me an elixir, and since then, I have gained wisdom. I can learn any phrase and comprehend its meaning." Huang Shaojie was taken aback. No wonder this clever bird possesses such intellect. It must have consumed a wisdom-enhancing elixir. "Pray tell, who was your former master, and how did you end up being sold by that old fellow?" Huang Shaojie certainly did not believe that the man selling birds could be the 8th servant's former master. That individual must have been a person of considerable stature. The 8th servant recounted, "My previous master was a Taoist priest, but he vanished without a trace, never to return. I sought him far and wide. Yet I failed to find him and was ultimately captured, enduring several transactions until I was sold to you." Huang Shaojie realized, "I see. What sort of elixirs do you wish for now?" The 8th servant replied, "I desire spirit-gathering pills and body-refining elixirs." Huang Shaojie laughed heartily. "It appears you truly wish to cultivate." The 8th servant pressed, "Just tell me whether you will grant this or not." Huang Shaojie chuckled again. "That shall depend on your ability to successfully complete this surveillance task. If you perform well, I shall procure a few elixirs for you. Some martial sects concoct various elixirs and operate shops in the city to earn silver coins for their sect's expenses. Naturally, these elixirs are typically of mediocre quality. Superior ones are reserved for personal use. Should the 8th servant indeed manage to effectively track Chaorenchi, Huang Shaojie would not hesitate to spend a few dozen or even 100 taels of silver to buy it some elixirs. The man and the bird soared from the Huang residence, gliding across the rooftops under the cover of night. Soon, they arrived at a large locust tree outside the Chao residence. Huang Shaojie pointed at the Chao manor and instructed the 8th servant. "The individual I wish to monitor is the master of this household, Chaorenchi, a court official. Keep a vigilant watch over him and report to me where he goes, whom he meets, what tributes he receives, and what deeds he undertakes throughout the day. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood," the 8th servant chirped softly. This creature, Having consumed the wisdom-enhancing elixir, truly was quite astute. Huang Shaojie felt a profound sense of assurance regarding Baigong. Subsequently, he employed his remarkable lightness of foot to soar into the Chao residence, with Baigong following closely in his wake. With Huang Shaojie's exceptional agility, it was inevitable that the inhabitants of the Chao estate would remain oblivious to his presence. Utilizing the cover of darkness, he deftly glided to the exterior of Chao Renqi's chamber. Inside, Chao Renqi sat leisurely, indulging in wine while two beautiful maidservants attended to him, kneading his shoulders and legs. Creating an atmosphere of utter contentment, Huang Shaojie gestured towards the figure of Chao Renqi within the room, signifying to Baigong that this was the individual to be monitored. Baigong, astute in understanding human nature, grasped Huang Shaojie's intent and nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Shaojie then returned with Baigong to the great locust tree and whispered to him, "I shall retire for the night, so you remain here and keep a vigilant watch over that man in the room. Report back to me in the morning." Baigong nodded, affirming his understanding. "Do not forget to procure some elixirs for me upon your return," it added, before taking flight once more towards the Chao residence. Huang Shaojie allowed a smile to grace his lips before he soared away towards the Huang Manor. Chapter 38. The Fountain Pavilion. The following morning, Huang Shaojie dressed himself, and after being attended to by Xiaohe, he completed his morning ablutions and exited his chamber. In the small courtyard, he sat cross-legged, practicing the internal martial arts of Fengshen leg for a while. Suddenly, a tiger-striped parakeet flew into the courtyard. This parakeet was none other than the loyal spy, Baigong, whom Huang had dispatched to monitor Chao Renqi. "Baigong, what did you discover last night?" Huang extended his palm, and Baigong perched delicately upon it. The parakeet fluffed its feathers and exclaimed, "Master, that man fought with those two women all night long, even stripping off their clothes in the process." The two women were screaming in terror. "What kind of man is he, to be so vicious towards women? It is utterly abhorrent." Xiaohe, standing nearby, could not help but pout, her youthful innocence preventing her from contemplating the matter deeply. Huang chuckled and inquired, "Aside from brawling with those two maidens, did Chao Renqi engage in any other activities last night? For instance, did he venture outside?" Baigong shook its head. "No, after their scuffle, the three of them simply slept, only to resume fighting after resting, and then they slept again. In the morning, they fought once more before finally getting up to dress. I hurried to report to you." "Master, by heavens, Chao Renqi is truly a lecherous brute." Huang silently cursed, then waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, continue to observe Chao Renqi. Return to report to me after he has retired for the night." "Yes, master," Baigong replied before taking flight. "Master, are you asking Baigong to assist you in solving a case?" Xiaohe tilted her head curiously. Huang nodded, playfully pinching her rosy cheek. "This matter is a secret. Baigong is my covert investigator." "Understood," Xiaohe replied, her large eyes glancing shyly at her handsome master. Previously, he had been nothing more than a frivolous scion. But since joining the Jinyiwei, he had transformed into a man of great prowess and maturity. In just 3 months, he had evolved from a carefree wastrel into the chief of the Jinyiwei. It is often said that a successful man possesses a unique charm. Once, when he had playfully pinched her chin or backside, she had felt repulsed. But now, when he touched her, she found herself inexplicably enchanted. Yet, she was acutely aware of her place as a mere lowly maid, and despite her beauty, she dared not entertain any improper thoughts regarding him. Simply serving him in this lifetime was enough to bring her contentment. Ignoring the infatuated maid, Huang strode out of the courtyard and made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. After sharing a meal with his parents, he exited the estate. A Gui had already brought forth the yellow-maned horse, and Huang mounted it, heading towards the Jinyiwei headquarters. Upon arriving at the Jinyiwei office, he clocked in and proceeded to the main hall of the 3 guards. The 3 small flags and numerous lieutenants, upon seeing Huang Shaojie enter, respectfully bowed and greeted him. "We pay our respects to Chief Huang." Huang nodded slightly, conducted a brief morning meeting, and then dismissed them to their respective duties. Initially, he intended to send 3 of his subordinates to keep watch over Chao Renqi, but now, with the addition of the covert observer, Baigong, Huang Shaojie has abandoned the plan to deploy the 3. After all, Chao Renqi is a master of the highest caliber, while the martial prowess of these 3 subordinates barely reaches the first level of innate cultivation. Assigning them to surveil Chao Renqi would likely lead to their immediate detection. Should they be discovered, it would raise alarms, making it exceedingly difficult to unearth any illicit evidence against him. Conversely, Baigong's surveillance of Chao Renqi would remain undetected. Who would pay heed to a bird watching over them? Moreover, Baigong is remarkably agile in flight, swift, and possesses keen perceptive abilities. Even if Chao Renqi were to notice something amiss about the bird, capturing it would prove a formidable challenge. Each morning after Chao Renqi rises and each evening before he retires, Bai Gong returns to report to Huang Shaojie on Chao Renqi's daily activities. Bai Gong's intelligence rivals that of an ordinary human, articulating clearly and observing meticulously. Any unusual actions by Chao Renqi would be duly noted. However, after 3 days of monitoring, Bai Gong has yet to uncover anything suspicious. During the day, Chao Renqi primarily conducts his affairs at the prefect's residence, occasionally inspecting the military camp. In the evenings, he remains at home, indulging in wine and feasting. With numerous wives, concubines, and maidservants in his household, Chao Renqi is certainly occupied each night. One evening, Chao Renqi emerged from his residence in a small sedan chair, carried by 4 attendants through winding streets, until they arrived at a red building adorned with lanterns. A sign hung above the entrance, inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Fountain Pavilion. Sir, come and indulge yourself. My lord, a moment in springtime is worth 1,000 gold. Do not squander such precious time. Master, step inside for a drink to warm your spirits. A throng of elegantly dressed courtesans, draped in vibrant fabrics, called out enticingly from the pavilion, each one posing alluringly, swaying their hips and enticingly displaying their charms. The Fountain Pavilion, the most renowned brothel in Suzhou, boasts not only stunningly beautiful maidens but also talents in music and performance, excelling in all forms of artistry. Chapter 39. The courtesan turns out to be a Japanese spy. The sedan chair halted before the Fountain Pavilion, and Chao Renqi lifted the curtain, stepping down from the chair. You few, remain outside. I shall emerge in an hour, he commanded, shaking his sleeves and strolling into the pavilion, while a bird flitted through the window. Upon entering the reception hall, a heavily made-up, voluptuous middle-aged woman approached him, swaying her hips with a beaming smile. She reached Chao Renqi and, with a flourish of her handkerchief, exclaimed, "Ah, my lord Chao, you have arrived. Miss Ningxiang has been thinking of you these past few days." Chao Renqi playfully pinched the ample backside of the madam, chuckling, "Today, I wish to indulge in a change of flavor. How about you attend to me tonight, Madame Hua?" Madame Hua giggled. "Oh, my lord, do not jest with this old body of mine. I am over 40. How can I compare to those youthful maidens? So tender and charming?" Chao Renqi pulled her close and kissed her, leering. "A woman of 40 is at her most delectable, especially someone of your caliber, Madame Hua. Your figure is truly voluptuous and alluring, akin to a ripe peach." Madame Hua, swaying her curvaceous form, replied, "Your kindness overwhelms me, my lord. I shall certainly serve you devotedly another day. However, tonight, you should seek out Miss Ningxiang, for she awaits you eagerly." Reluctantly releasing his grasp on Madame Hua, Chao Renqi followed her into the backyard. They arrived at a pavilion where she led him up to the 2nd floor, lightly tapping on the door of a private room. She called out, "Ningxiang, the lord has arrived. Do come greet him." The door creaked open, revealing a stunning young woman of around 18 or 19 years, with skin as fair as snow and features exquisitely painted. Her lithe figure captivated the eye. Her raven hair was styled in an elegant bun adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin, and she wore a flowing, pleated gown with sleeves that trailed to the ground, complemented by a pair of delicate, embroidered shoes. With graceful steps, she approached Chao Renqi, curtsying with a flourish. "I have the honor of meeting you, my lord." Her voice was melodious, akin to the sweet song of a nightingale. This enchanting beauty was none other than the Fountain Pavilion's renowned courtesan, Lang Ningxiang. Chao Renqi's eyes sparkled as he reached for her slender waist. "Do not rush, my lord," Ningxiang chuckled softly. "The wind is fierce and cold outside. Let us step inside and warm ourselves with a drink." Taking his hand, she led him into the fragrant chamber, while Madame Hua chimed, "Enjoy yourselves, my lord. I shall not intrude." With a playful sway of her ample hips, she departed. Once inside the chamber, Ningxiang closed and bolted the door. As Chao Renqi attempted to embrace her, she coolly pushed him away. "Please, my lord, have a seat," she instructed, moving to the window to peer outside. In the darkness of the night, several guards from the Fountain Pavilion stood watch below, while a bird silently perched upon the window frame. The delicate fragrance of the air gently enveloped the room as the window was slightly ajar, allowing a whisper of warmth to seep in, complemented by the inviting glow of the charcoal fire burning in the chamber. Consequently, the window could not be fully closed. Chao Renqi, having been dismissed by a courtesan, surprisingly refrained from showing any displeasure. He seated himself at the table, while Lang Ningxiang, after securing the window, joined him at the round table. She poured a cup of wine for Chao Renqi and then filled one for herself. "Master Chao, I toast you," she declared. Chao Renqi raised his cup, clinking it with hers before downing the contents in one gulp. Lung Ningxiang, with a graceful motion, refilled his cup, prompting Qiao to reach out, tempted to caress her hands, which resembled exquisite jade. However, she swiftly brushed his hand away. Embarrassed, Qiao rubbed his hands together, gazing at her with a sly smile, and inquired, "Miss Nizi, what must I do to win your favor?" With a frosty expression, Lang Ningxiang replied softly, "Be silent, call me Ningxiang." Qiao chuckled awkwardly. "Fear not, we are among friends. No one can overhear us." Outside, a bird listened intently. Taking a sip from her cup, Lang Ningxiang warned coldly, "Be cautious. If the Jinyiwei learn of my identity, you, Qiao, will find yourself imprisoned." A shiver ran down Qiao's spine, and he took a sip from his cup. Asking in a hushed tone, "What business do you have with me tonight?" In a quiet voice, Lang Ningxiang replied, "Our leader wishes to discuss something with you." Qiao acknowledged her with a simple "oh" and fell silent. Soon, a subtle knocking echoed from one wall of the room. Lang Ningxiang approached the wall, lifted a spring painting hanging there, and pressed a hidden mechanism, revealing a concealed door with a soft click. She beckoned to Qiao, who rose and stepped into the dark passage. The door closed behind him, and Lang Ningxiang replaced the painting. Inside the secret chamber stood a stout man in a brocade robe, arms crossed behind his back. "Watanabe-kun, you sought my presence." Qiao greeted the man with a respectful nod. The man turned, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Master Qiao, you may call me President Ma," he replied. Qiao bowed respectfully. "Yes, President Ma." The man paced closer and regarded him. "Master Qiao, I have summoned you to assist me with two matters." Eagerly, Qiao asked, "What tasks do you require of me?" President Ma explained, "First, I need you to place 4 Eastern warriors as guards within the governor's residence. Second, we have 100,000 pounds of sea salt that we wish to transport from the east to the headquarters of the Dongxing Merchants Association. The official salt prices in your Great Chu are exorbitantly high, at 300 coins per pound. We have an abundance of sea salt in the east, perfectly suited for profitable trade in your lands." A greedy smirk spread across President Ma's face as he stroked his short beard. Qiao furrowed his brow, displaying a conflicted expression. "I can indeed assist you in transporting the sea salt. No one would dare inspect it. However, the endeavor to place the Eastern Samurai as guards in the governor's mansion poses quite a challenge." The long-haired man chuckled. "Do not fret, Lord Qiao. I have meticulously devised a plan. Tomorrow evening, I shall dispatch individuals to launch an attack on the governor's mansion. You, Lord Qiao, will lead a rescue mission, and subsequently, we can leave several dozen guards behind to bolster the mansion's defenses." Qiao immediately comprehended the scheme and nodded in agreement. This plan is indeed feasible. He then feigned reluctance, stating, "However, should the Jinyiwei investigate and uncover our actions, it would spell disaster for my entire family." The long-haired man patted Qiao's shoulder reassuringly. "Rest assured, I shall not let you bear this risk without compensation." As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of silver notes from his sleeve and presented them to Qiao. "Accept this sum of 100,000 taels for now. Tomorrow, I shall send 2 exquisite courtesans to ensure your satisfaction, and upon the successful completion of our endeavor, I shall bestow upon you an additional 100,000 taels." Chapter 40. The courtesan of the Fountain Pavilion is actually a Japanese spy? Qiao received the 100,000 silver notes, tucked them into his sleeve, and patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Master Mai, I will certainly take care of these 2 matters." Master Mai then produced a small porcelain vial from his bosom, handed it to Qiao, and leered, "Lord Qiao, here is another vial of golden gun pills for you. Just 1 each night, and you shall be as firm as a golden spear." Qiao accepted the small vial with a beaming smile, cherishing it as a treasure, and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Mai. These golden gun pills are indeed invaluable." Subsequently, Qiao exited through the secret door, while Master Mai departed through another. Emerging from the Fountain Pavilion, Qiao boarded his sedan chair and made his way back to the Qiao residence. Huang Shaojie sat cross-legged on the bluestone in the courtyard, practicing the internal martial arts technique of the wind god leg after completing 2 full cycles. It was already past the 3rd watch of the night. Why had Bagong not returned to report? Just as Huang Shaojie pondered this, a bird flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder. It was the parrot, Bagong. "Why are you so late returning tonight? What news do you bring?" Huang Shaojie inquired, turning to the parrot perched on his shoulder. Bagong lifted its head and exclaimed, "Qiao went out to have some fun tonight." "Oh? Where did he go?" Huang Shaojie asked with curiosity. Bagong replied, "He went to a red building to seek out some ladies." "What red building? Did you see if it had a plaque with a name?" Huang Shaojie pressed further. Baigong tilted its head in thought and answered, I believe it was called the Fountain Pavilion. The Fountain Pavilion. Huang Shaojie was well aware that it was the most renowned brothel in Suzhou. Although not the largest, its quality was undoubtedly the highest, with ladies who were both beautiful and talented, excelling in song and dance. Huang Shaojie and his colleagues had visited once, merely indulging in flower wine and listening to melodies. He had no desire to engage with such women, finding them distasteful. Chaorenqi, this old lecher, was surrounded by so many beautiful concubines and maidservants, yet was still not satisfied, seeking to indulge in the pleasures of the Fountain Pavilion. Truly a man of boundless energy. Did he engage in a brawl with several women at the Fountain Pavilion tonight? Huang Shaojie asked Baigong with a chuckle. Baigong shook its head. Chaorenqi did not fight with women at the Fountain Pavilion. It was after returning home that he had a scuffle. Huang Shaojie was taken aback. If he did not go to the Fountain Pavilion to fight with women, then what business did this old lecher have there? He felt that something was amiss. Could it be that Chaorenqi had other matters to attend to at the Fountain Pavilion? He instructed Baigong. Relate to me every detail of Chaorenqi's activities at the Fountain Pavilion, leaving nothing unmentioned. Baigong began. Upon entering the Fountain Pavilion, a large-bottomed woman named Huanyong greeted him, saying, Oh, Lord Xiao, you have arrived. Miss Ningxiang has been thinking of you these past few days. Baigong imitated the brothel keeper's voice so vividly that it brought laughter to Huang Shaojie. The flower girl led Chaorenqi to a pavilion in the backyard, where a beauty named Ningxiang drew him into the room. A bird, perched on the window sill, attempted to eavesdrop, but Ningxiang promptly shut the window and drew the curtains. Nevertheless, the bird could still discern two shadows within and overhear their conversation. Baigong, quite pleased with himself, recounted the exchange. Huang Shaojie pressed, urging him to reveal every word spoken between Chaorenqi and Ningxiang. Baigong mimicked. Chaorenqi asked, Miss Nizi, how might I win your affection? Ningxiang replied, silence. Call me Ningxiang. Chaorenqi reassured, do not be afraid. Everyone here is on your side, and no one can hear us. He, unbeknownst to them, while no one else caught their words. This bird was listening intently from the window. Baigong chortled with delight, while Huang Shaojie stood in shock. How could Chaorenqi refer to the courtesan Ningxiang as Miss Nizi? Nizi? That sounded like a name from the land of the East. Good heavens. The esteemed courtesan of the Spring Pavilion was, in fact, a woman from the East. Or perhaps a spy. Baigong continued to mimic. Ningxiang warned, be cautious. If the Jinyiwei discover my identity, you, Chaorenqi, will find yourself in the imperial prison. After a pause, Chaorenqi inquired, what business do you have with me this evening? Ningxiang whispered, our leader wishes to speak with you. Upon hearing Baigong's recitation, Huang Shaojie was even more astounded. Just moments ago, he merely suspected Chaorenqi of colluding with the enemy. Now, he was utterly convinced of it. This courtesan, Ningxiang, was undoubtedly a high-ranking spy from the East. Her status surely significant. Who would have thought that the most renowned courtesan of Suzhou's Spring Pavilion was an Eastern female spy? What was even more shocking to Huang Shaojie was the realization that this man, Chaorenqi, a dignitary wielding command over thousands of soldiers, was clandestinely consorting with the enemy. This was untenable. With the power at his disposal, even a minor leak of information to the invaders could pose a grave threat to the provinces of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. And who was the leader Ningxiang spoke of? Huang Shaojie could surmise that this leader must be an East Asian, of a rank surpassing Ningxiang's. What further exchanges occurred between Chaorenqi and this leader? Huang Shaojie, stifling his astonishment, pressed Baigong for more. Baigong shook his head and replied bluntly, I do not know. What? You do not know? Such crucial information, and this wretched bird chose the pivotal moment to declare ignorance. Incensed, Huang Shaojie seized Baigong by the neck, exclaiming, Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch on Chaorenqi? You haven't gone off chasing some female bird, have you? Baigong flapped his wings in protest, exclaiming, Release me. Are you trying to strangle me? Coughing softly, Huang Shaojie relaxed his grip and tapped the bird's head lightly. Why do you not hasten to explain why you were unaware of the conversation between Chaorenqi and the president? The bird, Baigong, coughed a few times, gasping for breath, and replied, I have been perched outside the window, but I truly did not hear Chaorenqi utter a word to anyone else. Huang Shaojie, puzzled, reflected on the fact that Ningxiang had mentioned the president wished to meet Chaorenqi. Why, then, has this president not appeared? Or is it that the exchange between Chaorenqi and the president was too hushed for you to hear? Contemplating this, Huang Shaojie inquired of Baigong, Could you discern not a single sound? After a moment's thought, Baigong responded, I did hear the wall creak a few times. And then I glimpsed a shadow rise and take a few steps. Subsequently, I caught the sound of shuffling, and another figure approached, only to vanish as it moved past. After a brief interval, I heard the shuffling once more, and that shadow re-emerged, followed by a woman's voice saying, "Lord Chao, take care. And do remember to visit Ningxiang often." Chapter 41. The impossibility of selling oneself. After listening to the account from Bai Gong, Huang Shaojie stroked his chin, deep in thought. A sound from the wall? A figure vanished, only to reappear? Could it be that there exists a hidden chamber? A possibility dawned upon Huang Shaojie, that the room of the courtesan Ningxiang harbored a secret chamber. It seemed plausible that Chao Renshi had ventured into this hidden space for a clandestine meeting with the president. If this hypothesis held true, then the discussions between Chao Renshi and the president of the Eastern Isles must be of utmost importance and secrecy. Furthermore, Huang Shaojie contemplated another matter. It appeared that the entire fountain pavilion was suspect, not merely the courtesan Ningxiang. The existence of a hidden chamber within Ningxiang's quarters strongly suggested that the fountain pavilion served as an intelligence outpost for the Eastern Isles and Suzhou. As a high-class brothel, it was likely that many of the women within were trained spies from the Eastern Isles. They catered to the affluent and powerful, making it easy for them to extract vital information while entertaining their guests. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for a single Eastern spy like Ningxiang to conceal her identity. Moreover, Chao Renshi had mentioned to Ningxiang that everyone present was one of theirs, ensuring that their conversations would remain unheard by outsiders. Having thoroughly considered these issues, Huang Shaojie concluded that the Fountain Pavilion was indeed a stronghold of espionage for the Eastern invaders. He instructed Bai Gong, "Fly back to the Chao residence and continue your surveillance on Chao Renshi." Bai Gong flapped his wings and took flight from Huang Shaojie's shoulder, exclaiming, "I have provided such crucial intelligence tonight. Do not forget to procure a spirit-gathering pill for me." Huang Shaojie waved dismissively. "Rest assured, your elixir shall not be lacking. Now, be off." Satisfied, Bai Gong soared into the night, vanishing into the shadows. Huang Shaojie watched the direction in which Bai Gong had disappeared, a hint of excitement dancing at the corners of his mouth. "Chao Renshi, I was just lamenting my inability to unearth evidence of your corruption, and yet here you are, colluding with the invaders and betraying your country. Humph. This year, you shall likely find yourself languishing in the dungeons of the Jinyiwei." The following day, after the morning assembly in the Three Guards Hall, Huang Shaojie made his way directly to the main hall of the Jinyiwei. "Greetings, Jin Hunyo." His subordinates acknowledged Nyoren with a bow. Huang Shaojie respectfully saluted Nyoren. "Have you uncovered any illicit activities pertaining to Chao Renshi?" Nyoren had only just arrived in the hall, his tea still steaming, and Huang Shaojie's presence indicated urgent news. Huang Shaojie replied, "I report to you, esteemed Qianhu, that I have discovered suspicions of Chao Renshi's collusion with the Eastern invaders." "What?" Nyoren exclaimed, startled, as he set down his cup of tea. "What evidence have you uncovered?" Although Nyoren regarded Chao Renshi as a man of greed and lust, he had never imagined him to be a traitor to his nation. Huang Shaojie continued, "Last night, Chao Renshi visited the Fountain Pavilion to see the courtesan Ningxiang, and I overheard him address her as Miss Nico." "Miss Nico?" Nyoren furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that the courtesan Ningxiang is an Eastern spy?" Huang Shaojie asserted, "Not only is Ningxiang an Eastern spy, but the entire Fountain Pavilion is highly likely to serve as an intelligence outpost for the Eastern Isles." Subsequently, Huang Shaojie recounted the entirety of the intelligence he had overheard to Nyoren. Upon hearing this, Nyoren could not help but rise in anger. Striking the table, Chao Renshi possesses an audacity beyond measure, daring to collude with the enemy. Even if he had 100 heads, it would not suffice to be punished. "Huang, you must take your men to Chao's residence at once, apprehend Chao Renshi, and seal the premises." Huang Shaojie hesitated, responding, "My lord, we are still unaware of the identity of the individual Chao Renshi has met with and the purpose of their meeting. Would apprehending him now not alert the enemy?" Nyoren stood and replied, "Are you suggesting we capture the Eastern dignitary as well? I have considered that, but it may prove difficult at this juncture. Moreover, I am increasingly concerned about what Chao Renshi has discussed with this Eastern leader. Might he be scheming to undermine the Chu?" Huang Shaojie stated, "I have already dispatched agents to covertly monitor Chao Renshi. His every move is under our surveillance." Nyoren paced with his hands clasped behind his back, pondering for a moment before saying, "Continue to observe Chao Renshi for one more day. If you notice any suspicious activity, apprehend him immediately. Also, investigate the Spring Pavilion personally. See if you can uncover any clues regarding this enemy intelligence point." "Yes, my lord." Huang Shaojie bowed respectfully and exited the hall. Returning to the headquarters of the Three Guards, Huang Shaojie donned the attire of a wealthy young master, accompanied by 2 lieutenants disguised as his servants. mounted on horseback. They left the Jinyiwei office and made their way to the spring pavilion. Oh dear, this young master is indeed a rare guest. In the reception hall of the spring pavilion, the matron, Huang Yang, noticed Huang Shaojie in his lavish garments, accompanied by 2 servants, and approached with a sway of her hips. Which lady would you like to choose, young master? Huang Shaojie, with his hands clasped behind him, stated, I have heard that Miss Ningxiang possesses unparalleled beauty and talent. I wish for her company tonight. Huang Yang replied with a smile, I regret to inform you, young master, that Ningxiang offers her artistry but does not offer her body. While she may accompany you for drinks, playing the qin and dancing is all that can be arranged. Huang Shaojie scoffed, I have ample wealth. Should she agree to share my bed, I will pay any price. Huang Yang feigned helplessness, saying, we too wish to earn more silver, yet Ningxiang refuses to sell herself. Many high-ranking officials have been willing to spend lavishly for her first night, yet she has turned them all away. In her own words, if she were to sell herself, she would lose her value. It is precisely because she maintains her virginity that those noblemen are compelled to return frequently, thus ensuring a steady stream of income. Having assessed the situation, Huang Shaojie mused to himself, it appears that this Ningxiang holds a significant status in the East. Otherwise, she would not be so reluctant to sell herself. However, the matron's words hold some truth. The more unattainable a woman is, the more a man desires her. He then feigned displeasure, saying, then let Ningxiang come and share a drink with me, singing a few songs. Huang Yang extended her hand, chuckling. For the company of the flower queen Ningxiang to drink and sing, it will be 100 taels of silver for each hour. What? Is she adorned with diamonds? Shall we give the diamond-studded one a try? Huang Shaojie, with a heavy heart, produced a tin-tail gold ingot and tossed it to Huang Yang with grandiosity, declaring, no need for change, consider the excess as a reward for you. Huang Yang glanced at the hefty gold ingot, her expression one of disbelief. Esteemed sir, how can there be any excess reward for one such as I? Huang Shaojie shot her a glare, exasperated. Spare me your chatter. Do take me to the fragrance chamber. Please follow me, she replied. Upon reaching the attic in the backyard, Huang Yang knocked on the door of the fragrance chamber. Miss Ningxiang, a distinguished gentleman has arrived. Ningxiang opened the door, regarded Huang Shaojie, and gracefully curtsied, saying, I have the honor of meeting you, sir. Huang Shaojie took a moment to admire Ningxiang, who truly possessed a beauty like that of blooming flowers and the elegance of the moon, with a graceful demeanor to match. Chapter 42, The Assault on the Prefect's Residence. Upon entering the chamber with Ningxiang, Huang Shaojie surveyed the space within. The room, approximately 30 square meters, featured a sumptuous daybed, a dressing table with a mirror, a small round table accompanied by several chairs, and in one corner, a 7-string zither. The walls were adorned with several exquisite landscape paintings, alongside a vibrant depiction of a spring scene. Feigning admiration for the spring painting, Huang Shaojie approached it, intending to touch the artwork in hopes of discovering a concealed door behind it. Young master, come and drink. Ningxiang eagerly approached, grasping Huang Shaojie's arm with a playful tone. Internally, Huang Shaojie smirked, suspecting that Ningxiang was wary of him uncovering the secret door behind the painting. He refrained from further investigation and seized the opportunity to grasp her wrist, ostensibly caressing her, but actually probing her internal energy. Young master, please, not like this. Ningxiang twisted her body and almost instantly withdrew her hand. However, Huang Shaojie had already sensed the profound energy concealed within her. He felt a surge of astonishment. This woman's martial prowess was undoubtedly on par with that of Shaojie. May I inquire your age, Miss Ningxiang? Huang Shaojie settled into a chair at the table and asked. I am 19 this year, Ningxiang replied, pouring 2 cups of wine from the jug on the table and handing one to Huang Shaojie. Here, I toast to you, young master. Initially wary of potential poison in the wine, Huang Shaojie recalled his own invulnerability and concluded that mere poison would not affect him. Moreover, Ningxiang was unaware of his true identity and would likely not resort to poison immediately. Raising the cup, he drank it down in one gulp, then set it down, casually inquiring, who is the proprietor of this fountain pavilion? Ningxiang refilled his cup, replying, I have heard it is a high official from the capital. But as for the specifics, neither I nor even Huang Yang could say for certain. A high official? Huang Shaojie pondered the implication of such a connection, contemplating whether there was indeed a collusion with the enemy from within the capital. Alternatively, could it be that Ningxiang was merely fabricating tales to embellish the stature of the fountain pavilion? Being cautious not to arouse her suspicions, Huang Shaojie refrained from pressing further. Instead, he engaged in flirtation while sipping his wine, occasionally pretending to embrace her, only to be deftly evaded by Ningxiang. Miss Ningxiang, Would you accompany me for a stroll outside? Huang Shaojie finished his drink and stood up to address her. Why would the young master wish to venture out into the cold winter air, leaving the warmth of the pavilion? Ning Xiang appeared reluctant. With a resigned sigh, Huang Shaojie replied, staying in your chamber while you deny me any closeness leaves me feeling restless and uncomfortable. It would be far better to take a walk outside. Very well then, I shall accompany you, Ning Xiang conceded, donning a fox fur coat before stepping out with Huang Shaojie. Descending the pavilion, the two began to meander through the fountain pavilion, which, while not expansive, covered several acres with a dozen or so rooms. A number of formidable enforcers clad in tight-fitting attire were patrolling the vicinity. Huang Shaojie sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from them, their gazes sharp and unfriendly. These individuals were far from the ordinary henchmen of a brothel. Their cultivation level was at least at the innate stage, and there were no fewer than 8 of them. After surveying the general situation within the fountain pavilion, Huang Shaojie returned to his room in the loft. He listened to Long Ningxiang as she played the lute and sang for a spell. An hour swiftly passed, and Huang Shaojie feigned reluctance as he departed. That night, after completing his internal cultivation in the small courtyard, the 8-gu bird returned. Where did Chaorenqi go today, and what did he do? Huang Shaojie inquired. The 8-gu replied. Today, as usual, after breakfast, Chaorenqi went to the commander's office to work and later inspected the soldiers' drills in the military camp. Oh? Huang Shaojie frowned, questioning further. Did he not visit any other places or engage in any activities that were out of the ordinary? The 8-gu tilted its head in contemplation and said, in the morning, Chaorenqi summoned a deputy general and instructed him to lead 1,000 soldiers to the coastal area of Yinqing to escort a shipment to the warehouse of the Dongxing Merchants Association. Shipping goods by the seaside? Yinqing lies on the eastern coast. Could it be that he was aiding the pirates in transporting some cargo? The Dongxing Merchants Association? Huang Shaojie recalled that Chaorenqi had met with an unknown president in the secret chamber of the Fountain Pavilion the previous night. Could it be that this president is the head of the Dongxing Merchants Association, and that the association is, in fact, operated by the Japanese? Was there discussion in the secret chamber about this very matter? What goods was the Dongxing Merchants Association having Chaorenqi escort to the seaside? Regardless, he would report this to Captain Niu tomorrow and see how he chooses to address it. Having pondered these matters, Huang Shaojie waved his hand at the 8-gu, saying, All right. I understand now. You may return to the Chao residence and continue monitoring Chaorenqi. The 8-gu took flight. The following morning, as Huang Shaojie emerged from his room, the 8-gu returned. Did anything unusual occur with Chaorenqi last night? Huang Shaojie stretched and loosened his muscles, inquiring of the 8-gu. The 8-gu responded, Last night, Chaorenqi was in bed with 2 women. At the 4th watch, someone came to report that the governor's residence had been attacked, prompting Chaorenqi to rise and head to the governor's house with several dozen guards. What? The governor's residence was attacked? Huang Shaojie's mouth fell open in disbelief, hardly able to fathom what the 8-gu had just relayed. Who would dare to audaciously assault the governor's residence at night? The governor is the highest official in Su province, and his residence must surely be well guarded, filled with elite protectors. Who among them would have the audacity to launch such an attack? This is the rhythm of rebellion. Huang Shaojie remained in stunned silence for a moment before urgently asking, what happened next? Did the governor encounter any danger? The 8-gu replied, No. By the time Chaorenqi and his guards arrived at the governor's residence, the attackers had already been repelled. Chaorenqi left those guards at the governor's residence for his protection and then returned home to sleep. After listening to Baigon's words, Huang Shaojie stroked his chin. Deep in thought. The night before last, Chaorenqi met with the president of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce, and the following night, the governor's residence was attacked by an unknown expert. Was this mere coincidence, or was there a connection between the two events? Furthermore, Chaorenqi had left dozens of his guards at the governor's residence. Did he not fear that his own estate might fall victim to an assault? Logically, one would expect him to be more apprehensive about the safety of his own home after the attack on the governor's residence. Yet, he had entrusted all his guards to the governor's residence, returning home to sleep peacefully. This behavior defied all reason. Could it be that the attack on the governor's residence was orchestrated by pirates? What sinister plot could exist between them and Chaorenqi? If this were true, then the governor might be in imminent peril. Contemplating this, Huang Shaojie could not help but draw a sharp breath. Chapter 43. The deployment of the capture operation upon arriving at the headquarters of the Jinyiwei. Huang Shaojie proceeded directly to the main hall to seek an audience with Niuren. Captain Niu, last night the governor's residence was attacked. After exchanging formalities, Huang Shaojie first reported the incident regarding the attack on the governor's residence. Niuren slightly nodded. I was already informed of this matter this morning. Chaorenchi even took men to provide assistance. As the supreme commander of the Suzhou Jinyiwei, it was only natural for him to be promptly aware of such significant events. Huang Shaojie clasped his hands and expressed, "My lord, this is precisely what concerns me." "Oh?" Niuren raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards Huang Shaojie. "What do you mean by that?" Huang Shaojie elaborated. Chaorenchi took dozens of guards to offer aid. Yet he left these guards at the governor's residence to protect the governor while he returned to his own residence with only a few attendants to continue his slumber. Does he not fear an assault on his residence? Niuren furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, logically speaking, following the attack on the governor's residence, Chaorenchi should be more apprehensive about potential threats to his own home. Yet he has left all his guards at the governor's residence while he sleeps soundly at home. This is quite illogical. Huang Shaojie interjected. If Chaorenchi were a valiant and loyal general, it might be comprehensible. However, he secretly met with Japanese spies the night before last, casting significant doubt upon his motives. Niuren's expression shifted slightly as he abruptly rose, speaking in a grave tone. This is serious. Among the guards left at the governor's residence, there must be Japanese assassins. Governor Luo is in imminent danger. He stated coldly, "It appears we can no longer delay. We must immediately apprehend Chaorenchi. Dispatch orders for all officers of the rank of captain and above to convene in the main hall for a discussion." Niuren decisively issued the command, and two attendants swiftly took their leave. Huang Shaojie clasped his hands once more. "Captain, I have one more matter to report." Niuren reseated himself. "What is it?" Huang Shaojie continued. "Yesterday morning, Chaorenchi dispatched a trusted deputy with 1,000 soldiers to the coastal area of Yinqing to escort a shipment to the Dongxing merchant's warehouse. To escort goods to the eastern coast? A cold glimmer flashed in Niuren's eyes as he scoffed. It seems Chaorenchi must be assisting the Japanese in their transport of goods. Huang Shaojie conjectured. "I suspect that the chairman from the east who met with Chaorenchi in the secret chamber of the Fountain Pavilion the night before last is indeed the president of the Dongxing Merchants Association. The content of their clandestine discussion must pertain to these two matters. First, to arrange for Japanese warriors to be positioned at the governor's residence to either assassinate or hold the governor hostage. Second, to assist the Japanese in transporting military supplies into Suzhou." Huang Shaojie articulated his deductions. The first point he surmised was entirely accurate, however. He was mistaken regarding the second. Unbeknownst to him, the cargo that Chaorenchi was escorting for the Dongxing merchants was actually sea salt transported from the east. In the Great Chu, the trade of salt was strictly regulated by the government, commanding exorbitant prices, thereby generating substantial profits and enhancing the national treasury's revenue. Salt merchants wishing to engage in the trade of government-controlled salt were required to purchase salt permits at high prices, enabling them to acquire officially harvested salt. In summary, 80% of the profits are secured by the officials, while the salt merchants, after deducting some funds for connections, can at most earn a mere 10%. Naturally, the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce has obtained the privilege to operate official salt. If they were to import sea salt from their homeland of Dongying to sell in the Great Chu, they could reap exorbitant profits, amassing considerable wealth to take back to Dongying. Upon hearing Huang Shaojie's analysis, Niuren nodded in agreement. At this moment, all officials above the rank of general had gathered in the main hall. After a courteous exchange of bows, Niuren, with a grave expression, proclaimed, "Chaorenchi, the military commander of Suzhou, has colluded with the Japanese pirates, intending to control Governor Luo and seize command of all military forces in Suzhou, aiming to conquer the coastal regions of Jiangsu and Zhejiang." Upon hearing these words, the crowd in the hall gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief as they exchanged glances, scarcely able to comprehend the gravity of the situation. How could a dignified fourth-rank military officer secretly conspire with pirates to manipulate the esteemed governor and invade both provinces? Was Chaorenchi truly seeking to incite rebellion? Zhao Baihu, displaying a look of confusion, respectfully inquired, "My lord, this matter is of utmost importance. Might I ask if the information is reliable?" The others in the hall shared similar doubts, pondering the sudden source of Niu Qianhu's revelation. Niuren replied, "This is a lead uncovered by Huang Shaojie, who has been covertly monitoring Chaorenchi's activities. It is absolutely credible. Now, given the urgency of the situation, we, the Jinyiwei, must apprehend Chaorenchi without delay. Zhao Baihu, you shall lead the Jinyiwei of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th guards to the commander's residence and apprehend Chaorenchi along with all his confidants, bringing them back to the Jinyiwei's prison." "Understood." Zhao Baihu bowed and accompanied by the 3 generals of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Guards, exited the hall to gather their forces. Niuren then turned to another Baihu, raising his voice. Li Baihu. Li Baihu responded with a respectful bow, at your service. Niuren commanded, you and 3 trial Baihus shall lead the Jinyiwei from the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Guards to the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce, and apprehend everyone without exception. Those who resist shall be dealt with mercilessly. The Suzhou Jinyiwei comprised 2 Baihus and 3 trial Baihus, with even the weakest trial Baihu reaching the 9th level of the innate realm. Niuren's direct order to dispatch 1 Baihu along with 3 trial Baihus and the forces of 4 guards underscores the significance he places on the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce. For the apprehension of Chao Renqi, it sufficed for Niuren to send Zhao Baihu with 3 guards. Although Chao Renqi was a first-rank master, Zhao Baihu, being a second-rank master, could easily subdue him. Despite Chao Renqi commanding over 10,000 soldiers, the Jinyiwei's approach would not allow him to mobilize those forces against the arrest. Unless all those soldiers had become his loyal supporters, willing to join him in rebellion, which was highly unlikely. While having a dozen loyal confidants was plausible, Zhao Baihu, leading 3 generals, 9 junior officers, and over 100 captains, would be more than sufficient to ensure a successful operation. We shall obey your command. Li Baihu and the other 3 trial Baihus bowed in compliance and exited the hall to mobilize their forces. Huang Shaojie, Xiao Chuyue, we are here. Huang Shaojie and Xiao Chuyue responded in unison with a respectful bow. Niuren instructed, you 2 shall lead the elite guards of our station to the Fountain Pavilion and apprehend all individuals present there. Though it is merely a brothel in my eyes, it serves as a stronghold for Eastern spies, undoubtedly housing numerous skilled operatives. Therefore, it is imperative to dispatch the 2 most formidable captains, Huang Shaojie and Xiao Chuyue, to undertake this mission. Huang Shaojie and Xiao Chuyue accepted their orders and set forth. Captain Gao and Captain He, you are to lead the guards of the 10th and 11th Division swiftly to the governor's residence to report the collusion of Chao Renqi with the pirates, and to assist Governor Luo in apprehending and interrogating the several dozen guards left behind by Chao Renqi last night. Understood, the 2 captains replied and departed. Finally, Niuren turned to Captain He Lu of the 12th Division and commanded, He Lu, you shall take 50 lieutenants and 100 strongmen to Chao's residence, apprehending all individuals therein and conducting a thorough search of the premises, leaving no corner unchecked. He Lu bowed respectfully and replied, yes, my lord. Chapter 44. Dare to assault the Jinyiwei? Do you wish to rebel? In the military camp before the Duwei's residence, over 10,000 soldiers were arranged into 10 small formations. Each formation was led by a 1,000-man commander, with 1,000-man commanders mounted on steeds, all under the watchful eye of Duwei Chao Renqi. At this moment, Chao Renqi sat majestically upon a chestnut steed, clad in armor with a sword at his waist, accompanied by 2 deputy generals and several personal guards, surveying the drill of the 10 formations and the 1,000 soldiers. Suddenly, the rapid sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. Zhao Baihu, adorned in red brocade, led 3 standard-bearers and over 100 Jinyiwei lieutenants, racing towards the camp. With a sharp pull of the reins, Zhao Baihu halted his steed with a commanding neigh, causing the following 100 Jinyiwei to come to an abrupt stop. Chao Renqi turned in astonishment to face the formidable contingent of Jinyiwei that had appeared so unexpectedly. A sense of foreboding rising within him, he turned his horse around, accompanied by his guards, and respectfully cupped his hands in salute to Zhao Baihu, saying, is this not Lord Zhao the Jinyiwei? What brings you to the Duwei's residence? With a swift motion, Zhao Baihu unsheathed his sword, pointing it menacingly at Chao Renqi, and bellowed, Chao Renqi, you conspire with the pirates, plotting rebellion. Dismount and surrender at once. This declaration left the entire camp in stunned silence. The notion that the Duwei was colluding with pirates to incite rebellion seemed unfathomable. A chill coursed through Chao Renqi, rising from his feet to his forehead, as he pondered how the Jinyiwei had learned of his alleged treachery. Yet, he maintained his composure and retorted fiercely, Zhao Baihu, do not slander me. I, Chao Renqi, am loyal to the nation. How could I engage in treasonous dealings with pirates? Zhao Baihu's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied, Chao Renqi, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Seize him. The 3 standard-bearers dismounted and advanced with their 100 lieutenants towards Chao Renqi. Boldly, you dare to slander the Duwei, shouted one of the deputy generals, drawing his sword and pointing it at the 3 standard-bearers. Another deputy general followed suit, brandishing his weapon as he and the guards formed a protective circle around Chao Renqi. Zhao Baihu ordered coldly, the Jinyiwei enforce the law. Those who dare to obstruct will be met with lethal force. The guards hesitated, But the two deputy generals shouted defiantly, "We vow to protect the Duwei. Who dares to flee shall perish." Chaorenqi produced his command token, declaring loudly to the assembled soldiers, "I hereby command that you eliminate all Jinyiwei personnel. Military orders are absolute." As the Duwei, holding the token, no one dared to disobey. The 10,000 soldiers, compelled by his authority, swiftly encircled the Jinyiwei. With a resounding clash, weapons and armor collided, creating a thunderous uproar, the sheer force of which caused the 100 lieutenants of the Jinyiwei to blanch. However, despite surrounding Zhao Baihu and his contingent, none dared to strike, for they were the Jinyiwei, the emperor's elite guards, not mere rabble. Zhao Baihu, undeterred, brandished his longsword and bellowed at the throng of soldiers, "How audacious! To besiege the Jinyiwei is akin to defying His Majesty the Emperor. Do you dare to rebel? Are you prepared to face the annihilation of your entire lineage?" His voice reverberated, sending a tremor through the hearts of the multitude. Indeed, should the emperor learn of the assault on the Jinyiwei, the consequences would be dire. Even the most fearless among them would quake at the prospect of their families being eradicated. The fear of such a fate, even if it were merely the execution of 3 generations, was enough to instill dread. One centurion, unable to contain himself, gestured for his 1,000 soldiers to retreat stealthily. Observing this, the remaining 9 centurions followed suit, leading their troops in a strategic withdrawal. Frustrated, Chaorenqi shouted, "As your commanding officer, I command you to eliminate these Jinyiwei. Who among you dares to disobey? You will all face military justice." Yet, not a single soldier heeded his orders. One centurion clasped his hands in respect towards Chaorenqi and replied, "Sir, the Jinyiwei are the emperor's personal guards. To assault them is tantamount to treason and a grave offense punishable by the extermination of one's clan. I implore you to understand my position." The other 9 centurions echoed his sentiments, bowing in unison, "We cannot comply with such orders." They were acutely aware that while defying military commands could lead to death, attacking the Jinyiwei would result in the execution of their entire families, and they discerned the weight of their choices clearly. Chaorenqi recognized that retreat was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword and proclaimed, "Soldiers, the current emperor is a tyrant, and corrupt officials run rampant. The common people suffer. It is time to rise against him. If you follow me to the capital, you shall be rewarded with titles and wealth beyond measure. Kill." In that moment, Chaorenqi was grasping at straws. If he could rally these 10,000 soldiers to join him in rebellion, his survival would be assured, though these soldiers could not instigate a significant upheaval. He had the backing of the Easterners. If they allied with the Easterners, Chaorenqi would surely attain a high office. Should the Easterners conquer the Great Chu, he would emerge as a pivotal figure. However, the soldiers remained unmoved, their gazes fixed on Chaorenqi with palpable indignation. The notion of joining him in rebellion was preposterous. No one in their right mind would entertain such folly. They had concluded that Chaorenqi must be in collusion with the Easterners, for no one else would so openly rebel. Zhao Baihu sneered, "Chaorenqi, cease your futile struggles and surrender." With that, he leapt from his horse, his longsword slicing through the air as it swung toward Chaorenqi. The latter hastily met the attack with his own sword. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying in all directions. The force of the impact left Chaorenqi's hands numb, nearly causing him to lose grip of his sword. Realizing he was outmatched, he squeezed his legs against his steed, driving the sword into the horse's flank. The steed, startled by the pain, bolted forward. But could he escape? Zhao Baihu called out sharply, employing his agility to pursue. 2 vice commanders attempted to flee alongside him, only to be intercepted by 3 standard bearers, who swiftly subdued them in a matter of moments. Only a few of the more trusted attendants around Chaorenqi resisted fiercely, resulting in their immediate demise, while the remaining guards discarded their weapons and surrendered, covering their heads in defeat. Although the horse galloped swiftly, it could not match the agility of Zhao Baihu's lightness of foot. Over extended distances, Zhao Baihu might not outrun a steed, yet in short bursts, he far surpassed its speed. After galloping a little over 100 meters, Chaorenqi was overtaken by Zhao Baihu, who leapt from behind. With a sword strike aimed at Chaorenqi, the latter met the attack with a counter, barely managing to deflect it. However, this strike was merely a feint. Simultaneously, Zhao Baihu's left palm struck Chaorenqi's back. With a thud, Chaorenqi was propelled forward several meters, spitting out a spray of blood, gravely injured as he fell to the ground. Zhao Baihu then leaped in front of Chaorenqi, deftly sealing several of his acupoints before hoisting him up and swiftly mounting his horse to depart. Chapter 45. The capture of the Eastern Ninja. The Dongxing Chamber of Commerce is situated in the southern part of Suzhou, covering an expanse of several acres. with dozens of houses and 2 large warehouses. Li Baihu, accompanied by over 200 Jinyiwei, arrived at the entrance of the Dongxing chamber, effectively encircling the establishment. With a commanding order, 3 trial captains, each leading several dozen Jinyiwei, surrounded the entire chamber. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Dongxing chamber, a dozen key members were engaged in discussion. President, we have successfully inserted 2 warriors and 2 ninjas into the inspector's residence. When shall we strike? Inquired a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. Watanabe smirked coldly. There is no rush. We shall seize Inspector Luo when the opportunity arises. Using his official seal to mobilize troops for our advantage just then, a member of the chamber burst into the hall, panic-stricken. President, grave news. The Jinyiwei have surrounded the chamber. All the Japanese present were rendered speechless. What? How did the Jinyiwei suddenly surround us? Watanabe sprang to his feet, his expression shifting. This is bad. It must be that Chaorenchi has been exposed. Bakayaro, let us eliminate these Jinyiwei at once. A Japanese warrior in a gray robe exclaimed. Drawing a slender katana, his teeth clenched in anger. The other prominent members of the Dongxing chamber also displayed sinister expressions, preparing to fight to the death against the Jinyiwei. Murayaji-kun, do not act rashly. Watanabe interjected, raising his hand to halt them. The Jinyiwei are well prepared, and their skilled fighters are numerous. We may not be able to contend with them. Let us escape through the secret passage. With that, he led the way out of the side door of the hall, arriving at a well, and they all leapt inside. The well was approximately 10 meters deep. Once at the bottom, Watanabe pressed a brick on the wall, revealing a 2-foot square opening in the wall. He and a dozen members crawled through the opening, activating the mechanism that concealed it once more. Even from the depths of the well, submerged beneath 10 meters of water, or upon the shore, it would be nearly impossible to discern any trace of the secret passage. At this time, Li Baihu had already led over 100 Jinyiwei into the Dongxing chamber's courtyard. Seize everyone, he bellowed. Within the courtyard, several dozen men disguised as servants were, in fact, Eastern warriors. Upon witnessing the Jinyiwei storming in to capture them, these warriors swiftly drew concealed daggers, engaging in fierce combat. These Eastern warriors were formidable, each possessing martial prowess exceeding the 7th level of acquired strength, with a few having reached the innate stage. Although they were not as strong as the escaping key members of the Dongxing chamber, the Jinyiwei captains were far from their equals. 4 or 5 captains struggled to subdue a single servant from the Dongxing chamber. Li Baihu wielded his spear, moving like a silver serpent, and wherever the spear passed, Eastern warriors fell one after another. These martial artists of the acquired stage were utterly defenseless against a master of his caliber, akin to mere straw men. The other banners and sub-banners swiftly eliminated the remaining Eastern warriors. In less than a moment, the group of samurai from the east was entirely dealt with. Naturally, a dozen or so were merely gravely injured, retained as captives for interrogation. Conduct a thorough search. Li Baihu commanded loudly. He could not believe that the headquarters of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce was merely staffed by commoners, devoid of even a single leader. They were either hiding or had fled in advance. Several chief banners and a number of junior banners, accompanied by over 100 captains, began to meticulously scour the premises. After nearly 2 hours of searching, they had turned the entire Dongxing Chamber of Commerce upside down. They discovered 2 secret chambers, but they were uninhabited. Li Baihu left the chief banner to guard the chamber with several dozen captains while he returned to the Jinyiwei headquarters to report to Nyorin. At the inspector's residence, Inspector Luo sat in the grand hall sipping tea when a guard rushed in to report. Reporting to the inspector, 2 chief banners from the Jinyiwei, accompanied by over 100 guards, have arrived to see you. Upon hearing this, Inspector Luo's expression turned to one of astonishment. What business did the Jinyiwei have at the inspector's residence? Moreover, the presence of 2 chief banners and 100 guards indicated they were there for apprehension. Typically, the arrival of the Jinyiwei signaled trouble. Whether high-ranking or lowly officials, the sudden appearance of the Jinyiwei with captives instilled a sense of panic, fearing they might be taken away. After all, how many officials could claim to be without fault? However, Inspector Luo was slightly startled but quickly regained his composure. His psychological fortitude was undoubtedly superior to that of the average official. Furthermore, had the Jinyiwei intended to arrest someone, they would not have announced their arrival but rather stormed in directly. Luo promptly exited the residence, accompanied by several bodyguards to greet them. Greetings, Inspector. The 2 chief banners saluted upon seeing Luo. He returned the gesture, inquiring, "What brings you to the inspector's residence?" Chief Banner Gao replied, "We are here on the orders of Lord Qianhu to apprehend Japanese spies." Japanese spies? Inspector Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Was it possible that spies were concealed within the inspector's residence? Chief Banner, he interjected. Inspector, was your residence not attacked last night? Subsequently, Chaorenshi arrived with dozens of guards and left them behind? Inspector Luo nodded. Indeed, that is correct. Captain Chao stated that these guards were to remain for my protection. Is there an issue with that? Chief Banner Gao responded. Inspector, you may not be aware, but Chaorenshi is colluding with the Japanese and has ulterior motives. Lord Qianhu suspects that among the guards left by Chaorenshi, there are infiltrators from the east. This places you in grave danger. What? Chaorenshi is actually in league with the Japanese? He truly possesses audacity. Inspector Luo bellowed angrily before commanding. Issue orders to summon all guards within the residence to the training grounds. A moment later, over 100 guards assembled in the training grounds. Inspector Luo surveyed the gathered guards, his voice low and firm. All guards brought by Captain Chao stepped forward. With a resounding clamor, over 30 guards stepped forward in unison. Arrest them all, commanded General Gao with a decisive wave of his hand. Several subordinates, accompanied by over 100 elite guards, surged forward. The expressions of the 30-odd guards turned to one of sheer terror and confusion. At that moment, 4 figures suddenly leaped from among them, launching directly at Governor Luo, their blades casting fierce arcs towards him. Audacious, shouted General Gao and General He in near unison, propelling themselves to intercept the 4 guards. 2 skilled bodyguards, stationed closely beside Governor Luo, drew their swords to shield him on either side. Protect the governor. A cry rang out as dozens of guards encircled the 2 eastern warriors and the 2 ninjas. Chapter 46, The Great Battle with the Courtesan. Long Ningxiang General Gao and General He engaged in a fierce battle with 2 samurai from the east, while the other 2 samurai were besieged by 4 formidable guards of Inspector Luo. Both General Gao and General He were powerful beings of innate 5th realm and above. Yet they found themselves at a disadvantage against their respective opponents. Similarly, Inspector Luo's 4 guards struggled to subdue the 2 remaining East Asian ninjas. One of the elite fighters by Inspector Luo's side leaped into the fray, sword in hand, targeting the 2 ninjas. Additionally, 6 junior officers from the Imperial Guard joined the conflict, directing their attacks toward the 2 samurai from the island nation. The tide of battle soon shifted. The 2 elite fighters beside Inspector Luo, both of master-level prowess, quickly dispatched one of the East Asian ninjas with a flurry of strikes, subsequently severing the limbs of the other. On the other side, with the 6 junior officers' assistance, Generals He and Gao successfully subdued their 2 samurai adversaries. In the end, they left the dismembered ninja for Inspector Luo to interrogate and deal with, while the Imperial Guards escorted the 2 severely injured samurai back to their headquarters. As for the additional 30 or so guards from the Chaoren 7 factions, they were all taken to the Imperial Guard headquarters for thorough questioning. Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei, accompanied by 6 junior officers and over 100 lieutenants, advanced toward the Fountain Pavilion. As they neared their destination, Huang Shaojie instructed Jinyiwei, General Shao, please take your men to the back entrance to prevent any spies from escaping. Jinyiwei nodded, clasping her fists in respect. Do take care. With that, she led several Imperial Guards from the 9th Guard around to the back of the Fountain Pavilion. Huang Shaojie, with dozens of Imperial Guards from the 3rd Guard, arrived at the front entrance of the pavilion. It was just around the hour of SI, approximately 9 o'clock in the morning. The Fountain Pavilion had yet to open for business, and the main door remained shut. Huang Shaojie stepped forward and forcefully kicked the door open, leading his contingent of Imperial Guards inside. Who dares to? A few black-clad thugs rushed out from the courtyard, their voices filled with anger. But as they caught sight of the menacing Imperial Guards, they abruptly swallowed their words. Despite the intimidation, the black-clad thugs did not show signs of fear. Rather, a malevolent glint flickered in their eyes. The leader of the thugs, suppressing his murderous intent, bowed slightly and said in a low voice, "What brings you esteemed Imperial Guards to our Fountain Pavilion so early?" Huang Shaojie's expression remained impassive as he raised his hand and commanded coldly, "Arrest everyone in the Fountain Pavilion." 3 junior officers charged at the 3 black-clad thugs, while the remaining lieutenants surged into the various rooms and levels of the pavilion. One of the thugs let out a sharp whistle, and immediately, over a dozen black-clad thugs emerged from the shadows, all wielding their blades, rushing toward Huang Shaojie. Among them, a few skilled fighters targeted Huang Shaojie directly, well aware of the adage that to capture a thief, one must first capture the leader. They understood that if they could eliminate this commander of the Imperial Guards, the rest would pose no challenge. The Eastern warriors had long ascertained that the martial prowess of the leader of the Jinyiwei was at the 5th level of the innate realm. Yet, These Eastern warriors, each possessing skills surpassing the innate realm, with some even exceeding the 5th level, believed they could dispatch this Jinyiwei leader within 3 moves. Alas, they were oblivious to the fact that the man before them possessed strength far beyond their expectations. Huang Shaojie leaped into the air, striking with both palms as he bellowed. Flying dragon in the sky. With a resounding roar, the true energy from his palms coalesced into an ethereal dragon, unleashing a chilling dragon's cry as it surged towards the Eastern warriors. The warriors' eyes widened in terror. What kind of martial art was this? With a thunderous crash, the terrifying power of the 18 dragon-subduing palms struck 3 of the Eastern warriors, instantly shattering their internal organs and sending them flying over 10 feet, meeting their demise on the spot. The remaining 2 warriors were caught in the residual force of the attack and staggered back, nearly losing their balance. With the agility of a gust of wind, Huang Shaojie propelled himself forward, his legs like the very wind itself, delivering powerful kicks to the 2 remaining Eastern warriors. The might of his wind god legs was no less formidable than that of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Both warriors felt their chests cave in by 2 inches, their ribs and organs crushed, as their lifeless bodies were propelled into a nearby pavilion, crashing through its walls. Amidst the chaos, startled cries erupted from within the pavilion, as a man, draped in a fur coat but lacking garments beneath, rushed out in a panic. Simultaneously, another woman from the brothel, hastily wrapped in a fur cloak, fled in alarm. Yet, she was swiftly apprehended by 2 Jinyiwei lieutenants who surged forward. Clearly, this woman possessed no martial skills, yet she was undoubtedly an Eastern spy. A typical brothel girl would not flee in such a manner. At that moment, women from various houses and pavilions scattered in all directions. Among them, a few skilled courtesans managed to incapacitate several lieutenants and leaped over the walls, attempting to escape through the back door. However, they encountered a more formidable opponent. Shaojie, accompanied by the Jinyiwei guards from the 9th Guard, stood vigil at the back door and its flanks. Upon seeing several courtesans leap out, she intercepted one, striking her down with a single palm and sealing several of her acupoints. The other courtesans were similarly confronted by 3 junior lieutenants, resulting in a fierce clash. Ling Ningxiang, upon hearing the whistle of the approaching guards, felt a shift in her beautiful countenance, recognizing the peril of her situation. Grabbing a short sword from beneath her pillow, she leaped from the window of the pavilion. Just then, several Jinyiwei lieutenants rushed in, brandishing their blades towards her. With a glint of murderous intent in her eyes, she darted among the lieutenants, her blade flashing in the dim light as blood sprayed forth. In the blink of an eye, all 4 lieutenants had their throats slit. Raising her gaze, she caught sight of Huang Shaojie executing the 18 dragon-subduing palms, dispatching 3 masters from the fountain pavilion. It was him. Ling Ningxiang was utterly astonished. She instantly recognized the young man clad in the uniform of the Jinyiwei leader as the very same Mr. Huang who had sought her company for drinks and music the previous day. She never anticipated that this seemingly lecherous scion was, in fact, the chief of the Jinyiwei, endowed with unparalleled martial prowess. Knowing full well that she was no match for this esteemed leader, Ling Ningxiang did not hesitate. She propelled herself upwards with a leap, vaulting over the wall and fleeing in haste. As she sought to escape, a sharp command echoed through the air. Shaojie, with her feet deftly maneuvering in the air, pursued her, brandishing her sword to intercept Ling Ningxiang. In midair, Ling Ningxiang twisted her body, thrusting her dagger towards Shaojie's delicate throat. Shaojie swiftly tilted her neck, the dagger grazing past her skin, and she felt a jolt of surprise. This woman possessed remarkable martial skills. The 2 stunning beauties engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, executing a flurry of moves before finally descending to the ground. Ling Ningxiang, unwilling to linger in battle, attempted to flee, yet was relentlessly pursued by Shaojie. One wielded a long sword, the other a short dagger. There exists a saying that a weapon's effectiveness increases with its length. Yet another asserts that a shorter weapon can be more perilous. Ultimately, the true determinant lies not in the weapon itself, but in the mastery of the one who wields it. Chapter 47. Wind God Leg vs. 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Shaojie's swordsmanship, known as the thunder-flowing meteor sword, belongs to the pinnacle of martial arts. Her sword moves like a meteor, exquisite and fierce. A month prior, she had already broken through to the 9th level of the innate realm, her strength significantly enhanced. Yet now, as she faced a woman from a brothel, she found herself at a complete disadvantage, leaving her utterly astonished. Ling Ningxiang wielded a short sword, scarcely a foot long, yet it was as cunning and agile as a venomous serpent. Her swordplay amalgamated Eastern sword techniques with the assassination skills of ninjas, unpredictable and lethal with every strike. At this moment, Ling Ningxiang was equally taken aback. As the daughter of one of the 4 great sword families of the East, her martial prowess was unmatched among her peers. She had not anticipated that a female captain of the brocade-clad guards from the Great Chu would rival her in skill. Moreover, the woman's physique and beauty were nothing short of breathtaking, rivaling even her own as the head courtesan of the Fountain Pavilion. Were it not for their differing identities and allegiances, Ling Ningxiang would have genuinely desired to forge a sisterly bond with Jinyiwei within the Fountain Pavilion. After Huang Shaojie executed the Wind God leg, sending 2 Eastern warriors flying, a figure suddenly leapt from the side of a building, a long whip whistling as it aimed for Huang Shaojie's neck. The assailant was none other than the madam of the pavilion, a master-level expert. Huang Shaojie's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he reached for the approaching whip. The madam's lips curled into a cold smile. Her whip was crafted from fine steel wire, concealing sharp barbs imbued with deadly poison. This fool dared to reach out and grab it directly. Even if he were exceptionally skilled, he would surely be pierced by the barbs and succumb to the poison. With Huang Shaojie's keen perception, how could he not see the steel barbs on that whip? Yet, undeterred, he grasped the steel whip, and under the influence of the indestructible diamond skill, the barbs could not harm him in the slightest. The madam had expected Huang Shaojie to be bloodied upon seizing her whip, but to her astonishment, not even a scratch marred his skin. With a surge of energy, Huang Shaojie pulled, causing the madam to stumble forward, her ample form colliding with him. With a cold snort, Huang Shaojie struck out, but the madam feigned a collision, simultaneously flipping her right hand to wield a sharp dagger aimed at his descending palm. Huang Shaojie dared not withstand the madam's blade with the indestructible diamond skill. He discerned that her martial prowess had reached the 2nd-tier master level, while his skill had only attained the 1st level, insufficient to endure a full-force strike from a master. Urgently, he retracted his hand, twisting his body to evade, reluctantly releasing the steel whip in the process. The madam swung her whip again, this time with the speed and ferocity of a striking serpent. Huang Shaojie found himself unable to reach for the whip, and given the madam's mastery, even if he managed to grasp it, he would be unable to wrench it away. The whip was one of the most challenging weapons to wield and equally difficult to counter. Its strength lay in its flexibility, making it incredibly agile. Neither blade nor sword could effectively cleave through the whip. Attempting to do so might result in being ensnared instead. Huang Shaojie wielded no weapons. The 3 extraordinary martial arts he had mastered required none. He employed the Wind God leg's elusive technique, weaving through the shadows of the whip, evading Huang Yong's strikes effortlessly. Suddenly, seizing the opportune moment, Huang closed the distance, his voice booming. Raging storm. His legs transformed into a flurry of shadows, enveloping Huang Yong entirely. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed over 100 kicks. Even though Huang Yang had attained the 2nd-grade master level, she could not evade or block them all. Thud, thud, thud. 3 powerful leg strikes landed on her chest and abdomen, causing her ample form to distort. Huang Yang coughed up blood and was sent flying 7 or 8 yards, crashing violently against the pillar of a wooden house. Huang Shaojie leaped forward, pressing several acupoints on her body, instructing a few officers to apprehend the brothel keeper. Outside the courtyard, after a swift exchange of dozens of strikes, Ling Ningxiang suddenly hurled an object from her sleeve. A cloud of black mist erupted before Jinyiwei. Realizing the peril, Xiao quickly held her breath and retreated. Yet, her timing was off by half a second. As soon as she landed, dizziness overwhelmed her, causing her to stagger, her sword clattering to the ground. Aware that she had inhaled a trace of the toxic mist, she understood that without immediate effort to expel the poison, her life would be in jeopardy. Captain Xiao. What's wrong? A figure dashed over, seeing Jinyiwei on the verge of collapse. It was Huang Shaojie, who swiftly supported her waist, concern etched on his face. Jinyiwei's once pale face now bore a slight pallor. Shaking her head feebly, she replied, I've been poisoned by the smoke. Don't worry about me. Go after Ling Ningxiang. Huang Shaojie scanned the surroundings. The black smoke was dissipating, but Ling Ningxiang was nowhere to be found. There was no time to pursue her. Let me assist you in expelling the poison, or your life may be at stake. At that moment, Jinyiwei felt the toxin infiltrating her meridians and organs. Realizing that expelling it through her own cultivation would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, with Ling Ningxiang having already fled, pursuing her would not be easy. She nodded, sitting cross-legged on the ground and beginning to circulate her internal energy to expel the poison. Huang Shaojie sat behind her, his palms resting on her back, channeling the indestructible Vajra art to help expel the toxins within Jinyiwei. This technique, which rendered him immune to poisons, could also assist others, albeit with less efficacy than when used on oneself. Moments later, Jinyiwei's body began to emit wisps of gray mist, the manifestation of the expelled toxins. After a stick of incense, Huang had successfully eradicated all the poison from her system and rose. Huang Shaojie, you have saved me once again. Your kindness is beyond words. Shaojie stood, clasping her hands in a gesture of gratitude, her eyes filled with appreciation. Huang Shaojie waved his hand gently, saying, "We are all comrades of the Jinyiwei. How could I stand by and watch you perish? There is no need for Captain Shao to dwell on it." Shaojie smiled gently, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall forever remember your kindness, and I will surely repay it in the future." Huang Shaojie returned the smile and replied, "Very well, let us not dwell on that. For now, we must escort all the Eastern spies from the Fountain Pavilion back to the Ministry of Justice." At that moment, many from the Fountain Pavilion were either dead or captured, with the sole escapee being the courtesan, Lung Ningxiang. After bringing dozens of Eastern spies back to the Ministry of Justice and confining them in the dungeon, Huang Shaojie and Shaojie proceeded to the main hall to report to Niuren. After exchanging formalities, Niuren inquired, "Have you managed to apprehend all the Eastern spies from the Fountain Pavilion?" Huang Shaojie clasped his hands and replied, "Report, my lord, I am incompetent. I allowed the courtesan Lang Ningxiang to escape." Niuren's brow furrowed in surprise. "Oh, Lang Ningxiang managed to escape? I had assumed that sending my most capable leaders, Huang Shaojie and Shaojie, to handle a mere brothel would ensure absolute success. I did not anticipate that the most crucial spy, Lang Ningxiang, would elude capture." Shaojie interjected, respectfully, "My lord, it is I who failed to capture Lang Ningxiang, and this matter bears no reflection on Captain Huang. He subdued the madam and subsequently assisted me in expelling the poison from my body, thus rendering him unable to pursue Lang Ningxiang." Chapter 48. The Reward of the Curved Moon Blade. Divine Blade Strikes. Niuren inquired of Shaojie, "What led to your poisoning?" Shaojie recounted her encounter with Lang Ningxiang. Niuren's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that a courtesan could possess such martial prowess. It seemed evident that Lang Ningxiang must hail from a distinguished family of swordsmanship in the East. Huang Shaojie remarked that matron possesses formidable skills, indicating a status of considerable esteem. If we could extract information from her, we might be able to eradicate all the Eastern pirates in Suzhou. Niuren sipped his tea and shook his head slightly. The Eastern spies are exceedingly cunning, having raided the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce in the Fountain Pavilion. These spies will undoubtedly conceal themselves more adeptly. Capturing them will not be an easy endeavor. Huang Shaojie respectfully inquired, "Sir, may I ask how the operations of Li Baihu and Zhao Baihu are progressing?" Niuren replied, "Zhao Baihu has apprehended Chaorenqi, but Li Baihu has yet to return from his pursuit of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce, and we are uncertain of his circumstances. At this point." Niuren furrowed his brow. The Dongxing Chamber of Commerce might very well be the Eastern spies' headquarters in Suzhou, harboring numerous experts. It was unclear whether Li Baihu and his men could contend with them. Noticing the concern etched on Niuren's face, Huang Shaojie respectfully offered, "My lord, perhaps I should venture forth now. I may be of assistance." Shaojie also inclined her head. "I wish to accompany Captain Huang." Niuren nodded. "Very well. You may proceed with your men." Just then, a figure strode into the hall, none other than Li Baihu. Upon entering, he saluted Niuren, "Reporting to you, sir. We have apprehended 36 Eastern spies from the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce, who are now confined in the dungeon." Niuren inquired, "Were you able to capture the president of the Dongxing Chamber?" Li Baihu replied, "I am incompetent. We did not capture the president, nor any key members of the chamber. The individuals we apprehended are merely low-ranking minions." Niuren's voice rose in anger. "You took 3 trial captains, for chief flags, and 200 lieutenants, yet managed to seize only a handful of lackeys? Are you all utterly inept? With such a force, you should have easily taken down a chamber, let alone contend with a band of several hundred mountain thieves. How is it that not a single key member was captured?" Li Baihu bowed his head in shame. "My lord, we surrounded the Dongxing Chamber and searched thoroughly. Aside from these few lowly Eastern warriors, we found not a single core member of the chamber." Upon hearing Li Baihu's explanation, Niuren's anger subsided somewhat, and he spoke in a somber tone. "Where could the core members of the Dongxing Chamber have gone? Could they have received word of our approach and fled?" Shaojie furrowed her brows. The operation today was executed swiftly. How could the Dongxing chamber have foreseen it? Unless there is a traitor among our ranks. Huang Shaojie interjected, My lord, I suspect there may be a secret passage within the Dongxing chamber, allowing the core members to escape through it. Niuren stroked his short beard thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Your conjecture holds considerable merit. If the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce had received the news in advance, they would undoubtedly have evacuated entirely. The fact that several Japanese warriors were unable to escape indicates that the core members of the Dongxing Chamber fled through a secret passage at the last moment. Li Baihu sighed helplessly, stating that over 200 Jinyiwei had searched every corner of the Dongxing Chamber, yet they had not discovered the hidden passage. Niuren scoffed disdainfully, asserting that their failure to find it did not imply its absence, but rather their incompetence. Li Baihu humbly acknowledged the reprimand, expressing his willingness to accept punishment. Observing his demeanor, Niuren's expression softened slightly as he waved his hand, suggesting that it was likely the secret passage was exceptionally concealed, making it understandable that they had not located it immediately. Huang Shaojie respectfully proposed, My lord, I wish to investigate the Dongxing Chamber for that secret passage. Shaojie echoed his sentiments, stating her desire to accompany Huang to search for the hidden route. Niuren nodded in agreement, instructing Li Baihu to escort the two to the Dongxing Chamber. Li Baihu complied with a bow, affirming, Yes, my lord. The three exited the Jinyiwei compound, mounting their horses as they made their way to the Dongxing Chamber. Huang Shaojie and Shaojie began to scour the premises for clues. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Huang Shaojie's mind. Congratulations, host, you have uncovered the movements of Chao Ren's 7 Japanese envoys, leading to the dismantling of 2 intelligence outposts and the capture of dozens of pirates. In reward, the host was bestowed with an unparalleled weapon, the Crescent Moon Saber, along with the Divine Sword technique, the blade of the Divine Sword. Huang Shaojie felt a sudden weight at his waist as a curved saber appeared, joining his embroidered spring knife. Simultaneously, the technique of the Divine Sword flowed into his mind, granting him an intimate understanding of its every intricate variation, as if he had practiced it countless times. Curious about the curved saber, Huang Shaojie drew it from his waist. The blade resembled a crescent moon, entirely black and devoid of any visible sharpness. However, upon drawing the saber, he was immediately overwhelmed by a murderous aura emanating from it, igniting an impulse to kill within him. Truly, it was a weapon of extraordinary power. Huang Shaojie took a deep breath, suppressing the violent instincts surging within. He examined the blade, noticing an inscription in fine script, listening to the spring rain from a small building all night. This was a phrase carved by the former leader of the demonic sect, by Xiaolu, who had a poignant love story entwined with those words. The blade of the Divine Sword was also crafted by Xiaolu, comprising a singular form renowned for its exquisite and domineering technique. It was said that once this blade was unsheathed, none could withstand its might. Huang Shaojie's heart raced with excitement, yearning to demonstrate the power of the Divine Sword technique immediately. However, he restrained himself, sheathing the Crescent Moon Saber and continuing the search for the secret passage. After scouring the main hall, they proceeded to the backyard. Upon noticing a well, Huang Shaojie paused. Could it be that you suspect this well conceals a secret passage? Shaojie approached the edge of the well, peering down before shaking her head, declaring, The water in this well is too deep. It is unlikely to be a secret passage. Huang Shaojie stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking that it was precisely because the well contained water that suspicions were allayed. Li Baihu approached and stated that a scout had previously descended into the well for inspection, reporting no hidden passages below. Given that a scout had already explored the depths, it seemed reasonable to conclude that no secret tunnels existed. However, Huang Shaojie scrutinized the chaotic footprints surrounding the well, noting that a significant number did not belong to the brocade-clad guards. This only deepened his suspicion regarding the well's integrity. Lordly, since no secret passages have been discovered elsewhere, I shall descend to investigate this well myself. With that, Huang Shaojie shed his outer robe, donning only his undergarments, and grasped the curved blade before leaping into the well. Chapter 49. The Power of the Divine Blade with Huang Shaojie's current internal energy. He could effortlessly hold his breath for half an hour underwater. Li Baihu and Shaojie stood by the well, watching as Huang Shaojie submerged into its depths, awaiting his ascent. The well was over 10 meters deep. Although the water was remarkably clear, the bottom remained obscured from their view. Huang Shaojie dove straight down, believing that if a secret passage existed, its entrance would most likely be at the bottom of the well. The deeper one descended, the more difficult it became to observe from above. Additionally, it was rare for individuals to investigate from the bottom up. They typically commenced their search from the top, and most would not last long enough to explore the depths. The well's diameter measured approximately 4 to 5 feet, with its walls constructed of blue bricks. Should there be a mechanism, it would undoubtedly be concealed within one of these bricks. However, with thousands of bricks lining the 10-meter deep well, it would be no small feat to hold one's breath and identify the correct brick. If he attempted to press each one, it could take several hours at the bottom. Huang Shaojie surmised that the small flag had merely groped around the base and, upon finding nothing amiss, had resurfaced. Upon reaching the bottom, he did not recklessly press the bricks. Instead, he employed his keen perception to examine the bricks meticulously. Regardless of how intricately designed the mechanism might be, Huang Shaojie's insight would surely reveal any discrepancies. As he scanned the wall, nearly 2 meters high, he finally discerned a brick that appeared distinct from the others. Unlike the tightly fitting bricks surrounding it, this one exhibited subtle gaps. Such a slight fissure would be imperceptible to the average person, especially in the depths of the well, yet it was glaringly apparent to Huang Shaojie. He pressed the brick, but it remained steadfast. How peculiar. Could he have misjudged? That was inconceivable. Channeling his internal energy, he exerted greater force. With a crackling sound, the well's wall retracted inward, revealing a secret passage measuring 2 feet square. Huang Shaojie surfaced, wiping the water from his face. Did you discover the secret passage? Jinyiwei inquired eagerly as he emerged. The depths of the well obscured their view of his actions. Huang Shaojie smiled, saying, I have indeed uncovered the secret passage. Would you care to join me in exploring it? Despite possessing 4 unparalleled divine skills, he would not venture alone into the potential dangers of the passage unless absolutely necessary. If it were fraught with traps and mechanisms, descending alone would be perilous. Is the secret passage truly at the bottom? Li Baihu exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. He nodded emphatically. Of course, we should descend together. There is safety in numbers. Li Baihu summoned a small flag, instructing him to remain at the well's edge with a few others, ensuring they could call for assistance if required. Subsequently, Li Baihu and Jinyiwei removed their outer garments and leaped into the well. The trio submerged, with Huang Shaojie leading the way into the secret passage. He possessed the indestructible skill of Vajra, wielding a crescent moon blade with unwavering confidence in his ability to safeguard himself against unforeseen circumstances. Following closely behind was Jinyiwei, with Li Baihu bringing up the rear. As the trio ventured into the secret passage, they swam for approximately 10 meters before emerging in a vast pool. Upon surfacing, they beheld yet another secret passage, though this one was devoid of water. The three ascended from the pool, gazing at the passageway, which stood about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, shrouded in darkness, leaving them unaware of its destination. However, Huang Shaojie's keen eyes discerned the scene within the passage. Allow me to proceed first, he declared, brandishing his crescent moon blade as he stepped boldly into the secret passage. Jinyiwei unsheathed her longsword, closely trailing Huang Shaojie, while Li Baihu, armed with his embroidered spring knife, followed last. Navigating through the winding passage for several hundred meters, they encountered another pool. Could this pool lead to yet another well exit? Huang Shaojie speculated upon sighting it. We emerged from a pool when we arrived. It seems plausible. Jinyiwei concurred with his hypothesis. Clad in a form-fitting white outfit, she was now drenched in well water, accentuating her alluring figure. Although the passage was dim, Huang Shaojie could see her distinctly. He inhaled deeply, diverting his gaze from her ample bosom. Now was not the time for distractions. He turned and leaped into the pool, with Jinyiwei and Li Baihu following suit. Upon diving into the pool, Huang Shaojie submerged to a depth of 3 or 4 meters, spotting a tunnel with a diameter of 2 feet at the bottom. After swimming through this passage for a dozen meters, they encountered a stone wall. Employing his perceptive skills, Huang Shaojie scanned the wall and swiftly located a mechanism. He pressed down on a brick, and with a series of clicks, an opening appeared in the stone wall. Huang Shaojie squeezed through the opening, only to find himself once again at the bottom of a well. Jinyiwei and Li Baihu followed him through the opening. Huang Shaojie surfaced in the well, leaping several feet into the air before landing in a small courtyard. Jinyiwei and Li Baihu also sprang forth from the well. Who are you? The commotion startled the guards of the residence, and 4 or 5 men clad in black armor rushed in, brandishing their blades. Li Baihu drew his embroidered spring knife and proclaimed loudly, "We are the Jinyiwei. You, foreign ruffians, should drop your weapons and surrender." The black-clad guards turned pale at his words. Baka, the hounds of the Jinyiwei have uncovered the secret passage at the bottom of the well. Eliminate them. The leader of the guards screeched, gesturing for his men to advance with their blades drawn. Huang Shaojie drew his crescent moon blade, striking with precision. A flash of light cut through the air, causing the advancing forms of the Eastern warriors to halt abruptly, their bodies cleaved in two at an angle. The upper body slumped down, eyes wide with terror as it beheld the lower half gradually collapsing. With but a single strike, 5 Eastern warriors were vanquished. Chapter 50. The Eastern ninja assassins Li Baihu and Xiao Qiue stood in astonishment, their mouths agape, as they gazed at Huang Shaojie with the same awe one might reserve for a monstrous spectacle. Though these Eastern warriors were not masters of their craft, they were formidable in their own right, each having attained at least the first level of innate skill. Dispatching one with a single blow was no trivial feat yet. Huang Shaojie cleaved all 5 of these warriors in half with one ruthless stroke of his blade. Such ferocity was truly astonishing. Expressionless, Huang Shaojie unleashed his strike, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He wielded a cursed blade, one that would warp the minds of those whose martial prowess did not reach the level of a grandmaster, rendering them cold and bloodthirsty. Those of lesser skill risked succumbing to madness. Although Huang had not yet reached the grandmaster stage, he had attained the 9th level of innate skill, and thus remained impervious to the blade's corrupting influence. Search! Huang Shaojie barked, leaping into action, executing a dragon-subduing palm technique. The resulting explosion brought down an entire pavilion. And from the rubble, a figure ascended, wielding an Eastern blade and launching a downward strike towards Huang Shaojie. This was an Eastern swordsman of grandmaster caliber, channeling a lifetime of swordsmanship into his attack. Simultaneously, 3 additional figures burst forth from a nearby hall, brandishing their gleaming Eastern blades in a coordinated assault. 2 aimed for Li Baihu, while 1 targeted Jinyiwei. A cold, bloodthirsty glint flashed in Huang Shaojie's eyes as he stood resolute, gripping his crescent moon blade. As the master swordsman's blade descended upon him, Huang Shaojie finally swung his crescent moon blade with fierce determination. A streak of silver cleaved the air, akin to a shooting star. A rain of crimson fell as the swordsman's body was severed in midair, plummeting to the ground. Huang Shaojie glanced at the blood staining his crescent moon blade, which absorbed every drop without leaving a trace. The cursed blade consumed the blood of the skilled, growing in power with each drop absorbed, thereby further corrupting the mind of its wielder. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged on. Xiao Qiue faced a blue-clad Eastern warrior, whose martial skill reached the 8th level of innate prowess. He was a burly figure, wielding a katana, and he roared with frenzy as he lunged at her. However, Xiao Qiue, now having broken through to the 9th level of innate skill, effortlessly countered his attacks with her lightning meteor sword technique. Li Baihu contended with 2 Eastern warriors, one a first-grade grandmaster and the other also at the 9th level of innate skill. Yet, Li Baihu, having just entered the 2nd-grade grandmaster realm, felt no pressure against either opponent. After observing their skirmishes, Huang Shaojie concluded that they were more than capable of handling these Eastern warriors on their own, and thus he deemed it unnecessary to intervene. At that moment, however, he sensed a subtle disturbance beneath the ground, as if something were swiftly traversing beneath him. His gaze sharpened, and he swung his blade with precision. Boom! The terrifying blade of light cleaved a 1 foot wide and 4 to 5 feet deep chasm in the hard underground. Within this crevice lay a severed arm, still gripping a short sword, yet the body had vanished without a trace. Huang Shaojie furrowed his thick brows, astonished that this Japanese ninja had managed to escape. He had long heard that Japanese ninjas possessed the ability to burrow underground, a skill that required at least a mastery of the Earth Ninja realm. The ninjas of Japan were classified into 7 distinct ranks: Lower Ninja, Middle Ninja, Upper Ninja, Human Ninja, Earth Ninja, Heaven Ninja, and God Ninja. Achieving the Upper Ninja rank signified one as a paragon among ninjas. Reaching the Human Ninja realm marked one as an exceptional assassin, while attaining the Earth Ninja level meant that even lower-tier martial arts masters would find it challenging to guard against their stealthy attacks. The Heaven Ninja rank equated to masters of the martial arts at the 7th tier and above, and there were only a handful of such individuals throughout Japan. As for the God Ninja, they had transcended to the level of grand martial arts masters, with only 4 existing in the entirety of the Eastern realm. The ninja who had attempted a sneak attack from beneath was merely a novice Earth Ninja. However, upon encountering Huang Shaojie, his keen perceptive abilities allowed him to detect the ninja's underground movements. Had this encounter occurred on the surface, Huang Shaojie's strike would have cleaved the Earth Ninja in 2. Yet, beneath the ground, he could not ascertain the precise location of the ninja's body, resulting in only the severing of the ninja's arm. Aware of Huang Shaojie's formidable prowess, the Earth Ninja promptly fled. Huang Shaojie searched the vicinity for a while longer, but could not locate the ninja again, thus he had to relent. Lacking the ability to burrow underground himself, he found it impossible to pursue further. At that moment, Jinyiwei and Li Baihu had each dealt with the 3 Japanese warriors. One of the warriors had been left alive, his limbs severed, crying out in agony. The trio conducted a thorough search of the courtyard, but found no one else present. This courtyard was merely 200 to 300 meters from the Dongxing Merchant Association. Li Baihu summoned a small flag bearer to lead several lieutenants to guard the courtyard. Subsequently, Huang Shaojie and Li Baihu returned to the Jinyiwei headquarters to report to Nyorin. After changing into clean attire, the 3 entered the main hall and bowed respectfully to Nyorin. Have you located the secret passage of the Dongxing Merchant Association? Nyorin inquired. Sipping his tea and gazing at the trio, Li Baihu responded, Captain Huang discovered the secret passage at the bottom of the well. We climbed through the well to access the passage and emerged from another well in a different courtyard. Remarkably, these Japanese had designed the passage quite well. Nyorin, upon hearing this, could not help but express admiration. He then asked, Did you encounter any members of the Dongxing Merchant Association? Li Baihu replied, We eliminated several Japanese masters in that courtyard. They were likely affiliated with the Dongxing Merchant Association, but whether they were core members remains uncertain. Nyorin nodded slightly. Regardless, we have dismantled a stronghold of the invaders and eliminated several of their skilled fighters, which is commendable in itself. Li Baihu clasped his hands and said, All credit is due to General Huang. Had it not been for his infiltration into the well to discover the secret passage, we would have remained oblivious to the enemy stronghold nearby. Sir Li, you flatter me, Huang Shaojie humbly replied, shaking his head. He then furrowed his brow and continued. A ninja attempted to assassinate me by burrowing underground. I managed to sever one of his arms, but he escaped into the earth. We must remain vigilant for his return. Nyorin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but pale slightly. It seems we are dealing with a dainin, skilled in the art of earth evasion. Such assassins are exceedingly difficult to guard against. Clearly, the Eastern Isles have dispatched a plethora of adept warriors to Suzhou this time. Just then, a lieutenant entered to report. Reporting to you, Lord Qianhu, the governor has arrived. Nyorin responded, Quickly, invite the governor inside. Chapter 51. The release of Wuzhen. Governor Luo entered the grand hall accompanied by several attendants, bowing respectfully to Nyorin. Nyorin rose from his seat to greet him, saying, Governor, please take a seat. The others, including Huang Shaojie and his companions, also bowed in deference to Governor Luo. After Governor Luo settled into his seat and was served tea, Nyorin took a sip and inquired, Have you come regarding the matter of Chaorenqi? Indeed. Governor Luo nodded, then added with a bow, I have come specifically to express my gratitude to you, Lord Nyo. Nyorin, understanding the implication behind Governor Luo's words, feigned ignorance, replying, Why do you say such things, Governor? Governor Luo explained, If it were not for your timely discovery of Chaorenqi's treachery in colluding with the enemy and dispatching someone to warn him of the lurking assassins, I might have faced grave danger. Thus, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to you. 4 Eastern assassins had disguised themselves as guards within the governor's residence, posing a constant threat to his life. Even though there were skilled fighters around Governor Luo, they would not have anticipated an attack from the household guards. Hence, the assassins had a genuine opportunity to eliminate him. Nyorin smiled slightly, saying, There is no need for such formality, Governor. Once we uncovered Chaorenqi's treachery, it was only natural to safeguard you from any ill intentions he might harbor. A look of indignation crossed Governor Luo's face as he exclaimed, I never imagined Chaorenqi would be so audacious as to betray his country. The Jinyiwei must thoroughly investigate him to ascertain if he has any accomplices or powerful allies supporting his treachery. Nyorin understood the implications of Governor Luo's words. The current emperor had 2 legitimate sons, Prince Qi, Xiang Hong, and Prince Han, Xiang Hu. These 2 princes were the most likely candidates to inherit the throne of Dechu. They were locked in a covert struggle for power, each attempting to garner support from court officials and sects within the martial world to build their own factions in anticipation of vying for the title of heir apparent. Some officials sided with Prince Qi, others with Prince Han, while some remained neutral. Governor Luo was aligned with Prince Qi, while Chaorenqi was affiliated with Prince Han. The latter's treachery in colluding with the enemy presented an opportune moment for Governor Luo's faction to strike back against their rivals. Hence, Governor Luo's insistence that the Jinyiwei investigate Chaorenqi for any remaining allies or hidden support was quite clear in its intent. Nyorin, however, had no intention of involving himself in the conflict between the 2 princes. The commander of the Jinyiwei, Huang Shaojie, had decreed that the Jinyiwei's loyalty lay solely with the emperor, remaining impartial to either prince. Any breach of this directive would be met with severe consequences. There is no need for you to elaborate, Governor. The Jinyiwei will thoroughly investigate the matter, ensuring that no colluding officials escape our scrutiny, while also safeguarding the innocent. Niu Ren's statement was unequivocal. The Jinyiwei would conduct its affairs with integrity, without targeting any individual in particular. Governor Luo discerned the underlying message in Niu Ren's words. He had initially hoped to draw Niu Ren, a captain of the Jinyiwei, into supporting Prince Qi. However, it appeared that Niu Ren remained steadfast in his principles, refusing to align himself with either faction. Governor Luo gestured for one of his attendants to present a brocade box. Lord Niu, this is 1,000 taels of gold. A token of gratitude from this prefect to you. Niu Ren, upon seeing the 1,000 taels presented by the guard, could not help but chuckle. Your Excellency, you are too kind. I cannot accept this. Prefect Luo replied with cupped hands. Lord Niu, please do not be modest. A life-saving grace is worth far more than this mere sum. Niu Ren reluctantly nodded. Very well, since it is your good intention. We of the Jinyiwei shall graciously accept it. He then turned to Huang Shaojie, Captain Huang. Huang Shaojie stepped forward, bowing, at your service. Niu Ren continued. You are to investigate Xiao Renqi's dealings with the pirates. You are the one to be commended. I reward you with 100 taels of gold. Huang Shaojie bowed in thanks. Niu Ren then addressed Li Baihu and Xiao Qiyue. Issue a command to distribute the rewards. Baihu receives 100 taels, Shibeihu 50 taels. The captain 30 taels, and the junior captains 10 taels each. The remaining officers and soldiers shall receive 2 taels. Both Li Baihu and Xiao Qiyue bowed. Thank you, my lord. Niu Ren chose to distribute the rewards in front of Prefect Luo to demonstrate that the 1,000 taels of gold was not for his personal gain but rather for the Jinyiwei. Prefect Luo understood Niu Ren's intent and wished to avoid appearing to favor him alone, lest he be suspected of collusion with the Qi Wang faction. Prefect Luo stood and cupped his hands in farewell. Lord Niu, you are busy with state affairs. I shall not impose further and will take my leave. Niu Ren also rose, cupping his hands. Safe travels, Prefect. Oh, by the way, Xiao Ren has dispatched a deputy commander with 1,000 soldiers to the seaside of Yinqing to escort 1,000,000 pounds of sea salt for the Dongxing Trading Company. Prefect, please send troops to intercept them to prevent the pirates from seizing it. Prefect Luo replied. Understood. I shall immediately dispatch the army commander with 5,000 troops to Yinqing to retrieve the deputy commander and the 1,000,000 pounds of sea salt back to Suzhou. After Prefect Luo departed, Huang Shaojie cupped his hands to Niu Ren. My lord, I have a request. Oh, what is it? Niu Ren sat back down and inquired of Huang Shaojie. Huang Shaojie said, regarding the assassin Wu Zhen, although he has attacked a court official, Xiao Renqi has wronged him by seducing his wife, murdering his family, and falsely accusing him of colluding with the pirates. Now that the truth has been revealed, with Xiao Renqi indeed having dealings with the pirates, can we not release Wu Zhen without charge? Huang Shaojie felt deep sympathy and respect for Wu Zhen. He was the one who had apprehended him, and he truly did not wish for Wu Zhen to face execution. Wu Zhen was a true man, and his actions carried no blame. However, he did commit an assassination against a court official, which indeed violated national law. Even if it is now clear that Xiao Renqi is guilty, Niu Ren nodded slightly. Wu Zhen is a good man. He has been wronged for 10 years. Burdened with a deep-seated vendetta. Had I been in his position, I too would have sought to assassinate Xiao Renqi. If Xiao Renqi had not colluded with the pirates, Wu Zhen would still face the death penalty, but now that it has been proven that Xiao Renqi indeed colluded with the pirates, Wu Zhen's act becomes one of targeting a pirate collaborator. What crime has he committed? Huang Shaojie was overjoyed, bowing. Your words are most astute. Then shall we release Wu Zhen at once? Niu Ren uttered a brief sound of acknowledgement and stated, you are to proceed to the dungeon at once and release Wu Zhen, who is innocent. Inform him of the circumstances surrounding this matter. Should he wish to serve in the Jinyiwei, I can arrange for him to begin as a junior officer, with the prospect of advancement through merit. Given Wu Zhen's esteemed status as a first-grade master, it is more than sufficient for him to take on even the role of a trial 100-house officer. Understood. Huang Shaojie replied with a bow, accepting his orders before departing the Grand Hall. Upon arriving at the dungeon, a junior officer stationed there approached him with a bow, inquiring, has Captain Huang come to retrieve a prisoner? Huang Shaojie replied, by the command of Captain Yu, Wu Zhen, the assassin of the traitorous spy, is to be released without charge. Please escort me to his cell. The junior officer nodded eagerly and responded, Captain Huang, please follow me. He led Huang Shaojie to the cell where Wu Zhen was confined and unlocked the door. Huang Shaojie then instructed the junior officer, remove the shackles from Wu Zhen's limbs. The junior officer produced a key and promptly released the restraints binding Wu Zhen's hands and feet. Chapter 52. The appointment of a chief guardian. Wu Zhen, slightly stirring his somewhat numb limbs, gazed at Huang Shaojie in astonishment and inquired, "Chief Huang, what is this?" Huang Shaojie stepped forward, snapping his fingers to unlock the acupoint that constrained Wu Zhen, and with a faint smile, he remarked, "Wu Zhen, you have been acquitted." Acquitted? Wu Zhen's mouth fell agape, as disbelief washed over him, staring incredulously at Huang Shaojie. Beside them, a junior officer urged, "Wu Zhen, haste to express your gratitude to Chief Huang. Had it not been for Chief Huang uncovering Chaorenqi's treachery and collusion with the Japanese pirates, you would have faced execution 10 times over." The revelation of Huang Shaojie's investigation into the Chaorenqi case was well known among the ranks of the Jinyiwei. Naturally, the junior officer sought to curry favor with the promising chief, indulging in flattery. Wu Zhen seized Huang Shaojie's arm, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chao the traitor colluding with the Japanese? Chief Huang, is this truly the case? Though Wu Zhen harbored a deep loathing for Chaorenqi, he had never anticipated such treachery. Thus, hearing it from the junior officer left him both shocked and enraged. Huang Shaojie nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, to ascertain the truth of your unjust plight, I discreetly monitored Chaorenqi. To my astonishment, I discovered his dealings with the pirates. I reported this to Lord Qianhu, who promptly imprisoned him in the dungeons. I implored Lord Qianhu to show leniency towards you. He declared that since you were wronged and Chaorenqi is a treacherous minister, your assassination of him cannot be deemed an attack on a legitimate official of the court, but rather as an act against a pirate spy, thus you are acquitted." With a thud, Wu Zhen knelt before Huang Shaojie, bowing 3 times with profound gratitude. "Thank you, Chief Huang, for vindicating and avenging me." Huang Shaojie hastily extended a hand to assist Wu Zhen to his feet, saying, "Please rise. Our Lord Qianhu has stated that should you wish to serve in the Jinyiwei, he could temporarily appoint you as a junior officer, with the prospect of promotion following your contributions." Wu Zhen sighed, "I appreciate the good intentions of Lord Qianhu, but I have no desire to re-enter the political arena." Huang Shaojie understood that the events of a decade prior had left Wu Zhen with profound sorrow and shadows that deterred him from seeking an official position. "Very well. If that is your wish, I shall not press you further." Huang Shaojie nodded slightly and inquired, "What are your plans for the future? Should you require assistance? Do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to aid you." Wu Zhen bowed deeply, expressing, "Benefactor, not only have you cleared my name, but you have also avenged my family. I am now alone and have no means to repay you. I pledge to follow you for life. Through mountains of blades and seas of fire, without a hint of hesitation, to repay your great kindness." With that, he knelt once more in reverence. Huang Shaojie promptly assisted him to rise again, moved by Wu Zhen's profound gratitude. He thought to himself, Wu Zhen is highly skilled and possesses loyalty and reliability. It would be wise to retain him as the chief guardian of my residence, ensuring the safety of my family. "Wu Zhen, I find myself in need of a chief guardian for my household. Would you be willing to take up this position?" With a respectful bow, Wu Zhen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, my benefactor. I vow to safeguard the safety of the Huang residence with my life." Huang Shaojie felt a surge of joy within and replied, "Excellent. Once the duty is concluded, I shall escort you back to the manor." After the duties were completed, Huang Shaojie mounted his horse, with Wu Zhen trailing behind. As they returned to the Huang estate, "The young master has returned." Little he greeted them with a smile, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the tall, rugged figure following Huang Shaojie. Agua led the yellow-maned horse into the courtyard defeated. "Hey, is he your subordinate, young master?" Little he inquired softly, keeping pace beside him. Huang Shaojie replied, "His name is Wu Zhen, and he will henceforth serve as the chief guardian of our Huang residence." "Chief guardian?" Little he gasped, astonished as she sized up Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen responded with a warm smile. Upon entering the dining hall, dinner was already prepared, and Huang Million and his wife awaited the return of their beloved son to dine together. "Jier has returned. Quickly wash your hands and join us for the meal," Huang's lady said with a gentle smile directed at her treasured son. A maid brought forth a basin of clean water. Huang Million and his wife were momentarily taken aback upon noticing the imposing figure accompanying their son. "Who might this be?" Huang Million inquired with a hint of confusion. Wu Zhen stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Wu Zhen greets you, sir and madam." Huang Shaojie explained, "Father, Wu Zhen is my dear brother. He possesses formidable martial skills, and I have invited him to be our chief guardian." Wu Zhen felt deeply touched. Huang Shaojie was his benefactor, yet he introduced him to his parents as a brother. Huang Million nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Excellent. Our Huang residence indeed requires a chief guardian with exceptional martial prowess. This way, we shall not fear even if brigands invade in the dead of night." The Huang family was immensely wealthy, yet despite employing a dozen or so servants, their skills amounted to little more than basic martial arts. In the face of a truly formidable bandit, they would stand no chance. Huang Million had contemplated hiring skilled martial artists for protection, yet such experts were rare and costly. An average warrior commanded at least 10 taels of silver per month, while those at the innate level demanded no less than 1,000 taels a year and were difficult to find. Wu Zhen appeared robust and imposing. Since he was brought back by his son to serve as chief guardian, it was assumed his martial abilities were commendable, or else Huang Shaojie would not have considered him. Wu Zhen clasped his hands and stated, "Sir, madam, the young master is actually my savior. I shall dedicate myself to protecting the safety of the Huang residents." Upon hearing this, Huang Million and his wife felt a wave of relief, realizing their son was Wu Zhen's savior. The most crucial quality in a guardian was loyalty. A disloyal protector, regardless of martial skill, could pose a significant threat. This was also the reason Huang Shaojie felt confident in trusting Wu Zhen with the role of chief guardian. His loyalty was evident, and he was a master-level expert. With him as the chief guardian, Huang Shaojie felt assured. "Come, Wu Zhen, join us for dinner," Huang Million warmly invited. Wu Zhen respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I would prefer to dine with the other servants." Huang Shaojie patted him on the shoulder and replied, "Wu Zhen, today marks your first visit to our residence. Please join our family for dinner. If you find it uncomfortable in the future, we can certainly have the chef prepare a few special dishes just for you." Madame Huang chimed in with a smile. "Chief Steward Wu, we shall be one family from now on, so do not be overly formal. Come, take a seat and dine with us." The Huang family had always treated their servants well, and considering that Wu Zhen would soon become the chief steward of the Huang residence, it was even more imperative to extend them genuine warmth. Deeply moved, Wu Zhen bowed respectfully and said, "I am truly grateful for the Lord and Lady's kindness. I shall humbly accept your invitation." Chapter 53. Bestowing the Wind God leg. After dinner, Huang Shaojie escorted Wu Zhen to the rear courtyard and summoned all the servants. "Listen closely," he announced. "From this day forth, Wu Zhen shall be our esteemed chief guardian. You are all to heed his directives." The servants curiously scrutinized Wu Zhen. The addition of a chief guardian to the household was, in fact, a fortunate development for them. At the very least, should any troublemakers arrive at the door or if thieves were to intrude at night, they would have this guardian to rely upon. "Please welcome Chief Guardian Wu," everyone said in unison, bowing respectfully. Wu Zhen reciprocated the gesture, clasping his fists together. "I am grateful for the young master's generosity in appointing me as chief guardian. I hope for your cooperation as we work together to ensure the safety of the Huang residents. Should anyone wish to learn martial arts, I can offer instruction in my spare time." The servants could hardly conceal their delight upon hearing this offer. The prospect of free martial arts training was an opportunity as rare as finding a lantern in the dark. "Thank you, Chief Guardian Wu." They expressed their gratitude evident. Huang Shaojie was also pleased. Having Wu Zhen occasionally teach the servants some fundamental martial skills would be beneficial. Once the servants dispersed, Huang Shaojie heard a notification from the system. "Congratulations, host, for discovering the secret passage at the bottom of the well and destroying another pirate stronghold. You have been rewarded with a mid-grade true essence pill. Would you like to claim your reward now?" "Another true essence pill?" Huang Shaojie felt a surge of joy and issued the command to claim it. A single true essence pill materialized in his palm. Previously, he had consumed a mid-grade true essence pill, which refined the internal vital energy into purer true essence. Over the intervening period, he had gained decades of martial prowess, accumulating a wealth of vital energy in need of refinement. Just as he contemplated ingesting this pill, he had a change of heart and resolved to present it to Wu Zhen instead. Now that Wu Zhen was the chief guardian of the Huang residence, the higher his cultivation, the more secure the estate would be. Ordinary thieves would pose little challenge for someone of Wu Zhen's skill. However, with the presence of Japanese warriors and ninjas wreaking havoc in Suzhou, should any of those pirates target his family, it would spell trouble. Thus, Huang Shaojie decided to assist Wu Zhen in further enhancing his abilities. "Wu Zhen," he called, "do you have any requests?" Wu Zhen bowed respectfully. "What is your command?" "Young master, I possess a true essence pill," Huang Shaojie replied, extending his hand to present the green pill. "Consuming it will refine your internal vital energy and significantly enhance your cultivation. Please, accept it." A true essence pill? Wu Zhan gazed in astonishment at the pill in Huang Shaojie's palm. The true essence pill was rumored to be a legendary elixir from the realm of immortals. How could the young master possess such a treasure? However, reflecting on Huang Shaojie's remarkable abilities at such a young age, it seemed less surprising to him. Yet, Wu Zhan shook his head, saying, "Young master, the true essence pill is of immeasurable value. I am unworthy of receiving such a generous gift." Huang Shaojie smiled gently. "You are now the chief guardian of my household, and it is my wish for you to cultivate your martial arts to a profound level. Therefore, I bestow upon you this true essence pill. Ingest it and channel your energy to experience its effects. Thank you for your immense kindness, my lord." Wu Zhan felt deeply moved and no longer hesitated as he accepted the true essence pill with both hands. "My lord, what about my pill?" At that moment, Bagong flapped his wings and flew over, squawking in indignation, nearly reaching out his claws to snatch the true essence pill from Wu Zhan's grasp. "Rest assured, I shall not forget your pill," Huang Shaojie said as he retrieved a low-grade qi refining pill from his pouch and tossed it to Bagong. This low-grade qi refining pill had cost him a hefty 50 taels of silver at a pill shop he visited earlier that day in the Wudong sect. After all, it was a prestigious sect, ensuring quality assurance. It was said that Zhang Jinren of the Wudong sect had achieved the status of a grandmaster and had entered a semi-immortal realm, excelling in the art of alchemy. Since the founding of the dynasty by Emperor Xiangyu, over a millennium had passed, suggesting that this Zhang Jinren was the parallel version of Zhang Sanfeng from Huang Shaojie's previous life. These low-grade qi refining pills were generally remnants, sold off for a bit of silver. Bagong reacted swiftly, seizing the qi refining pill with his beak and swallowing it whole. "Thank you, my lord," he chirped before flying to a tree branch to refine it. Wu Zhan was left in awe. Huang Shaojie chuckled, saying, "This is Bagong. His achievement in capturing Chaorenqi's 7 paths is no small feat. You two shall become good friends from now on. Now, consume the pill and refine it." Wu Zhan no longer asked questions, swallowing the true essence pill and sitting cross-legged on the ground, commencing the internal cultivation method imparted by the old Taoist to catalyze and absorb the pill's essence. Just as Huang Shaojie had experienced before, Wu Zhan's body became exceedingly hot, steam rising from his head. He gritted his teeth, enduring the intensity until, after half an hour, he had fully absorbed the true essence pill. At that moment, the true energy within him transformed into a purer form of true essence, leading to a significant increase in his cultivation, directly breaking through to the second-tier Grandmaster realm. "I have broken through to the second-tier Grandmaster realm," Wu Zhan exclaimed in ecstatic delight. He leaped into the air, executing several moves to express his exhilaration. For a martial artist, nothing is more thrilling than a breakthrough in realm. After showcasing a few moves in the air, Wu Zhan landed and knelt before Huang Shaojie. Bowing deeply, "Thank you for the generous gift of the true essence pill." Huang Shaojie smiled gently, helping Wu Zhan up and saying, "Wu Zhan, I shall bestow upon you another unparalleled martial art, which will surely elevate your skills even further." "My lord is going to teach me an unparalleled martial art?" Wu Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with excitement. On the day he attempted to assassinate Chaorenqi, Huang Shaojie had struck him down with a single dragon-subduing palm. Could it be that my lord intends to impart this dragon-subduing palm technique to me? Huang Shaojie seemed to see through his thoughts and replied, "Do you think I'm going to teach you the 18 dragon-subduing palms?" As it turned out, that technique was indeed called the 18 dragon-subduing palms, a name that exuded power. However, from my lord's words, it seemed he did not intend to teach me that technique. Wu Zhan felt no hint of disappointment in his heart. He bowed deeply, saying, "Regardless of what martial art you impart to me, my lord, I, Wu Zhan, shall be eternally grateful." Huang Shaojie declared, "What I wish to impart to you is a unique martial skill known as the Wind God Leg." The primary objective of teaching the Wind God Leg to Wu Zhan is, of course, to enhance his strength. This skill encompasses unparalleled lightness and movement, enabling Wu Zhan to better safeguard the Huang residence and protect Huang Shaojie's family. Moreover, with diligent practice of the inner cultivation techniques associated with the Wind God Leg, Wu Zhan is destined to ascend rapidly in martial prowess, achieving the rank of a 5th-tier master within a few short years. With the bond of master and disciple established, Wu Zhan will undoubtedly exhibit unwavering loyalty. In truth, given Wu Zhan's character, even without Huang Shaojie bestowing upon him the true essence pill or imparting any martial arts, he would still pledge his life and loyalty to Huang Shaojie, his benefactor. It is precisely because Huang Shaojie recognizes Wu Zhan's steadfast loyalty that he is determined to elevate Wu Zhan's martial abilities. The Wind God Leg? Upon hearing its name, Wu Jin could ascertain that this martial art would surely rival the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms. Behold! Huang Shaojie exclaimed as he leaped into the air, proclaiming, "First form of the wind god leg. Capture the wind and seize the shadow." Instantly, Huang Shaojie's figure transformed into a mere illusion, darting to and fro with astonishing speed, leaving spectators in a state of bewilderment. Second form, windswept grasses. With a powerful shout, Huang Shaojie's legs moved like lightning, delivering a flurry of kicks that unleashed a tempestuous gust, imbued with immense force. Third form, raging storms and torrential rain. Suddenly, Huang Shaojie's legs unleashed a barrage of kicks akin to a torrential downpour, filling the courtyard with a whirlwind of leg shadows, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Upon completing these three techniques, Huang Shaojie gracefully descended and addressed Wu Jin. "I shall first impart these three-leg techniques to you." Wu Jin stood in stunned silence. The three forms of the wind god leg demonstrated by Huang Shaojie were nothing short of divine, unparalleled in the realm of martial arts. In a moment of reverence, Wu Jin knelt once more, bowing his head in gratitude. "Wu Jin humbly thanks my benefactor for sharing this extraordinary martial art." After rising, Huang Shaojie continued, "The wind god leg encompasses inner cultivation, lightness and movement, and leg techniques. I will first teach you the inner cultivation method, followed by the three-leg forms." Wu Jin bowed deeply, replying, "I shall heed all your arrangements, my lord." Chapter 54. The Emperor and the Celestial Maiden. Subsequently, Huang Shaojie commenced imparting the profound inner workings of the wind god leg technique to Wu Jin. The wind god leg represents an unparalleled martial art, its inner principles shrouded in mystery. Fortunately, Wu Jin possessed remarkable talent in martial arts, and with Huang Shaojie's systematic instruction, he absorbed the teachings with exceptional ease. After an hour, Wu Jin had grasped the essence of the inner workings of the wind god leg. Huang Shaojie instructed, "You may practice the inner principles at your own pace. Should you encounter any complexities, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. In a few days, I shall begin teaching you the three-leg techniques." Wu Jin, filled with exhilaration, bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your immense kindness, young master." In the capital city of Chang'an, within the grand hall of the Jinyiwei headquarters, Ling Xiaodian thundered with indignation after perusing the urgent documents sent by Nyoren from Suzhou. Xiaorenqi possesses audacity beyond measure, daring to collude with the enemy and betray the nation. The scandal of a fourth-rank military officer engaging with pirates was a matter of grave significance. Although Xiaorenqi had already been apprehended, the implications of this case were profound, necessitating a report to the emperor. "Prepare my horse. I must present myself before the emperor." On the 21st day of the 12th month, delicate snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, blanketing the entire city of Chang'an in a silvery cloak. Ling Xiaodian, adorned in a tiger-skin cloak and astride a magnificent steed, arrived at the imperial palace. As the commander of the Jinyiwei, he possessed the authority to enter the palace at any time to meet with the emperor. Dismounting, he made his way directly to the Qinxiaodao Palace. The current emperor of the Great Chu, Xuanda Emperor Xiang Hong, was engrossed in the pursuit of immortality, seldom attending court. However, his absence did not signify a lack of control over state affairs. The Xuanda Emperor held 4 pivotal cards: the cabinet to manage state matters, the Jinyiwei to supervise officials and hold their secrets, the Imperial Supervisory Palace to review memorials and monitor the Jinyiwei and court officials, and the Huban Guard. The Emperor's personal guard, renowned for their formidable combat prowess, always prepared to ensure the palace's safety. "Commander Ling has arrived," announced a plump and fair-skinned eunuch holding a whisk, who approached Ling Xiaodian with a respectful gesture. This eunuch, named Anfu, was a trusted attendant of the Xuanda Emperor. Ling Xiaodian returned the salutation, saying, "Good day, eunuchin." Anfu, shaking the whisk lightly, inquired with a smile, "Are you here to meet with His Majesty?" "Indeed. I kindly request you to announce my arrival," replied Ling Xiaodian. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform His Majesty," Anfu said, cradling the whisk as he entered the Qinxiaodao Palace. Inside the grand hall of the Qinxiaodao Palace, the architecture was majestic and intricate, embellished with exquisite carvings. 2 towering bronze cranes stood sentinel on either side of the hall, exhaling wisps of white mist that filled the palace with ethereal clouds, creating an otherworldly ambience. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, while the interior radiated warmth akin to spring. Behind the delicate veils of the hall, 2 figures entwined, occasionally parting. One figure, with a graceful silhouette, was none other than the esteemed national master of the Great Chu, the celestial maiden Lingbo. The other figure was the reigning emperor, Xuanda Emperor Xiang Hong. 5 years ago, The enchanting Lingbo fairy arrived in the imperial city to pay her respects to the emperor, proclaiming herself a celestial Taoist who wished to assist him in the pursuit of immortality. Captivated by her ethereal beauty, Emperor Xuande commissioned the construction of the Qinshao Palace, devoting his days and nights to the dual cultivation of longevity alongside Lingbo fairy. From that moment on, the emperor neglected his morning court sessions. Anfu entered the grand hall, too timid to raise his gaze towards the intertwining figures shrouded behind the gauzy curtains. He knelt within the hall, bowing low in reverence. After a considerable pause, the two silhouettes behind the veil came to a halt. A voice of authority resonated from within. "What is it?" Anfu replied respectfully. "Your Majesty, the commander of the Jinyiwei, Ling Shaodian, requests an audience." "Obey the decree." Anfu rose and stepped outside the hall, proclaiming loudly, "The emperor summons Ling Shaodian for an audience." Ling Shaodian shook off some snow from his tiger skin cloak and entered the grand hall of Qinshao Palace with bowed head, kneeling before the two figures behind the gauzy curtains. "Your humble servant, Ling Shaodian, pays his respects to your Majesty and to the national master, the fairy." "Rise, Minister Ling," came the calm voice of Emperor Xuande from behind the veil. "What matters do you bring before me?" Ling Shaodian ascended from the floor and, bowing his body, reported, "Your Majesty, I have just received urgent news from Suzhou's Jinyiwei. Suzhou's military officer, Chaorenqi, has colluded with Japanese pirates, plotting to assassinate the Suzhou governor and seize control of tens of thousands of troops in Jiang and to serve the Eastern Sea. Such treachery." A furious dragon's roar emanated from within the gauzy curtain. Chaorenqi, that traitorous dog, who feasts on the state's bounty while conspiring against it, his audacity knows no bounds. "Can your Jinyiwei apprehend this rebel?" Ling Shaodian replied, "Your Majesty, fortunately, the Suzhou Jinyiwei discovered Chaorenqi's treachery in time and has apprehended him, thus saving Governor Luo's life. Had the pirates taken Governor Luo hostage and seized control of the troops, the consequences would have been dire." Emperor Xuande, satisfied, remarked, "Indeed. The Suzhou Jinyiwei has rendered great service this time. No Ren, this Jinyiwei commander, has performed admirably." He then shifted the conversation, however. "The Japanese pirates in Suzhou are rampant and should not be underestimated. Convey my orders to ensure Nyo Ren thoroughly eradicates the lurking pirates in Suzhou and furthermore, to investigate the Chaorenqi case to uncover any potential accomplices." Ling Shaodian bowed deeply. "I shall carry out your command." As he prepared to take his leave, Emperor Xuande inquired, "Is Chaorenqi affiliated with the Qi Wang or the Han Wang? Which minister in court aligns with Qi Wang's faction, the Han Wang's faction, or remains neutral?" "The Jinyiwei is well aware." Ling Shaodian replied truthfully, "Your Majesty, according to Jinyiwei investigations, Chaorenqi is a protege of Minister Gao Feng of the Ministry of War, who has close ties with the Han Wang." "Humph." A cold snort emerged from behind the gauzy curtain. Anfu hurriedly stepped forward, bowing low. "Your servant is here." Emperor Xuande commanded, "Proclaim my decree. Summon the Han Wang and Minister Gao Feng to present themselves before me." "As you command." In the Chun Palace, Princess Pingyang donned a deep crimson mink fur coat, accompanied by two palace maids as they admired the snowy scenery in the imperial garden. She is the beloved princess of Emperor Xuande, the full sister of King Qi, Xiang Hong, and Prince Han, Xiang Hu. Princess Pingyang, at the tender age of 20, possesses a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, captivating and unparalleled. This illustrious princess not only boasts an enchanting appearance but also possesses a sharp intellect and a thirst for knowledge, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She has a particular affinity for reading the teachings of various philosophers and the literature on governance and statecraft. At this moment, a plump figure, swathed in the heavy robes of a eunuch named Anfu, approached the garden. Anfu respectfully bowed before Princess Pingyang, announcing, "Your servant pays his respects to Princess Pingyang." The princess gently raised her hand. "You need not be so formal." Eunuch and Anfu's eyes flickered with intrigue. Princess Pingyang addressed the two palace maids. "You may return to the palace now." "Yes, Your Highness," the two maids responded, departing from the imperial garden. Princess Pingyang gazed towards the distant King Siedo palace and inquired nonchalantly, "Eunuchin, do you have any news to convey?" Chapter 55, Princess Pingyang. Anfu spoke softly, "Your Highness, it has come to our attention that the military officer Chaorenqi from Suzhou has been found guilty of treasonous dealings with the Japanese pirates. He has been apprehended by the Jinyiwei. His Majesty is furious and summoned Han Wang and the Minister of War, Gao Feng, to the Qinshao Palace, where he reprimanded them severely. Minister Gao even suffered a bleeding forehead." Princess Pingyang chuckled lightly. "Chaorenqi, a disciple of Gao Feng, has betrayed us in such a manner. I fear my fourth royal brother will be furious enough to spit blood. The Qi faction has long coveted the position of Minister of War. It seems they will seize this opportunity to launch an impeachment against Minister Gao. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Anfu remarked, "Your Highness speaks wisely. It appears that Gao Feng's position as Minister of War may soon be in jeopardy." However, Princess Pingyang shook her head slightly. That will not happen. The Minister of Personnel is appointed by the Qi faction, while the Minister of War is aligned with Han Wang. The Emperor would not allow the Qi to control both ministries unless my father intends to establish him as the Crown Prince. Anfu bowed slightly, flattering her. Your Highness has profound insight. In terms of talent, you undoubtedly surpass both the Qi and Han Wang. Alas, if only you were a prince. The position of heir apparent would rightfully belong to you. Anfu's praise was not entirely unfounded. Princess Pingyang was exceptionally intelligent and talented, far exceeding her royal brothers. Xiang Xingyang cast a sidelong glance at Anfu. "Do be careful with your words, Anfu. Should they reach the ears of my two royal brothers? They may not take kindly to it." Anfu lightly slapped his own mouth. "Your Highness, you are right. I have spoken out of turn." Xiang Xingyang turned her gaze towards the direction of the Qinshao Palace and inquired, "How is His Majesty's health these days?" After a moment's consideration, Anfu replied, "His Majesty engages in dual cultivation with the immortal lady daily, maintaining his vigor, though he has lost some weight and does not appear well." Princess Pingyang's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Does His Majesty consume the immortal lady's elixirs daily?" Anfu affirmed. He used to take 1 pill a day, but now he consumes 3. A cold glint passed through Princess Pingyang's eyes as she stated calmly, "Let us hope that my father can achieve enlightenment with the immortal lady soon, safeguarding the Great Chu for countless generations." With that, she produced 2 golden leaves from her bosom and handed them to Anfu. "You have worked hard serving His Majesty. Take these 2 leaves and enjoy a fine drink. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness." Anfu bowed deeply, accepting the golden leaves. "Your Highness, if there is nothing else, I shall return to the Qinshao Palace," he added. "Very well, go. Report to me promptly with any news," she replied. "Understood." After Anfu departed, a hint of worry crossed Princess Pingyang's enchanting face as she murmured to herself, "It seems my father's health is deteriorating, yet he has yet to establish a crown prince. My 2 royal brothers are locked in a deadly struggle. Should anything happen to my father, chaos would surely ensue in the capital. Who decreed that only men can be emperors? I shall break this convention." In Suzhou, within a secluded chamber of a Zen temple, a slender figure clad in the robes of a master sat cross-legged upon a meditation mat. In the chamber, there were also a man and a woman present. The man is the president of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce, whose true identity is Taro Watanabe, the chief official of the eastern country. The woman, enchanting and beautiful, is the courtesan Lang Ningxiang of the Fountain Pavilion, whose true identity is Naiko Yagyu, the daughter of the head of the Yagyu family, Zhongyin Yagyu. Despite being the chief official, Watanabe shows great respect towards the abbot seated on the mat. "Mr. Watanabe, how many of our people have we lost this time in the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce?" the abbot asked coldly, fiddling with his prayer beads. Standing upright, Watanabe replied. In response to Lord Taizai, a total of 56 individuals were killed by the Jinyiwei, including 41 warriors and 15 ninjas. "Bakayaro." The abbot suddenly rose, striking Watanabe across the face with a resounding slap. The impact spun Watanabe around, yet he maintained his posture, filled with respect. "You fool! How could you allow the Jinyiwei to trace back to the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce?" the abbot thundered. Watanabe explained, "My lord, it was all due to that useless Chaorenqi. He was captured by the Jinyiwei and, unable to withstand their severe interrogation, divulged information about the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce and the Fountain Pavilion." The abbot cast a piercing gaze towards Naiko. "Naiko, are you the only one who managed to escape from the Fountain Pavilion?" "Yes," Naiko replied, lowering her head. "A master from the Jinyiwei arrived, and even Huanyang was no match for him. Had I not fled swiftly, I too would have been captured." Watanabe gritted his teeth. "The Jinyiwei have slain so many of our elite. We must avenge this injustice. My lord, please allow me to select a few skilled individuals to secretly assassinate several of the Jinyiwei's captains." The abbot's triangular eyes glinted with a sinister light as he coldly stated, "The vendetta must indeed be addressed, but not at this moment. In a few days, the new year will arrive, a time when the Jinyiwei will lower their guard. We shall act on New Year's Eve, on the 29th day of the 12th month, at the Jinyiwei headquarters, as the afternoon shift neared its end." Huang Shaojie inquired of Xiao Qiumei, "Do you have any relatives in Suzhou?" "I have none, just myself," Xiao Qiumei replied, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. "Oh, then won't you be too lonely spending the new year alone in Suzhou?" Huang Shaojie remarked. Xiaoqiumei shrugged with a smile. "It doesn't matter. It's only a few days of holiday. I can just sleep at home for a few days. During the new year, the headquarters grants a 5-day holiday, while typically there are only 2 days off each month. Although the holiday is brief, it allows for more freedom, enabling one to return home and attend to other matters. Sleeping during the new year is rather dull. Why not spend it at my home? It will be lively with everyone around." Huang Shaojie suggested with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Xiaoqiumei glanced at Huang Shaojie, smiling. "That would be too much trouble for your parents, wouldn't it?" Her words, however, indicated her tacit agreement. Huang Shaojie laughed heartily. "My parents would be delighted to have such a beautiful guest for the new year. There is no trouble at all." "It's settled then. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. I will come to fetch you in the morning." Xiaoqiumei smiled gracefully. "In that case, I shall not be polite." Dear esteemed readers, if you find yourself captivated by this work, I kindly urge you to bestow a 5-star review. Today marks the debut, and the success of this endeavor rests upon your continued engagement. I humbly request that you do not neglect this narrative. Rather, please indulge in daily readings and share your thoughts. The more readers who return each day, the greater the motivation for the author to provide updates. Any small token of appreciation would be immensely cherished. Thank you ever so much. Chapter 56, New Year's Eve on the eve of the New Year. A heavy snowfall blanketed Suzhou, enveloping the city in a pristine layer of white, akin to a thick quilt of cotton. In the morning, Huang Shaojie rode his yellow-maned horse to the modest courtyard where Xiaoqiumei resided. Despite being a small 2-entry courtyard, it felt somewhat spacious and solitary for a woman. After tidying up a few garments, Xiaoqiumei mounted her chestnut horse and accompanied Huang Shaojie to the Huang residence. "Father, mother, this is Xiaozongqi," Huang Shaojie introduced as he led Xiaoqiumei into the hall, where his parents were seated by the hearth, enjoying tea. Huang Yuan and his wife promptly stood to greet them, their faces marked by astonishment. When their son had mentioned bringing the captain of the Jinyi to celebrate the new year, they had envisioned a man, not a stunningly beautiful woman. "Qiuyue has met Lord Huang and Lady Huang." Xiaoqiumei respectfully saluted Huang Yuan and his wife. "Xiaozongqi, the common folk should be the ones to bow to you." Huang Yuan quickly returned the gesture with a smile. "Now that my son is also a captain in the Jinyi, he would not dare to be so disrespectful. Rather, he should show utmost reverence." "Lady, I have met Lord Xiao." Lady Huang also bowed to Xiaoqiumei. Xiaoqiumei swiftly extended her hand to support Lady Huang, saying, "Madam, you may simply call me Qiuyue. There is no need for such formalities." Lady Huang chuckled lightly. "How can that be?" Huang Shaojie interjected, "Mother, Qiuyue and I are both colleagues and friends. You may refer to her as Qiuyue." Xiaoqiumei then retrieved a jade bracelet from her bosom and presented it to Lady Huang, saying, "Madam, I have not brought any gifts, but I hope you will accept this bracelet as a token of my esteem." Huang Yuan's gaze was drawn to the bracelet, which was a luminous, emerald green piece, evidently of exquisite quality, worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. He was secretly astonished, though the income of a Jinyi captain was substantial. For Xiaoqiumei to present such a lavish gift upon her arrival was quite extraordinary. Could she be the daughter of a prominent family? Furthermore, her presence in the Huang residence for the new year suggested a significant bond with his son. He chuckled inwardly, imagining the implications. This rascal had only been in the Jinyi for a few months, yet had managed to attract the attention of such a beautiful lady from a distinguished family. Also a captain in the Jinyi. His round, plump face broke into a joyful smile. Lady Huang, perceptive and astute, recognized the extraordinary connection between her son and the ethereal Xiaoqiumei. To refuse the gift would be to disrupt the harmonious atmosphere. Thus, she accepted the bracelet with a smile, saying, "You are most welcome. Why be so polite? You and Shaojie are colleagues and friends, and I have nothing of great value in return. Here, take this jade hairpin as a small token. I hope you do not find it lacking." As she spoke, Lady Huang removed a beautiful, deep blue hairpin adorned with green pearls from her elaborate updo and offered it to Xiaoqiumei. This exquisite hairpin had been a gift from Huang Yuan, purchased from a renowned jeweler in Suzhou, valued at several hundred taels of silver. Xiaoqiumei appeared somewhat embarrassed. She had come to the Huang residence to celebrate the new year, thus presenting a bracelet to Madame Huang. However, she did not anticipate that Madame Huang would return the gesture with a splendid lapis lazuli hairpin. This exchange felt rather peculiar. To decline, it would imply a lack of respect for the thoughtful gift. "Thank you, Madam." Xiaoqiumei graciously accepted the jade hairpin. Huang Baiwan, standing nearby, chuckled. There is no need for such formality, Lady Xiao. From now on, we are family. His laughter filled the air. Shaoqiue's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Huang Shaojie widened his eyes and exclaimed, Father, you didn't drink this morning, did you? Why are you spouting such nonsense? Madame Huang shot a disapproving glance at Huang Baiwan, silently imploring him to temper his words, especially since the young lady had just arrived. Realizing his indiscretion, Huang Baiwan quickly recovered. What I meant to convey is that Lady Xiao shall celebrate the new year with us, as if we are one family. That is not inappropriate, is it? Huang Shaojie gave his father a thumbs up. You're spot on, old man. Hey, what did you just call me? Huang Baiwan glared at his son. Just father. Huang Shaojie replied cheekily. Shaoqiue smiled gently and said, Lord Huang, madam, thank you for your hospitality. Huang Baiwan stroked his beard and laughed. No trouble at all. We could not have wished for anything better. He then instructed, Xiaohe, please prepare a guest room for Lady Xiao in the young master's courtyard. Yes, my lord. On New Year's Eve, snow continued to fall gracefully. Yet, the entire city of Suzhou was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere, celebrating the arrival of the new year. Every household was adorned with lanterns and couplets. Adults were busy preparing the festive feast, while children, clad in their rare new garments, scoured the streets for firecrackers. The air was filled with the sounds of fireworks, and vibrant displays illuminated the night sky above Suzhou. Huang Shaojie had the servants bring forth several large fireworks, setting them ablaze at the entrance of the Huang residence. In an instant, bursts of color shot into the sky, exploding like blooming flowers, transforming the dark night into a dazzling spectacle. Wow, how beautiful! Xiaohe exclaimed, her face tilted upwards in awe, clapping and bouncing with joy. Shaoqiue settled herself on the bluestone steps of the Huang residence, resting her chin on her hands as she watched Huang Shaojie and the servants launch the fireworks. A mixture of admiration and a subtle smile gracing her features. Huang Shaojie joined her on the steps and inquired, Qiuyue, did you celebrate the new year in the capital before? Their relationship had deepened since her arrival at the Huang residence, and they no longer referred to each other by their titles but rather by their names. Shaoqiue nodded slightly, reflecting. The fireworks in the capital may be more splendid, yet they lack the warmth and vibrant life that these fireworks embody, the sense of family reunion. Noticing her somewhat melancholic expression, Huang Shaojie curiously asked, did you not celebrate the new year with your family in the capital? Shaoqiue sighed and said, since my childhood. I have been orphaned, with not a single relative remaining. You are an orphan? Huang Shaojie exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Previously, he had heard from colleagues in the Imperial Guard that Shaoqiue possessed significant connections in the capital, yet he had not anticipated that she was, in fact, an orphan. Seemingly perceiving Huang Shaojie's confusion, Shaoqiue continued, my father was a personal bodyguard to the King of the West, and 19 years ago, a master from the Western Shu Kingdom attempted to assassinate him. In his effort to save the king, my father was slain by the assassin, and my mother subsequently took her own life in grief. The King of the West took me in as his adopted daughter, raising me as his own and imparting his martial skills to me, until last year when he began to send me to the Imperial Guard for further training. Chapter 57, New Year's Eve, Assassination. The Prince of Pingxi, Xiangqin, the eighth brother of the current emperor, also known as Prince Ning, possesses exceptional talent and versatility in both literature and martial arts. Had it not been for his mother being a lowly palace maid, he might have had a substantial chance of ascending to the throne. After the ascension of the Xuande Emperor, the northern Mongols frequently invaded the south. Prince Ning led an army of 100,000 deep into the northern Mongolian territory, striking at the heart of their stronghold and slaying over 100,000 of their elite forces. From that point onward, the northern Mongols fell into disarray and established a friendly alliance with the Great Chu. 20 years ago, the Xuande Emperor dispatched Prince Ning to lead 300,000 troops on a western expedition against the state of Shu. In less than a year, he vanquished Shu, was bestowed with the title of Prince Pingxi, and ordered back to the capital, Chang'an, to relinquish his military power. Upon hearing Shaoqiue's words, Huang Shaojie finally comprehended her background. No wonder the people within the Jinyiwei speculated that she had connections in the capital. It turns out she is the adopted daughter of the Prince of Pingxi. Your lineage is indeed unfortunate, yet it is fortunate that Prince Ning treats you well. Indeed, my adoptive father has cared for me like his own daughter since my childhood, imparting martial skills and providing the finest in food and clothing. Perhaps in gratitude for my father's unwavering loyalty to him, Huang Shaojie remarked, this indicates that Prince Ning is a man of great loyalty and affection. If it were another prince, he might have merely regarded you as a servant. It is quite customary for a guard to die in service of his lord. Generally, A small compensation would suffice. Even if there are orphans at home, no prince would take it upon himself to adopt them. Thus, Huang Shaojie believed the Prince of Pingxi to be a man of deep sentiment. As the two sat on the steps conversing, they observed the servants setting off fireworks, building snowmen, and frolicking about. At that moment, a maid emerged from the residence. "Young master, Lord Shao, the master and mistress request your presence in the dining hall for New Year's dumplings. Nothing surpasses the delight of dumplings. Come, let us partake in the New Year's feast." Huang Shaojie arose, patting Jinyiwei on the shoulder with a smile. Jinyiwei returned a gentle smile, rising to accompany Huang Shaojie into the residence. The sounds of fireworks and firecrackers gradually diminished after the third watch of the night. By the fourth watch, the entire city of Suzhou had succumbed to slumber. The Putuo temple in the southern part of the city loomed in the darkness like a menacing beast lying in wait. Suddenly, several figures darted from the temple, flitting through the streets of Suzhou like phantoms released from hell. Moments later, these cloaked figures arrived at a mansion, with two large red lanterns hanging at the entrance, emblazoned with the character for Li. This was the residence of the Jinyiwei officer, Li Baihu. At this hour, the Li household lay in deep slumber, with only a few guards occasionally rising to patrol with their lanterns. Several shadows leaped into the mansion. "Who goes there?" One guard, hearing the commotion, drew his sword and shouted loudly. With a flash of cold light, the guard's head was severed, soaring far away to land in the snow. "Not good. We have intruders," shouted another guard. The remaining sentinels were instantly jolted awake, drawing their blades. However, they barely caught a glimpse of the dark figures before their bodies fell to the ground. Li Baihu lay comfortably in slumber, cradling his concubine, yet he remained true to his status as a masterful warrior, awakening abruptly at the slightest noise. He tossed aside the silk quilt and leaped from the bed, seizing the long sword that hung beside him before vaulting through the window. Two figures, emerging from opposite directions, lunged toward Li Baihu. With a swift motion, he parried the blade aimed from the left while simultaneously striking the black-clad assailant on the right with his palm. A resounding crash echoed as Li Baihu felt the surge of blood within him, barely managing to maintain his stance. The black-clad figure, however, executed a graceful backflip, landing lightly on the ground. Li Baihu's heart swelled with astonishment. He had presumed these attackers to be mere common thieves, yet their martial prowess surpassed his own, placing them above him as a second-tier master. He called out with authority, "Who are you, daring enough to attempt an assassination against the Jinyiwei Baihu?" The black-clad assailant he had clashed with let forth a chilling laugh. "You must be Li Dahai, the Jinyiwei Baihu. You and your hounds have slaughtered dozens from our Dongxing commerce. On the eve of the new year, it is your family that shall face annihilation. Kill." With that, the black-clad figure unleashed a fierce strike upon the snow-covered ground before Li Baihu. A powerful force erupted, sending a torrent of snow cascading toward him like an avalanche. The assailant on the right seized the opportunity, darting upward with a flash. The blade in his hand glinted ominously in the night, and within a heartbeat, he unleashed 13 swift strikes aimed at Li Baihu, enveloped by the swirling snow. Realizing the peril he faced, Li Baihu summoned every ounce of true energy to shield himself, dispersing the snowstorm, and countered with a flurry of sword strikes that illuminated the night. The clash of blades echoed fiercely amidst the chaos. A palm strike pierced through the tempest of snow, striking Li Baihu squarely in the back. He coughed up blood, propelled forward several yards before collapsing into the snow. "Ah, my lord, save me. Father, let go of me, you beast." The anguished cries of his kin reverberated from within the estate. 4 or 5 black-clad figures rampaged through the halls, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake. Hearing the horrific cries of his loved ones, Li Baihu rose with a fierce determination, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed, "You dog of a Japanese! I curse your ancestors." Watanabe chuckled sinisterly, "Ha ha, Li Dahai. Listen as your family screams in agony before your very eyes. Is this not a delightful sensation? Oh, and I hear you possess a beautiful daughter and a lovely concubine. We shall ensure they experience their fate before they perish. Ha ha." In a fit of rage, Li Dahai let out a heart-wrenching cry and leapt forward, swinging his sword fiercely at Watanabe. This strike embodied the culmination of Li Baihu's lifelong training, crackling with the sound of thunder as it sliced through the air from 4 directions. A master of the second-tier realm cannot be trifled with. It was the ultimate technique of the thunderstorm swordplay for directions of thunder. However, Watanabe, having reached the pinnacle of the second-tier master level, was indeed superior to Li Baihu. He deftly wielded his blade, countering with 4 shadowy strikes that successfully deflected Li Dahai's formidable 4 directions of thunder. A katana pierced through Li Dahai's back, emerging from his chest. The blade's tip was stained with fragments of Li Dahai's heart. This lethal strike was delivered by another adept of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce. Blood poured incessantly from Li Baihu's mouth, his eyes bulging with sorrow and indignation as he slowly succumbed to the ground. Chapter 58. A Great Incident. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Huang Shaojie was roused from his slumber by the resounding crackle of firecrackers from the neighboring households. After donning his attire, he emerged from his dwelling, stretching languidly. In the courtyard, a dazzling figure clad in vibrant crimson was leaping and darting with remarkable agility. Practicing the Thunderbolt Meteor Sword technique, none other than Jinyiwei. With an enthusiastic clap, Huang Shaojie exclaimed, "What a splendid sword technique!" Jinyiwei, having gracefully descended from her aerial stance, sheathed her sword and flashed him a warm smile, saying, "You flatter me, compared to your knife skills. My swordplay is akin to a child wielding a stick in a playful manner." Recalling the day he emerged from the dry well and dispatched 5 Japanese warriors with a single stroke of his blade. The sheer power of that strike had left Jinyiwei utterly astonished. Until that moment, she had only witnessed Huang Shaojie's formidable leg techniques, unaware of the astonishing prowess he wielded with a sword. With a gentle smile, Huang Shaojie replied, "Your swordplay is commendable in its own right. It certainly qualifies as a top-tier technique." Jinyiwei, brushing her hair aside, remarked, "This technique was imparted to me by my adoptive father. It indeed ranks among the finest. However, I have yet to master it fully, achieving only a fraction of my father's formidable prowess." Intrigued, Huang Shaojie inquired, "To what realm has the Prince of Pingxi attained in martial arts?" Jinyiwei shook her head, stating, "I am uncertain. My father's skills are unfathomable. He may have entered the realm of the Grandmaster." Grandmaster? Huang Shaojie mused inwardly, astonished. The chasm between a master and a grandmaster is akin to an abyss. Once one steps into the realm of the grandmaster, they become nearly invincible. As they conversed, a house servant hurriedly approached Huang Shaojie, reporting, "Young master, a junior officer of the Jinyiwei is waiting outside the residence, claiming urgent business with General Huang." "Oh?" Huang Shaojie paused, exchanging a glance with Jinyiwei. What business could this junior officer have at the Huang residence on the first day of the new year? Given the urgency of the request, it was evidently not a mere New Year-esque greeting. Could it be that a grave incident had occurred? Let us go and see. Huang Shaojie proposed to Jinyiwei. Upon exiting the Huang residence, they spotted a junior officer from the Sanwei Guard pacing anxiously at the gate, his countenance grave. "Zhang, Happy New Year," Huang Shaojie greeted with a smile and a respectful gesture. As Zhang lifted his gaze and saw Huang Shaojie approach, he quickly stepped forward, bowing in respect. "I pay my respects to General Huang. Happy New Year." Upon noticing Jinyiwei beside him, Zhang's expression turned to one of surprise. What could have prompted Jinyiwei, the general, to emerge from Huang's residence on this auspicious day? What was the nature of their relationship? However, this was not the time for such musings. Zhang then turned to Jinyiwei, offering her a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to General Xiao. Happy New Year." Jinyiwei returned the gesture with a smile. "Happy New Year, Zhang." Huang Shaojie inquired, "Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang's expression turned somber as he sighed deeply. "There has been a grave incident. Last night, the entire family of Li Baihu was annihilated." "What?" Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei exclaimed in unison. "It is utterly shocking that a captain of the Jinyiwei was exterminated on New Year's Eve. This is simply appalling. Whether among the officials of the court or the martial artists in the realm, the last thing one wishes to provoke is the Jinyiwei. The Jinyiwei not only wields immense power but is also teeming with skilled practitioners, employing extreme measures. The entire Jinyiwei of the Great Chu comprises over 50,000 members, among whom thousands possess innate abilities and hundreds are masters. The 4 great town protectors, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, have all reached the pinnacle of mastery. Moreover, the commanding officer of the Jinyiwei, Ling Xiaodian, has ascended to the ranks of a junior grandmaster. Just imagine, which sect in the martial world would dare to oppose them? Yet now, someone has audaciously eradicated a captain of the Jinyiwei on New Year's Eve. Zhang Shaoqi clasped his hands and said, "Captain Yo has sent someone to find Captain Huang. We are now going to the residence of Li Baihu to investigate the case." Huang Shaojie replied, "All right, I will come at once." With that, he returned to his home and addressed his parents, Huang Million, and his wife, "Father, Mother, a captain of the Jinyiwei has been murdered along with his family. Autumn Moon and I are going to the Li residence to examine the scene. You need not wait for us to dine." "What? A captain of the Jinyiwei has been slaughtered?" Huang Million gasped, his mouth agape, his corpulent form trembling involuntarily. Had it been any other official, Huang Million would not have been so alarmed. However, being a relative of the Jinyiwei's commander. He could not help but feel a sense of foreboding, as if the death of a rabbit could evoke sorrow in a fox. It was all too easy to project such a tragic incident onto himself. Who could have committed such a ruthless act? Huang's wife turned pale with fear as well. Huang Shaojie spoke solemnly. At present, we do not know. It would be prudent for you both to refrain from leaving the house during this time. If you must go anywhere, ensure that Wu Jin accompanies you for protection. The murderer has shown extreme animosity towards the Jinyiwei, and it is possible they may come seeking vengeance at the Huang residence. As long as you remain indoors and are under Wu Jin's safeguard, you should be safe. Subsequently, Huang Shaojie sought out Wu Jin, informing him of the murder of the Jinyiwei captain and instructing him to ensure the safety of those within the estate. Upon hearing this, Wu Jin's expression grew grave, and he bowed respectfully, saying, "Rest assured, young master, as long as I, Wu Jin, draw breath, I will not allow anyone to harm the master and mistress, not even a hair on their heads." He had now attained the rank of a second-tier master, and under Huang Shaojie's guidance, he had made some progress in mastering the first two forms of the wind god leg. He was confident that he could confront even a third-tier master with a 70% chance of success. Only then did Huang Shaojie feel a slight sense of relief. His decision to bring Wu Jin into the household as the chief guard was precisely to prepare for such eventualities. The true essence pill and the imparting of the wind god leg to Wu Jin were indeed wise choices. In the future, he would also seek ways to elevate Wu Jin's cultivation further. Huang Shaojie ventured into the backyard and whistled. "Young master, is it time for dinner?" 8 Gong fluttered over excitedly, exclaiming, "Today is New Year's. There should be delicious food, right? Delicious delicacies are naturally abundant for you. However, do not wander outside the estate. During this period, there are numerous bird hunters in the vicinity. Remain vigilant within the confines of the estate, and should any thieves approach, sound the alarm promptly. Do you understand?" Huang Shaojie warned Bagong with a grave expression. Bagong, frightened, nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, I understand. Its alertness was exceptionally keen. After consuming a cheerifying pill, it appeared even more robust and agile. With Bagong assisting Wu Jin in safeguarding the Huang residence, Huang Shaojie felt considerably more at ease. Subsequently, he took up the crescent moon curved blade and exited the estate. The servants brought forth the steeds for him and Jinyiwei, and the two galloped swiftly towards the residence of Li Baihu, following Huang Shaojie. Chapter 59. The Mighty Diamond Palm. When Huang Shaojie and Shaojie arrived at the Li residence, Niuren and a host of other officials from the Imperial Guard had already gathered. The higher-ranking officers were present, and the atmosphere was laden with gravity as they beheld the grim scene. Over 30 members of the Li family lay dismembered, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Not a single soul had survived within the Li estate, not even the chickens, ducks, or dogs. Who could commit such a heinous act? Daring to slaughter the entire family of an Imperial Guard captain? Niuren's eyes blazed with a terrifying intensity and in a fit of rage. He struck towards a rockery with a sweeping motion of his hand. Boom! His profound energy shattered the rockery into fragments, which scattered like powder upon the snow. This was one of Niuren's supreme martial arts skills, the Mighty Diamond Palm. The crowd stood in stunned silence, not daring to utter a word. Huang Shaojie could not help but marvel at the power of Niuren's strike, which likely surpassed his own dragon-subduing palm. After all, the Mighty Diamond Palm was among the pinnacle of Shaolin's martial arts, rivaling the dragon-subduing 18 palms. Furthermore, Niuren, being a 5th-rank master, possessed internal cultivation far superior to Huang Shaojie's. With a respectful bow, Huang Shaojie addressed Niuren, "Captain, I suspect that it was the warriors of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce from the east who perpetrated the massacre of Captain Li's family." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, for Niuren himself harbored similar thoughts. Zhao Baihu reported to Niuren, "Sir, I have just examined the knife wounds on Captain Li's chest. The blade was slender and slightly curved, indicative of a Japanese katana." He Qiong clenched his teeth in anger, stating, "Even the Li residence's 3 dogs, 15 ducks, 20 chickens, and 8 geese were slaughtered. Captain Li's daughter and concubine were found naked in the snow, having suffered at the hands of these wretches. Truly, they are a pack of beasts from the east." The group could not suppress their fury, their fists clenched tightly, bones cracking as they tensed with rage. A cold glint flashed in Niuren's eyes as he declared in a deep voice, "Send word, all Imperial Guards are to scour the city for members of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce. Announce a reward of 1,000 taels of silver for anyone who provides information leading to their capture." Understood. The assembly responded in unison, bowing in compliance. The Suzhou Imperial Guard boasted over 600 members, each capable warriors of at least the third level of cultivation. Numerous small banner officers had reached the pinnacle of their abilities, while 12 chief officers were all above the 5th level of innate mastery. In a whirlwind of activity, they mobilized, turning the city into a tempest of pursuit. Not only the Imperial Guards, but also all constables from the government and county offices were dispatched, with even Governor Luo deploying 3,000 soldiers to assist in the citywide manhunt for the Japanese pirates. The Dongxing Chamber of Commerce had gained a modest reputation in Suzhou. Thus, many merchants could recognize its president and key members, based on their descriptions. Artists would render likenesses for posters to be disseminated throughout the city, offering rewards for their capture. However, as the day wore on, no leads emerged. It was not until after the hour of the dog, when darkness enveloped the sky, that Huang Shaojie and Shaojie returned to the Huang residence. The hall was aglow with candlelight, where Huang Baiwan and his wife awaited the return of their son and future daughter-in-law for dinner. 3 large round tables were set in the hall, and the household servants had gathered there in anticipation. On New Year's Eve, the family gathered in the hall for the reunion dinner, and on the first day of the new year, everyone shared the festive meal together. The servants also received new clothing and a small sum of New Year's silver. Since Huang Shaojie took on the role of a junior officer in the Jinyiwei, the business of Huang Million has flourished. The government has provided convenience, and merchants have eagerly sought to supply silk to the Huang family. In previous years, profits only amounted to around 8,000 to 9,000 taels of silver. However, in the last 3 months alone, Huang Million earned over 10,000 taels of silver. Jie'er, have you captured the murderer? Huang Million inquired as he saw his son and Shaojie enter the hall. Huang Shaojie shook his head. It is not so simple to apprehend the killer. The one who could slay Li Baihu is not easily caught. Madame Huang instructed the servants to bring out the warm dishes from the pot and then invited everyone to dinner. All right, let us enjoy our meal. Today is the first day of the new year. Let us all be joyful. Ague, Xiaowu, go set off the firecrackers. Yes, madam. Ague and Xiaowu cheerfully took a platter of large firecrackers and exited the hall, setting them up in the courtyard to ignite. The firecrackers crackled and sparkled, the bright red remnants splattering against the white snow in the courtyard, adding a festive atmosphere to the celebration. Manager Wu, Steward Hu, Xiaohe, come join us. Madame Huang cheerfully beckoned the 3 of them. Thank you, madam. Wu Zhen, Steward Hu, and Xiaohe settled at the lower end of the round table. Huang Million and his wife occupied the upper end, while Huang Shaojie and Shaojie sat on either side. 7 individuals gathered around the round table, which was adorned with 2 to 3 dozen dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, accompanied by aged Huadia wine and daughter's red. The other servants were seated at 2 large round tables in the hall, although their dishes were not as sumptuous as those at the main table. They still enjoyed a selection of over a dozen meat and vegetable dishes. Laughter and merriment filled the air as everyone indulged in drinks together. A bird flitted from table to table, chirping, "A piece of braised pork for me. One of those braised lion's heads. Give this bird some lamb offal." The guest playfully teased the bird, tossing morsels back and forth. Unfazed, the bird boldly dipped its beak into the cups of the servants, partaking in the wine. After the meal, Huang Shaojie addressed everyone in the hall. There are numerous pirates lurking in Suzhou. Last night, the entire family of Li Baihu from the Jinyiwei was murdered. Perhaps tonight, their target will be our Huang residence. Upon hearing his words, the servants exchanged anxious glances, filled with both anger and fear. Wu Zhen looked at everyone and declared loudly, "There is no need to be afraid. Our young master possesses exceptional martial skills, and with Captain Xiao in the house, I, Wu Zhen, am no pushover either. If these pirates dare to come, we shall slay them all." Wu Zhen's words provided some comfort to everyone. They had all witnessed their young master's prowess, and the newly appointed chief guard was also a skilled fighter, alongside Captain Xiao. "Let us join forces with Manager Wu to safeguard the Huang residence. If the pirates dare to come, we shall confront them head-on." Ague swung his fist and shouted loudly, inciting a fervent response from the dozen or so guards, who also raised their fists and cried out in indignation. Huang Shaojie gestured for silence, and the clamorous voices gradually subsided. He stated, "If the pirates arrive, you need not step forward to confront them. Your sole duty is to safeguard the master and mistress. General Xiao and I shall deal with them." Wu Zhen clasped his fists and replied, "Young master, I can assist you in combating the pirates." Huang Shaojie shook his head, saying, "While I am in the residence, your intervention is unnecessary. Remember, your primary mission is to ensure the safety of the master and mistress. At no time should you stray more than 10 paces from them." For Wu Zhen, 10 paces was a mere instant. as his agile skills allowed him to traverse it effortlessly. He thumped his robust chest and declared, "Rest assured, young master, with me, Wu Zhen, present. No harm shall come to the master and mistress, unless it is over my dead body." Huang Baiwan and his wife, seated at the head of the table sipping tea, were deeply moved by his words. Chapter 60. Which man in our Yamato nation is not perverse? In the secluded chamber of the Zen room at Putuwa Temple, the abbot, Master Yuan Tong, sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, his eyes gently closed, fingers delicately manipulating a string of prayer beads. His true identity was that of Tojo Takeshun, a fourth-rank official of the Yamato court. 5 years prior, he was dispatched from Yamato to Suzhou, where, on a moonless night shrouded in wind and darkness, he infiltrated Putuwa Temple, mercilessly slaying the abbot and all the monks within. Subsequently, Tojo Takeshun transformed into the new abbot of Putuwa Temple, with the monks merely playing the roles of his loyal guards. Tojo Takeshun served as the highest commander of the Yamato forces stationed in Suzhou, and Putuwa Temple functioned as the most clandestine administrative command base for the pirates in the region. The Dongxing Commercial Association acted as the espionage arm of the Yamato government in Suzhou, headed by Watanabe, a fifth-rank officer. At that moment, a mechanism clicked at the door of the Zen chamber, and Watanabe along with Naiko entered. "My lord," they bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Tojo Takeshun, who sat draped in the abbot's robes. "Please, take a seat," he said, slowly opening his eyes. Watanabe and Naiko knelt on the ground as they settled. "The assassination last night was a resounding success. We took down 100 households of the brocade-clad guards, significantly weakening their power in Suzhou and instilling fear among the arrogant officials of the Great Chu." A look of approval graced Tojo Takeshun's countenance as he turned to Watanabe and Naiko. "I shall commend your efforts to His Majesty the Yamato Emperor." "Thank you, my lord." Watanabe bowed deeply, his tone filled with reverence. He then lifted his head, a smug grin spreading across his face. To think that the esteemed 100 households of the brocade-clad guards were annihilated on New Year's Eve, truly a swift act that warms the heart. Especially the daughter of that 100 households. She was quite remarkable. Naiko retorted coldly, "Watanabe-kun, while we are tasked with killing, it is prudent to refrain from such beastly conduct." Naiko was the shadowy figure who had plunged a dagger into 100 households the previous night. Yet she found herself unable to bear the sight of Watanabe and other Yamato warriors torturing Li's daughter to death in such a grotesque manner, especially as a fellow woman. Watanabe's expression darkened as he sneered, "Miss Naiko, if you were a man, you would likely be even more savage than us." "Scoundrel." Naiko swiftly swung her hand, striking Watanabe across the face, catching him off guard with a resounding slap. "Baka." Watanabe yelled in anger, ready to retaliate, but he ultimately restrained himself. The Yagyu clan was one of the 4 prominent families of Yamato, and despite being Naiko's superior, Watanabe dared not raise his hand against her. "Miss Naiko, do not presume that being the daughter of Yagyu Munenori grants you the right to strike your superior. I shall report your actions to the Yamato Emperor for appropriate punishment." Naiko scoffed, "You insult me, so I am justified in striking you." Watanabe gritted his teeth, "You were the one who first labeled me a beast." Naiko retorted sarcastically, "Were you not beast last night? If you had merely vented your frustrations, I would not have been so vocal, but using branches and Yamato blades is utterly inhumane." Watanabe smirked coldly, "Miss Naiko, you cannot comprehend such pleasures as you are not a man. Who among the men of our land is not perverse?" "Enough." Tojo Takeshi interrupted their dispute with a sharp command. Both Watanabe and Naiko lowered their heads, refraining from further comment. "Watanabe-kun, which official of the Jinyiwei do you intend to eliminate tonight?" "My lord, tonight we shall eradicate the entire family of that General Huang." Watanabe's gaze darkened with malice as he gritted his teeth. "This scoundrel has slain over a dozen of our warriors and ninjas, all of whom were formidable. He is indeed our greatest adversary." Tojo Takeshi, twisting the prayer beads in his hands, regarded Watanabe with a hint of skepticism. "A Jinyiwei general could kill so many of our elite?" Naiko interjected, "My lord, this general is exceptionally skilled. All the warriors of our fountain pavilion have fallen before him. Even Huanyang is no match." Tojo Takeshi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Huanyang is a first-rate master. How could a mere Jinyiwei general defeat her? This defies logic. As far as we know, most Jinyiwei generals are at the innate level. If he has attained the master realm, he should at least be a 100-man commander." Watanabe scoffed. "Even if he has reached the master realm, what of it? Li Dehai, the 100-man commander of the Jinyiwei, is no match for me. How could a mere general surpass him?" Naiko wished to caution Watanabe against underestimating their foe, but her disdain for him silenced her. Tojo Takeshi advised, Watanabe Koen. Bring along more skilled fighters. Be certain to strike with lethal intent, and do not take this lightly. Very well, Watanabe responded with a nod. Then raised his head with a cold smile. Rest assured, my lord, I shall bring along Koizumi, Naiko, and 2 experts from the Dongxing Society. We will leave no trace at Huang's residence, and I have heard that his wife is quite lovely. Hee hee. A lewd grin spread across Watanabe's face. Naiko regarded him with disgust, retorting coldly, I apologize, but I am unwell this evening and do not wish to accompany you. With that, she rose and bowed to Tojo Takashi. My lord, I must return to my chamber to rest. Watanabe leered. It seems Miss Naiko has a few days each month when she feels unwell. Naiko shot him a fierce glare but chose not to respond, exiting the room. Watanabe also bowed to Tojo Takashi. My lord, I shall prepare. Tojo Takashi waved his hand. Go. Remember, each of you must carry poison in your mouths, if captured. Bite down immediately to end your life. Understood. Although Watanabe believed he did not require such precautions, he nodded earnestly and exited the hidden chamber. Watching Naiko's graceful figure enter a room, Watanabe swallowed hard, cursing inwardly, Naiko, that lewd wench, Watanabe, will one day make you suffer. Forcing you to kneel and call me father. Moments later, Watanabe and the others donned their night attire. Among them was a one-armed man, none other than Koizumi, the ninja who had lost his arm to Huang Shaojie on that fateful day. Huang Shaojie, tonight I shall avenge this grievous loss. I will eradicate your entire family. Shao Quan unsheathed a sharp dagger, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. Soon after, 4 figures surged forth from Putuo Temple, soaring through the night like phantoms towards the Huang residence. Chapter 61. The attack on the Huang residence. Despite the late hour, Mr. Huang and his wife found themselves unable to slumber. The captain of the Jinyiwei had met a gruesome fate at the hands of the pirates. And who could tell if they would descend upon the Huang residence that very night? Though their son had achieved success and was now resting in the adjacent room, Mrs. Huang could not shake her underlying fear. The pirates were merciless, slaughtering indiscriminately, devoid of humanity. Alas, she lamented. They should have visited Putuo Temple to offer incense and pay homage to the Buddha, perhaps securing protection for their family. With a gentle pat, Mr. Huang sought to console his wife. Rest now, my dear. What is fated cannot be escaped. Our son possesses formidable skills. The pirates may think twice before approaching our home. Mrs. Huang sighed lightly. Let us hope for such a fortune. In the neighboring room, Wu Zhen had just completed his practice of the Wind God Leg's internal cultivation technique. Dedicating his days to mastering the Wind God Leg and his nights to refining his internal discipline, his martial prowess had progressed remarkably. Though he had only been training for about 20 days, Wu Zhen could distinctly feel his internal energy surging. The Wind God Leg was indeed an extraordinary skill, allowing for internal cultivation to advance at a rate exceeding tenfold. At this pace, he mused, within a year he could very well achieve the rank of a third-grade master. He lay down fully clothed, yet maintained a thread of awareness, vigilant against the encroaching darkness, ensuring he did not slip into a deep slumber. A master martial artist, even in repose, remained more alert than an ordinary person in wakefulness. In another courtyard, Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei also lay dressed, prepared to spring to action at the slightest sound. At that moment, 4 shadowy figures alighted just 10 paces from the Huang residence's wall. Watanabe signaled, and 2 skilled warriors from the Dongxing Trading Company split to either side. Meanwhile, a one-armed man in black suddenly burrowed into the ground, vanishing from sight. Watanabe, brandishing his katana, leaped into the courtyard. Thieves! Thieves! Cried out the vigilant watchdog perched on a branch in the backyard. Watanabe and his compatriots were momentarily taken aback. What was that shrill noise? Suddenly, 2 figures shot forth from the small courtyard's bedroom, Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei. In truth, even before the watchdog had barked, Huang Shaojie had sensed the intrusion into their domain. The moment the watchdog sounded the alarm, the entire Huang family was roused from their fitful slumber. Master, the pirates are here. What shall we do? Mrs. Huang cried, her complexion pale and voice trembling, clutching Mr. Huang tightly. Fear not, my dear. With Shaojie and Wu Zhen here, we are safe, Mr. Huang assured her, embracing his wife, though his own body trembled uncontrollably. Do not fear, my lord and lady. Wu Zhen is here, Wu Zhen declared, leaping from the adjacent room, drawing his sword, and soaring onto the rooftop to survey the surroundings. Only from atop the house could he effectively monitor the area and prevent any pirates from approaching the quarters of Mr. and Mrs. Huang. Only these few individuals have come. Do you, Huang Shaojie, feel looked down upon, or are you filled with confidence? Beneath the night sky, Huang Shaojie, wielding a curved blade, stands atop a rock formation in the courtyard, the biting cold wind rustling through his garments with a haunting sound. His eyes emit two beams of chilling light, piercing through the darkness, fixing on Watanabe 10 paces away, emanating an endless aura of murderous intent, resembling a deity of death in the night. He fears that these eastern marauders might not come to the Huang residence, but instead target other leaders of the Imperial Guards. To his surprise, they have indeed arrived. Very well. A cold smile graces Huang Shaojie's lips as he slowly unsheathes his curved blade. The pitch-black blade, illuminated by the dim moonlight, reflects a haunting and mesmerizing glow. Sensing its master's fierce bloodlust, the curved blade quivers slightly, emitting a faint humming sound, as if it too eagerly yearns to taste blood. Jinyiwei, holding a long sword, remains silent, yet her eyes are icy, her entire being poised for action. She perceives the formidable aura emanating from the three figures clad in black. The weakest among them likely possesses the cultivation of the 9th level of innate mastery. The leader, she surmises, is perhaps as powerful as Zhao Baihu. It seems a fierce battle awaits this night. Jinyiwei thinks to herself. Watanabe cackles menacingly. A mere leader of the Imperial Guard speaks with such arrogance. The three of us are more than capable of annihilating your entire residence. With that, he gestures to the two Japanese warriors beside him, commanding, kill him. Yahai. The two Japanese warriors leap into action, attacking Huang Shaojie from both sides. Their blades glint ominously in the darkness, a chilling aura enveloping them. Huang Shaojie's expression remains impassive as he swings his curved blade. A streak of silver slices through the pitch-black night, akin to a shooting star, accompanied by a rain of blood, for lifeless bodies plummet from the air. Is this all? Huang Shaojie returns the curved blade to its sheath, a smile of derision playing on his lips. It appears I have overestimated your capabilities. Dealing with you feeble dogs from the east hardly warrants my blade. Watanabe's pupils constrict violently, a surge of terror flooding his heart. The two experts from the Eastern Rising Trading Company, one having reached the initial master realm and the other at the 9th level of innate mastery, were deemed more than sufficient to handle a mere leader of the Imperial Guards. Yet, he never anticipated that Huang Shaojie could dispatch these two Japanese swordsmen with a single stroke. Observing Huang Shaojie's aura, which seemingly does not reach the master realm, he wonders how such terrifying swordsmanship could emerge from him. At this moment, seeing Huang Shaojie sheathing his blade, a glimmer of cold amusement flashes in Watanabe's eyes. Boy, with your 9th level of innate mastery, not wielding a blade is akin to courting death. Watanabe bellows, his figure darting towards Huang Shaojie like a specter, delivering a fierce palm strike. Huang Shaojie also leaps from the rock formation, countering with a palm strike of his own. A phantom divine dragon emits a resonant roar as it surges forth. Boom. The dragon-subduing palm collides with Watanabe's palms, producing a thunderous sound. The dragon-subduing palm, with its overwhelming might, sends Watanabe flying several dozen feet, crashing into a pavilion and spitting blood, rendering him unconscious on the spot. Meanwhile, the artificial mountain suddenly shattered. A figure clad in black emerged from beneath its surface, brandishing a dagger that met only empty air. This figure was none other than the ninja Koizumi, who had burrowed into the earth beneath the artificial mountain to launch a surprise attack on Huang Shaojie, aiming to thrust his blade upward through Huang's groin. However, to his astonishment, Huang leaped into the air, rendering Koizumi's ambush futile. In truth, Huang had sensed a slight disturbance from below moments earlier. Realizing that another ninja from the east had approached, not only could he effortlessly evade Koizumi's subterranean assault, but even if he remained still, Koizumi would be unable to harm him in the slightest. Although Koizumi was a ninja of the earth, his mastery of internal energy had not reached the level of a grandmaster. With Huang's indestructible skills, he could easily withstand any attacks from Koizumi, unless, of course, the dagger in Koizumi's hand were an extraordinary blade capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere mud. Chapter 62. Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei have actually become entangled? Baka. Shaoquan erupted from below but struck nothing, his frustration prompting an exclamation as he plummeted from the air. So it is you, this ground dog, lurking beneath. Huang Shaojie scoffed, having allowed you to escape last time. Yet here you are, presenting yourself once more. Then let me send you to hell. With that, Huang Shaojie unleashed a mighty dragon-subduing palm towards Shaoquan. Shaoquan contracted his body, retreating underground. Boom. Debris erupted as the ground was blasted into a pit a yard deep. Within this abyss, a mangled corpse lay partially obscured by the earth. Thus, all four of the Japanese assassins were vanquished. Beside them, Jinyiwei stared in astonishment. One second-tier master. One first-tier master, one innate 9th-level warrior, along with a ground ninja, each effortlessly dispatched by Huang Shaojie in mere moments. Had she not witnessed it herself? She would scarcely have believed it. She had anticipated a fierce battle that night. Instead, she had not even been afforded the chance to intervene. Observing Huang Shaojie's tall figure gracefully descending from the air, a smile tugged at the corners of her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. This fellow was truly impressive just now. Young master is indeed unparalleled. Wu Zhen, who had been watching from the rooftop, could not contain his excitement. Although he had faith that Huang Shaojie could handle the Eastern assassins, he had not expected him to eliminate them with such ease. Wu Zongguan. Have the Japanese bandits been driven away? Huang Million inquired softly from within the main chamber. Wu Zhen leaped down from the rooftop, standing at the door. Master, madam. The young master has already dealt with all those Japanese assassins. You may come out now. There is no need to fear. Huang Million and his wife sighed in relief upon hearing this. Thank heavens. Madame Huang placed a hand on her chest, releasing the tension that had gripped her heart. I told you, with our Jia around, those bandits dare to come only to meet their demise. Huang Million, invigorated, dressed, and rose from bed. Madame Huang followed suit, joining him as they exited the house. At this moment, the servants of the Huang residence emerged from their respective quarters, having previously hidden away, their hearts racing with anxiety. Now, seeing that the young master had resolved the threat, they excitedly rushed out, kicking and cursing the corpses of the assassins. These scoundrels, daring to come to our Huang residence to kill. They truly do not know their fate. Fortunately, our young master possesses extraordinary skills. Otherwise, our Huang residence would have suffered greatly. Even if the young master had not intervened, with Chief Xiao and Zhongwan Wu present, those assassins would not have fared well. This statement held truth. With Wu Zhen's current prowess, he could easily contend against Watanabe and his two skilled subordinates. However, Xiao Qiuyue's confrontation with the ground ninja could prove perilous, especially given that Xiao Quan had already lost an arm. A ground ninja launching a surprise attack poses a significant threat to a master-level warrior. Huang Shaojie focused intently, listening carefully to the surroundings. Confirming that no further Eastern experts lay in ambush, he leapt forward, landing beside Watanabe, with Xiao Qiuyue following closely behind. At that moment, Watanabe lay unconscious in the snow. Huang Shaojie delivered a swift kick to Watanabe's groin. The excruciating pain jolted Watanabe from his stupor, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. This kick was vengeance for the daughter of Li Baihu. Where are the remaining members of your Dongxing Chamber of Commerce hiding? Huang Shaojie demanded coldly, pressing his foot against Watanabe's chest. Watanabe clenched his back teeth, biting down on a hidden poison pill. Soon, black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he perished on the spot. Xiao Qiuyue crouched down to examine Watanabe's lips, then rose to inform Huang Shaojie. He concealed a poison pill in his mouth and chose to end his own life. Huang Shaojie lamented, had I known, I should have first sealed his acupoints. Now, all 4 assassins are dead, and not a single one remains alive. Xiao Qiuyue spat on Watanabe's corpse, scoffing, he has escaped justice too easily. Otherwise, we could have captured him and subjected him to various tortures daily, making him wish for death while being unable to attain it. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of Li Baihu's daughter, Xiao Qiuyue felt an overwhelming urge to flay Watanabe alive. Huang Shaojie concurred, indeed. We should have pierced him with red-hot iron rods daily. Initially, Xiao Qiuyue did not grasp Huang Shaojie's meaning, but soon the implication dawned upon her, and she could not help but smile. Huang Shaojie instructed a few servants to dispose of the 4 corpses in a pit, planning to report to Nyoren the next day before dealing with the bodies. The following morning, Huang Shaojie and Xiao Qiuyue arrived at the Jinyiwei Yamen, making their way directly to the main hall to find Nyoren. We pay our respects to Qian Hunyo, they both greeted, bowing with cupped hands. No need for formalities. Nyoren gestured dismissively, turning his gaze toward them. Have you uncovered any leads on the pirates? Noticing their early arrival, Nyoren anticipated that they must have discovered something significant. Huang Shaojie replied, Sir, last night, 4 assassins from Japan came to our residence, intending to annihilate the Huang family. What? Nyoren's expression turned grave, and he inquired urgently, were there any casualties at the Huang residence? Did those pirates manage to escape? Huang Shaojie reassured him. Thank you for your concern, sir. No one from the Huang family was harmed. All 4 Japanese assassins were slain by me and Captain Xiao. Xiao Qiuyue quickly interjected. I did not contribute. All the assassins were defeated solely by Captain Huang. Upon hearing this, Nyoren could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The night before, Li Baihu's family had been wiped out by the pirates, placing immense pressure on him as the Jinyiwei Qianhu, driving him nearly to madness. The news that the assassins had targeted the Huang residence this morning almost sent him into a frenzy. Fortunately, Huang Shaojie was highly skilled. Had it been any other Captain-S household, they would undoubtedly have faced complete annihilation. Captain Xiao was also at the Huang residence last night. Niuren finally connected the dots, gazing at Shaojie with a look of curiosity. Shaojie felt a slight embarrassment and said, "I spent the new year at the Huang residence." "Oh?" Niuren looked at Huang Shaojie with a playful expression. Shaojie actually went to celebrate the new year at Huang Shaojie's home? This revelation was quite substantial. Could it be that they had developed a secret affection for one another? However, they indeed made a strikingly beautiful pair. Huang Shaojie promptly added, "I noticed that Chief Xiao was spending the new year alone in Suzhou, which seemed rather lonely. So I invited her to join us at the Huang residence for a more festive celebration." Niuren displayed an understanding expression, stroking his beard with a smile. Indeed, celebrating together brings much joy. Chief Huang is remarkably valiant, and Chief Xiao possesses both beauty and talent. Truly a splendid match. Haraha. Shaojie's cheeks flushed slightly as she cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your kind words, my lord. I assure you, my relationship with Chief Huang is merely that of ordinary colleagues, not as you might imagine." Niuren chuckled. "There is no need for Chief Xiao to clarify. I understand perfectly. Rest assured, I shall not spread any rumors about this matter." Chapter 63, The Reward of the Wind God's Leg Techniques, all accomplished. Huang Shaojie cleared his throat awkwardly, hastily shifting the topic. "My lord, the body of the president of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce is still in my home. Would you care to take a look?" "You mean to say, the president of the Dongxing Chamber personally came last night?" At that moment, Niuren finally grasped the significance, his voice filled with excitement. Currently, the intelligence held by the embroidered uniform guard indicated that the Dongxing Chamber was the espionage headquarters of the pirates in Suzhou, implying that the chamber's president was indeed the chief of the pirates. To think that Huang Shaojie had managed to eliminate him. Huang Shaojie replied, "My lord, I beheld his visage last night, and it bore a striking resemblance, 9 parts out of 10, to the portrait created by the artist. Furthermore, he was a second-tier master. Thus I can confirm he is the president of the Dongxing Chamber. Regrettably, we did not capture him alive." Shaojie interjected. "These assassins of the pirates had poison capsules in their mouths. The president must have bitten down on one to commit suicide." Niuren rose, saying, "Let us proceed to the Huang residence." He summoned all officials of the embroidered uniform guard above the rank of small flag, along with a dozen or so captains, bringing with them images of the president and other key members of the Dongxing Chamber to Huang's estate. Huang Shaojie guided them to the deep pit in the front courtyard. Several captains leaped into the pit, retrieving the bodies within, comparing them to the images. Indeed, Watanabe and 2 of his subordinates bore an uncanny resemblance to the portraits. As for the Koyama ninja, he was not a member of the Dongxing Chamber, and thus no likeness was available. It was confirmed the president of the Dongxing Chamber and its principal members had been dealt with. Niuren exhaled a long breath, his countenance brightening. It seemed that the massacre of Li Baihu must have involved these few. With these pirate leaders eradicated, he, as the captain of the Suzhou embroidered uniform guard, could finally report to Commander Ling and the emperor with peace of mind. Zhao Baihu and the other small flag leaders of the embroidered uniform guard also breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally enjoy a restful night. Niuren instructed the captains to carry the 4 corpses out of the Huang residence and bury them at the potter's field. He then turned to Huang Shaojie, his expression one of approval. "Fortunately, your martial prowess is exceptional. It enabled you to slay the president and the other 3 pirates." With a meaningful glance at the others, he added, "You should also feel fortunate. Had these pirate masters visited your residences last night, the consequences would have been dire." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of dread wash over them. These pirates had bested even Li Baihu. Not to mention they were no match for the likes of the small flag leaders, though they had prepared signal flares the previous night. They feared they would not have awaited rescue before facing annihilation. Even Zhao Baihu had secretly sweated through the night, hardly sleeping. Despite his martial skills being slightly superior to those of Li Baihu, he had no confidence against these 4 pirate masters. Huang, the small flag leader, truly possessed unfathomable martial arts. Zhao Baihu clasped his hands in sincere admiration for Huang Shaojie. Although his current rank was 2 levels above Huang Shaojie, he understood that Huang Shaojie's future was boundless. The others also joined in, bowing in praise of Huang Shaojie. The young leader was indeed a hero of his age. with an immeasurable future ahead of him. General Huang exuded an air of elegance and dignity, truly a phoenix among men. It is remarkable that such a young figure as Huang Shaojie possesses such formidable abilities, marking him as a prodigy in martial arts. Everyone is well aware that with Huang Shaojie's prowess, as long as he remains steadfast, he is destined to attain at least the rank of 1,000 household commander in the Jinyiwei. Now is the perfect moment to cultivate a friendship with him and offer him praise. Huang Shaojie humbly waved his hand, saying, "Esteemed officials, your kind words flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise. My modest accomplishments since joining the Jinyiwei are entirely due to the guidance of Commander Niu and the support of my esteemed colleagues. And thus they are hardly worth mentioning." Niu Ren nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard. "Modesty suits you well, Huang Shaojie. Your recent victory over the president and key members of the Dongxing Chamber of Commerce has avenged the blood feud of Li Baihu's family and restored our honor in Suzhou's Jinyiwei. I shall report your merits to Commander Ling and recommend you for the position of Li Baihu. However, my authority extends only to promoting you to the rank of Trial 100 Household. The final decision rests with Commander Ling." Upon hearing this, the crowd clasped their hands in congratulations towards Huang Shaojie, exclaiming, "Congratulations on your promotion, Huang Baihu." Though Huang Shaojie's heart swelled with joy, he maintained a composed expression. Returning the gesture with humility, "Esteemed officials, please do not jest. The official appointment is what truly counts." Huang Baiwan, accompanied by Hu Guanjia, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Bowing to Niu Ren, "Today is the second day of the new year. I have prepared some modest refreshments, if you and the esteemed officials do not mind. Might we celebrate together at my humble abode?" Niu Ren, in good spirits, laughed heartily. "Given your generous invitation, it would be ungracious of us to decline. Let us enjoy a hearty feast at Huang's residence today, forgetting our duties." The crowd responded with enthusiasm, expressing their gratitude to Huang Baiwan. Typically, common merchants would find it difficult to even catch the attention of these Jinyiwei dignitaries, let alone receive their thanks. Yet, Huang Shaojie was one of their own, soon to ascend to the rank of 100 household, making their camaraderie all the more desirable. Huang Baiwan felt particularly proud to host all the officials of the Suzhou Jinyiwei, an honor that even the governor might envy. With a beaming smile, he beckoned, "Esteemed officials, the weather is chilly. Please enter the hall and take your seats." The procession entered the spacious hall, which measured 200 to 300 square meters, easily accommodating several large round tables. The servants of the Huang residence bustled about joyfully, preparing a feast of poultry, lamb, and various wild delicacies. The grandeur of the Huang residence reflected their own status, and they would walk with their heads held high in the future. After the afternoon banquet, Niu Ren and the others took their leave. Huang Shaojie and Huang Baiwan escorted the guests to the entrance. "Commander Niu, esteemed officials, please travel safely." "Oh, General Xiao, will you remain at the Huang residence for the evening feast?" Zhao Baihu playfully teased upon noticing Shaojie standing beside Huang Shaojie, seemingly unwilling to depart. Huang Yibai chuckled. "Since General Xiao is celebrating the new year at our Huang residence, it is only natural for him to join us for dinner." "Oh? So General Xiao is indeed spending the new year at the Huang residence. Haha, splendid." Zhao Baihu laughed with a knowing smile. The other officials of the Jinyiwei also displayed peculiar expressions, joining in the laughter. Huang Shaojie and Xiao Qioma exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of awkwardness. Upon returning to the small courtyard that evening, Huang Shaojie heard the system's reward notification resonating in his mind. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the Japanese commander Watanabe and his subordinates. Reward: 3 techniques of the Wind God Leg. Instantly, all 3 techniques of the Wind God Leg were infused into Huang Shaojie's mind. Chapter 64. The Cult of the Wind God. The Wind God Leg comprises 6 forms, of which Huang Shaojie has already mastered the first 3. The latter 3 are as follows: 4th form, thunderous and swift. 5th form, wind sweeping away the ruins. 6th form, divine wind's roar. The potency of these latter forms far surpasses that of the first 3. At last, he has comprehended all the techniques of the Wind God Leg. Huang Shaojie felt a surge of joy within, unable to resist the urge to demonstrate these forms and discern their might. He ventured to a spacious area in the backyard, suddenly spinning at great speed, soaring into the sky, wind sweeping away the ruins. The powerful gusts stirred up sand and stones, creating a rapid vortex around him. Reminiscent of a fearsome tornado, Huang Shaojie transformed into a whirlwind, uprooting trees and causing pavilions to collapse in his wake. Nearby servants were alarmed, exclaiming in fright, "Oh no! The young master is demolishing the house." Even the 8th servant, startled, took to the skies, squawking in panic. Xiao Qiuyue, hearing the commotion, rushed over and was left speechless upon witnessing the scene. Suddenly, Huang Shaojie shifted his stance, his legs kicking out like a whirlwind, producing an ominous howling sound. A display of terrifying power. Divine Wind's roar. The fury of the divine wind is unstoppable. Finally, Huang Shaojie unleashed a kick like rolling thunder, causing the surrounding air to explode with a deafening roar, akin to a celestial deity descending from the heavens. Thunderous and swift is also a devastating ultimate move within the wind god leg. His legs moved as swiftly as the wind, with a force as mighty as thunder, capable of obliterating anything in their path. However, Huang Shaojie's current cultivation had not yet reached the master level, making it difficult for him to unleash the full power of this final technique. Shaojie, what martial art are you practicing? Jinyiwei inquired curiously, approaching with an elegant demeanor. The wind god leg, Huang Shaojie replied, flicking the hem of his robe, which had accumulated a bit of dust. The wind god leg. It seems to be a legendary martial art of unparalleled prowess, Jinyiwei observed, her beautiful eyes reflecting her confusion. How could this fellow possess such extraordinary martial skills? The ability to conjure an illusory dragon in hand techniques, the unmatched swordsmanship, and the wind god leg he just exhibited, any one of these martial arts could be deemed extraordinary. For an ordinary person, acquiring even one of these would be a monumental stroke of fortune, enough to make them invincible in the martial world. Nevertheless, she felt it inappropriate to pry further. Even though her relationship with Huang Shaojie was quite amicable, it was not at a level where she could inquire about the origins of his martial prowess. Among fighters, it is a grave taboo to inquire about another's martial background. Much like how merchants avoid asking others how they earn their fortunes, Huang Shaojie did not elaborate, as their relationship, while good, had not yet reached such depths. What on earth is happening? Good heavens, what has transpired? At that moment, Huang Baiwan approached, drawn by the noise. Upon seeing the fallen trees and the chaotic scene, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Sir, this was caused by the young master practicing just now, a servant tidying up reported to Huang Baiwan. Upon hearing this, Huang Baiwan burst into hearty laughter. Then it is of no concern. The pavilion has collapsed, and so it has, in truth. It was high time to construct a new one. Please tidy up, and tomorrow summon a skilled craftsman. Shaojie, do not let this trouble your practice. If anything is broken, your father will have it repaired. Do not let it weigh on your heart. Haha. In the grand hall of the Wushan sect in Western Shu, a towering figure clad in a black robe and wearing a fearsome mask sits at the head. He is Jinyiwei, the leader of the Wushan sect. In the hall, dozens of elders and stewards stand to the left and right. Among them, a middle-aged man in green kneels in the center. He is Duan Changxing, one of the 4 elders of the Wuhui. On that day, the Jinyiwei besieged the Wuhuman, and only Duan Changxing managed to escape. Leader. The Wuhui in Suzhou was besieged by the Jinyiwei. The president and hundreds of disciples were either killed or captured, and I alone escaped. Duan Changxing's voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness. Jinyiwei, sitting at the head of the hall, coldly inquired, why did the Jinyiwei seek to annihilate the Wuhui? Duan Changxing replied, we intercepted 300,000 taels of taxed silver. Our plan was meticulously laid, yet somehow, the Jinyiwei discovered our involvement. Incompetence. Jinyiwei snorted coldly. How can one aspire to restore the nation with such carelessness? Duan Changxing prostrated himself, saying, I acknowledge my fault. Please punish me, leader. Jinyiwei's voice was frosty. Rise. You are to be confined for 3 months. Thank you for your mercy, leader. Duan Changxing bowed deeply, then rose to stand beside the hall. Leader. The Jinyiwei will undoubtedly capture disciples of the Wuhui. I fear that under severe torture, they may reveal our plans for the restoration of Western Shu. An elder stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Jinyiwei responded, the Jinyiwei is secretly investigating the various factions within the martial world, which indicates they have not obtained substantial information. However, we must prepare our plans for action in advance. The elders and stewards in the hall nodded slightly in agreement. One elder raised his hands and said, Leader, we have yet to locate the princess. I am concerned that without her, our efforts to restore the nation will lack cohesion. Jinyiwei stood, his hands clasped behind his back as he descended from the hall, murmuring, it has been 19 years. If the princess were alive, she should now be 21. 19 years ago, Prince Ning led an army of 300,000 to destroy the kingdom of Western Shu. Jinyiwei, serving as the chief bodyguard to the emperor of Western Shu, fought valiantly against Prince Ning's invading forces. Ultimately, the emperor took his own life as the prince's army stormed the palace, capturing several princes and other royal members. Jinyiwei barely escaped, gravely injured. Days later, All members of the royal family were executed publicly to intimidate the subjects of Western Shu. Yet, the 2-year-old princess was notably absent. Xian Wuji established the Wushan sect, rallying the former officials of Western Shu and various martial factions in a bid for restoration. Over these 19 years, he has never ceased searching for the whereabouts of the young princess, yet she remains elusive, her fate unknown. If he could find the young princess, he could support her claim, lending greater legitimacy to their cause of restoration. But where could she be? Is she alive or dead? Xian Wuji does not know. After spending several days at the Huang residence, Jinyiwei returned to her own modest courtyard. Huang Shaojie did not make any significant attempts to persuade her to stay. Yet the couple, Huang Baiwan and his wife, expressed their reluctance to see her leave, genuinely wishing that she could reside at the Huang household for an extended period. Before long, the Lantern Festival approached. During this time, Huang Shaojie diligently reported for duty each day, and his internal energy had increased significantly over the past decade. Additionally, his practice of the Wind God Leg's internal martial arts had also yielded considerable improvements. He sensed that he was on the brink of breaking through to the Master Realm. After dinner, Huang Shaojie seated himself cross-legged upon the bluestone in the backyard, channeling the internal martial arts of the Wind God Leg, striving to penetrate the barrier leading to the Master Realm. After 2 hours of focused effort, a sudden explosion resonated within him. His true energy finally surged past the threshold to the Master Realm, rushing forth like a river breaching its dam, leaving Huang Shaojie with an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Chapter 65. Incense offering at Putuwa Temple. At this moment, Huang Shaojie, channeling the true energy within him, felt a surge of power coursing through his being. His strength multiplied several-fold. He had finally ascended to the realm of a master. Exhaling a breath of clarity, he leapt from the bluestone, employing his agile skills to become a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the night. After a brief moment, Huang Shaojie arrived at an uninhabited area on the outskirts of the city, where he wholeheartedly practiced the 6 forms of the Wind God Leg. At this juncture, the potency of his Wind God Leg had increased beyond mere doubling. Huang Shaojie now possessed ample confidence. Even against a 5th-tier master, he felt assured of a swift victory. The following day marked the Lantern Festival. The weather was splendid, with a gentle breeze and radiant sun. After breakfast, Madame Huang turned to Huang Abai and said, "My dear, today is the Lantern Festival, and the weather is delightful. Let us visit Putuwa Temple to light some incense and pray for peace." Huang Abai nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been a long time since we visited Putuwa Temple. Now that Jier has become a member of the Imperial Guard, frequently encountering nefarious individuals, it is wise to seek the Buddha's blessings. Subsequently, Madame Huang summoned Xiaohe and Wu Jin to accompany them to Putuwa Temple, with Ba Gong following closely behind. However, Huang Shaojie had instructed Ba Gong to refrain from speaking out of turn, ensuring that others remained unaware of its status as an enlightened spirit bird. Putuwa Temple, nestled on a hillside about 7 or 8 miles west of the city, boasted a history of over a century. Although the temple was not particularly large, it attracted numerous visitors daily who came to offer incense and pray. 5 years prior, the old abbot had passed away, and a new abbot had taken his place. This minor detail did not raise suspicion or attention among the faithful who visited, as their sole intent was to sincerely worship the Buddha, oblivious to any changes in leadership. Even if the new abbot had connections to the previous one, the passing of an abbot was a commonplace occurrence that elicited little concern. Likewise, the replacement of a few young monks within the temple went unnoticed by the visitors. The Huang couple, along with Wu Jin and Xiaohe, ascended the hillside and arrived at Putuwa Temple. The pleasant weather and festive occasion attracted a multitude of visitors. Inside the main hall, a towering statue of the Buddha, gilded and seated upon a lotus, commanded reverence, instilling a sense of piety within all who beheld it. Within the hall, several bald young monks clad in blue robes sat cross-legged, softly chanting scriptures while rhythmically striking wooden fish, seemingly detached from worldly affairs. To the side stood a short, stout monk in yellow robes, the temple's host, whose role was to receive and guide the incense-offering visitors, distributing candles and collecting offerings. As the Huang couple entered the main hall, Xiaohe and Wu Jin stood aside, patiently awaiting their turn to offer incense. Ba Gong flitted around outside, occasionally teasing a female bird perched in a nearby tree. "Master, this 50 taels of silver is our donation for the temple's incense offerings," Huang Abai stated, producing a hefty silver ingot from his robe and presenting it to the welcoming monk. "Thank you, benefactor. May the Buddha's compassion ensure peace and safety for your entire family." The monk replied gratefully. The monk joined his palms in reverence as he accepted the hefty silver ingot donated by Huang Baiwan. Subsequently, he presented Huang Baiwan with 3 of the finest sandalwood incense sticks. Gratefully accepting the incense, Huang Baiwan lit them at the flickering candle on the altar and reverently placed them in the incense burner. Thereafter, both Huang Baiwan and his wife knelt before the statue of the Buddha, devoutly offering their prayers. O Buddha above, I beseech you to bestow peace and prosperity upon the Huang family, and may our lineage flourish. O Buddha, grant me, Huang Baiwan, thriving business and abundant wealth. May my coffers overflow with gold daily. Bless my son, Huang Shaojie, as he serves in the Jinyiwei, rising steadily in rank and remaining safe. The gazes of several monks within the hall subtly shifted. After completing their prayers, Huang Baiwan and his wife rose, and Huang's wife addressed Shaojie and Wuzhen, saying, You too should also pay your respects to the Buddha. Yes, madam, Shaojie replied, moving forward to kneel on the mat and sincerely began her supplication. I pray the Buddha blesses our esteemed master and mistress with longevity, and may the young master ascend in the Jinyiwei, remaining safe. After finishing her prayers, she stood and approached Huang's wife. Huang's wife smiled and remarked, You little one, while you pray to the Buddha, why don't you ask for blessings for yourself? You seem to only seek blessings for us. Shaojie responded playfully, If the master, mistress, and young master are well, then naturally my life will improve as well. Thus, praying for the well-being of the entire Huang family is akin to requesting blessings for myself from the Buddha. Huang's wife took her hand and laughed, You clever girl. Your tongue is quite sharp, yet you are sincere. Thank you, madam, Shaojie replied. Wuzhen, who originally held no belief in the Buddha, did not resist when asked by the mistress to pay his respects. He knelt before the statue, bowing his head. I pray the Buddha blesses the people of Suzhou with safety. May my master vanquish the marauding pirates, achieving merit and promotion, rising to great heights. After his prayers, Wuzhen rose. A glint of malice flickered in the eyes of the monks present, yet it went unnoticed by Wuzhen. The couple, along with Wuzhen and Shaojie, exited the Great Hero Hall and wandered around the temple to admire the scenery before descending the mountain. The eagle circled above them. At that moment, the Great Hero Hall was devoid of worshippers. A monk clad in yellow revealed a sinister expression and gestured sharply to 2 young monks. Understanding the signal, the 2 monks stood and exited through a side door to change their garments. As Huang Baiwan and his companions made their way down the mountain, Shaojie playfully frolicked with the eagle, while Wuzhen followed closely behind the couple. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, 2 figures suddenly leapt from the woods. They were bandits, clad in black and wearing masks, brandishing steel knives and blocking their path. Huang's wife and Shaojie trembled in fear, retreating behind Huang Baiwan. What do you want? Huang Baiwan stammered, steeling himself to ask. Do not fear. My dear master and mistress, I am here, Wuzhen declared, stepping protectively in front of Huang Baiwan, his gaze fixed intensely on the masked bandits. Who are you? And what audacity you possess to rob in broad daylight? The masked assailants exchanged glances and simultaneously lunged forward, knives drawn, attacking Wuzhen. The gleam of blades shone brightly, their techniques both cunning and ruthless. It was evident that these 2 robbers possessed formidable martial skills, having at least reached the pinnacle of innate mastery. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Wuzhen, a second-grade master. As the 2 robbers moved, Wuzhen proved to be swifter still, his legs striking like lightning. He executed the 3rd stance of the wind god leg, tempestuous rain. With a series of resounding thuds, both robbers were struck multiple times. Their bodies propelled several yards before crashing heavily to the ground, their internal organs shattered, resulting in their immediate demise. Chapter 66. The robbers turn out to be monks from Putuwa Temple. Upon witnessing Wuzhen eliminate the 2 robbers, the tension in the hearts of Huang Million and his wife finally eased. Chief Wu, your martial skills are truly impressive, Shaojie exclaimed, giving Wuzhen a thumbs up in admiration. Huang Million, equally astonished, remarked, Wuzhen, I never expected your martial prowess to be so formidable. No wonder Jie chose you as the chief guardian. Huang's wife added, I dare say Chief Wu's skills may rival even our Jie. Wuzhen scratched his head, a shy smile spreading across his face as he replied, Master and Madam, you flatter me. The leg techniques I just employed were taught to me by the young master. Compared to him, I am merely a firefly competing with the moonlight, insignificant in comparison. Hearing Wuzhen's reverence for their son filled Huang Million and his wife with pride over their remarkable offspring. Shaojie, with a hint of pride, declared, In my eyes, the young master is the most capable person in the world. Wuzhen nodded in agreement, saying, The young master's martial arts are unfathomable. I have yet to grasp even a fraction of their essence. Huang's wife laughed. All right, you too. Enough of praising the young master. She gestured towards the two lifeless bodies of the robbers on the ground and asked Huang Million, Master, these two robbers seem to be dead. Should we report this to the authorities? Huang Million nodded. If a life has been taken, we must indeed inform the authorities. After all, they were the ones who sought to kill us. We have no reason to fear retribution. They wouldn't dare apprehend us. Huang Million's confidence stemmed not merely from the act of self-defense, but from the fact that their precious son held a high rank in the Jinyiwei. Who would dare lay a hand on them? Wu Zhan approached the bodies, reaching to remove the mask from one of the robbers, revealing a bald head. Why is it a bald head? Wu Zhan mused, finding the face oddly familiar. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Isn't this a monk from Putuo Temple? Shaojie, mustering her courage, stepped forward to take a look, her mouth agape in disbelief, as it indeed resembled the monk who struck the wooden fish at Putuo Temple. While waiting in the Great Hero Hall for their master and mistress, Wu Zhan and Shaojie had curiously observed the monks chanting and playing the wooden fish, and the bald head left a lasting impression on them. Wu Zhan then pulled off the mask from the other robber, revealing yet another bald head. Huang Million and his wife approached, their shock deepening as they beheld the bald-headed robbers. Why would the monks from Putuo Temple wish to kill us? Huang's wife questioned. Both alarmed and fearful. Wu Zhan gritted his teeth. What sort of monks are these from Putuo Temple? Master donated 50 taels of silver for their incense funds. And they dare to attempt our murder. Do they covet our wealth? Chief Wu, you must inform the young master at once. Shaojie urged, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Wu Zhan nodded, intending to send Shaojie to the Jinyiwei office to find the young master when he noticed Ba Gong flitting about before him. He beckoned, Ba Gong. Hurry to the Jinyiwei office to find the young master. Tell him the monks from Putuo Temple are attempting to harm our master and mistress, and bring him here. Understood. Ba Gong flapped his wings and swiftly flew towards the Jinyiwei office. Regarding the Jinyiwei Yamen, Ba Gong was quite familiar with it, having accompanied Huang Shaojie there on several occasions. The primary purpose of bringing Ba Gong to the Jinyiwei Yamen was so that, in case of an urgent matter at the manor, Ba Gong could swiftly deliver the message. Young master! Young master! An urgent matter has arisen. Ba Gong soared into the main hall of the Jinyiwei's third guard, squawking at the top of his lungs. Huang Shaojie, who was stationed in the watchroom, hurriedly rushed out upon hearing Ba Gong's cries. Ba Gong, what has happened? Huang Shaojie asked anxiously. Ba Gong had come to deliver news, which surely indicated a significant issue at the manor. Flapping his wings, Ba Gong exclaimed, the bald monks of Putuo Temple attempted to assassinate the master and mistress, but were slain by Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan has called for you. Upon hearing this, Huang Shaojie felt a surge of both shock and anger. He immediately summoned several lieutenants, mounted his horse, and followed Ba Gong towards the foot of Putuo Mountain. In a short while, Huang Shaojie arrived at the foot of Putuo Mountain with his lieutenants. Father, mother, are you unharmed? Upon seeing his parents, Huang Shaojie hurriedly inquired. My son, do not worry. With Wu Zhan by our side, we are safe, replied Huang Million. Jier. These two monks inexplicably sought to kill us, but fortunately, Wu Zhan's martial prowess is formidable, and he vanquished them, added Madame Huang. Huang Shaojie glanced at the two bald corpses on the ground, his brow furrowing as he asked, what exactly transpired? Are you certain these two corpses are indeed monks from Putuo Temple? Wu Zhan clasped his hands and responded, young master. We had just gone to Putuo Temple to pay our respects, and both Shaojie and I recognized these two monks. They were chanting in the Daxiang Baodian at that time. Huang Million remarked, I offered a donation of 50 taels of silver as incense money to the temple. I wonder if these monks, tempted by money, harbored malicious intent and disguised themselves as robbers to attack us. Huang Shaojie snorted coldly. This matter is likely not so simple. Why would monks be prepared with night clothing and masks? This clearly indicates a sinister scheme. Wu Zhan, escort the master and mistress back to the manor. I shall lead a group to raid this temple, commanded Huang Shaojie. Wu Zhan cautioned, young master, do not underestimate this temple. It is quite formidable. Even the two young disciples possess martial skills at the pinnacle of the innate realm. This is no ordinary den of iniquity. Huang Shaojie raised an eyebrow in astonishment. What did you say? These two monks have attained the pinnacle of the innate realm? Wu Zhan affirmed, indeed. The moment they made their move, I could ascertain that their martial prowess was no less than the 8th level of the innate realm. Martial artists exude a potent aura. If their internal energy is restrained, it may go unnoticed by others unless they deliberately reveal their martial capabilities. However, in the course of combat, both parties can sense each other's martial auras. The superior martial artist can easily discern the specifics of their opponent's level, while the inferior one finds it challenging to gauge the true extent of the superior's prowess. Huang Shaojie was profoundly astonished. The two young disciples had indeed reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. This Putuo temple was truly a place of hidden talents. What perplexed Huang Shaojie even further was the question of why two pinnacle masters of innate strength would resort to robbing a mere traveler of a trivial sum of silver. Warriors who have attained the pinnacle of innate mastery could effortlessly assume positions as captains in the local government or as leaders in the elite imperial guards. Roles that would pose no challenge. Even serving as chief bodyguards for affluent merchants would yield an annual salary of at least 1,000 taels of silver. Was it truly necessary for them to risk the death penalty for such a paltry amount? This notion was utterly irrational. Chapter 67. Promotion examination for the 100 households. Huang Shaojie was resolute in his disbelief that these two monks had come merely to seize the meager silver possessed by his father. It was implausible that they were seeking revenge. "Father, please recount your visit to Putuo Temple in detail," Huang Shaojie inquired of his father. Huang Baiwan replied, "We arrived at Putuo Temple, reverently bowing in the Great Hero Hall, to beseech the Buddha for the safety of our family, for your father's business to flourish, and for your ascent within the Jinyiwei. After that, we only wandered around the temple for the duration of a single incense stick before descending the mountain." Upon hearing this, Huang Shaojie felt a stir of emotions within. When his father prayed to the Buddha, he mentioned his son's position within the Jinyiwei. Logically, the monks should have been deterred from causing trouble. Yet, these two monks had the audacity to approach and threaten his parents. Could it be that the monks from Putuo Temple were targeting him? Huang Shaojie pondered, "I have served in the Jinyiwei for less than half a year, apprehending flower bandits and suppressing rebels from the Wuhui, as well as dealing with Japanese pirates. It is safe to dismiss the notion that these monks are seeking vengeance for the flower bandit. Could they be remnants of the Wuhui? Surely, they cannot be Japanese pirates?" At that moment, Shaoyi interjected, "I too prayed to the Buddha, imploring for the longevity of the master and mistress, and for the young master to achieve great success within the Jinyiwei." Wu Zhen added, "I was initially skeptical of Buddhism, yet the mistress urged me to pay my respects, so I complied." Huang Shaojie asked Wu Zhen, "What wish did you express at that time?" Wu Zhen replied, "I wished for the people to live in peace and for the young master to vanquish more pirates and attain merit and promotion." A realization dawned upon Huang Shaojie as he asked, "Did you vocalize your wish, or merely keep it in your heart?" Wu Zhen stated, "I spoke it aloud." "Why? Young master, have you discerned something amiss?" In that instant, Huang Shaojie's mind became as clear as a mirror. The members of the Wuhui had largely been eradicated. The likelihood of these monks being affiliated with them was exceedingly slim. Conversely, the remnants of the Japanese pirates had yet to be found. Wu Zhen had prayed to the Buddha for him to slay more pirates and gain merit. Shortly thereafter, these two monks masqueraded as robbers, descending the mountain to commit murder. Their identities were becoming increasingly evident. With a cold smile, Huang Shaojie remarked, "How intriguing. It appears these pirates have taken refuge within Putuo Temple." "Pirates?" Wu Zhen gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Young master, are you suggesting that the monks of Putuo Temple are all pirates?" Huang Baiwan and his wife were equally aghast, their faces paling in disbelief. Shaoyi stammered, "Young master, what shall we do?" Huang Shaojie instructed Wu Zhen, "Wu Zhen, you are to escort my father, mother, and Shaoyi back to the residence. You need not concern yourselves with anything else." Wu Zhen bowed respectfully, "Yes, young master." He then addressed Huang Baiwan and his wife. "Master, mistress, let us return home. Otherwise, we may distract the young master." Mrs. Huang, filled with worry, cautioned her son, "Jia, be cautious and avoid injury." "Mother, do not fret. I shall be fine," Huang Shaojie reassured her. He then turned to a captain, commanding, "You must swiftly return to the Jinyiwei office and report to Qian Hunyao. Inform him to gather men and proceed to Putuo Temple to eradicate the remnants of the pirates." "Understood, my lord." The cavalry officer mounted his steed and galloped away. Huang Shaojie addressed the other officers, "You few, remain here and ensure that no one ascends the mountain towards Putuo Temple. Those descending must be thoroughly interrogated." "Yes, my lord." At Putuo Temple, within the Grand Hall, the guest monk frowned as he noticed that the two young acolytes had yet to return. This monk, known as Ikeda, served as a deputy under the abbot, Dongtiao Wujuan. The massacre of Watanabe and several high-ranking members of the Dongxing Trading Association by Huang Shaojie had ignited a fierce anger among Dongtiao Wujuan and his samurai subordinates. Little did they anticipate that the couple visiting the temple for incense offerings were none other than Huang Shaojie's parents, which sparked murderous intent in Ikeda and the warriors present. Consequently, Ikeda dispatched 2 samurai disguised as robbers to descend the mountain, intending to kill the Huang couple and seize their possessions, thereby creating the illusion of a robbery gone awry. He believed that with these 2 peak-level warriors, it would be more than sufficient to eliminate the 4 individuals. Surely, 2 skilled samurai could not possibly fail against a mere local landowner and a servant. At that moment, Wu Jin's presence was so concealed that Ikeda was completely unaware of his true prowess, mistaking him for an ordinary servant. However, as nearly half an hour passed without the return of the dispatched warriors, a sense of unease began to creep into Ikeda's mind. As the incense patrons gradually departed with no new visitors ascending the mountain, the temple was left devoid of any guests. Nakagawa, go down the mountain and investigate. Ikeda instructed one of the acolytes. Yes. The acolyte replied with a bow, then exited the grand hall to head downhill. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Jinyiwei, Nyorin sat at the head, perusing documents sent from the capital. Among them, the commander of the Jinyiwei, Ling Xiaodian, praised Nyorin, the captain of the Suzhou Jinyiwei, for his achievements in eradicating the Japanese pirates of the Dongxing Trading Association. Additionally, there was a document appointing Huang Shaojie as a trial 100-man leader. Nyorin had expedited this report to the capital 2 weeks prior without disclosing that the leader and high-ranking members of the Dongxing Trading Association had been slain by Huang Shaojie. He merely stated that his subordinates had apprehended all the spies of the Trading Association. Furthermore, he mentioned that Huang Shaojie had slain several foes during this operation, hoping it would facilitate Huang's ascension to the position formerly held by Li Dehai. After reviewing the documents, Ling Xiaodian felt that Huang Shaojie's rapid promotion from captain to 100-man was too swift and thus approved a trial 100-man position for him. At that moment, a cavalry officer entered the hall briskly and bowed, reporting, "Captain, Huang Shaojie has discovered remnants of the Japanese pirates at Putuo Temple and requests your presence to lead an assault." "What? Remnants of Japanese pirates hiding at Putuo Temple?" Neo Ren's eyes gleamed with intensity as he sprang to his feet and commanded, "Summon all Jinyiwei cavalry to assemble and proceed to Putuo Temple." "Yes." Meanwhile, Nakagawa, disguised as an acolyte, reached the foot of the mountain and surveyed the surroundings. "Is the master looking for someone?" a voice called from behind. Nakamura Shinji's gaze turned back, and he beheld a young man clad in the attire of a chief officer of the Jinyiwei, approaching with hands clasped behind his back, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "What brings the Jinyiwei to this place?" A flicker of alarm crossed Nakamura's eyes, yet he swiftly regained his composure. With one hand pressed to his chest, he intoned, "Amit Bha, this humble monk has descended the mountain to seek alms. Pray, what prompts such words from you, esteemed one?" Huang Shaojie stepped closer to the novice monk and remarked, "Just moments ago, 2 monks disguised as robbers attempted a murderous act and have since been apprehended and taken to the Jinyiwei's headquarters. Have you come in search of your 2 fellow disciples?" Chapter 68. This young man's future is boundless. Nakamura's heart sank. It was over. The Jinyiwei had evidently set their sights on the Putuo Temple. "Benefactor, this monk does not comprehend your words. I have pressing matters and must return to the temple," he said, attempting to slip away. "Trying to leave?" Huang Shaojie sneered, striking Nakamura with a palm that sent him flying several yards, causing him to spit blood and collapse heavily to the ground. Huang Shaojie approached and pressed a finger to Nakamura's acupoint, instructing 2 Jinyiwei lieutenants to keep watch. Before long, Nyorin arrived on horseback, accompanied by 300 to 400 Jinyiwei, galloping swiftly. He reined in his horse before Huang Shaojie and leaped down. Huang Shaojie clasped his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to you, Nyo Qianhu." Nyorin urgently inquired, "Huang Baihu, is it true that remnants of the Woku are hiding in the Putuo Temple?" Huang Shaojie was taken aback. Just moments ago, Nyorin had referred to him as Baihu. Could it be that the appointment papers from the capital had arrived? However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He replied, "Indeed, the remnants of the Woku are concealed within Putuo Temple. I have already slain 2 and injured 1. As he spoke, Huang Shaojie gestured towards a monk not far away whose acupoint had been sealed, as well as the 2 black-clad, bald corpses on the ground. Nyorin, astonished, asked, "Aren't these monks from Putuo Temple? How did they become Woku?" Huang Shaojie recounted the incident where, after paying respects to his parents, 2 monks had disguised themselves as bandits to attack his family, and how he had encountered this monk descending the mountain to gather information. Upon hearing this, Nyorin waved his hand, commanding, "Let us ascend the mountain and encircle Putuo Temple." Within Putuwa Temple, Ikeda, concerned by the absence of news from Nakamura, felt increasingly uneasy. General, this situation appears dire. Should we report to Lord Taizai? A monk rose, his expression tense. Ikeda's face darkened. He had initially wished to avoid informing Tojo Taejun to evade blame. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was beyond his control. I shall go to the Zen room to see Lord Taizai. You all, step outside and see if there is any news. Yes, several monks replied, bowing. Before exiting the main hall, Ikeda left through the back door and was on his way to the Zen room when he heard a monk loudly chant a Buddhist invocation, Amitabha. What brings you, esteemed gentlemen, to Putuwa Temple in such a fierce manner? Then came Nyo Ren's thunderous voice. Woku within Putuwa Temple, heed my words. You are surrounded. Come forth and face your demise. Ikeda was alarmed and rushed back into the room to retrieve a Japanese sword, leaping out. Yet, he saw hundreds of Jinyiwei surrounding the temple, armed with blades and swords. The few Woka warriors disguised as monks also drew short swords from their robes, their eyes glaring with ferocity, resembling vicious wolves trapped in a corner. Seize them, Nyorin commanded, gesturing decisively. Several Jinyiwei captains surged forward, engaging in one-on-one combat with the monks. In such a situation of overwhelming advantage, everyone sought to claim credit. One lieutenant drew a beautifully crafted spring knife and charged at Ikeda, who was a second-grade master, while the lieutenant only possessed peak innate strength. As Ikeda, Ichikan skillfully parried the embroidered spring blade wielded by the Trial 100 household. He swiftly struck with his left palm towards the chest of his adversary. The Trial 100 household was filled with dread. Eager to achieve glory, he had rashly attacked Ikeda, believing he could easily subdue this Japanese marauder. Little did he anticipate that the warrior clad in a yellow monk's robe possessed such formidable skills. At this moment, he found himself unable to evade Ikeda's palm strike. Nyorin inwardly lamented the dire situation. He realized he could not reach in time to save him. However, a shadow darted forth with incredible speed, delivering a powerful kick towards Ikeda. Bang! Crack! Ikeda's outstretched hand was met with a fierce kick, shattering his arm and causing his chest to cave in, propelling him several feet away, crashing through the temple walls. It was evident he was beyond saving. The figure that gracefully descended was none other than Huang Shaojie. Cheers erupted from the onlookers of the Jinyiwei, applauding his prowess. While Shaojie did not join in the applause, her enchanting eyes sparkled as she gazed at Huang Shaojie, her alluring lips curling into a subtle smile. This fellow, even in the act of taking a life, exuded such charm. Nyorin could not help but stroke his beard in approval, pondering. Huang Shaojie's martial prowess likely surpassed that of the current 100 household. This lad's future is boundless. And the Suzhou Jinyiwei will ultimately be unable to contain such a potential dragon, destined to be summoned to the capital. For Nyorin, this was both a blessing and a curse. A subordinate too powerful would be challenging to control, potentially overshadowing him and usurping his position as the 100 household of the Suzhou Jinyiwei. Yet, if Huang Shaojie were indeed summoned to the capital one day, it would signify a significant loss for Nyorin and the Suzhou Jinyiwei. The Trial 100 household bowed respectfully to Huang Shaojie, expressing gratitude. Thank you, General Huang, for saving my life. Huang Shaojie smiled gently. No need for such formalities, it was but a trivial matter. At that moment, seeing that the various generals were struggling to subdue the remaining Japanese monks, Zhao Baihu joined the fray, swiftly dispatching the adversaries with remarkable ease. Just then, two figures suddenly burst forth from the temple's rear courtyard, attempting to flee towards the mountains. One was clad in the garb of the temple's abbot, wielding a Japanese blade, none other than Tojo Wujuan, who had been masquerading as the temple's overseer. The other was adorned in a flowing dress, exuding grace and beauty, Ling Ningxiang, the courtesan of the Fountain Pavilion, also known as Yagyu Naoko. Lu Baihu, stationed in the courtyard with over 100 subordinates, leaped forward, striking at Tojo Wujuan with his blade. Another junior flag intercepted Yagyu Naoko. This was dire. Nyorin shouted, unleashing his lightness skill, the 8 steps to catch the cicada, as he pursued Tojo Wujuan. From the moment Tojo Wujuan had darted out, Nyorin discerned that Lu Baihu was no match for the monk clad in the cassock. The 8 steps to catch the cicada was a top-tier lightness skill, allowing one to traverse the air and pursue swiftly. In mid-air, Nyorin's legs moved in rapid succession, each step covering 2 to 3 zhang, allowing him to close the distance in an instant. Yet, another figure moved even faster than Nyorin, like a fleeting shadow. Swiftly passing by him, it was Huang Shaojie, employing the technique of catching the wind and grasping the shadow. Huang Shaojie advanced towards Lu Sheng Naiko, fully aware that the small flag would hardly withstand a single strike from her. Lu Shangnikou was a formidable expert, on par with Xiaoqiuyue. While the small flag barely reached the pinnacle of postnatal prowess, how could it possibly contend with Lu Shangnikou? Indeed, as Lu Shangnikou soared through the air, her short blade traced an enigmatic arc, a cold glimmer flashing across the small flag's neck. With a sudden hiss, a jet of blood erupted from the small flag's throat, spraying high into the air. The small flag emitted a gurgling sound as its body succumbed to gravity, crashing down helplessly from the sky. Chapter 69. Duel of Masters. Although Huang Shaojie moved with remarkable speed, he was ultimately too distant. Meanwhile, Lu Shangnikou effortlessly dispatched the small flag bearer with a single stroke, a true testament to her lethal prowess, leaving no time for rescue. After slaying the Jinyiwei flag bearer, she maintained her momentum, attempting to flee toward the rear mountains. However, an unexpected figure soared from behind, delivering a powerful kick to her voluptuous rear, propelling her several dozen feet away, crashing into two large trees before finally falling to the ground. Despite the ample flesh cushioning her backside, it was no match for Huang Shaojie's forceful kick. Her pelvis shattered, causing her face to pale and cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Yet, she gritted her teeth, enduring the pain without a single moan escaping her lips. The choice to strike her posterior was not born from any lewd admiration. Rather, Huang Shaojie aimed to spare her life. Had he aimed for her back, she would have surely succumbed to a fatal blow. Huang Shaojie landed before Lu Shangnikou, hands clasped behind his back, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he taunted. "Miss Nikou, I allowed you to escape from the Fountain Pavilion last time. Let us see where you can flee to now." Gripping her dagger tightly, Lu Shangnikou bit down hard and thrust the blade into her own chest, blood gushing forth. Crimson trickled from the corner of her mouth, a tragic smile adorning her exquisite face. "Father, I shall not bring shame upon you. Please forgive your unfilial daughter. I cannot return to the land of the rising sun to witness the cherry blossoms of our homeland with you." Her voice grew faint as she clutched the dagger, making another desperate slash across her abdomen, her body slowly collapsing. Her almond-shaped eyes, once bright and defiant, now dulled and vacant, remained wide open, reflecting her indomitable spirit. Huang Shaojie turned his gaze to the other side. Although Niu Ren arrived within 2 or 3 seconds, he was still a moment too late. Lu Baihu and Tojo Wujuan were locked in a deadly exchange. With a single stroke, Tojo Wujuan sent Lu Baihu's embroidered spring knife flying, simultaneously delivering a palm strike towards him. Lu Baihu had no chance to evade, hastily raising his palm in defense. Boom! Tojo Wujuan's strike was overwhelmingly powerful. Lu Baihu spat out a mouthful of blood, his arm shattered, and his body was sent hurtling backward. Niu Ren rushed forward, shouting fiercely, his long sword slicing through the air toward Tojo Wujuan's back. Tojo Wujuan retaliated with a swift reverse stroke. Clang! The two blades clashed, producing a deafening sound akin to metal striking stone. In midair, Tojo Wujuan twisted his body, wielding his sword with a thunderous shout, void-cleaving cross-slash. Whoosh! Two brilliant arcs of light intertwined to form a cross, emitting a piercing whistle as they surged toward the oncoming Niu Ren. The Jinyiwei onlookers collectively held their breath, their hearts lodged in their throats. This cross-slash was as swift as lightning. Any ordinary Baihu would assuredly be cleaved in 4. Niu Ren's gaze sharpened, his longsword vibrating in his grasp as countless sword shadows converged before him. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of metal meeting metal erupted, dazzling sparks flying. The two figures intertwined, and amidst a flurry of blade and sword, they exchanged dozens of strikes in mere moments. As the two combatants engaged in an increasingly rapid exchange, the onlookers initially managed to discern the fleeting figures weaving through the air. But soon all that could be distinguished were two swirling clouds of sword shadows, darting hither and thither, up and down. The members of the Jinyiwei were captivated, feeling a thrill of exhilaration. It was rare to witness Lord Niu Ren, a 1,000 household commander, personally take action. Whenever he intervened, it was typically with overwhelming ease. A 5th-tier master, he was a formidable presence in the martial world, often unmatched. The leaders of major sects possessed similar prowess. The reason the Jinyiwei commanded respect from both the underworld and the righteous alike was undoubtedly due to their formidable strength. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 100 blows, yet neither had gained the upper hand, leaving the spectators astonished. In their minds, Niu Ren's martial skills were akin to a pinnacle of excellence. To their surprise, this clad-in-robe warrior from the east could contend evenly with Commander Niu. Showing no signs of yielding, Huang Shaojie, observing from the side, was the only one present who could clearly perceive the techniques employed by both Niu Ren and Tojo Wujuan. Commander Niu is indeed a fifth-tier master. He should be able to withstand my strike. Huang Shaojie mused to himself, stroking his chin. He was not boasting. Having recently entered the Master Realm and learned the latter three techniques of the Wind God Leg, he felt confident that no one below the fifth tier could withstand a single blow from him. Should he choose to intervene now? Whether with his Divine Blade or the Wind God Leg, he could easily dispatch Tojo Wujuan. However, given that Niu Ren was currently engaged in battle, Huang Shaojie deemed it inappropriate to offer assistance, as it would undermine his superior's dignity. At that moment, the two figures suddenly separated. Niu Ren shouted fiercely as he struck towards Tojo Wujuan with a powerful palm. A terrifying force of true energy coalesced into a mighty palm strike aimed directly at Tojo Wujuan. This was none other than Niu Ren's signature technique, the Great Power Diamond Palm. The might of a fifth-tier master unleashing such a technique was formidable indeed. This single strike possessed the strength of hundreds of thousands of pounds, capable of shattering boulders weighing over 10,000 pounds with ease. Tojo Wujuan, however, did not evade. With a cold snort, he thrust both hands forward, unleashing a fierce counterstrike. The collision of their formidable palm strikes produced a thunderous roar, the immense force causing the surrounding air to tremble violently, branches to sway, and birds to scatter. Niu Ren felt a sharp pain in his chest, his blood surging painfully, leaving him thoroughly discomfort. His body plummeted from the air. Stumbling backward, he retreated over 10 steps, leaving deep footprints in the hard yellow earth, before finally stabilizing his stance. Niu Ren was utterly astonished. Among his martial skills, the Great Power Diamond Palm ranked first, followed by his sword techniques, and lastly his lightness skills. Even his lightness skill, the 8 steps to catch the cicada, was renowned, unmatched by few. Yet, just moments ago, after unleashing his most proficient Great Power Diamond Palm with full force, this Eastern Master had managed to meet him blow for blow, forcing him to retreat several steps and nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Tojo Wujuan was equally affected. The clash caused his internal organs to ache, his blood surging upwards, with a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His body was propelled backward for over 10 feet by the force of Niu Ren's strike. As Dong Tiao Wujun descended, he channeled his inner energy through his legs, pushing off the ground and soaring back into the air, fleeing towards the rear mountain. Chapter 70. A single strike to vanquish a 5th-rank master. Where can you flee? With a thunderous roar, Niu Ren summoned his true energy, leaping into the air, his legs alternating in a graceful dance as he executed the 8 steps to chase the cicada, pursuing relentlessly. The other leaders of the Jinyiwei also employed their respective lightness skills, dashing towards the rear mountains with fervor. The lesser-ranked members understood their limitations. Pursuing would likely yield no more than a wisp of the opponent's presence. Huang Shaojie, with a flicker of his form, unleashed the Wind God Leg technique, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. The onlookers merely caught a fleeting shadow, akin to a tempest sweeping past. Having reached the realm of a master, Huang Shaojie's ability to seize the wind had ascended to a new pinnacle. In a matter of mere breaths, he closed the distance of 100 feet, swiftly catching up to Dongtia Wujuan. As Dongtia Wujuan raced forward, he suddenly sensed a fierce wind bearing down upon him. A tempest roared, and a flurry of leg strikes, accompanied by the sound of thunder, rained down upon him. Each strike was swift and imbued with immense power. The ultimate move of the Wind God Leg, the Divine Wind's furious howl. Dongtia Wujuan was struck with terror, channeling all his energy. He desperately swung his katana at the oncoming barrage of strikes. Yet, his blade was effortlessly deflected by an illusionary leg. In that moment, dozens of ferocious Wind God Legs struck him mercilessly. Boom, boom, boom. The impacts were akin to a thunderous assault. Dongtia Wujuan spewed forth blood, his bones shattered, plummeting from the air like a ragged bundle. Had Huang Shaojie not intended to capture him alive, Dongtia Wujuan would have certainly met a fatal end. With a graceful backflip, Huang Shaojie descended lightly to the ground, deftly sealing Dongtia Wujuan's acupoints with a few precise finger strikes. At that moment, Niu Ren arrived, followed closely by 200-man leaders and several flag captains. The group stared, dumbfounded, at the barely conscious Dongtia Wujuan lying on the ground. This master of the Japanese pirates, who had matched Niu Qianhu in battle, was reduced to a mere shell of his former self by Huang Shaojie's single strike. In other words, even Niu Qianhu would likely falter against Huang Shaojie's prowess. What level of martial skill had Huang Shaojie truly attained? A collective gulp echoed among the onlookers. Their necks craned as they regarded Huang Shaojie with awe. Niu Ren too inhaled sharply. This youth was terrifying indeed. Fortuitously, he had joined the Jinyiwei. Had he chosen the path of a bandit, the consequences would be unthinkable. Jinyiwei, with her bright, autumnal eyes, also gazed at Huang Shaojie, her charming visage reflecting astonishment. While she was aware of his exceptional martial prowess, she had not anticipated it to reach such an extraordinary level. To incapacitate a fifth-rank master in a single move was truly astonishing, and he was, after all, 6 months her junior. Reflecting on this, Jinyiwei felt a pang of discouragement. She had always considered her martial talent to be exceptional, having achieved the 9th level of innate mastery by the age of 21. A remarkable feat among her peers. Yet now, in comparison to Huang Shaojie, she felt utterly inadequate. What is with all these incredulous looks directed at me? Huang Shaojie, noticing the gazes filled with astonishment, awkwardly chuckled and inquired. Nyorin stepped forward and patted Huang Shaojie on the shoulder, his face beaming with approval. Excellent. I never imagined that our Suzhou Jinyiwei would produce such an extraordinary talent. Shaojie, work diligently, and I shall recommend you to Commander Ling. Perhaps the commander will promote you to the esteemed position of Jinyiwei Qianhu, overseeing a region. Upon hearing this, Huang Shaojie mused inwardly. Is Niu Qianhu trying to send me away, or does he genuinely wish to cultivate a friendship with me? He quickly clasped his hands in a salute, saying, Your Excellency is too generous. I am far from being an unparalleled genius. Merely serving as a chief subordinate under Niu Qianhu is already a great honor. Let alone being promoted to a Qianhu. Nyorin stroked his beard and chuckled. You defeated that skilled pirate with a single move, far surpassing my own martial prowess as a Qianhu. If you are not a genius, then what does that make me? Huang Shaojie bowed respectfully. My humble skills are hardly worthy of comparison with your excellencies. Had it not been for your decisive blow that severely wounded that pirate, I would not have had the opportunity to claim such a victory. His words were primarily directed at the onlookers, preserving Niu Ren's dignity. The others readily played along, expressing their realization. Indeed, after the pirate clashed with Niu Qianhu, he fled in a panic, clearly injured. Niu Qianhu's powerful strikes were formidable. Although the pirate was a master in his own right, he was ultimately no match for Niu Ren. The blood still trickling from the pirate's mouth attested to the severity of his injuries from that clash. These Jinyiwei colleagues were seasoned bureaucrats, well aware of the underlying truths, yet their words were artfully spoken, showcasing their acting prowess. Niu Ren, being sharp-witted, understood that they were merely indulging in flattery. Nonetheless, it pleased him greatly, as it accorded him the respect befitting his rank. Zhao Baihu remarked, however, while the pirate was gravely wounded by Niu Qianhu's strike. It is evident that none of us could have dispatched him with a single blow. This demonstrates that Huang Zongqi's martial arts are indeed profound and far beyond our comprehension. The others chimed in agreement, their sentiments genuine. Huang Shaojie clasped his hands and smiled. You are all too kind. Niu Ren laughed heartily and waved his hand. Very well. Take this pirate back to the Jinyiwei. Zhao Baihu, lead 100 captains to thoroughly search Putuat Temple. We must ascertain if there are any other hidden pirates or crucial information. Yes, Your Excellency. Upon returning to the Jinyiwei Yamen, Niu Ren summoned Huang Shaojie to the main hall. Today, I received a document from the capital. Commander Ling has elevated you to the position of trial Baihu in the Jinyiwei. With that, he beckoned, and a guard approached, carrying a tray that held 2 sets of Jinyiwei official attire for the trial Baihu, along with the trial Baihu insignia. Huang Shaojie bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance. Your Excellency. Niu Ren waved his hand dismissively. With your martial skills, it is no stretch to say that not only can you serve as a trial Baihu, but even as a Baihu or deputy Qianhu is well within your reach. However, my authority allows me only to promote you to trial Baihu. Any position above that requires direct appointment from the commander. Huang Shaojie remarked, my subordinate understands. To be appointed as a trial 100-man commander is already a source of great contentment. I do not dare to wish for a dual promotion. He indeed harbored no aspirations of being directly elevated to the position of 100-man commander, despite possessing the capability. However, Ling Shaotian, who presided over the capital, was not fully aware of this. Achieving a meteoric rise from the lowest rank of a captain within the Imperial Guard to a trial 100-man commander of the 6th rank in just over 4 months was nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, a minor officer in charge of the dungeons entered the Great Hall, bearing a confession. He bowed respectfully to Niu Ren and announced, My lord, the leader of the pirates has confessed. His name is Dongtiao Wujuan, the highest commander dispatched by the Japanese in Suzhou. With that, the minor officer presented Dongtiao Wujuan's confession upon the table. Chapter 71. The Reward for the Indestructible Divine Skill. Second-level Neo-Ren picked up the confession and began to read. In Dong Tiawujuan's statement, he acknowledged himself as the deputy of the Great Minister of Japan, overseeing the intelligence organization in Suzhou. Now, the entire Japanese organization in Suzhou had been eradicated by the Jinyiwei. Dong Tiawujuan's full confession was not due to cowardice, but rather because the contents of the statement held no significance. The events recounted had already transpired and revealed no valuable intelligence about Japan. Nevertheless, for Neo-Ren, this confession brought immense satisfaction. At the very least, he could now report his achievements to the capital. After finishing the document, a satisfied smile crept onto Neo-Ren's lips as he tossed the confession back to the young aide. He lifted the teacup from the desk and took a sip, stating calmly, "Continue the interrogation to see if any other valuable information can be extracted. If nothing emerges, take these Japanese bandits to the execution ground and carry out a slow slicing execution." "Yes, my lord," replied the aide, bowing respectfully before departing. Having cleared the Japanese spy network in Suzhou and captured a fourth-rank official from Japan, Neo-Ren's spirits were exceptionally high at that moment. "Shaojie, your efforts in dismantling the Japanese bandits at Putuo Temple are nearly entirely credited to you. Tomorrow, I shall draft an urgent document to send to the capital to report this matter to Commander Ling." Huang Shaojie noticed the newfound warmth in Neo-Ren's address, now directly calling him Shaojie. He returned the gesture with a bow, saying, "It is solely due to your brilliant command, my lord, that the Japanese spy network in Suzhou has been eradicated. I dare not claim undue credit." Neo-Ren smiled slightly. "Your contributions are evident to all, and I shall faithfully report to Commander Ling. As for how he will reward you, that remains beyond my knowledge." After a brief pause, he added, "However, for your significant role in the eradication of the Japanese from Putuo Temple, a reward of silver is certainly in order. Someone, go to the storeroom and fetch 2,000 taels of silver to reward Captain Huang." The guard took his leave to fulfill the command. Huang Shaojie bowed to Neo-Ren, exclaiming, "Thank you for the reward, my lord." After dispersing, Huang Shaojie donned his new Jinyiwei uniform and, with 2 bags of silver in tow, exited the Jinyiwei headquarters. "Captain Huang, congratulations on your promotion." His colleagues greeted him with respectful bows. "Congratulations." With a promotion and a reward, Huang Shaojie was in high spirits. He mounted his horse, humming a light tune as he made his way to the Huang residence. "Sister, boldly move forward. Do not look back." The vast road ahead, 9,999. Xiaohe and Ague, as usual, awaited their master's return at the entrance. Upon spotting him riding towards them, humming an unknown tune, Xiaohe approached with a smile, covering her mouth. "Young master, what are those lewd lyrics you are singing? They sound dreadful." Huang Shaojie dismounted and playfully flicked Xiaohe's forehead. "What do you mean by lewd lyrics? What nonsense is in that little head of yours?" Xiaohe's face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, young master, has the Jinyiwei issued new official robes?" She suddenly noticed that the attire he wore today was different previously. It was a flowing aquamarine robe, but now it had transformed into a deep crimson ensemble. The young maid was, of course, oblivious to the hierarchies of the Jinyiwei's official uniforms. Huang Shaojie leaped down from his horse, playfully pinching Xiaohe's fragrant cheek, and chuckled, "Silly girl. Can official robes be distributed haphazardly? I have been promoted." "Really?" Xiaohe exclaimed with delight, her face lighting up. "That's wonderful. I must share this joyous news with the master and mistress." With that, she bounded away like a cheerful sprite to convey the good tidings to the Huang residence. Ague approached, leading the golden-maned horse, and upon hearing of the young master's promotion, he too beamed with joy and offered his congratulations. "Congratulations on your elevation, young master. The master and mistress will surely be overjoyed upon hearing this news." Huang Shaojie chuckled, carrying 2 large bags of silver as he made his way into the Huang estate. Upon entering the hall, Huang Baiwan greeted him with a beaming smile, scrutinizing the resplendent red robes adorning his beloved son. "Jier, have you truly been promoted again?" Huang Shaojie gave a little shake of his crimson robe, replying, "Father, with a new official uniform, could there possibly be any deceit? Splendid. My son is truly remarkable." Huang Baiwan exclaimed, his round face lighting up with joy, resembling a Maitreya Buddha. "Xiaowu, quickly, fetch a large firecracker to set off at the main gate. Tomorrow, we shall host a grand banquet at the Huang residence." Madame Huang approached with a radiant smile, taking her eldest son's hand and inquiring, "Jier, what position have you attained now? Did you not just become a chief last year? How is it that you have been promoted again?" Huang Baiwan chuckled at his wife's remark, saying, "What nonsense is that, my dear? Is it not splendid for our son to ascend the ranks swiftly?" Are you lamenting his rapid advancement? Madam Huang shot him a sidelong glance. I merely find it curious. For others, advancing a rank after several years signifies a smooth career. Yet our Jier has scaled several levels in under half a year. Such rapidity is extraordinary. Huang Shaojie tossed the 2 large bags of silver to the ground and declared, "It is due to my contributions in vanquishing the pirates that I have been promoted to the rank of trial 100 households. My son is now a 100 households official. This is indeed a significant position." Huang Baian rejoiced, playfully nudging the bags of silver with his foot, inquiring curiously, "Jier, what treasures do these bags contain?" Huang Shaojie replied, "These are the 2,000 taels of reward silver bestowed upon me by the Grand 100 households. Father, consider this a reimbursement for the 2,000 taels you spent to secure connections." Huang Baian laughed heartily, saying, "Father's silver is your silver. There is no need for reimbursement. Keep it for your own use." Madame Huang busied herself arranging the dishes on the dining table, urging, "Enough chatter. Come and enjoy dinner. It is cold outside, and soon the food will grow cold as well." After dinner, Huang Shaojie returned to the courtyard. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for eradicating the pirates from Putuat Temple. You are awarded the 2nd level of the Indestructible Vajra skill." Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy coursed through Huang Shaojie's body, enveloping him in a radiant silver glow that persisted for several moments before dissipating. Simultaneously, he comprehended the 2nd level of the Indestructible Vajra technique. "Splendid! I have attained the 2nd level of the Indestructible Vajra technique." Huang Shaojie felt an overwhelming excitement within. At this 2nd level, his body became as resilient as tempered steel, impervious to harm from anyone below the Grandmaster rank, and immune to all poisons. This meant that even a 9th-grade Grandmaster could not inflict the slightest injury upon Huang Shaojie unless they wielded extraordinary weapons. He could consume any poison as if it were mere broth, without suffering any ill effects. This essentially endowed him with an even higher level of protection. Chapter 72. The Lady in Red. At midnight, after several cycles of internal cultivation seated cross-legged upon his bed, Huang Shaojie concluded his practice and rose. "Young master, it's time for your foot bath," Shaojie announced, carrying a large basin of warm water into the room and placing it at the foot of the bed. Huang Shaojie sat comfortably as Shaojie knelt down, assisting him in removing his shoes and socks, placing them into the basin, and beginning to wash his feet. Huang Shaojie stretched lazily, relishing the sensation of Shaojie's gentle touch as she massaged his feet. After a while, as the water started to cool, Shaojie dried off his feet. "My dear Shaojie is growing more charming by the day. Her pointed chin has transformed into a delightful roundness," Huang Shaojie teased, lifting his foot to playfully nudge her chin. Shaojie's face flushed crimson, and she pouted, replying, "Young master, you are becoming increasingly mischievous." With a hearty laugh, Huang Shaojie patted his thigh, saying, "Come sit upon my lap. Let me see if my dear Shaojie has gained some weight." "Absolutely not," Shaojie retorted shyly. Her lips pursed. With that, she lifted the basin of foot water and exited the room. After teasing the maid, Huang Shaojie undressed and prepared for bed. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Jinyiwei, Ling Xiaodian sat at the head of the hall, reviewing an urgent document sent from Suzhou. The report from Niu Ren detailed the successful eradication of the Japanese pirate stronghold at the Putuat Temple, including the capture of the notorious Japanese statesman, Decisive. It also commended Huang Shaojie for his valor in slaying several skilled Japanese adversaries during the operation. Upon finishing the document, Ling Xiaoyan's face broke into a satisfied smile. Niu Ren had proven himself remarkably capable. Within less than a month, he had uprooted all Japanese strongholds in Suzhou. Had it not been for the timely discovery by the Jinyiwei of Chao Renqi's Japanese forces, the consequences would have been dire. Who exactly is this Huang Shaojie that Niu Ren mentions him so frequently? Ling Xiaodian pondered, intrigued and perplexed by the name. He recalled that in just 4 months, Niu Ren had promoted him from a mere military officer to a trial captain, an extraordinary ascent within the ranks of the Jinyiwei. Such rapid advancement could only indicate either a prodigious talent or a strong familial connection. Thus, Ling Xiaodian suspected that Huang Shaojie might be related to Niu Ren. Otherwise, such swift promotions would be implausible. He resolved to find an opportunity to summon Huang Shaojie to the capital to discern his true capabilities. If he proved to be truly competent, he would be retained in the capital for further advancement. If he turned out to be an ordinary individual, he would be demoted to a minor position. As time slipped by, over a month had passed. In early March, on the evening of the awakening of insects, a scholarly young man with refined features paced back and forth in a study within the Qin residence, reciting passages from the Analects while holding the book in one hand and resting the other behind his back. This handsome scholar was none other than Qinbo, the young master of the Qin household. With a soft chuckle, he continued his readings, embodying the essence of a learned gentleman. Suddenly, a light, melodic laugh from a woman echoed through the air. Who could it be? Qinbo was startled and turned to look, only to find a striking young woman in a red dress sitting on the windowsill, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. The sudden appearance of a woman clad in red at such an hour was indeed unsettling. Who are you? How did you come to my Qin residence? Qinbo stammered, pointing apprehensively at the woman in red. With a flirtatious giggle, the woman replied, I am Main Yang, drawn here by the sound of your reading. You are truly handsome, sir. You have captured my very soul. Her voice was enchanting, and she cast a flirtatious glance at Qinbo. This woman was not only beautiful, with an alluring visage, but her figure was equally captivating, boasting ample curves and a slender waist, truly a vision of allure. Yet, Qinbo felt a twinge of fear. He had read tales of the supernatural, and this scene mirrored those eerie stories. He took a step back, trembling as he asked, Are you human or ghost? Of course I am human. Do you not see that I cast a shadow? Replied the woman in red, as she leaped from the windowsill into the room. Under the flickering candlelight, her figure indeed cast a shadow, which eased Qinbo's apprehension. Sir, feel my heart. If it is warm, you shall know I am alive, she laughed, stepping closer to him and taking his hand, guiding it toward her ample bosom. Miss, this is inappropriate. Men and women should maintain their distance. Qinbo's face flushed crimson as he dared not meet the gaze of this enchanting woman. He attempted to withdraw his hand, yet it seemed reluctant to obey his command. Ah, sir, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. The woman in red smiled seductively, slowly unfastening her garments until she was clad in nothing at all. Qinbo swallowed hard, his breath quickening, and he suddenly embraced the woman in red. Half an hour later, the woman in red donned her attire once more, her countenance now radiating an even more enchanting glow. She glanced back at Qinbo, who lay on the bed, and shook her head, saying, What a pity. Such a beautiful exterior, yet so lacking within. With that, she leapt out of the window and vanished into the night. Qinbo, now pallid and haggard, lay on the bed, his eyes sunken and his appearance resembling that of a man gravely ill. Gone was the dashing youth from moments before. At the Zhang residence. This was the abode of the esteemed magistrate, Lord Zhang. Several servants, lanterns in hand, patrolled the grounds while stifling yawns. Suddenly, two shadowy figures leapt into view. Who goes there? One of the guards called out, startled by the commotion. With a swift flash, several lethal strikes silenced the guards, their heads severed from their bodies. Intruders! Protect the Lord! The head guard and a dozen attendants sprang from their quarters, rushing toward the two cloaked figures. Old Six, handle the man. I shall deal with the woman. One of the figures cackled lewdly, leaping toward a back room. I will eventually chop your precious bits into pieces to make dumplings. The old man, in a fit of rage, bellowed fiercely as he charged towards the chief guard and the dozen or so attendants of Lu Tongpan, wielding two cleavers with ferocity. These attendants had all reached the pinnacle of their earthly realm, while the chief guard had even attained innate mastery. Yet, with the cleavers in hand, the old man unleashed a flurry of strikes resembling the effortless slicing of vegetables. In less than 10 seconds, he had dispatched the chief guard and all the attendants. Ah, the scent of delectable flesh filled the air, gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The old man couldn't help but lick his lips, his expression one of insatiable hunger. Suddenly, from within a chamber, the wail of a child pierced the night. The old man's eyes gleamed with a ravenous light as he darted towards the source of the cries. Chapter 73. The Seven Malevolent Fiends. The following day, at the Jinyiwei headquarters, early in the morning, all the officials above the rank of Shaojie were summoned to the main hall. Upon seeing Niu Ren, who stood at the head of the hall with a grave expression, Huang Shaojie instinctively sensed that something dire had transpired. Niu Ren surveyed the assembly and spoke in a somber tone. Last night, the entire family of the magistrate, Lord Zhang, was annihilated. The women were subjected to unspeakable indignities. And within a cauldron, the remains of 2 young children were discovered. The perpetrator exhibits a grotesque level of depravity and cruelty. The room fell into stunned silence as the gravity of the situation sank in. The massacre of a magistrate's family, the violation of women, and the gruesome fate of children boiled alive, such horrors were beyond comprehension. What manner of twisted monster could commit such atrocities? Moreover, the magistrate was a dignitary of the 6th rank. This was no ordinary citizen. Should an ordinary family fall victim to such violence, local authorities would suffice to investigate, rendering the intervention of the Jinyiwei unnecessary. Even though the Jinyiwei had handled numerous grave cases, incidents of this barbarity were exceedingly rare. It was no wonder that Nyorin bore a countenance of utmost seriousness. Nyorin continued, not only did this incident transpire, but there were also several other cases last night. The mention of additional cases caused the officials to exchange alarmed glances. The gravity of the current case was already overwhelming. The thought of more was disconcerting. Nyorin elaborated, in Suzhou, 5 young men were lured by a woman clad in red, who siphoned their life essence, leaving them on the brink of death. The assembly was rendered speechless, astonished by the revelation. Huang Shaojie could not help but exclaim in disbelief, internally vowing that had this red-clad woman sought him out, she would have faced dire consequences. Zhao Baihu raised his hands in respect and remarked, "My lord, I believe I have an inkling of who this woman in red might be. She is likely Hao Bobo, one of the 7 malevolent fiends of Lingnan." At that moment, Liu Baihu seemed to recall something, also bowing respectfully. "My lord, the massacre of Magistrate Liu's family must undoubtedly be the work of the 7 malevolent fiends." Nyorin nodded slightly. "Indeed, the slaughter of Lord Zhang's family is assuredly the handiwork of the licentious fiend, Gao Wan, who preys upon children for his grotesque desires. The violation of women, the consumption of children, and the practice of yin and yang, these are the very signatures of the 3 among the 7 malevolent fiends." The assembly, realizing the connection, nodded in unison. Huang Shaojie had also perused the dossier on the 7 malevolent fiends of Lingnan. They were notorious, ranking 9th on the government's bounty list. Each was a merciless fiend of formidable prowess, having attained the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. The leader, Heishou Songquan, was the most skilled, having trained his palms in a deadly poison technique, rendering them as dark as ink. A single strike could deliver a lethal, incurable toxin. His bounty stood at 70,000 taels of silver. The second, the lascivious Gao Wan, was adept in light-footedness and concealed weaponry, notorious for his debauchery, having defiled countless virtuous women. His bounty was 60,000 taels of silver. The third, the smiling tiger, Tongadao, concealed his treachery behind a facade of charm, excelling in deceit and trickery. His bounty was 50,000 taels of silver. The fourth, the half-demon, Insurrections, possessed a ghastly pallor and a voice that sent chills down the spine, relishing the act of masquerading as a ghost to kill under the cover of night. His bounty was 40,000 taels of silver. The fifth, the mad demon, Do Sha, was a master of martial arts, driven to madness and bloodlust, reveling in his insatiable thirst for murder. Countless souls have perished beneath the blade of his great ring sword. A bounty of 30,000 taels of silver is placed upon his head. The notorious Lao Lu, known as the Golden Big Tooth, is a man-eater who leaves no bones behind. A bounty of 20,000 taels of silver is offered for his capture. Lao Qi, the seductive Hao Bobo, is renowned for her beauty and debauchery, luring handsome men for her own pleasures, thereby drawing the young to replenish her yin. A bounty of 10,000 taels of silver is set for her apprehension. The 7 infamous rogues of Lingnan have amassed a dreadful reputation, and local authorities have tirelessly sought to apprehend them. However, these rogues, masters of their craft, utilize brutal methods, and not a single hair has been captured by the officials. Numerous captains have met their demise at their hands. The Imperial Guards have previously dispatched skilled operatives to pursue them. Yet the 7 miscreants have evaded capture by retreating deep into Lingnan. Unexpectedly, they have now appeared in Suzhou to commit further crimes. Nyorin spoke solemnly. The 7 rogues have slaughtered the entire Zhang family, committing heinous acts of violence against women and even cooking children. Their cruelty is unparalleled, casting a dark shadow over our community. We, the Suzhou Imperial Guards, pledge to eradicate these 7 villains. Silence filled the room as the assembled members exchanged apprehensive glances. The notion of exterminating the 7 rogues was no trivial matter. Not only was locating them a daunting task, but even if found, few possessed the strength to confront them. Each rogue is a skilled master, with formidable abilities. Particularly, the leader, Lauda, known as the Black Hand, is a formidable adversary, possessing at least the strength of a 3rd-tier master, leaving none who encounter his poisoned palms alive. Nyorin was well aware of the challenge ahead. If these 7 were easily vanquished, they would not hold the 9th position on the bounty list. Yet, given their recent atrocities in Suzhou, the weight of responsibility rests heavily upon the shoulders of the Suzhou Imperial Guards, and Nyorin bears an immense burden as a captain. Nevertheless, he has already identified a candidate. He turned his gaze towards Huang Shaojie and declared, "Shaojie, your martial prowess is exceptional, and your keen observation skills are unparalleled. I entrust you with the task of eliminating the 7 rogues. Huang Shaojie was taken aback, not anticipating that Niu Run would assign such a formidable task solely to him. Captain Niu, you truly hold me in high regard. Though reluctant, he clasped his hands in submission and replied, I accept the assignment. Jinyiwei also clasped her hands and said, Captain Niu, I wish to accompany Huang Baihu to pursue the 7 rogues. All eyes turned to Jinyiwei. The entire Imperial Guard mistakenly believed that Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei shared a deep bond, a match made in heaven, with her volunteering for the mission. It seemed she harbored concerns for him. Huang Shaojie interjected, My lord, I can handle this alone. Having more people would only hinder our progress. Niu nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, you shall pursue the 7 rogues alone. Xiao, you have other duties to attend to. Disappointment flashed in Jinyiwei's eyes as she clasped her hands and replied, I shall obey. Niu ordered his men to retrieve the portraits of the 7 rogues from the archives, instructing Huang Shaojie to carry them for identification. After examining each portrait with his keen insight, Huang Shaojie set them down and assured, My lord, I have memorized their likenesses. There is no need to carry them. Having spoken, he rode out of the grand hall, heading homeward. The pursuit of the 7 notorious criminals was not a matter to be resolved in a day. It was imperative to inform his family. Huang Yiqian had departed for business, accompanied by Wu Zhan. Huang Shaojie explained to his mother that he was away on official duties, then returned to his room to gather his belongings before departing the Huang residence. Huang Shaojie mounted his horse and made his way to the estate of Judge Zhang to inspect the crime scene. At the entrance of the Zhang residence, Prefect Lu awaited the arrival of the Imperial Guards, flanked by dozens of constables. Huang Shaojie halted at the gates of Lu's estate and dismounted gracefully. Prefect Lu stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Huang Baihu, you have been dispatched by Qianhu Niu to investigate the case, correct? Indeed, Huang Shaojie affirmed. As he followed Prefect Lu up the steps of the Zhang residence and entered the premises, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. Upon a cursory glance, the ground was strewn with corpses, a sight too horrific to behold. Several bodies of young maidservants, no older than 13 or 14, had been mutilated, with chunks of flesh cruelly severed from their forms. It was evident that Jin Daya had taken their flesh away. Huang Shaojie remarked to Prefect Lu, suppressing his nausea. Prefect Lu grimaced, These 7 vile fiends are truly monstrous and cruel. If they are not eradicated, who knows how many more innocents will perish at their hands. Huang Shaojie let out a cold laugh, to leave no remnants behind, yet take away the spoils, how delightful. With that, he activated his keen insight, meticulously examining the footprints and bloodstains. The act of severing flesh would surely leave a trail of blood. Indeed, following the footprints and the droplets of blood, Huang Shaojie traced the path to the courtyard wall. They escaped from here, he declared, and with a powerful push from his legs, he vaulted over the walls of the Zhang estate. Chapter 74. The suspicious beauty emerging from the walls of the Zhang residence. Huang Shaojie followed the trail of blood droplets and footprints. The blood was not particularly conspicuous, and the footprints were even harder to discern, appearing only every several dozen paces. This clearly demonstrated the remarkable lightness of foot exhibited by Gao Wan and Jin Daya. If it were solely based on the footprints, it would have been nearly impossible to track them. Fortunately, the occasional bloodstains provided a clue. With Huang Shaojie's keen observational skills, he could perceive the minutiae within a Tinjiang radius. After tracking for some distance through the southern city, he lost sight of Gao Wan and Jin Daya. Upon reaching the outskirts, the footprints became increasingly elusive, and the blood droplets gradually faded away. This was a thoroughfare leading towards Lingnan, where the lair of the 7 notorious villains was located, and it was evident that these rogues were fleeing in that direction. Huang Shaojie surmised that the lecherous Gao Wan and the insatiable Jin Daya were likely making their way back to their stronghold in Lingnan. Riding his horse along the official road at a measured pace towards Lingnan, Huang Shaojie had traveled several dozen miles. As he passed through a thicket, he spotted a woman in a yellow dress emerging from the underbrush. The woman, limping and clutching her ample backside, emitted soft groans of distress. Seeing Huang Shaojie approach on horseback, she appeared as though she had found a savior, waving her hand and calling out, "Young master, please help me." Huang Shaojie reined in his horse, slowing down to observe her. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, a voluptuous figure, and long legs. Her skin bore the delicate softness of youth, while her figure possessed the fullness of maturity, particularly in the bosom area. "Young master, I beg you, save me," the woman implored, her chest heaving. Internally, Huang Shaojie smirked, yet feigned concern as he inquired, "What has happened to you?" The woman replied, I was in dire need and ventured into the forest to relieve myself, only to be bitten on the backside by a venomous snake. I beseech you to help me." As she spoke, she turned to reveal her injury, unfastening her skirt to show Huang Shaojie the 2 dark bite marks on her rear, from which black blood oozed. It was evident that she had indeed been bitten by a snake. Feigning helplessness, Huang Shaojie remarked, "I have no antidote for snake venom. How can I assist you?" The woman, covering her face in embarrassment, responded, "It is not difficult. If you could simply suck out the poison from my wound, I would be saved." Huang Shaojie was taken aback. What audacity! You dare to ask me to perform such a task? He thought, feeling a surge of indignation at her boldness. Indeed. This yellow-dressed beauty was none other than the 7th of the 7 notorious villains from Ling'an, the wanton Hao Bobo, who had merely undergone slight disguise, making her unrecognizable to the untrained eye. Huang Shaojie, having seen her portrait, recognized her instantly with his keen insight. It was as if he had traversed a great distance in search of something elusive, only to find it effortlessly before him. At this moment, Huang Shaojie could easily choose to either kill her or capture her alive. Nevertheless, he was in no rush to take her life. He sought to exploit Hao Bobo to lure out Gao Wan and Jin Daya. Last night, the 3 of them wreaked havoc in Suzhou, and with Hao Bobo present, it was likely that the other 2 villains had not strayed far. Moreover, Huang Shaojie was still unaware of Hao Bobo's true intentions in enticing him. Was it merely his handsome appearance that caught her eye, prompting her desire to drain his essence, or was there a deeper motive at play? "Young master, I implore you, please assist me." Seeing Huang Shaojie lost in contemplation, Hao Bobo interpreted his silence as hesitation. She approached, grasped his leg, and pressed her ample bosom against him, swaying her delicate figure as she pleaded. "It is impossible for me to assist you with drug use." Huang Shaojie furrowed his brow and replied, "Sister, I am but a virgin. If the injury were elsewhere, I might assist you, but alas, it is on your posterior. Forgive me, but I simply cannot." Upon hearing this, Hao Bobo's eyes sparkled with delight. Her heart soared. This dashing young man was still a virgin. What a treasure she had stumbled upon today. With a hint of shyness, she remarked, "Young master, truth be told, I too am untouched, and no other man has ever laid eyes upon my form. If you feel embarrassed, perhaps we could venture into the woods." As she spoke, her enchanting gaze frequently darted toward Huang Shaojie, sending him subtle signals. Huang Shaojie nearly burst into laughter. How could this Hao Bobo shamelessly claim to be a virgin? Countless men have been drained of their essence by her. He replied sternly, "Sister, please conduct yourself with dignity. I am not that kind of man." To his astonishment, this young man could resist the allure of her seductive charm. He truly was a remarkable individual. Any other man, under such temptation, would have already whisked her away into the thicket. This only piqued Hao Bobo's interest in Huang Shaojie further. The more unattainable something is, the more one desires it. Moreover, a man as tall and handsome as Huang Shaojie was not someone she would easily let slip away. Initially, she had considered using force, but she knew that a coerced encounter would yield no sweetness. With a shift in her strategy, she sweetly suggested, "Young master, since you are unwilling to assist me with the drug, could you perhaps lead me out of this forest to the nearby town to seek a doctor for my poison?" Huang Shaojie nodded. "Of course, come ride with me." Hao Bobo protested, "How can I possibly mount?" "Young master, you must lift me onto the horse." "You cannot mount? Surely you can leap over the city wall." Huang Shaojie scoffed internally, then reached out, grasped her arm, and effortlessly hoisted her onto the horse's back. "Ouch! You frightened me," Hao Bobo exclaimed, covering her ample bosom, lightly striking Huang Shaojie's shoulder. "Young master, you are too rough. You have hurt me." Huang Shaojie replied coldly, "Hold on tight." With that, he squeezed his legs around the steed, and the horse galloped forward. "Ah!" Hao Bobo gasped, wrapping her arms around Huang Shaojie's robust waist, pressing closely against his back. Huang Shaojie felt the elastic pressure against his back and took a deep breath to steady his mind. The woman was truly a captivating beauty. And he, a young man brimming with vigor, would be disingenuous to claim he felt no response at all. Fortunately, he was able to maintain his composure. Hao Bobo wrapped her arms around Huang Shaojie, instantly sensing the formidable essence of his profound martial prowess within. Could he truly be a warrior? Moreover, his cultivation had reached the esteemed level of a first-tier master. Hao Bobo was both astonished and elated. If she could drain Huang Shaojie's entire reservoir of power, she would undoubtedly ascend to the second-tier master realm. However, subduing a master was no simple task. Thankfully, seated behind Huang Shaojie with her arms still encircling him, she found herself presented with an opportune moment to strike. Chapter 75, The Enigmatic Hao Bobo. As long as she could seal Huang Shaojie's internal power, Even if he were a master, he would revert to an ordinary individual. Subsequently, she planned to carry him to a secluded forest to thoroughly enjoy herself, absorbing all his martial prowess. A mischievous smile crept upon Hao Bobo's lips as she plotted her scheme. She summoned her inner energy and suddenly pointed her fingers at Huang Shaojie's 3 focal points and his vital point. However, when her fingers made contact with Huang Shaojie's lower back, it felt as though she had struck an iron plate. She could not penetrate his defenses and instead felt a painful vibration in her fingers. Hao Bobo was taken aback. As a first-tier master herself, she could easily pierce even the hardest stone with her fingers. How could this young man's body be so resilient? Dear lady, what are you doing? Please refrain from your indiscretions, Huang Shaojie called back, glancing over his shoulder while riding his horse, feigning innocence. Giggles erupted from Hao Bobo as she covered her mouth. Oh, dear sir, may I feel your waist? I never expected your body to be so firm. I can hardly squeeze it. How delightful. Huang Shaojie smirked internally and replied, as a man, one must be strong. Hao Bobo laughed. You are absolutely correct, sir. Women adore strong men. However, no matter how strong a man is, he will surely submit to me. Would you like to test that, dear sir? Enough, Huang Shaojie retorted coldly. If you continue this foolishness, I shall throw you off your horse. A glimmer of malice flashed in Hao Bobo's eyes. She swiftly drew a sharp dagger from her waist and lunged at Huang Shaojie's side. Clang! The dagger struck his waist, but it felt akin to hitting impenetrable steel, producing a resounding clash. Hao Bobo was horrified. This young man was invulnerable to blades and arrows. In a panic, she somersaulted off the horse and fled. Who would dare confront such a monster without escaping? Thinking of fleeing? Huang Shaojie chuckled darkly, transforming into a gust of wind as he pursued her. Before Hao Bobo could cover a few dozen paces, he caught up with her. Hearing the rush of air behind her, Hao Bobo swung her dagger in desperation. In her fluster, she had forgotten that just moments before, her attempts to stab him had been utterly futile. Bang! Huang Shaojie delivered a kick to Hao Bobo's chest, causing her to cry out in shock as she was propelled backward, landing several yards away. With a gasp, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Shaojie had restrained himself, using only 2/10 of his power. Otherwise, her internal organs would have been obliterated. He leapt from the air and landed before her. It was undeniable that Hao Bobo's chest defenses were formidable. Huang Shaojie felt a recoil from his kick. Lying on the grass, she clutched her somewhat deformed chest, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Huang Shaojie approaching. She could not fathom how this young man, seemingly of the same first-tier mastery, could be impervious to harm and overpower her so effortlessly. Even if one has mastered formidable martial arts such as the Golden Bell Shield, one's body cannot possibly possess such impenetrable fortitude. After all, she is a first-rate master. With her skill, a single thrust of her dagger would surely inflict injury, even upon the most perfected Golden Bell Shield. Why do you wish to kill me? Huang Shaojie, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached Hao Bobo, looking down upon her with a smile. Hao Bobo took a deep breath to steady her nerves, gently massaging her somewhat misshapen watermelon-like figure, and sweetly replied, My lord, you have misunderstood me. When I aimed the knife at you, it was merely to test your hardness. Huang Shaojie had no time for her games. He scoffed, Enough. Hao Bobo, do not play coy before me. If you wish to keep your life, you will obediently follow my commands. Hao Bobo's expression shifted momentarily, but she quickly feigned confusion, saying, My lord, I do not comprehend your words. What is good Bobo, and what is bad Bobo? I am merely Mainyang. Huang Shaojie swiftly restrained her by sealing her acupoints, rendering her martial prowess ineffective. He clapped his hands and said, Still pretending, are we? You are the 7th of the 7 fiends of Ling An, the seductive Hao Bobo, who has mastered the art of yin and yang. Last night in Suzhou, you drained the essence of 5 young men. Realizing her deception was futile, she knelt before Huang Shaojie, clinging to his thigh in desperation, pleading, Hero, I was wrong. Please spare me. If you let me go, I shall serve you daily. Huang Shaojie kicked her aside, coldly stating, It is simple to save your life. You need only to comply and lead me to the debauched Gao Wan and the notorious child-eater Jin Daya. Hao Bobo pondered. Why did he wish for her to lead him to the 2nd and 6th? Could it be that he harbors a grudge against them? She rose from the ground and coquettishly inquired, Hero, what do you seek from them? With a swift motion, Huang Shaojie seized her delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly as he barked, Just do as I say and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in a predicament most dire. With that, he threw her heavily to the ground. Lying on her side, she dramatically tore open her garment, revealing her fair skin, striking an alluring pose, and said, Come, "My lord, I desire a predicament most dire." Her ample bosom rose and fell enticingly. Huang Shaojie unsheathed his curved dagger with a swift flick, and in a flash, severed her pinky finger. "If you do not rise and lead me to the remaining 6 fiends, I shall sever your limbs, gouge out your eyes, and remove your ears, nose, and tongue," he threatened menacingly. How Bobo's face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. She was genuinely terrified. This young man was merciless. No amount of seduction could sway him. His heart was as hard as iron. If she continued to defy him and did not lead him to the 2nd and 6th, he might truly turn her into a grotesque figure. Hastily, she scrambled to her feet, stammering, "Young hero, do not kill me. I will take you to find them." "Where are Gaowan and Jinyiwei now?" Huang Shaojie inquired coldly. How Bobo replied, "They have established an illicit establishment at Chilipo, specifically designed to exploit passing merchants and travelers. Should business prove unprofitable, they occasionally resort to committing a few crimes." Huang Shaojie's brow furrowed as he asked, "Where exactly is Chilipo?" How Bobo gestured towards the direction of Ling'an, saying, "It is situated at the entrance of Ling'an, approximately 300 to 400 miles from here." Huang Shaojie pressed the curved blade against How Bobo's throat, warning icily, "I caution you, should you dare deceive me, I will assuredly slice every piece of flesh from your body." How Bobo shook his head repeatedly, trembling as she responded, "I wouldn't dare." Chapter 76. The 3 wolves of Miling. Huang Shaojie let out a sharp whistle, and a yellow-maned horse galloped out from the forest, coming to stand before him. He swiftly mounted the steed and reached down to hoist How Bobo onto the horse's back. With her martial arts skills sealed, she had no choice but to share the ride with him. Regardless, he harbored no fear of her plotting against him from behind. She was well within his grasp. Perched behind Huang Shaojie, How Bobo wrapped her arms around his waist. "Release me," Huang Shaojie commanded coldly. With a tone of feigned grievance, she replied, "Young hero, you have sealed my acupoints, rendering me a mere frail woman. If I do not hold on tightly, I might surely tumble from the horse." After a moment's contemplation, Huang Shaojie conceded and thought little more of it. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, gave a firm slap to its flank, and shouted, "Giddy up." The yellow-maned horse took off at a gallop. As evening approached, they arrived at a small town and entered an inn. "Welcome, esteemed guests," greeted a young attendant at the entrance. "Take my horse and feed it the finest fodder." Huang Shaojie handed over the reins and proceeded with How Bobo into the inn. The establishment was modest, with about 10 tables scattered throughout, where a few patrons sat idly. Huang Shaojie selected a table and was soon approached by another attendant who respectfully inquired, "What would you like to eat? Do you require accommodation as well?" Huang Shaojie replied, "Bring forth 4 of your best dishes, a jug of fine wine, and prepare a private room. Additionally, serve her a bowl of vegetarian noodles." With that, he produced a small piece of silver and tossed it onto the table. The attendant blinked in surprise, then responded, "Certainly." He picked up the coin and brought it to the counter for the innkeeper, subsequently securing a private room and returning with the key. "Esteemed guest, here is your key for a room on the 2nd floor." He placed the key on the table before heading to the kitchen to relay the order. In a short while, the 4 signature dishes, a bowl of vegetarian noodles, and a jug of liquor arrived. Huang Shaojie savored his meal, feeling a sense of tranquility as he embarked on his first journey into the world since his arrival here. How Bobo lowered her head to eat her bowl of noodles, aware that she dared not touch the exquisite dishes Huang Shaojie had ordered. Having a bowl of noodles was already a luxury in her situation. Until he found the other 6 notorious villains, she was not to be harmed. At a nearby table, 3 burly men adorned with swords and daggers were drinking heartily. Since Huang Shaojie and How Bobo's entrance, they had been captivated by her beauty, frequently glancing over at their table. Observing Huang Shaojie indulging in fine food and drink, while How Bobo was relegated to mere noodles, the men exchanged glances. One of the men rose and approached How Bobo, saying, "Miss, those noodles look rather unappetizing. Why not join us at our table? Enjoy the fine food and drink at your leisure." How Bobo glanced at Huang Shaojie, who lifted his cup and replied nonchalantly, "If you wish to eat, then go ahead." He naturally perceived that the 3 burly men were coveting How Bobo's beauty. But it was of no concern to him, as How Bobo was not his woman. As long as they did not abduct her, it was all that mattered. How Bobo rose and approached the table of the 3 men, leaving them momentarily stunned. They had anticipated that Huang Shaojie would angrily reprimand them, providing an opportunity for the 3 of them to retaliate against this dandy. However, to their astonishment, this young master readily acquiesced. This unexpected compliance left the 3 men at a loss. The other patrons of the inn and the waitstaff had never witnessed such a scenario. What was the nature of the relationship between these two? Were they not sharing a room? Even if they were not married, they should at least be a pair of lovers. Yet now, this young master was allowing other men to summon his woman to drink. Was it possible that he feared causing trouble, hence permitting his woman to accompany the three burly men for drinks? Such thoughts occupied the minds of the onlookers. And the three men shared similar sentiments. They ordered additional dishes and took turns toasting with Huang, even taking liberties to touch her bosom and thighs. Huang, with a beaming smile, flirted back with the three men. In any other circumstances, she would have sought to drain these three men's vigor dry. Unfortunately, she found herself ensnared by Huang Shaojie. Meanwhile, Huang Shaojie leisurely sipped his wine and savored his food, seemingly indifferent to the flirtation occurring before him. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. How could a man watch his woman being embraced by other men in public without a hint of anger? He appeared to be as passive as a turtle, enduring such humiliation. After satiating himself, Huang Shaojie stood and addressed Huang, who was still engaged in drinking and flirting with the three men. Let us return to our room. Unable to defy him, she set down her wine glass and rose. One of the burly men, however, seized her hand and grinned. Miss, do not leave. Stay and drink with us a while longer. We three brothers have booked a large room. How about? Another man rose and glared at Huang Shaojie, exclaiming, Kid, this lady does not wish to return with you. Tonight, she will be sleeping with the miling three wolves. A third man chuckled. Brother, we will treat your woman well tonight. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, you would do well to retreat to your own room. Upon hearing the name Miling Three Wolves, the expressions of the other patrons changed visibly. The Miling Three Wolves were notorious in the surrounding 100 miles. Known for their formidable martial prowess and ruthless nature, it was unexpected that these three fearsome brutes were indeed the Miling Three Wolves. The Miling Three Wolves? It seemed they were no good, and perhaps it was time to eliminate them. Three men who had yet to reach even the innate realm dared to act so brazenly. Huang Shaojie furrowed his brow and waved his hand. With a swift motion, a terrifying surge of true energy struck one of the men. Sending his head spinning for several revolutions, facing backward, his eyes wide open in terror and disbelief before he slowly crumpled to the ground. The patrons of the inn were left utterly astonished. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly frail and dashing young man could effortlessly send the formidable Meiling's three wolves spinning with a mere flick of his hand. It raised questions. How could such a young man possess such extraordinary martial prowess, yet allow other men to toy with his woman? At that moment, the onlookers were utterly confounded by the enigma before them. Hiss! The two burly men gasped in shock. They abruptly sprang to their feet, drawing their swords from their waists, regarding Huang Shaojie as if he were a formidable adversary. Yet, they dared not advance. The sheer might that could dispatch their comrade with a mere slap was clearly beyond their capabilities. In a hurry, Huang rushed to Huang Shaojie's side, fearing he might become the next victim of that lethal hand. Chapter 77. Yearning for slumber and dreams, Huang Shaojie strolled before the two burly men and remarked nonchalantly, Disarm yourselves, and I may spare your lives. His tone was so dismissive that the Meiling three wolves appeared to him as nothing more than three foul rodents. In truth, these three practitioners of postnatal martial arts were, in his eyes, even less significant than mere mice. The prospect of compelling a martial artist to relinquish their abilities was, in fact, more torturous than death itself. The two men exchanged glances, their fury ignited, and simultaneously swung their blades toward Huang Shaojie. Yet he stood unmoving, allowing the blades to descend upon his neck. Clang! Clang! The steel blades struck him as if they were hacking against iron, producing sounds akin to that of a blacksmith at work, sparks flying in all directions. The swords shattered into fragments. The two men stood frozen, their expressions akin to stone. At the moment their blades aimed for Huang Shaojie's neck, they had felt a surge of exhilaration, believing their ambush to be successful, convinced that he could not evade their strike. Only then did they realize that he had deemed evasion beneath him. The patrons in the tavern were left in stunned silence. They had expected that Huang Shaojie's refusal to dodge would lead to his imminent demise. To their astonishment, his neck proved to be harder than steel. Only Huang had anticipated this outcome. As a master, she had been unable to pierce Huang Shaojie even with her blade, let alone these two postnatal warriors. Clatter! Thud! The halves of the short blades clattered to the ground as the two men fell to their knees before Huang Shaojie, bowing their heads repeatedly, as if pounding garlic. Hero! Spare us! We are blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please, grant us mercy. They pleaded, their heads knocking against the floor with desperate insistence. Huang Shaojie's martial prowess had exceeded their wildest imaginings. In that moment, they recognized that before this young noble, they were less than ants. Their only hope was to bow and implore for their lives. With a swift motion, Huang Shaojie brought his palm down. Bang! Bang! The two men's bones shattered. Their organs ruptured, and they fell lifeless to the ground. The inn was engulfed in an eerie silence, the patrons too frightened to utter a sound. Hastily lowering their heads to resume their meals and drinks, pretending they had witnessed nothing. Yet the enigma lingered in their minds. How could this young noble possess such profound martial skills, effortlessly extinguishing the Mei Ling three wolves as if they were mere insects? Why had he allowed his woman to be toyed with by them? This was indeed a perplexing mystery. It was no wonder that many assumed Hao Bobo was Huang Shaojie's companion. After all, they shared a room, and with their striking appearances, they seemed well matched. The innkeeper, seated behind the counter, was too terrified to utter a word, fearing the wrath of this young master who treated murder as casually as one might slay a chicken. Innkeeper, dispose of the bodies of the three wolves and keep their belongings. They are yours now, Huang Shaojie declared, casting not a glance at the onlookers as he ascended to the second floor. Hao Bobo, not daring to lag behind, followed closely in his wake. At this moment, the innkeeper summoned a few attendants to carry the bodies of the three wolves from Miling to a desolate area for burial, of course, ensuring to search them for any silver or valuables. The following day, he would report the incident to the county office to follow the necessary procedures. Such killings in the martial world were quite commonplace, and the authorities typically turned a blind eye, unable to intervene unless the victims were individuals of significant power or status. Upon entering the inn room, it wasn't long before the waiter brought hot water. After Huang Shaojie washed his face and feet, he closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed to practice his internal martial arts. Hao Bobo sat obediently on a round stool, refraining from disturbing him. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her heart. Since Huang Shaojie had only booked one room, did this mean she would share a bed with him tonight? If they were to share a bed, she was confident she could entice him. A playful smile danced on Hao Bobo's red lips. After completing several cycles of his internal cultivation, Huang Shaojie felt that he had advanced to the mid-stage of a first-grade master. Since entering the master realm, he had accumulated over 40 years of internal energy through his sign and rewards, and, coupled with daily practice of the wind god-leg technique, he had likely increased his internal energy by at least 10 years during this period. In the master realm, each advancement required a century's worth of internal cultivation. It seemed he would need at least another month to reach the second-grade master level, he mused, as he finished his practice and rose to remove his outer robe in preparation for sleep. A notification from the system echoed in his mind. Elimination of the Miling three wolves rewards you with the errant bone and split tendon technique. Instantly, Huang Shaojie comprehended the errant bone and split tendon technique, which could dislocate a person's bones and split their tendons, inflicting excruciating pain, rendering them incapable of life or death. Indeed, this was a formidable technique for interrogating criminals. Pleased with this unexpected reward for dispatching the Miling three wolves, he acknowledged that while it may not be a top-tier martial art, its utility was considerable. Seeing that Huang Shaojie was preparing to sleep, Hao Bobo stood up. Intending to undress, Huang Shaojie shot her a glance and coldly remarked, "What do you think you're doing?" Hao Bobo, swaying her ample hips, approached the bed, casting him a sultry glance while delicately licking her luscious lips. In a soft voice, she purred, "If you are to sleep, then I too wish to sleep, my lord." In response, Huang Shaojie kicked her to the ground with a dismissive snort. "You think you can share my bed? Dream on. Sleep on the floor." Fuming, Hao Bobo gritted her teeth in frustration. She felt a sense of defeat. No man had ever been able to resist her allure in such a manner. Yet, this boy treated her as if she were an old sow, showing not an ounce of interest. With her beauty and voluptuous figure, any normal man sharing a room with her would feel desire. However, as one of the 7 notorious criminals of Lingnan, each with a reputation for cruelty, Huang Shaojie had come specifically to eliminate these 7 villains, making it improbable that he would be swayed by Hao Bobo's charm. A gentleman appreciates beauty without succumbing to lust. He engages with feelings yet remains within the bounds of propriety. Otherwise, he would be no different from a mere stud. Were it not for the fear of Hao Bobo being rescued, Huang Shaojie would have booked an additional room. Hao Bobo is now the crucial hostage in Huang Shaojie's grasp, serving as the most vital clue to locate the other 6 notorious criminals. She must not be allowed to escape, otherwise, the search for the 7 miscreants may extend indefinitely. Observing how Bobo curled up on the ground, Huang Shaojie remained somewhat uneasy, prompting him to seal her acupoints, rendering her immobile. Subsequently, he thoroughly searched her person, astonishingly uncovering a collection of banknotes of varying denominations, along with gold and silver jewelry, including bracelets, A rough estimate suggested the valuables were worth at least several thousand taels of silver. Satisfied, he tucked the treasure into his bundle. Meanwhile, Hao Bobo was on the verge of madness, her ample bosom rising and falling with agitation, her teeth grinding in frustration. I let you rob me of my beauty, yet you choose to rob me of my wealth. Huang Shaojie, however, contentedly retired to bed for the night, undisturbed by any unforeseen events. Upon rising the next morning, he released Hao Bobo from her restraints. After refreshing himself, he descended to order 2 breakfasts. Following their meal, he procured some provisions and water for the journey ahead. After checking out of the inn, he mounted his horse and continued southward towards the southern ridge. As the sun began to set in the afternoon, he arrived at a fork in the road. Which path shall we take? He inquired of Hao Bobo, who was seated behind him. Take that narrow path, she directed, indicating one of the diverging trails. If you travel along this route for several miles, you'll reach Shirley Slope, where Jinyiwei's black market is located. I sincerely hope you are not deceiving me. Huang Shaojie turned his horse towards the indicated path and galloped forward. Seated behind him, Hao Bobo mused to herself. With this young man's martial prowess, not even the 2nd or 6th could contend with him. Even the leader may not be his match. However, Jinyiwei's black market is stocked with knockout drugs. I must devise a plan to ensure this young man drinks from a cup laced with such a potion. No matter how formidable his skills may be, you will then be at the mercy of the 3 of us. Chapter 78. Gao Wan and Jinyiwei at Shirley Slope. This path leads to Baiwei, a nearby mountain trail, though it offers a much shorter route to Baiwei. Its secluded nature and winding terrain discourage many travelers due to the fear of banditry, prompting most to prefer the official roads. However, a few martial artists and some urgent merchants occasionally traverse this mountain trail. Nestled beside the Shirley Slope mountain path lies a rustic tavern constructed of timber, marked by a banner displaying the words, Fragrant Meat Tavern. At this moment, a man clad in a green robe reclines on a bamboo chair at the tavern's entrance. His eyes closed in meditation. The sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly breaks the tranquility. The man in the green robe snaps his eyes open, sits upright, and gazes in the direction of the noise. He sees a young man in splendid attire galloping on a fine steed, with a beautiful woman seated behind him. Esteemed guest, come rest a while. Our tavern offers exquisite wine and fragrant meat that will surely satisfy your palate, the man in the green robe calls out, waving to the approaching youth. The rider is none other than Huang Shaojie. Pulling on the reins, his golden-maned horse halts before the tavern. He sizes up the man in the green robe, who appears to be in his 40s, tall and robust, with a face marked by excess flesh and a broad mouth that exudes a foul odor when he speaks. This man is none other than the notorious Jinyiwei. Though slightly disguised, Huang Shaojie's keen perception reveals his true identity. Indeed, Hao Bobo did not lie. She would not dare to deceive, having sold out the other 6 villains to save her own life, which is entirely understandable. A sense of triumph fills Huang Shaojie's heart. At this moment, Jinyiwei notices the beautiful woman on the horse. It's the 7th, Hao Bobo. Damn, where did that wretched woman manage to lure such a handsome young master? Bringing him to my fragrant meat tavern? He thinks, eyeing Huang Shaojie with a glimmer of hunger. Look at this lad's delicate skin. He must be extraordinarily delectable. Jinyiwei's gaze roams over Huang Shaojie, and he swallows hard in anticipation. Meanwhile, Hao Bobo, seated behind Huang Shaojie, casts a knowing glance at Jinyiwei. He understands her signal. This young man is troublesome. Find a way to drug him. Huang Shaojie glances at the banner outside the tavern and muses, Fragrant Meat Tavern? Could it be that the meat here is exceptionally aromatic? Jinyiwei rubs his large hands together, a grin spreading across his face. Indeed, if you step inside, you shall discover that you have never tasted such exquisite fragrant meat. Huang Shaojie silently scoffs, then inquires, is it just you running this establishment? Jinyiwei replies, I have a partner, but with so few travelers on this path, one assistant suffices. At that moment, the tavern's curtain lifts, revealing a lean man in a coarse shirt, Gao Wan, another of the nefarious lot, slightly disguised as well. Excellent, esteemed guests. Do dismount and come inside to rest for a moment, he calls out. Gao Wan stepped forward with fervent enthusiasm to greet them. Huang Shaojie leapt off his horse, and Hao Bobo also dismounted. Suddenly, Huang Shaojie struck out a palm towards Jinyiwei. Caught off guard, Jinyiwei hastily raised his hand to meet the blow. Although Jinyiwei had achieved the initial stage of a second-grade master, his power was no match for the formidable force imbued in Huang Shaojie's dragon-subduing palm. Bang! Jinyiwei was sent flying several feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gao Wan, astonished, drew a dagger from his waist and lunged it toward Huang Shaojie's heart. Yet, Huang Shaojie did not flinch. Instead, he delivered a punch to Gao Wan's chest. Clang! Gao Wan's dagger struck as if against steel, numbing his wrist. Bang! Huang Shaojie's fist shattered several of Gao Wan's ribs, causing him to vomit blood and crash backward, breaking through a wooden panel of the tavern and emerging on the other side. With a swift motion, Huang Shaojie propelled himself forward, deftly sealing Gao Wan's martial abilities with a few precise finger strikes. He then approached Jinyiwei, similarly restraining his powers. Standing aside, Huangbobo felt as if her heart had sunk to the depths of a lake. Although she had anticipated that Gao Wan and Jinyiwei were no match for Huang Shaojie, she still held a flicker of hope. However, she never expected Huang Shaojie to dispatch them so effortlessly. Who exactly are you? Jinyiwei asked, lying on the ground, coughing up blood. Huang Shaojie flicked his collar and replied, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I know you are Jinyiwei." Jinyiwei's expression changed as he turned to Huangbobo, angrily demanding, "Old Seven, did you tell him?" Huangbobo sighed, "I was captured by him. If I didn't bring him to you, he threatened to turn me into a human puppet. I had no choice. I thought you two could handle him. Yet you turned out to be so inept, unable to withstand even a single blow." Jinyiwei, incensed, retorted, "You shameless woman dare to call us useless. If you had any skills, would you have been caught?" Gao Wan, equally furious, shouted, "Huangbobo, did you seduce this brat? I always knew you'd end up dead beneath a man's belly." Huangbobo, hands on her hips, shot back at Gao Wan. "Gao Wan, how dare you call me promiscuous? You wouldn't spare any female. If it weren't for you slaughtering that magistrate's family in Suzhou the other night, would we be pursued here?" By now, Huangbobo had deduced Huang Shaojie's identity. He was either a captain from the Six Doors or a master from the Jinyiwei. Jinyiwei glared at Huang Shaojie and asked, "Are you a government official?" Huang Shaojie, hands clasped behind his back, nodded proudly. "Indeed, I am 100 households of the Suzhou Jinyiwei. If you three wish to live, take me to the remaining 4 of the 7 villains of Lingnan." Indeed, he is from the Jinyiwei. Both Jinyiwei and Gao Wan's expressions shifted, and their hearts sank. Who in the Jianghu was unaware of the methods employed by the Jinyiwei? Falling into their hands would likely be worse than death. However, when did 100 households of the Jinyiwei become so formidable? The 7 notorious ruffians of Ling and have indeed encountered the Imperial Guards before. A mere 100-man captain from the Guards would find his martial prowess comparable to theirs. Unless a 1,000-man captain were to intervene personally, they would harbor no fear. However, this young man possesses skills that likely surpass even those of a 1,000-man captain. Jinyiwei scoffed. "Do you think you can capture all 7 of us? I fear you lack the capability." Huang Shaojie chuckled. "Since you hold such an opinion, why not lead me to them? If they were to kill me, wouldn't that ensure your salvation?" His words resonated deeply with the thoughts of the 3. Chapter 79. The 7 notorious bandits. The 7 infamous bandits of Ling and are ruthless individuals, entirely indifferent to the lives of the other 4, preoccupied solely with their own survival. As long as there exists a glimmer of hope, they shall seize the opportunity. Should they fail to bring Huang Shaojie to the other 4, their demise is certain. However, if they do take him along, perhaps there lies a chance for survival. "Very well, we agree." Jinyiwei nodded affirmatively. Gao Wan and Huangbobo also nodded in unison. If they are to perish, they shall do so together. If they are to live, they shall do so collectively. Their leader, Zhang Kuang, is a peak 3rd-grade master, having perfected his poisonous palm technique to an extraordinary degree. Even a 4th-grade master would struggle to contend with him. Once this young man exchanges a palm strike with Zhang Kuang, he is destined to succumb to the poison. "Excellent." Huang Shaojie nodded in satisfaction, stating, "It is now late. We shall set forth tomorrow. For now, prepare me a few fine dishes." Upon hearing this, Jinyiwei's heart leaped with joy. Was this not an opportunity? He planned to lace the food and drink with a potent sedative. No matter how formidable Huang Shaojie's martial prowess, it would be of no consequence. "Yes, my lord, please come to the establishment," Jinyiwei said as he rose from the ground, gesturing respectfully towards Huang Shaojie. Without a glance in their direction, Huang Shaojie strode confidently into the inn. Gao Wan, gritting his teeth in pain, rose and followed closely behind with Huangbobo. The establishment was modest, containing only 4 tables. Huang Shaojie casually seated himself at one. Tapping the table, "Hasten and prepare the wine and dishes." "Please wait a moment, my lord. We shall prepare it right away," Jinyiwei called to Gao Wan. And the 2 hastened to the kitchen. As dusk settled, Huangbobo lit several oil lamps within the inn. At this moment, the martial abilities of the 3 notorious bandits were completely sealed by Huang Shaojie, rendering them as defenseless as ordinary folk, thus extinguishing any thoughts of escape. Even without their powers suppressed, they could not evade Huang Shaojie's pursuit. In the kitchen, a large pot bubbled vigorously, its contents unknown, boiling away. Jinyi seized a ladle and scooped a piece of meat from the pot, devouring it with abandon, bones and all. After finishing, he gnawed on a portion of meat, wiping the grease from his lips with satisfaction as he began to transfer the meat into a large basin. Gaowan fetched a small wine jar, opened it, and poured a hefty dose of the sedative into the jar, shaking it well. Meanwhile, Huang Shaojie reclined in a bamboo chair, crossing his legs as he awaited their return. Presently, Jinyi and Gaowan emerged, bearing a large basin of unfamiliar meat, a plate of fried peanuts, and a jar of wine. "Your Excellency, please enjoy," Gaowan said with a sly grin as he placed the dishes upon the table. Huang Shaojie lifted the wine jar, poured himself a cup, and brought it to his lips, pausing to inquire, "There is no poison in this wine, is there?" Gaowan hastily waved his hands, shaking his head. "No, no. How could we dare to poison you, my lord? That would be a path to our own demise. Rest assured, my lord, drink freely. I shall take responsibility for any consequences." With this reassurance, Huang Shaojie seemed to relax, downing the contents of his bowl in one gulp. Gaowan and Jinyi exchanged glances, a flicker of delight passing between them. "Truly, my lord has an impressive capacity for liquor." Gaowan smiled obsequiously, lifting the wine jar to refill Huang Shaojie's bowl. Huang Shaojie scooped some meat from the basin. The beef bore no resemblance to beef, and the pork was hardly pork. "What kind of meat is this?" he inquired. Jinyi chuckled. "My lord, this is mutton." "Mutton?" Huang Shaojie scoffed. "I fear it might be human flesh." Jinyi shook his head vigorously. No, we are not running a black shop. How could it be human meat?" Huang Shaojie was at a loss for words. How could this gluttonous Jinyi claim his establishment was not a den of iniquity? It was as absurd as a courtesan proclaiming her virginity. Regardless, Huang Shaojie had no intention of consuming the meat. He drank several more bowls of wine, observing that Huang Shaojie had downed nearly half the jar without any ill effects. Jinyi and Gaowan exchanged dumbfounded glances. The wine had been laced with a substantial dose of a soporific drug. One would expect even an elephant to succumb. How could this fellow remain unaffected? Was the drug perhaps expired? Hao Bobo, nearby, glared at Jinyi and Gaowan in frustration, silently cursing their incompetence for failing to seize such a splendid opportunity. She assumed they had either forgotten to administer the drug or had used too little. "Bring forth all the gold, silver, jewels, and banknotes from your establishment," Huang Shaojie commanded, rapping the table. "How dare you attempt to rob us, you scoundrel?" Gaowan trembled with anger, mentally cursing Huang Shaojie's mother, though he dared not show a hint of discontent on his face. Jinyi, too, felt a deep desire to devour Huang Shaojie's flesh, yet knowing their lives were in his hands, they had no choice but to comply. "My lord, please wait. We shall fetch it at once." The two retreated to their rooms, returning shortly with several handfuls of silver, placing it on the table. "My lord, our silver is all here," Gaowan said. With a swift motion, Huang Shaojie drew his curved blade, the gleam of the steel flashing as he severed an ear from each of them. "I shall grant you one more chance. If you do not produce all the treasures from your shop, I shall remove your other ear as well." Gaowan and Jinyi, now filled with dread, clutched their bleeding ears and hurried back to search for more silver. After a brief interval, they returned carrying small wooden boxes filled with gold and silver ingots, amounting to at least 3,000 to 5,000 taels. "My lord, all our wealth is contained herein," Jinyi said, suppressing his rage. Huang Shaojie glanced into the boxes and, with another swift swing of his blade, severed their remaining ears. Now it appeared more visually pleasing, at least symmetrical on both sides. The official warned them, stating that if they dared to withhold any further, the next blade would be aimed at their noses. Huang Shaojie's voice was chilling, akin to that of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. He could hardly believe that the 7 notorious villains possessed such meager wealth. A sinister glint flickered in the eyes of Jinyi and Gaowan, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. At this moment, they were like fish upon a chopping board, at Huang Shaojie's mercy to carve as he pleased. The phrase "humans are the knives, I am the fish" aptly described their plight. After a considerable time, Jinyi and Gaowan finally emerged from their chamber, each cradling a large chest filled with an assortment of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as silver notes and ornaments. These treasures were the fruits of their years of robbery and thievery, collectively valued at a staggering 70,000 to 80,000 taels of silver. Chapter 80. The lady in red. Jinyi and Gaowan reached a mutual understanding. If their leader could vanquish Huang Shaojie, the treasures would naturally revert to them. If even their leader could not contend with Huang Shaojie, they would inevitably meet their demise. What use would they have for the gold and silver then? It would be far better to present everything openly, lest this young man take away their dignity. Losing one's ears might be bearable, but losing one's nose would render them grotesque. Huang Shaojie cast a glance at the two large chests, unsheathing his curved blade without hesitation. "Spare us, sir. We truly possess nothing more," they implored, kneeling in desperate supplication. Though they were notorious villains, the fear of death loomed larger, and the prospect of a fate worse than death was even more terrifying. A satisfied smile crept across Huang Shaojie's lips as he sheathed his blade. It appeared that Jinyiwei and Gao Wan had indeed relinquished all their assets. He had no intention of turning these riches over to the Jinyiwei. Why should he surrender what he had acquired through skill? After all, these were ill-gotten gains seized by the 7 great rogues. Why not claim them for himself? Once he had plundered the wealth of the remaining 4 rogues, he could easily amass at least 100,000 taels of silver. Rubbing his chin, Huang Shaojie reveled in his thoughts. His father, Huang Million, had been in the silk trade for 2 decades, and his accumulated wealth was likely no more than 100,000 taels. Having exhausted the topic of money, it was time to address matters of significance. Huang Shaojie rapped the table and, fixing his gaze on the kneeling Gao Wan and Jinyiwei, inquired, "Speak. Where are the other 4 of the 7 great rogues from Lingnan?" Gao Wan and Jinyiwei exchanged a glance, both recognizing the unspoken agreement in each other's eyes. Confess. To remain silent would lead to certain death. A confession might offer a glimmer of hope. Gao Wan bowed and said, "My lord, the lair of the 7 great rogues from Lingnan lies in a mountain range deep within Nanwei City. Nanwei City must be Guangzhou." Huang Shaojie narrowed his eyes and asked, "Which direction is Nanwei City located? How far is it from Nanwei City? What is the name of that mountain range?" Once again, Gao Wan and Jinyiwei exchanged glances. Gao Wan replied, "My lord, we are entirely at your mercy. Once we reach Nanwei City, we shall certainly guide you there." Jinyiwei added, "My lord, the mountain range bears no name, and it is difficult to describe its exact location. Our lives are firmly in your grasp, and we would never dare to disobey." In truth, their reluctance to disclose the location of their lair stemmed from a desperate hope for survival. Should Huang Shaojie inform the authorities of their hideout, and should troops be dispatched for an assault, they would lose their last chance at life. Huang Shaojie was well aware of Gao Wan and Jinyiwei's thoughts, but he was unfazed. He had no intention of alerting the authorities to launch an attack. Rather, he planned to single-handedly infiltrate the den of thieves and claim the glory for himself. Moreover, if he were to notify the officials, how could he then plunder the wealth of the 7 great rogues? In light of this, let us repose for the night and resume our journey tomorrow. Huang Shaojie had deftly sealed the acupoints of the 3 notorious ruffians, casting them together into a heap. He then retreated to Gao Wan's chamber to rest. The following day, upon rising, Huang Shaojie unsealed the acupoints of Gao Wan and the other 2, instructing them to prepare breakfast. Yet, a semblance of doubt lingered in Huang Shaojie's mind. He feared they might concoct a human broth for him. Consequently, he ventured into the kitchen himself, meticulously cleaning a pot to prepare a bowl of egg noodles. After his morning repast, Huang Shaojie commanded Gao Wan and Jinyiwei to each carry a large wooden chest brimming with treasures out of the tavern. The tavern's rear courtyard housed several horses, acquired by Gao Wan and Jinyiwei through their nefarious dealings with passing merchants, which they occasionally rode. Huang Shaojie ordered them to bring forth 3 steeds, allowing Gao Wan, Jinyiwei, and Hao Bobo to mount one each. The 2 heavy chests brimming with wealth were tethered together and secured to the back of Gao Wan's horse. With a sharp whistle, the golden-maned steed burst forth from the thicket. Huang Shaojie leaped onto his mount, directing the trio to lead the way along the mountain path, heading southward towards the official road. The spring in the south is perpetually shrouded in drizzling rain. On the official road leading to Nanwei, several carriages, accompanied by dozens of armed guards, made their steady progress towards the city of Nanwei. This entourage was escorting Lord Li, an official of the Ministry of Revenue, who was being reassigned to Nanwei as the governor, accompanied by his family and retinue from the capital. Both the position of the official and the governor are of the 5th rank, regarded as equivalent, albeit the former holds more sway as a court official, while the latter, being a local magistrate, enjoys a measure of freedom from the political sphere, albeit in a region known for its desolation and barbarism. Thus, the saying goes, a clean governor for 3 years yields 100,000 taels of silver. However, Nanwei is a barren and wild place, and Lord Li's reassignment to such a locale was evidently a form of exile, devoid of lucrative opportunities. It is worth noting that during his years of service in the capital, Lord Li had accumulated a modest fortune, with one of the carriages containing his savings, valued at merely a few tens of thousands of taels in gold and jewels. While the Ministry of Revenue manages finances, it pales in comparison to the wealth amassed within the departments of personnel and works. The sky was overcast, with a fine drizzle falling, saturating the air with moisture. As the carriages traversed a wooded area, an eerie laughter suddenly echoed, and a red figure darted from the forest, flitting past the front of the carriage. "Who goes there?" the chief guard exclaimed, drawing his sword and scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. The other 30 or so guards likewise unsheathed their weapons, forming a protective barrier around the carriage, bracing for a potential confrontation. Nanwei, being a wild and lawless land, is notorious for its fierce populace and rampant banditry, with the infamous 7 rogues of Ling and instilling fear in the hearts of many. Despite Lord Li's entourage of capable guards and the presence of a chief guard of innate strength at the 9th level, his heart trembled with trepidation. Meanwhile, the members of Lord Li's family, upon hearing that chilling laughter, huddled together in the carriage, trembling in fear, cackling. Suddenly, that crimson figure floated back into view. This time, the guards discerned her clearly. She was a female spectre clad in red, her hair unkempt and her visage as pale as death. Blood trickled from the corners of her eyes, and her tongue, a ghastly crimson, extended over a foot in length. Her fingers bore nails several inches long, glinting coldly, exuding an aura of sharpness. The apparition drifted through the air, emitting a sound that oscillated between weeping and laughter. A haunting wail that sent shivers down the spine, even in the brightness of day within this desolate wilderness. "The red-clad ghost!" a guard shouted in terror, his steel grip trembling uncontrollably. At his exclamation, the other guards felt their scalps prickle with fear, their hearts racing with trepidation. Despite their prowess as martial artists, they were merely at the acquired stage, facing a ghostly figure floating effortlessly above them. It was impossible for them not to feel fear. Meanwhile, the ladies in the carriage, under the watch of Lord Li, screamed in fright, huddling together in a panic. Chapter 81. The enigmatic Yin Xiaoxiao. "Who are you? Cease this masquerade. How dare you disturb the newly appointed prefect, Lord Li? I advise you to depart swiftly, lest you meet your demise." The head of the guards, mounted upon his steed, pointed his sword menacingly at the ethereal woman drifting in the air. His booming voice was intended to embolden both himself and the cadre of guards surrounding him. He discerned that this woman, who straddled the line between human and ghost, possessed martial prowess that undoubtedly surpassed his own. Her agile and spectral movement showcased a skill far beyond that of the peak-innate guardian he represented. In a direct confrontation, their combined efforts would likely fall short against her formidable capabilities. By invoking the name of the prefect, the head guard hoped to instill a sense of trepidation in the ominous figure before him. After all, even those from the martial world preferred to avoid antagonizing officials of the imperial court. His commanding shout indeed fortified the resolve of the other guards. However, the woman clad in red remained undeterred, abruptly soaring towards 2 of the guards with alarming speed. Their faces blanched in terror as they brandished their steel blades against her oncoming form. With a mere flick of her fingers, her razor-sharp nails glided across the throats of the 2 guards. 2 jets of crimson erupted forth as their eyes widened in horror, and they gradually collapsed, clutching their severed necks. The remaining guards watched in abject horror, their nerves fraying at the sight. Regardless of whether she was a specter or merely a woman, she was undoubtedly far more terrifying than any ghost. The red-clad woman let out a chilling, cackling laugh, as if reveling in the spectacle, and once more danced past the 2 fallen guards. Blood gushed from their wounds as they crumpled to the ground. The head guard was overcome with a mixture of shock and fury, yet what could he do? The woman's martial skill far exceeded his own, rendering him utterly powerless. At that moment, another figure emerged from the forest, a hulking man clad in black, wielding a hefty silver-ringed, ghostly blade. This man was none other than the infamous 5th of the 7 fiends of Ling An, the frenzied Do Sha. Do Sha, laughing maniacally, bellowed, "Kill! Kill! Slay them all! 4th brother, stop this charade and let us end this swiftly." The woman in red was, in fact, the 4th of the 7 fiends, Yin Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaoxiao chuckled. "Oh, Do Sha, your indiscriminate slaughter lacks finesse. I derive pleasure from watching them perish one by one in their terror and despair. That is where the true excitement lies." With a deft swing of his silver-ringed ghostly blade, Do Sha cleaved the head of a guard from his shoulders, the blade ringing out with a metallic clang. "Slay them all," he roared, as he swung his weapon with abandon, severing guard after guard with the ease of slicing through vegetables. "Protect the Lord." The head guard's veins throbbed at his temples as he yelled, charging toward Do Sha. He was acutely aware that death was inevitable today. Facing just the red-clad woman was already beyond their capabilities, let alone the arrival of this madman, whose martial skill eclipsed that of the woman. Since death was a certainty, he resolved to fight with all his might. A streak of sword light darted toward Do Sha, swift and unerring. To attain the pinnacle of innate prowess, one must certainly be no ordinary individual. Yet, the disparity in strength remains insurmountable. A confrontation between a master of the 9th level of innate power and a peak 2nd grade master is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Do Sha, wielding the silver ring ghost blade, swung with a resounding clang. This blade, forged from refined steel, was both sharp and heavy, complemented by his profound internal energy. With one stroke, he cleaved the sword held by the chief guard of the manor into 2 pieces, causing the guard's hands to tremble. Blood erupting from his palms as he dropped the severed weapon. His eyes widened in terror, reflecting the glint of the descending blade. A crimson line appeared from his head to his waist, and he collapsed, severed in 2. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Such exhilarating slaughter. Do Sha laughed maniacally, charging toward the remaining guards. Within mere seconds, all the guards were ruthlessly dispatched by Do Sha and the wicked Huang Shaojie. Lord Li and his family, cowering within their carriage, were engulfed by the harrowing cries from outside, their hearts gripped by fear. Suddenly, the cacophony of screams ceased, and Lord Li's heart sank to the depths of despair. He realized that his guards had likely all fallen victim to the assailants. Huang Shaojie extended her steel claws and tore open the carriage door with a resounding crash. Inside, 2 of Lord Li's young concubines, each clutching a child, screamed in terror, while the children wailed loudly. Huang Shaojie gazed at the 2 fair-skinned children, chuckling, what exquisite little ones. Alas, if only the 6th were here. He would have been fortunate indeed. She then turned her gaze to the 2 beautiful concubines, adding with a playful smile, if the 2nd were present. You 2 would surely be half dead by now. As she spoke, she turned to Do Sha, grinning, 5th. Would you like to have a taste of these lovely women before the slaughter? You know I have no interest in women. Let them all perish. Do Sha, with a flick of his silver ring ghost blade, sliced open another carriage, revealing Lord Li and his primary wife huddled together, their eyes filled with despair. Trembling like leaves in a storm, Lord Li released his wife and fell to his knees within the carriage, pleading with Do Sha, hero, spare my life. I am an official of the court. Should you kill me, the imperial guards will surely come after you. His wife followed suit, trembling as she bowed her head in supplication. The imperial guards, I am so afraid. Do Sha cackled, if they dare come, the madman Do Sha, will slay them all, tearing them to pieces. Ha ha. At that moment, a rapid series of hoofbeats echoed along the official road, accompanied by a cold, commanding voice. Is that so? I would like to see how you intend to tear me to pieces. Do Sha and Huang Shaojie instinctively looked up, spotting 4 riders approaching swiftly. Upon seeing the first 3 riders, Do Sha exclaimed, 2nd, 6th, 7th. Huang Shaojie giggled, and following closely is a handsome young master. It seems he has been lured here by the 7th. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Do Sha's eyes, and his expression suddenly changed. Something was amiss. That young man was a member of the Jinyiwei, and both Lu and Qi had been rendered powerless. The 3 riders ahead were none other than the notorious Gao Wan, who devours his victims without leaving a trace, the gluttonous Jinyiwei, and the roguish Huang. Meanwhile, the handsome young gentleman trailing behind was none other than Huang Shaojie. Chapter 82. Unbreakable. Huang Shaojie leapt from his horse, swiftly striking the pressure points of Gao Wan, Jinyiwei, and Huang, effortlessly tossing them aside onto the roadside. This series of actions was executed with fluidity and grace. As he soared through the air like a dragon. Kill! Do Sha bellowed, launching into the air, his silver ring ghostly blade cleaving through the air, aiming to sever Huang Shaojie's approach. Simultaneously, Huang Shaojie darted forward, her fingers poised like claws. Her left hand reached for Huang Shaojie's throat while her right hand targeted his lower body. Each of her 10 fingers bore razor-sharp steel talons, capable of crushing even the hardest of objects. Damn, this which is more depraved than Huang. Huang Shaojie cursed inwardly, his legs striking out like lightning. With a resounding thud, Do Sha's silver ring blade was sent flying by Huang Shaojie's kick, while his other leg connected with Do Sha's chest. Do Sha coughed blood. His robust body propelled backwards several yards, crashing into a large pine tree by the roadside. At that moment, Huang Shaoxiao's steel claws were upon him. Her left hand gripped his throat while her right claw seized 2 robust lychees. Let us see you burst. Huang Shaoxiao cackled ominously, her claws brimming with internal energy as she squeezed. Yet, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Instead, she found herself clutching two incredibly hard iron-like objects, sending shockwaves through her claws. Grasping Huang Shaojie's throat felt as if she were clutching a massive iron pillar. Why are you so unyielding? In Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Huang Shaojie smirked, seizing her steel claws and twisting them with force. A series of cracks echoed as her fingers shattered. He then raised his right leg, delivering a fierce blow to her lower body. Ah! In Xiaoxiao screamed in agony, propelled upward by Huang Shaojie's strike. He followed closely, landing another kick to her chest. She flew several yards, crashing down heavily and spewing blood. The entire skirmish transpired in less than 10 seconds. Huang Shaojie stood over the bloodied In Xiaoxiao, sneering, "You are In Xiaoxiao, the notorious fourth of the 7 fiends of Lingnan, neither human nor ghost, am I correct?" In Xiaoxiao retorted with a cold huff, "Since you already know, why bother asking? Who are you?" Huang Shaojie stood proudly, hands clasped behind his back. "I am an officer of the Suzhou Jinyiwei, here to apprehend the 7 fiends of Lingnan." In Xiaoxiao rubbed her injured lower body, gritting her teeth in anger. "How shameless of the esteemed Jinyiwei to employ such despicable tactics against me. How absurd. You, a creature neither human nor ghost, did not express such disdain when you seized me." Huang Shaojie replied with a cold laugh. "Am I shameless? If you had not attacked my brother, how could I have retaliated against you? This is merely a case of returning the favor in kind." In Xiaoxiao, undeterred, asserted, "I am a villain, naturally. I must employ underhanded tactics. But as a Jinyiwei, how can you stoop to such treachery?" Huang Shaojie erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Our Jinyiwei are notoriously more ruthless when dealing with villains." A sinister smile graced his lips as he added, "I shall now allow you to experience the agony of the bone-severing technique." With that, he executed the technique, grasping In Xiaoxiao's limbs with a cruel precision. A scream of sheer torment escaped her lips as she felt her bones threatening to shatter, an unbearable pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her very essence. "Kill me, I beg you," she pleaded, clutching Huang Shaojie's leg in desperation. He disdainfully kicked her away. In a single bound, he approached Do Sha, gazing down upon him. "You are the notorious 5th of the 7 evildoers of Lingnan, the madman Do Sha, are you not?" Do Sha scoffed defiantly. "I have no words left if I fall into your hands. Do as you will." "A hardened spirit, indeed. Then I shall let you taste the agony of the bone-severing technique as well," Huang Shaojie declared, extending his hand to inflict the same torment upon Do Sha. Initially, Do Sha gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, but within mere seconds, he emitted a wretched scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Please, kill me. I am willing to reveal the whereabouts of your leader, Xingquang, and the 3rd, Tong Yidao. I only ask for a swift end." Do Sha howled, his face contorted in agony. The bone-severing technique was designed not to kill but to prolong suffering, forcing one to endure the slow, excruciating tearing of their own sinews. Indeed, it seemed that the bone-severing technique surpassed any form of torture. Huang Shaojie, satisfied, unsheathed his curved blade. And with a flash of cold light, Do Sha's massive head tumbled to the ground. He then swiftly decapitated In Xiaoxiao. In the distance, Gao Wan and his companions, paralyzed by the pressure point, watched in horror as these 2 villains were dispatched with such ease. The realization that this young man wielded the bone-severing technique filled them with dread. Should he turn it upon them, escape would be futile. Lord Li and his family were astonished and elated. They had feared for their lives at the hands of these 2 fiends, only to find a Jinyiwei captain arriving in the nick of time to vanquish their assailants. Alighting from his carriage, Lord Li bowed deeply before Huang Shaojie, exclaiming, "I am Li Guei, formerly an official in the Ministry of Revenue, now appointed as the governor of Nanyue. I am eternally grateful for your timely intervention that spared my family." The Li Guei held a rank 3 levels above Huang Shaojie. The latter's role as a savior rendered him deserving of such homage. Li Guei's wife, along with his 2 concubines and other family members, promptly descended from the carriage, kneeling before Huang Shaojie in unison, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving actions. Huang Shaojie raised his hand. "Lord Li, please rise." As Li Guei stood, he clasped his hands and inquired, "Did the esteemed captain come specifically to apprehend the 7 evildoers?" Huang Shaojie nodded slightly. "The 7 evildoers committed heinous crimes in Suzhou, and I am here under the orders of Captain Qian to pursue them in Lingnan." He cast a glance at the multitude of fallen guards strewn across the official road and lamented, "Alas, if only I had arrived a mere quarter of an hour earlier. The esteemed Lord Li's guards would not have met such a tragic fate." Li Guei sighed deeply, reflecting on the unfortunate reality that, before even reaching Nanyue City to assume his post, the contingent of several dozen guards accompanying him had been entirely annihilated. with still several miles to Nanwei City ahead. He found himself in a precarious situation, uncertain if he could arrive safely without any protection. A profound worry gnawed at him, as he pondered the possibility of encountering more ruthless brigands along the way. He wished to beseech Huang Shaojie to escort him to Nanwei City, but found himself unable to voice such a request. After all, Huang Shaojie held the rank of 100 households in the Jinyiwei and was not merely his guard. Thus, he articulated his thoughts in hopes that Huang Shaojie might voluntarily offer to accompany him to Nanwei City for his official duties. Chapter 83. Do you, a mere 100 household captain, dare to single-handedly capture the 7 notorious villains? Huang Shaojie could certainly discern Li Gui's intentions, since he was also en route to Nanwei City. And given that Li Gui was an appointed governor of the court, it was only natural for him to ensure the safe passage of Li Gui and his family. Thus, he declared, "There is no need for concern, Master Li. I shall escort your family to Nanwei City." "Oh, I am truly grateful, esteemed sir," Li Gui exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, and prostrated himself before Huang Shaojie once more. Li Gui's family members followed suit, bowing deeply in thanks for the protection offered by the captain of the Jinyiwei. Without Huang Shaojie's escort, not only would they face the threat of bandits, but they would also be unable to manage the journey to Nanwei City with their mere carts. "Please rise. There is no need for such reverence," Huang Shaojie gestured lightly. Once Li Gui stood, he produced 10 banknotes of 1,000 taels each, presenting them with both hands to Huang Shaojie. "Esteemed sir, you have saved my family's lives and are escorting us to Nanwei City. This 10,000 taels is but a small token of my gratitude." "Indeed, you are quite considerate," Huang Shaojie mused inwardly, though he feigned reluctance before accepting the offering. Subsequently, he approached Gao Wan and the other 2, releasing them from their restraints. "You 3 shall each drive a cart and escort Master Li to the governor's office for his official appointment." Naturally, Gao Wan and his companions did not dare to disobey, each taking the reins of a cart. Li Gui's family had 4 carts in total, and a steward who had hidden within a cart remained unharmed, also driving one. Huang Shaojie requested a burlap sack from Li Gui's cart, stowing away the severed heads of Yin Xiaoxiao and Do Sha, which he then hung over the back of his horse. He intended to deliver the heads of the 7 villains back to the Jinyiwei office in Suzhou to report to Nyoren. As for the 2 chests of treasures seized from Gao Wan and Jin Daya, Huang Shaojie had exchanged them for banknotes at a pawn shop in Hongdu City. Although the exchange rate was somewhat lower, carrying 2 chests of treasure was impractical for his mission. Thus, converting them to banknotes was far more convenient. In total, the 2 chests yielded over 50,000 taels in banknotes, combined with the banknotes already possessed by Jin Daya and Gao Wan, amounted to over 70,000 taels. With the additional 10,000 taels gifted by Governor Li, he now held over 80,000 taels in banknotes. Delightful. Huang Shaojie rode his yellow steed, escorting Governor Li and his family's 4 carts on their journey to Nanwei City. An hour later, they entered Nanwei City. At this time, Nanwei was still a remote and underdeveloped area, not large by any means, and could not be compared to the bustling city of Suzhou. The streets, paved with clay and gravel, were particularly challenging during the spring rainy season, having become pockmarked and muddy from consecutive days of rain, with horse hooves splashing through puddles. On either side of the streets were low wooden shops, with only occasional glimpses of slightly more decent courtyards. The streets bustled with vendors and pedestrians, most clad in tattered garments and appearing lean and dark, yet their voices rang out with vigor and enthusiasm. As several grand carriages traversed the street, the people of Ling instinctively stepped aside, their curiosity piqued as they whispered amongst themselves. In such a desolate area, the sight of 4 carriages arriving in succession was indeed a rarity. Before long, through diligent inquiries, the carriages reached the governor's office. Though termed a governor's office, it resembled a dilapidated temple, lacking the stature of other county offices. 2 guards bearing swords approached to inquire at the gate, but Li, the governor's steward, interjected with authority. "Our master is the newly appointed governor. Do summon the other officials to greet him at once." The guards hastily dashed inside to report. Shortly thereafter, the magistrate emerged accompanied by a throng of officials to extend their welcome. After exchanging formalities, the magistrate remarked, "Governor Li, Southview is a wild land fraught with rampant banditry. Have you truly come with but a handful of attendants?" He cast a glance at Huang Shaojie, who sat astride a steed, and the 3 formidable companions driving the carriages, mistakenly assuming them to be mere subordinates of Li Gui. Li Gui shook his head and promptly introduced Huang Shaojie, saying, "This is Lord Huang, a captain of the embroidered uniform guard from Suzhou. It is he who saved my family from peril." Upon hearing this, the magistrate's eyes widened in alarm, and he hurriedly bowed in respect. "Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Lord Huang. Please pardon our earlier lack of decorum." The other officials swiftly followed suit, offering their bows to Huang Shaojie. Preferring to offend a newly appointed governor than to slight a captain of the embroidered uniform guard, Huang Shaojie, remaining seated upon his horse, gestured gracefully, "Gentlemen, there is no need for such formality." The magistrate, with great caution, inquired, "Lord Huang, are you here in South Yu on official business? Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to command me." Huang Shaojie replied, "I am here under the orders of Captain Qian to apprehend the 7 notorious rogues of Ling'an." At this pronouncement, astonishment and curiosity flickered across the faces of the magistrate and the assembled officials. The 7 notorious rogues had terrorized the Ling'an region, committing numerous heinous crimes that left the authorities in dismay and dread. Many officials had even fallen victim to these criminals. While there existed an embroidered uniform guard office in Ling'an, its highest-ranking officer was merely a captain, overseeing a few banners and a couple of hundred guards. One captain had previously led a contingent of guards to pursue Do Sha, one of the 7 rogues. However, not only did they fail to capture him, but they also suffered considerable losses, with the captain nearly losing his life to Do Sha's lethal silver-ringed blade. Since that debacle, the captain had refrained from further attempts at capturing the 7 rogues. These rogues did not confine their misdeeds to Ling'an alone. They occasionally roamed into other provinces, committing egregious crimes and earning infamy. The imperial court had placed a bounty of 280,000 taels of silver on their heads, ranking the 7 rogues as the 9th most wanted in the bounty list. Numerous wandering heroes and bounty hunters had ventured into Ling'an in search of the rogues, only to meet grim fates at their hands. Ling Shaodian had also dispatched a captain of the embroidered uniform guard, along with men, to apprehend the 7 rogues. Yet he too returned empty-handed. Now, the Suzhou Jinyiwei has surprisingly dispatched only 100 households to apprehend the 7 notorious criminals. Isn't this akin to delivering provisions to the very outlaws? He Tong-an and the other officials exchanged discreet glances of disbelief. "Lord Huang, have you truly come alone to capture the 7 infamous criminals?" He Tong-an respectfully inquired. Huang Shaojie, seated upon his steed, nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." This declaration left He Tong-pan and the other officials utterly astonished. How could a mere 100 households dare to venture alone in pursuit of the 7 notorious criminals? What bestowed upon him such audacity and confidence? Alas, it appears that this young 100 households lord is still rather inexperienced, oblivious to the formidable nature of these 7 criminals. Perhaps he has offended the esteemed 1,000 households lord, who has deliberately sent him alone to Ling'an for this perilous undertaking. It is evident that the 1,000 households lord seeks to use the hands of the 7 criminals to bring about the demise of this young Huang. Even if this Huang manages to evade the criminals and return to Suzhou, the 1,000 households lord would find an opportunity to demote him for inadequate performance. Poor Huang. He likely remains unaware of the sinister intentions harbored by this 1,000 households lord. Chapter 84. The elimination of the 7 fiends. Judge He, with genuine concern, cautioned Huang Shaojie. "My lord, each of the 7 fiends of Ling'an possesses formidable martial prowess, reportedly attaining the realm of masters. You must exercise utmost caution when encountering them." He anticipated that this esteemed officer of the Jinyiwei would display a change in countenance, perhaps even revealing a flicker of trepidation. However, to He's surprise, Huang Shaojie merely curled his lip in disdain, retorting, "There is no need for your worries, for only 2 of the 7 fiends remain." Only 2 of the 7 fiends? Judge He was taken aback, bewildered by this revelation. The other officials exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Huang Shaojie's meaning. Beside them, Governor Li interjected. "Huang Baihua is indeed highly skilled. Just moments ago, among the 7 fiends, the deranged Do Sha and the malevolent In Xiao attempted to take my life. Fortunately, Huang Baihua appeared just in time, dispatching these 2 fiends with a mere few strokes." Governor Li proceeded to recount the events in brief, gesturing towards the trio of captives. "These 3 are the notorious child snatcher Jin Daya, the licentious Gao Wan, and the lecherous Hao Bobo. They have all been apprehended by Huang Baihua." Judge He and the other officials were thoroughly astonished, instinctively retreating a few steps as they regarded Gao Wan and the others. Huang Shaojie smiled faintly, reassuring them, "Fear not. My lords, their martial abilities have been sealed. I doubt even you would be able to best them now." With this, the officials finally felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the 7 fiends had instilled dread throughout Ling'an, and their sudden presence elicited a reflexive fear. "Lord Baihua, "Governor, the banquet has been prepared in the hall. Please, my lords." Judge, he said, bowing respectfully to Huang Shaojie and Governor Li, gesturing for them to proceed. By now, it was past noon, and Huang Shaojie felt a slight hunger. He dismounted and escorted the three fiends into the grand hall, subsequently sealing their acupoints and assigning several officers to guard them. After partaking in the midday feast, Huang Shaojie, accompanied by Governor Li and the assembled officials, led the three fiends out of the governor's office. "Now, speak. Where lies the lair of your 7 fiends?" Huang Shaojie demanded, his voice low and commanding, as he gazed intently at the trio. Gao Wan, Jin Dia, and Hao Bobo exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Huang Shaojie's lips curled into a cold smile. "It seems you wish to experience the agony of dismemberment." With that, he seized Gao Wan by the shoulder. "Ah!" Gao Wan cried out in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I'll tell you. About 50 miles west, at Qifeng Ridge, there is a temple. That is the stronghold of our 7 fiends. Our leader and the third in command reside there." Huang Shaojie released his grip and commanded, "Lead the way." The 3 captives mounted their horses, guiding the way, with Huang Shaojie following closely behind. Stripped of their martial prowess, they dared not entertain any thoughts of escape. To provoke Huang Shaojie, the harbinger of death, would surely extinguish their last flicker of hope for survival. Huang Shaojie had chosen to merely seal their energy channels rather than completely disable their abilities, allowing them a glimmer of hope. To render a martial artist's abilities null and void is akin to extinguishing their very life. Thus, Gao Wan and his companions would undoubtedly refrain from bringing Huang Shaojie here again. Upon exiting Nanwei City, Gao Wan and his 2 associates led Huang Shaojie westward along a mountainous path. The region surrounding Nanwei is characterized by towering peaks and desolation, rendering it a challenging locale to seek refuge. An hour later, the 3 nefarious figures brought Huang Shaojie to the foot of a mountain. Nestled amidst the verdant pines at mid-slope, a Taoist temple, constructed of blue bricks and gray tiles, emerged from obscurity. "My lord, we have arrived. It is this temple," Gao Wan informed Huang Shaojie. "Excellent," Huang Shaojie responded, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the temple halfway up the mountain. "Dismount and lead me inside." With that, he gracefully dismounted his steed. Gao Wan and the others, unable to defy his command, followed suit and escorted Huang Shaojie towards the temple. Upon reaching the mid-slope, they found the temple's doors firmly shut. "Boss, we have returned," Gao Wan shouted as he knocked loudly on the temple door. Huang Shaojie raised his hand and, with a resounding crash, shattered the entrance. Subsequently, he sealed the acupoints of Gao Wan and his companions, rendering them immobile. Inside the temple's main hall, not a soul was present. Huang Shaojie entered, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings. At the altar, a statue of the Supreme Old Lord was enshrined. At that moment, a short, rotund Taoist priest entered through a side door, casting a glance at Huang Shaojie. Raising his palm, he inquired, "Infinite Celestial Venerable, may I ask who you are and what brings you here?" Huang Shaojie stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the stout priest. "You are the 3rd of the 7 notorious villains of Lingnan, the Smiling Tiger, Tong Yidao, are you not?" The priest's face displayed an expression of astonishment as he glanced at Gao Wan and the others outside, who were making gestures indicative of a threat to his life. With a resigned sigh, the priest admitted, "Since you have recognized me, I shall no longer feign ignorance. Indeed, I am Tong Yidao, the Smiling Tiger, among the 7 villains." Huang Shaojie's surprise grew. He had anticipated a more cunning response, given Tong Yidao's infamous reputation for treachery. "And who might you be?" Tong Yidao inquired in turn. "I am a captain of the Jinyiwei from Suzhou, tasked with severing the heads of you 7 scoundrels," Huang Shaojie replied, maintaining an air of superiority as he looked down upon the diminutive Tong Yidao, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. A glint of cold malice flickered in Tong Yidao's squinty eyes, yet his round visage feigned a look of utmost terror. Suddenly, he fell to his knees before Huang Shaojie, bowing his head fervently. "My lord, spare my life. If you grant us a chance to live, we, the 7 villains, shall recognize you as our master and become your loyal servants. We are willing to offer you the treasures we have plundered," he pleaded, his head bobbing incessantly. Huang Shaojie inwardly scoffed, recognizing the cunning nature of Tong Yidao. Indeed, he was aptly named the Smiling Tiger. Had it been anyone else, they might have fallen victim to his deceit. At that moment, as Tong Yidao bowed in supplication, an unexpectedly sharp dagger appeared in his hand, which he thrust violently towards Huang Shaojie's lower regions. Simultaneously, a shadow darted from outside the grand hall, delivering a fierce blow aimed at Huang Shaojie's back. That hand was as dark as ink, infused with a lethal poison. The assailant was none other than the notorious leader of the Seven Fiends, Zheng Kuang. Tong Yidao feigned humility to distract Huang Shaojie, perfectly coordinating with Zheng Kuang's sudden assault. Tong Yidao, a second-tier master, faced off against Zheng Kuang, a peak third-tier master, whose poison-infused palms were honed to perfection. Anyone struck would surely succumb to its venomous grasp. The simultaneous ambush by two formidable masters would challenge even a fifth-tier master caught off guard, likely resulting in dire consequences. Little did they know, Huang Shaojie had anticipated their moves. As Tong Yidao lunged with the dagger, Huang Shaojie reacted swifter, delivering a powerful kick to Tong Yidao's chin. In that same instant, he countered with a palm strike aimed at the approaching black hand of Zheng Kuang. Chapter 85. The rewarding space ring. Zheng Kuang was astonished by Huang Shaojie's remarkably swift reaction. Nevertheless, a cold smile curved on his lips, for he deemed it foolish to challenge him. Setting aside the fact that his internal strength was that of a peak third-grade master, even his poisonous sand palms alone could render this young man perilously poisoned. With a resounding crash, their palms collided, unleashing a torrent of vital energy that shook the entire temple hall. Zheng Kuang felt an unparalleled force strike against his palm, sending shockwaves throughout his body and propelling him out of the temple. Pain shot through his organs as if they were shattering, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood that splattered heavily on the ground. As Zheng Kuang clashed with him, Huang Shaojie delivered a swift kick to Tong Yidao's chin. With a loud crack, Tong Yidao's jaw shattered, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into the statue of the Supreme Laozi at the front of the hall. Before tumbling down, Huang Shaojie sprang forward, delivering a powerful punch to Tong Yidao's chest. With a sickening crunch, Tong Yidao's ribcage collapsed, his internal organs rupturing, leading to his immediate demise. Outside the temple, Zheng Kuang struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze filled with venomous fury as he stared at Huang Shaojie, who emerged from the temple with his hands behind his back. Zheng Kuang was utterly bewildered. He had assumed that with his full force behind a surprise attack, he would surely eliminate this young man. To his utter disbelief, Huang Shaojie appeared unscathed, while he himself had been thrown out of the temple, gravely injured. How could this be possible? He was a peak third-grade master, yet he could not match the palm strength of a mere 20-something youth. Moreover, if he could not overpower this young man, surely the poison from his poisonous sand palms should have taken effect? Yet, Huang Shaojie looked invigorated and full of vitality, showing no signs of poisoning whatsoever. Gao Wan, Jin Daya, and Hao Bobo felt a chill of despair wash over them, witnessing the seamless cooperation of Zheng Kuang and Tong Yidao in their ambush against Huang Shaojie. They had initially rejoiced, believing that Huang Shaojie was surely doomed. However, they were utterly shocked to see him effortlessly eliminate both Zheng Kuang and Tong Yidao. Even Zheng Kuang's poisonous sand palms had no effect on him. Impossible. You have been struck by my poisonous sand palms. How can you be unscathed? Zheng Kuang murmured in disbelief as he watched Huang Shaojie approach him, hands behind his back. Suddenly, he sprang up from the ground and attempted to flee. But could he escape? A cold snort echoed, and Huang Shaojie's figure darted forward like lightning, his curved blade slicing downward. Swish! Zheng Kuang's head soared into the air, his terrified gaze fixed upon his own lifeless body as it fell from above. Huang Shaojie grasped Zheng Kuang's hair and leaped back to the entrance of the temple. At the temple's entrance, Gao Wan, Jin Daya, and Hao Bobo wore expressions of despair. At this moment, 4 of the 7 notorious villains of Lingnan had already been slain, leaving only the 3 of them as the remaining lambs awaiting slaughter. Huang Shaojie stood before the 3 notorious villains, his voice cold and commanding. Bring forth the gold and silver treasures you have hidden within the temple. Gao Wan, Jin Daya, and Hao Bobo appeared as pale as death, frozen in place. They had come to the grim realization that escape from their fate was impossible, and thus, they had no desire to heed Huang Shaojie's orders any longer. With a furrowed brow, Huang Shaojie sneered, "If that is the case, then let you suffer slowly until your demise." With that, he wielded his curved blade with a swift motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The limbs of Gao Wan and Jin Daya were severed, transforming them into grotesque figures, writhing in agony upon the ground, yet unable to succumb to death just yet. These 2 were heinous criminals, having committed cannibalism and heinous acts against women. Their transgressions were so egregious that death by slow slicing would be a fitting punishment. Beside them, Hao Bobo was paralyzed with terror, pleading, "I beg you, grant me a swift end." Once more, Huang Shaojie swung his blade, and Hao Bobo's head rolled to the ground. Compared to the other 6 fiends, Hao Bobo's crimes were somewhat less severe, as she at least brought men to their joyful end. Thus, Huang Shaojie granted her a merciful release. After eliminating the 7 marauders, Huang Shaojie set out to search the temple for treasures. With his keen insight, he quickly discovered a secret chamber, within which lay the ill-gotten wealth amassed by the 7 criminals. There were at least a dozen large chests, collectively worth hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Gazing upon the troves of gold and jewels, Huang Shaojie's face broke into a broad smile. However, a moment of concern followed. The sheer volume of riches was too much for him to transport alone. The only viable solution was to carry them away in batches. At that moment, a reward notification from the system echoed in Huang Shaojie's mind. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the 7 marauders. Reward: 70 years of internal power and a storage ring with a capacity of 10,000 cubic units. Boom. A surge of immense internal energy surged into Huang Shaojie's body, propelling him to break through to the 2nd rank of the Master Realm. 70 years of internal cultivation saved him 2 months of arduous effort. How splendid. A smile crept onto Huang Shaojie's lips as he mused to himself. At this point, he noticed an ancient ring adorning his left hand's ring finger. Could this be the storage ring bestowed by the system? However, he was still uncertain about how to utilize this ring. System: how does one access the items within this storage ring? The system elucidated. As long as an object is within 10 feet of the storage ring, the host can issue a storage command, and the item will automatically vanish into the ring. To retrieve an item, simply state its name and quantity, and it will reappear from the ring's space. The storage ring is devoid of time and air, thus storing any object will not induce entropy. It seemed remarkably convenient. With a mere thought, Huang Shaojie witnessed the numerous chests brimming with gold and jewels vanish into thin air. He concentrated once more to retrieve the treasures. The chest reappeared in the secret chamber. Excellent. With another thought, he stored the chest of wealth within the confines of the storage ring. 10,000 cubic meters of storage space is ample enough to accommodate a multitude of items. Chapter 86 earned hundreds of thousands. The several boxes of gold, silver, and jewels weighed at least 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, yet they could be stored within the space ring without adding an ounce to its weight. Huang Shaojie placed over 80,000 taels of silver notes, along with the crescent-shaped saber and the Jinyiwei token, into the space ring in one swift motion. This was far quicker than retrieving items from his person. With merely a thought, they would materialize in his hand. Henceforth, all his valuables could be securely stored within the space ring, safe from decay and with ample capacity. Wearing the space ring on his finger ensured that it would never be lost. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Huang Shaojie beheaded Tong Yidao and stored his head within the space ring. Inside the ring, time and air were absent, preventing any entropy from occurring. Even if excrement and rice were simultaneously placed within, they would not affect one another. As he stepped out of the temple, he found Gao Wan and Jean Dia still moaning and struggling on the ground. With a swift stroke, he severed their heads, adding them to the collection within the space ring, alongside the heads of Hao Bobo and Zheng Quang. Descending the mountain, he whistled, and his steed, the Huangzong horse, galloped forth from the woods, affectionately nudging its master. Huang Shaojie collected the 2 heads from the bag on the horse's back, along with the bag itself, and leapt onto the horse. Giddy up. 7 days later, Huang Shaojie rode back to Suzhou. Before entering the city, he retrieved the bag containing the heads from the space ring and placed all the heads inside, hanging it from the horse's rear. Stop. What is in that bag? As he approached the city gate, the captain of the guards, noticing the blood-soaked bag, drew his sword and halted Huang Shaojie, demanding loudly for an explanation. Suddenly, several other guards surrounded him, their spears at the ready. Huang Shaojie, perched upon his horse, teased, "Why not take a look for yourselves? Open it." The captain commanded with a wave of his hand. One of the soldiers stepped forward, untying the bag. Peering inside, he shrieked, "So many heads." The captain's countenance changed, and he staggered back 2 steps, pointing his sword at Huang Shaojie in disbelief. "Who are you that dares to commit such slaughter and stroll into the city so brazenly? You are truly audacious. Seize him." The remaining guards, sensing the gravity of the situation, aimed their spears at Huang Shaojie, yet none dared to advance. To enter the city so openly with a sack of severed heads, this man was either a lunatic or a murderous fiend. If he were indeed a formidable outlaw, these guards would merely be offering their own heads on a platter. With a swift motion, Huang Shaojie produced a Jinyiwei token from his palm and shouted, "Jinyiwei in action." Upon encountering the insignia of the Jinyiwei, the captain of the guards was so startled that he immediately fell to his knees, clasping his hands in submission, and exclaimed, "I was unaware that it was the esteemed Jinyiwei's case being handled by you. Please forgive my transgressions." The other guards, equally frightened, hastily cast aside their long spears and followed suit. kneeling in reverence and begging for mercy from Huang Shaojie. The fearsome reputation of the Jinyiwei was well known among these city sentinels. To dare to question one of their officers with weapons drawn could result in a swift and merciless execution, leaving them with no recourse for justice. Huang Shaojie, tugging on the reins of his steed, replied, "Rise, for ignorance is no sin. You have acted correctly as guards of the city. It is your duty to conduct thorough inquiries when encountering suspicious individuals." With that, he spurred his noble horse and rode into the city. The captain and his fellow soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, rising from the ground to watch Huang Shaojie gallop away, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Arriving at the gates of the Jinyiwei headquarters, Huang Shaojie was greeted by two sentinels, who promptly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Sir Huang Baihu. You have returned." Huang Shaojie nodded slightly, dismounted, and proceeded directly to the main hall while carrying a cloth bag containing a grim trophy. A lieutenant hastened into the hall to report to Niu Ren, "Sir Qianhu, Huang Baihu has returned." Niu Ren, leisurely sipping tea at the head of the hall, raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing the news. "Oh, he has returned so soon?" Capturing the 7 notorious criminals was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Such missions typically extended for months, if not longer. Yet Huang Shaojie had only been gone for half a month, which seemed rather swift. Even a rapid journey to Lingyan and back would require at least 10 days. Niu Ren speculated that Huang Shaojie must have returned empty-handed, perhaps having wandered aimlessly for a few days, unable to locate the 7 criminals. Just as Niu Ren was lost in thought, Huang Shaojie entered the hall, dragging a bloodied burlap sack. "Greetings, Sir Niu Qianhu." He cast the sack onto the floor and bowed respectfully to Niu Ren. "No need for formalities," Niu Ren replied, raising a hand and glancing at the gruesome sack on the ground. Frowning, he inquired, "What does this sack contain?" Huang Shaojie responded, "Sir Qianhu, it contains the heads of the 7 notorious criminals." The mention of the 7 criminals left Niu Ren aghast. He rose quickly and approached, opening the sack to reveal indeed 7 bloodied heads, unmistakably resembling those of the infamous gang. "Quickly, fetch the portraits of the 7 criminals from the archives." Niu Ren commanded his attendant. The attendant promptly complied, returning shortly with 7 portraits. Niu Ren instructed the guards to empty the sack and compare the severed heads to the images. To his astonishment, the likeness was strikingly similar, with a resemblance of nearly 90%. Filled with both shock and elation, Niu Ren turned to Huang Shaojie and exclaimed, "In just half a month, you have succeeded in eliminating all 7 notorious criminals. How on earth did you accomplish such a feat?" The 7 notorious villains, each possessing formidable martial prowess, are cunning and treacherous, their whereabouts unpredictable. The authorities have dispatched countless captains and members of the elite Jinyiwei to hunt them down. Yet they have suffered grievous losses and returned empty-handed. Remarkably, Huang Shaojie, after merely half a month, has managed to slay all 7 of these fiends, an achievement that seems utterly inconceivable. Even now, as Niu Ren gazes upon the severed heads of the 7 rogues, he struggles to accept the reality before him. Huang Shaojie respectfully states, "Reporting to you, my lord. Following the trail of blood and footprints, I ventured beyond the city and apprehended Haobobo. I then coerced him to lead me to the remaining 6 villains." Huang Shaojie proceeds to recount the details of the case, including the rescue of Li Guo and his family, who were en route to serve as officials in Nanwei. Chapter 87. The beauty of General Shao. Indeed, it is true that heroes emerge in youth. After listening to Huang Shaojie's account, Niu Ren couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile in admiration. "You flatter me, my lord," Huang Shaojie replied with a cupped fist gesture. Niu Ren addressed a lieutenant. "Issue a decree to display the heads of these 7 notorious criminals in the execution market for 3 days and post a notice to announce it." "Yes, my lord." The lieutenant bowed and exited the hall, carrying the 7 heads to find the junior officer. Niu Ren returned to his seat at the head of the hall, took a sip of tea, and remarked, "Shaojie, your solitary pursuit and execution of the 7 infamous criminals has earned you great merit. I shall report this to Commander Ling. This news will likely spread far and wide, and your name as a captain of the Jinyiwei will surely echo across the rivers and lakes." Huang Shaojie cupped his hands. "This is all thanks to the masterful command of the Qianhu, and it is also an honor for our Suzhou Jinyiwei. My personal name is of little significance." Niu Ren stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. "The total bounty for the 7 criminals amounts to 280,000 taels of silver. However, you must understand that for officials, the bounty for capturing notorious criminals is only a fraction of the total. Thus, since you single-handedly eliminated the 7th, you will receive only 30,000 taels." Huang Shaojie acknowledged. I understand, my lord. Niuren produced a token and instructed a nearby guard. Go to the treasury and fetch 30,000 taels in silver notes. Yes, my lord, the guard replied, taking Niuren's token and departing the hall to retrieve the silver. This sum, of course, would not be borne by the Suzhou Jinyiwei office. Niuren would report to the capital, and the city would allocate funds to reimburse the bounty. Shortly after, the guard returned from the treasury with 3 large silver notes, each worth 10,000 taels. Thank you, Jinhu. Huang Shaojie expressed his gratitude to Niuren. Accepting the notes and placing them in his bosom, with the intention of storing all 30,000 taels in his spatial ring. You have endured much fatigue in your pursuit of the 7 criminals. I grant you a 3-day leave to return home and rest well, Niuren said to Huang Shaojie. Thank you, Jinhu. Huang Shaojie bowed once more and then exited the hall. Upon leaving, Huang Shaojie did not head directly home, but rather made his way to Xiao Qiuyue's duty room. Having not seen her for half a month, he found himself somewhat missing her. Inside the duty room, dressed in a purple robe, Xiao Qiuyue was seated at her desk, reviewing various investigation documents from Suzhou officials. Upon seeing Huang Shaojie enter, her eyes lit up with surprise. Shaojie, when did you return? Just now. Huang Shaojie approached her desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down with a smile. It seems that our General Xiao has grown even more beautiful in the half-month since we last met. Flatterer, Xiao Qiuyue replied with a playful smile, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. By the way, how did you return so soon? Did you uncover any leads on the 7 notorious criminals? Huang Shaojie chuckled. I have already brought back the heads of the 7 criminals. Ah? Xiao Qiuyue, taken aback, widened her mouth in astonishment. You have dealt with all 7 notorious villains? Huang Shaojie smirked. Aren't they just 7 rogues? 1 strike for each? Is this truly a challenge? It's merely a matter of having hands. Having hands, you say? Brother, they are all masters. Xiao Qiuyue retorted, incredulous. Do you think it's as simple as slaughtering chickens and sheep, 1 strike at a time? Xiao Qiuyue's words held merit. Even Lu Ren, a 5th-tier master, would not guarantee victory against these 7 fiends. Particularly daunting were the venomous palm techniques wielded by the infamous Black Hand, which posed a formidable challenge. Huang Shaojie teased her. I see you are not afraid of these 7 villains. Xiao Qiuyue shot him a playful glare. Spare me your mockery. I am merely at the 9th level of innate mastery. Any one of those 7 could easily take my life. Huang Shaojie chuckled, if that is the case. Why did you volunteer to accompany me in pursuing the 7 villains? Xiao Qiuyue found herself momentarily speechless. At that time, seeing Huang Shaojie venture alone to confront the notorious villains, she felt a pang of concern for his safety and had thus requested Lu Ren to allow her to join him. Yet, she found it difficult to voice these sentiments. She cast a sidelong glance at Huang Shaojie, huffing playfully. So, you feared I would be a burden and suggested going alone to hunt the 7 villains? Huang Shaojie scratched his ear with his pinky finger and nodded. Precisely. All 7 of these fiends are above the mastery level. Both Lu and Zhao, our masters, have chosen to remain silent. What purpose would your presence serve, other than to distract me? I might even need to divert my attention to ensure your safety. His words struck a chord of truth. Although Xiao Qiuyue felt a twinge of disappointment, warmth enveloped her heart. At least Huang Shaojie cared for her safety, which was why he wished to proceed without her. Cradling her delicate chin with her hands, her enchanting eyes gazed at Huang Shaojie, and she sighed softly. Alas, it seems I have become a liability in your eyes. Huang Shaojie laughed. How could that be? You are a master at the 9th level of innate cultivation, a prodigious talent among your peers. Enough with the teasing, Xiao Qiuyue replied, her long, fair fingers caressing her silky hair beneath her graceful neck. Ever since I met you, I have begun to doubt my own capabilities. Huang Shaojie burst into laughter, saying, if your colleagues heard such words, they would surely despair. Most of the leaders in the Jinyiwei are over 30, having distinguished themselves among martial artists, yet their skills pale in comparison to yours. Xiao Qiuyue smiled, straightening her posture and accentuating her graceful form. With your recent triumph over the 7 notorious villains, you have achieved great merit. You may very well be promoted to 100 households. Huang Shaojie smiled in return. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. He then rose, stretching lazily, and added, Jinhu Lu has granted me 3 days off. I intend to return home to visit my parents and spend some time with them. On the exquisite face of Xiao Qiuyue lingered a trace of envy. I too wish for a 3-day holiday to visit Lord Huang and his esteemed wife. Xiao Shaojie beckoned, then request a leave from Chief Niu and accompany me to the Huang residence. Xiao Qiuyue shook her head with a smile. Never mind. I shall pay my respects to your parents on a day of rest in the future. Chapter 88. What do you know? Little girl Huang Shaojie returned to the Huang residence on horseback. Today, the entrance of the estate was devoid of the familiar figures of Xiaohe and Gui. They were well aware that their young master had departed on a mission to apprehend a notorious villain from the martial world. Dismounting before the gates, Huang Shaojie entered the Huang residence. "Young master, you have returned," exclaimed Xiaowu, who was tidying the courtyard upon seeing his master's arrival, his voice brimming with delight. "Go lead the horse to the stable and feed it some hay," Huang Shaojie instructed Xiaowu as he strode towards the main hall. Xiaowu set down his broom and hurried out the door, guiding the chestnut horse through the side entrance into the backyard. Inside the hall, Madame Huang was seated in a chair, sipping tea, while Xiaohe dutifully massaged her shoulders from behind. Alas, Jier has been away on his case for half a month now, and there has been no word. "I cannot help but worry for his safety," Madame Huang sighed. Her expression clouded with concern as she set her teacup down. Xiaohe reassured her, "Madam, please do not fret. Young master possesses unparalleled martial skills and will surely apprehend those villains." Madame Huang shook her head, replying, "Whether or not he captures those rogues is secondary. What truly matters is that my son returns safely." Just as Xiaohe was about to offer further comfort, she spotted Huang Shaojie entering the hall from the front courtyard. "Young master," Xiaohe exclaimed joyfully, "Look, madam, just as you were thinking of him, he has returned." With that, she eagerly rushed to greet him. Madame Huang's surprise was palpable, her previous worries instantly replaced by elation. Rising from her seat, she approached him with a radiant smile. "Mother, how have you been during my absence?" Huang Shaojie stepped forward, grasping his mother's hand with concern. Although he had traversed into this body, he had absorbed the original owner's memories and had come to regard his parents as his own, developing genuine affection for them. Not to mention, Huang Million and his wife had doted on him excessively, deepening his emotional bond with them. Madame Huang smiled and nodded. "I have been well at home. However, you have never traveled alone for such a distance before. I have been worried day and night about your safety while you pursued those dangerous criminals. Thank goodness. The Buddha has blessed you, and you have returned safely." Huang Shaojie placed his hands on his mother's shoulders, smiling as he said, "Mother, there is no need for you to worry about me. Your son is exceptionally skilled. Nothing can harm me. You, on the other hand, should set your mind at ease and take good care of your health." Xiaohe chimed in cheerfully, "Madam, I have told you. No one in this world can harm the young master. Just look, he has returned unscathed. Young master, please take a seat. I shall pour you a cup of tea," she added, bustling off to prepare. Huang Shaojie chose a chair to sit in, while Madame Huang resumed her seat. Xiaohe returned with a cup of freshly brewed Westlake Longjing tea, presenting it before Huang Shaojie. He accepted the fragrant porcelain teacup, blowing away the steam before savoring a sip. Xiaohe, lifting the teapot, filled the lady's cup with fragrant tea before setting it down. Like a joyful little bird, she dashed to Huang Shaojie's side, her tiny hands gently kneading his shoulders. "Young master, during this outing to investigate, did you manage to capture those fiends who slaughtered the magistrate's family?" Huang Shaojie took a sip of tea and replied, "We did not capture them. We simply severed their heads and brought them back to the yamen. Oh, by the way, those severed heads are now publicly displayed at the execution grounds. If you wish to see them, you may accompany Gui, Xiaowu, and the others." Xiaohe shook her head repeatedly. "I do not wish to see them. I fear I shall have nightmares tonight." As they chatted, Huang Baiwan and Wu Jin entered the hall. "Father," Huang Shaojie exclaimed, rising to greet him. "My son, you have finally returned." Huang Baiwan, overjoyed to see his eldest son safely home, hurried over, his ample frame jiggling with each step. "Father, with your 200 pounds. Be careful," Huang Shaojie said, stepping forward to assist his father with a smile. Huang Baiwan scrutinized his son and chuckled. "After half a month apart, you've only gotten a bit tanned. Otherwise, you seem unchanged." Huang Shaojie thought to himself that the past fortnight had been spent riding tirelessly on the road, and it was no wonder he had darkened under the sun. "My lord, please take a seat," Wu Jin offered, bringing a chair for Huang Baiwan. Xiaohe then poured a cup of tea for her father. After a cheerful exchange, Huang Baiwan expressed his delight upon learning that his son had eliminated the 7 notorious villains. "Jier, you have rid the world of those who slaughtered the magistrate's family. Surely the Jinyiwei must reward you with a bounty?" he asked, taking a sip of tea. "Indeed, the captain granted me 30,000 taels as a reward," Huang Shaojie replied, reaching into his robe, a thought in his mind, as he produced the 3,000 tael notes. He approached and handed the 3 notes to his father. In the hall, only Wu Jin and Xiaohe were present, and Huang Shaojie felt complete trust in them, having no fear of their coveting the wealth. Father, please keep these 30,000 taels safe. 30,000 taels? Huang Baiwan exclaimed in astonishment and joy, receiving the 3 notes of 10,000 taels each with hands trembling from excitement. Having spent nearly 20 years in the silk trade, he had only amassed a little over 100,000 taels, which made him one of the wealthier merchants in Suzhou. In any dynasty, the majority of wealth was typically concentrated in the hands of nobles and officials. To ordinary folk, a sum of over 100,000 taels was an astronomical figure. It is worth noting that in peaceful times, the annual income of an average family barely reached 10 taels. This illustrates the magnitude of such wealth. Huang Baiwan carefully tucked away the notes and said with a grin, I shall safeguard these for you, and when you marry Captain Xiao, I will present them as your bride price. Huang Shaojie laughed. Father, those matters are still far off. Do not dwell on them. However, Huang Baiwan replied confidently, how could they be so distant? The arrival of Ms. Xiao at the Huang residence for the new year signifies her interest in you. Moreover, she exchanged gifts with your mother. Little he, with a radiant smile, interjected, indeed, master. I have noticed that Miss Zhao's gaze upon the young master is often filled with affection, accompanied by a subtle smile. She must harbor feelings for him. Huang Shaojie retorted with a chuckle, what could a little girl like you possibly discern? Unyielding, little he turned to Wu Jin and asked, what do you think, Master Will? Wu Jin scratched his head and replied with an honest smile, I am but a simple man, not attuned to such matters. However, I must say, Miss Xiao and the young master do seem quite well suited for one another. Chapter 89. Which maiden is not in love? Huang Shaojie chuckled and shook his head. However, when it came to jewelry, he recalled the plethora of exquisite treasures he had procured from the Taoist temple, all of which were of remarkable value. He retrieved a small brocade box from the spatial ring and presented it to his mother. What is this? Madame Huang inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she opened the box to reveal a dazzling array of precious ornaments and jade artifacts. Jier, where did you acquire these? She asked, astonished. Oh, I saved the lives of the governor's family from Nanyue, and this is a gift from the esteemed governor. Please keep it and wear it, Huang Shaojie fibbed. While it was true he had rescued the governor's family, the jewelry had indeed been seized from the 7 notorious bandits. Madame Huang laughed and replied, your father has purchased a considerable number of ornaments as well. I do not need to adorn myself with such lavish jewelry. I shall keep them for you to present to your future daughter-in-law. After dinner, Huang Shaojie returned to his small courtyard. Young master, you have finally returned. Where have you been wandering all this time? 8 Gong flapped his wings and flew over from a distance, squawking loudly at Huang Shaojie. Huang Shaojie swiftly moved and caught 8 Gong, playfully tapping its head. Who are you to question where I go, you wretched bird? Do you think I spend my days frolicking with the hens like you? 8 Gong raised its head defiantly and retorted, this divine bird does not need to pursue them. It is those flashy hens that pester me incessantly. Xiaoyi tilted her head, observing the various vividly feathered birds flitting about the branches, and remarked, young master, have you noticed that our Huang residence has an increase in birds? Huang Shaojie glanced around, and indeed, it was true. Birds of all kinds were perched and flitting about the rockery, the pavilion, and amidst the green plums and bamboos, filling the air with their presence. 8 Gong, however, held its head high, exuding a sense of pride. Huang Shaojie flicked 8 Gong's head again, saying, do you consider our Huang residents your harem? Quickly chase them away. I do not wish to have bird droppings everywhere. 8 Gong retracted its head and exclaimed, can this bird not instruct them to relieve themselves elsewhere? Huang Shaojie laughed heartily. You wretched bird are quite heartless. However, I have no objections. Let them do their business, preferably on those people's heads. Very well. 8 Gong flapped its wings and took off. Xiaoyi stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Young master, you scold 8 Gong for being heartless. Yet you are even more so. How dare you accuse me of such? You deserve a reprimand. Huang Shaojie declared, seizing Xiaoyi's hand and playfully striking her backside with his other hand. Xiaoyi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she let out an involuntary exclamation, unsure if it was genuine pain or mere jest. Fortunately, it was dusk, and the courtyard was devoid of other servants. Huang Shaojie playfully struck a few more times, relishing the moment. Indeed, this little girl has quite a generous backside, he mused. You are incorrigible, young master. Xiaoyi pouted, rubbing her backside. Her voice laced with feigned indignation. She had begun to master the art of playful charm. Huang Shaojie chuckled. Where does it hurt? Allow me. I shall gently massage it for you. No, I can't accept that. The maid replied, it is getting late. I must check if Agui has prepared hot water for you. With her cheeks flushed, Xiaoyi hurried away. Huang Shaojie smiled and entered his bedroom. He sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing his internal cultivation for a while, until a Gui had readied the hot water in the bathing tub. After indulging in a soothing bath, he donned his clothes with Shaojie's assistance before returning to the bedroom. Young master, you must be exhausted from your recent cases. You should rest early tonight. Shaojie diligently tidied the bedding, chattering away. The sun was splendid today, so I aired the quilts for you. And they now carry a delightful fragrance. You shall sleep comfortably tonight. Observing the girl's earnest and endearing demeanor, Huang Shaojie couldn't resist wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind and planting a kiss on her lovely face. Young master. Shaojie's fair complexion turned a deep crimson, her heart racing wildly, feeling both bashful and disoriented. Huang Shaojie turned her around and playfully pinched her adorable cheeks. Shaojie's face was round and cherubic, her large, lustrous eyes sparkling, a dainty nose slightly upturned, and her lips full and rosy, making her utterly charming. Standing at a height of 5 feet 5 inches, she was neither too tall nor too short, neither plump nor thin. Though she could not be deemed a stunning beauty, she was undoubtedly a cute little maiden. With Huang Shaojie gazing intently at her blushing cheeks, which resembled ripe apples, he felt an irresistible urge to take a bite. My dear Shaojie, you are growing more beautiful by the day. It's time for you to adorn yourself with some lovely jewelry. As he spoke, he released her cheeks and produced a coral beaded hair ornament, playfully waving it before her. What do you think of this ornament? It's beautiful. Shaojie's large, lychee-like eyes sparkled as they reflected the coral beads, her face radiating delight. However, she could also discern that this ornament was as precious as the jade hairpin worn by the lady of the house, and she dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. You know magic tricks, young master? Shaojie asked curiously. Just a moment ago, your hands were empty, yet now you possess such a valuable ornament. Little did she know. It had been conjured from the ring on Huang Shaojie's finger. As long as you like it, it's yours, he replied with a smile. Not feeling the need to elaborate further, he then placed the coral ornament atop her coiled hair. Splendid. With this adornment, your grace has ascended to a new level. Huang Shaojie cupped her sweet face in his hands, examining her closely, and praised her with a smile. Shaojie was taken aback and filled with joy. She had never anticipated that her young master would gift her such a precious ornament. Young master, this is too much. I am merely a maid. How could I accept such a valuable gift? She shook her head repeatedly, attempting to remove the ornament and return it to him. Although she held a deep affection for the jade pendant, she was acutely aware of her position as a mere servant girl, unworthy of such an exquisite treasure valued at hundreds or even thousands of taels of silver. Huang Shaojie pinched her cheek and said, This young master presents it to you. How can you dare to refuse? Do you wish for a spanking once again? Thank you, young master, Shaojie replied, her heart brimming with gratitude. No longer inclined to decline the gift. That's more like it. Huang Shaojie chuckled, giving her a playful pat on the backside. Now it's getting late. You should return to your room and rest. Tomorrow is a holiday, and I shall take you out for some fun. Really? That would be wonderful. Shaojie clapped her hands in delight, her spirits soaring. She rose on her toes and planted a kiss on Huang Shaojie's cheek. Young master, I shall return to my room now. With that, she ran back to her quarters, her face flushed with embarrassment. Huang Shaojie touched his cheek, still tinged with the lingering fragrance of her kiss, and couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Our little Shaojie is beginning to blossom with youthful affection. Chapter 90, transferred to the capital, promoted to 100 households in the grand hall of the Jinyiwei headquarters, Ling Xiaodian sat, perusing the urgent dispatch recently sent from Suzhou. The case concerning the complete annihilation of Zhang Tongpan's family had been resolved. Huang Shaojie, a trial 100 households of the Jinyiwei, had single-handedly pursued the culprits across 1,000 miles, successfully slaying all 7 notorious criminals from Lingnan. Once again, it was Huang Shaojie. This young man was indeed a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Ling Xiaodian marveled at the news, astonished beyond measure. As the commanding officer of the Jinyiwei, wielding significant power and an esteemed martial arts master, there were few occurrences that could elicit such surprise from him. Yet, this particular event undeniably astonished him. The 7 notorious criminals were infamous, possessing formidable martial skills and ruthless hearts, cunning and treacherous. Countless heroes of the martial world, public officials, and skilled members of the Jinyiwei had all fallen victim to these 7 fiends. Yet now, a single trial 100 households of the Jinyiwei had, in merely half a month, eradicated all 7 of them, returning to Suzhou with their severed heads in hand. What an impressive display of might. Once this news spread through the martial world, The reputation of the Jinyiwei would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Not to mention that each of the 7 criminals was a master-level warrior. The feat of pursuing and vanquishing them all within half a month was nearly an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the dispatch from Suzhou had arrived, the facts laid out in black and white, undeniable. It seemed Huang Shaojie was not merely a favored relative of Nyoren after all, Ling Xiaodian mused. Previously, he had harbored some doubts regarding Huang Shaojie's connections, but it now appeared unlikely. The ability to single-handedly eliminate 7 notorious criminals suggested that Huang Shaojie's martial prowess likely surpassed that of Nyoren, 100 households. Such a remarkable talent should indeed be summoned to the capital for further evaluation of his true capabilities. However, transferring Huang Shaojie from Suzhou to the capital necessitated appointing another 100 households to Suzhou's Jinyiwei. After contemplating this, Ling Xiaodian set aside the dispatch and instructed the hall guards, summon 100 households Jiang to the hall. Understood, replied the guard, who promptly departed. Moments later, Guard Jiang entered the grand hall. Your subordinate pays respects to the esteemed commanding officer, Jiang said, bowing respectfully to Ling Xiaodian, who sat at the head of the hall. Ling Xiaodian addressed Jiang. Prepare yourself. You shall depart tomorrow for Suzhou to take up the position of 100 households. Additionally, convey my edict to Huang Shaojie, instructing him to come to the capital and accept his promotion to 100 households of the Jinyiwei. Jiang was taken aback. The commanding officer was unexpectedly transferring him to Suzhou, a rather startling development. However, it might not be entirely unfavorable. In the capital, his position as 100 households of the Jinyiwei was insignificant, overshadowed by numerous deputy 100 households and the commanding officer himself. Yet in Suzhou, his direct superior would solely be Nyoren, 100 households. While he may not be the top dog, he would certainly be a significant figure, potentially rising to the rank of 100 households himself. Furthermore, given Suzhou's wealth, the opportunities there might be equally as plentiful as in the capital. Such thoughts flashed through Jiang's mind, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he respectfully replied, Your subordinate shall obey. 10 days later, Jiang Baihu arrived at the Suzhou Jinyiwei office. In the capital, Jinyiwei Baihu Jiang Han presented himself before the esteemed Qianhu. Jiang Baihu offered a respectful bow to the high-ranking Nyoren. There was no need for formalities, Nyoren replied, slightly raising his hand and turning his gaze towards Jiang Han. Have you come from the capital on the orders of Commander Ling? Jiang Han confirmed, indeed. Commander Ling has reassigned me from the capital to serve as Baihu in Suzhou, while Baihu Huang Shaojie has been elevated to the capital. With that, Jiang Han produced Commander Ling Xiaotian's edict. The guard accepted the edict handed over by Jiang Han and stepped forward to present it to Nyoren. After reviewing the document, Nyoren chuckled, as I suspected. Suzhou cannot possibly retain a talent like Huang Shaojie. Jiang Han could not help but feel astonishment. He was not well acquainted with the name Huang Shaojie, but seeing Nyoren praise his subordinate so highly indicated that this Huang Shaojie must possess remarkable abilities. It was no wonder that Commander Ling sought to promote him to the capital. Summoned Baihu Huang to the hall, Nyoren instructed. Understood. Shortly after, Huang Shaojie entered the hall accompanied by a guard. I pay my respects to the esteemed Qianhu. Huang Shaojie greeted Nyoren with a bow, glancing at Jiang Han, who stood in the hall dressed in the attire of a Baihu, feeling somewhat perplexed. Jiang Han surveyed Huang Shaojie as well, his surprise deepening. He had assumed that someone achieving the position of trial Baihu and receiving such commendation from Nyoren would be at least in their 30s. Yet, to his astonishment, Huang Shaojie appeared remarkably youthful and handsome, which was truly unexpected. What was the background of this Huang Shaojie? How could he occupy the position of trial Baihu at such a young age, be favored by Commander Ling, and now be transferred to the capital for promotion? Xiao Qiuyu, the adopted daughter of Prince Ning, is merely a flag-bearer, Nyoren remarked. He continued, This is Jiang Baihu, reassigned from the capital. Hearing that a Baihu had been transferred from the capital, Huang Shaojie's mind raced with the implication that his own chances of promotion were dashed. He had believed that after slaying the 7 notorious criminals, the capital would reward him with the position of Baihu to fill the vacancy left by Baihu Li. However, the capital had sent someone down directly. It seemed that his hopes of promotion were now futile. Despite feeling a twinge of disappointment, he maintained a composed demeanor and addressed Jiang Han. I have the honor of meeting Baihu Jiang. Jiang Han hurriedly returned the gesture. You are too modest, Baihu Huang. You have now been promoted to Baihu, and we are of equal rank. There is no need for you to refer to yourself as my subordinate. Huang Shaojie was taken aback. He had thought that with a Baihu arriving from the capital, his own prospects for promotion were extinguished. Yet this Jiang Baihu claimed he had already been promoted. Was it possible that the Suzhou Jinyiwei office was increasing its number of Baihus? Noticing Huang Shaojie's bewildered expression, Niu Ren chuckled. Shaojie, congratulations. Commander Ling intends to transfer you to the capital and promote you to Baihu. This is the official decree for Commander Ling's transfer. You shall proceed to the capital with this document in hand. With that, Niu Ren rose, descending from the hall while presenting the handwritten edict of Ling Xiaodian to Huang Shaojie. Transferred to the capital, elevated to the rank of Baihu? Huang Shaojie stood in bewilderment as he received the decree from Niu Ren, his mind struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Initially, he had only aspired to succeed Li Baihu's position, intending to gradually oust Niu Ren in order to ascend to the role of Qinhu, thereby becoming the highest commander of the Suzhou Jinyiwei. This ambition seemed sufficient for him. However, he had not anticipated that Ling Xiaodian would directly appoint him to the capital as Baihu. Chapter 91. Is Xiangyu a time traveler? This revelation caught Huang Shaojie completely off guard, causing him to wince. Frankly speaking, he was not particularly keen on being transferred to the capital. While the capital offered considerable opportunities for growth, it was also fraught with peril. The Qi King, the Han King, the Ning King, the Jinyiwei, eunuchs, and the powerful families created a complex web of influences, none of which were to be trifled with. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Huang Shaojie merely wished to remain in Suzhou, steadily honing his skills for 3 to 5 years, aspiring to become an unparalleled grandmaster. By that time, who would dare to provoke him upon his transfer to the capital? However, he was taken aback when Commander Ling unexpectedly ordered his immediate transfer to the capital. This news stirred a blend of joy and anxiety within Huang Shaojie. The joy stemmed from his promotion to 100 households and the attention of Commander Ling, heralding a promising future. The anxiety arose from his current lack of formidable strength, fearing that any trouble in the capital could bring disaster upon himself and his family. With Commander Ling's decree already in place, Huang Shaojie had no choice but to comply. Niu Ren patted Huang Shaojie's shoulder, smiling. Shaojie, you are truly a prodigy. Your growth has been stifled in Suzhou. Commander Ling's transfer of you to the capital signifies boundless prospects ahead. Allow me to extend my early congratulations. As a seasoned veteran in the political arena, Niu Ren possessed a keen sense of insight. The Jinyiwei commander's order to promote Huang Shaojie clearly indicated an intent to assess his potential. Given Huang Shaojie's martial prowess and talents, it was certain that he would earn Commander Ling's favor and, subsequently, significant cultivation. With Commander Ling's support, coupled with Huang Shaojie's own capabilities, it would be difficult for him not to ascend to greatness. Huang Shaojie performed a respectful bow, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, sir. In truth, I would prefer to remain in Suzhou at your command. My limited abilities may not be sufficient for the responsibilities of 100 households in the capital." Niu Ren, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled knowingly. Are you concerned about the treacherous depths of the capital? As the saying goes, a sword's edge is honed through grinding. With your talents, only by going to the capital can you truly refine yourself and prepare for greater responsibilities in the future. Huang Shaojie gasped in astonishment. How could Xiangyu possibly know Zhu Xi's verses? It seemed implausible for a figure from the past to echo the words of a future poet. Could it be? Was this Xiangyu also a time traveler? This possibility struck Huang Shaojie with sudden clarity. No wonder this world's Xiangyu had managed to eliminate Liu Bang at the Haomen banquet and ascend to the throne. What are you pondering? Niu Ren inquired. Noticing Huang Shaojie's dazed expression, Huang Shaojie hurriedly bowed. Your words have enlightened me, sir, momentarily causing me to lose myself in thought. Thank you for your guidance. Niu Ren smiled gently. Very well. You need not remain on duty. Return home, pack your things, and head to the capital promptly. Yes, sir. Upon leaving the main hall, Huang Shaojie made his way directly to Shaoqiu's office. As he was about to depart from the Jinyiwei office in Suzhou, it was only fitting to bid her farewell. What brings you here today? No pressing matters, I presume? Upon the entrance of Huang Shaojie, Shaoqiu had gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, with a smile, inquired. Typically, Huang Shaojie, a leisurely official, would often visit her to enjoy tea and engage in conversation. I am leaving now. I came to bid you farewell, Huang Shaojie stated as he approached her, his starry eyes fixed upon her. Leaving? Where are you going? Shaoqiu asked, momentarily taken aback. Unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words, Huang Shaojie pulled up a chair and seated himself beside her. Commander Ling has reassigned me to the capital, promoting me to the position of Baihu. Ah? Transferred to the capital? Shaoqiu was also momentarily stunned, a flicker of melancholy crossing her bright eyes. When do you depart? Huang Shaojie pondered for a moment before responding. I wish to spend a few days with my parents. I shall leave in 5 days. Shaochuoyue's expression dimmed slightly. And with a gentle sigh, she remarked, with your departure, who knows when we shall meet again? Huang Shaojie chuckled softly. My home is in Suzhou, and yours is in the capital. Are we truly to fear the lack of opportunities to reunite? Shaochuoyue's lips curved into a smile. Though you speak the truth. I fear that when I return to the capital, you may have returned to Suzhou to visit your parents. Huang Shaojie laughed heartily. Surely, such chance occurrences are rare. We shall correspond by letters and arrange a meeting time. Agreed. Shaochuoyue nodded, her beautiful gaze fixed on Huang Shaojie as she softly declared. I shall see you off on the day of your departure. Exiting Shaochuoyue's quarters, Huang Shaojie wandered around the office, bidding farewell to his colleagues. Amidst the well-wishes and envious glances of his peers, Huang Shaojie mounted his horse and rode away from the Jinyiwei office, heading home. My lord, why have you returned so early today? Upon his arrival, Xiaohe, his maid, joyfully bounded forward, grasping his arm with curiosity. Huang Shaojie inquired, Where are my father and mother? They are in the hall, sir. She replied. Upon entering the hall, when Huang Bamillion saw his son return, he set down his teacup and beamed. Son, you're back so early. Huang Shaojie approached and announced, Father, mother, I have been reassigned to the capital and promoted to Baihu. I will be leaving in a few days. Ah, reassigned to the capital? Both Huang Bamillion and his wife widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging glances. A promotion to Baihu and a transfer to the capital. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. We must host a grand banquet tomorrow to celebrate. Huang Bamillion exclaimed, his delight evident. However, Huang's wife gazed at their son with reluctance, saying, Though our son has been promoted, with his transfer to the capital, we may only see him a few times a year. Huang Bamillion, though also saddened by his son's departure, comforted his wife. A man's aspirations lie beyond his home. He cannot remain by his parents' side forever. With such talent, our son is destined for great success in the capital, bringing honor to our family. We should take pride in having such a gifted son. Huang Shaojie reassured them, Father, Mother, once I settle down in the capital, I will purchase a grand residence and bring you both to live with me. He currently possesses several 100,000 taels of silver, which is more than sufficient to purchase a grand residence in the capital with some change to spare. Huang Million chuckled heartily and said, We are aware of your filial piety. We shall discuss this matter further at a later time. Chapter 92. Journey to the capital after dinner. Huang Shaojie returned to his small courtyard. In the gentle spring of March, a peach tree in the courtyard was adorned with a profusion of pink blossoms. Huang Shaojie strolled beneath the tree, lifting his gaze to admire the resplendent blossoms. What beautiful peach flowers! Xiaohe approached Huang Shaojie, glanced at the tree laden with blossoms, and turned her petite face towards him. My lord, are you going to the capital alone? Why not? Huang Shaojie turned to the young girl, pinching her rosy cheek and smiling. Do you wish to accompany me to the capital? Xiaohe shyly nodded, her large, watery eyes gazing at Huang Shaojie with anticipation. If you go alone, who will take care of you? Allow me to tend to your needs while you are there. Huang Shaojie shook his head. Not for now. Remain here and take care of the lady. Once I secure a residence in the capital, I will have you, along with the master and mistress, join me. His reluctance to bring Xiaohe along stemmed primarily from concerns for her safety. During the day, he would be occupied at the Jinyiwei headquarters, even tasked with pursuing criminals. How could he possibly feel at ease leaving Xiaohe alone in a house in the capital? Although she was merely a servant, Huang Shaojie regarded her as family. A hint of disappointment crossed Xiaohe's fair, delicate face as she pouted and nodded. Very well, but do take care of yourself while you are in the capital. Huang Shaojie playfully squeezed her chubby cheeks, laughing, Fear not. I am not the sort of dandy who requires constant pampering. You need not worry so much. With that, he cupped her small face and planted a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Xiaohe, blushing, lowered her head, her small hands fidgeting with the hem of her green dress. She longed to throw herself into her master's embrace, but being merely a servant, she dared not act on her impulse. At that moment, an incongruous shout interrupted them. Pervert! Release Miss Xiaohe. Bagong, a spirited bird, swooped in from nowhere, flapping its wings in front of Huang Shaojie and squawking loudly. Xiaohe burst into laughter, covering her mouth. You cheeky bird, trying to play the hero, are you? Watch as I pluck your feathers and roast you for dinner. Huang Shaojie declared, darting forward to catch Bagong. The bird flapped its wings wildly, retreating into the distance while squawking, Help! The master wants to eat me. The household servants looked on, bemused, as they witnessed their master chasing Ba Gong around the courtyard. They couldn't help but chuckle, as such antics were not uncommon. This loquacious bird often teased even the elder Huang, who would chase it with a bamboo stick, only to burst into laughter afterward. Though Ba Gong was swifter and more agile than other birds, it was no match for Huang Shaojie. After toying with the bird for a while, Huang Shaojie finally caught it in his grasp, plucking a few feathers from its head. Ba Gong squawked, "Master, spare me. Show mercy on this little bird and let me go." Huang Shaojie gently tapped the bird's head and remarked, "If you provoke me again, I shall pluck every feather from your body." The bird nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "I won't dare. If I see you kissing Xiaoyi next time, I shall keep it a secret." Amused yet exasperated, Huang Shaojie released his grip and commanded, "Go fetch Manager Wu." The bird flapped its wings and departed. In a short while, Wu Zhen arrived at the courtyard. "Young master, you summoned me?" He bowed respectfully to Huang Shaojie and inquired. Huang Shaojie nodded, placing his hands behind his back as he approached Wu Zhen. "Wu Zhen, in a few days, I shall be heading to the capital. The safety of the Huang residence will be entrusted to you." Wu Zhen declared earnestly, "Rest assured, young master. I shall devote myself to safeguarding the safety of the master and mistress." He hesitated to claim he could protect the entire estate, as it was too vast for one person to oversee. Recently, Huang Shaojie had recruited 2 early-stage innate martial artists to serve as guards for the Huang residence, ensuring that Wu Zhen would not have to accompany the master for business dealings, leaving the estate without proper protection. Huang Shaojie had thoroughly vetted these guards, confirming they hailed from reputable sects, which provided him with a sense of security. Furthermore, as a captain of the Jinyiwei, he knew they would not dare to act recklessly. "Wu Zhen, how has your training in the Wind God leg progressed?" Huang Shaojie inquired. Wu Zhen replied honestly, "I have completely mastered the first 2 forms. But the third form, Furious Storm, still requires refinement. I have been practicing the inner strength technique for 3 months and have reached the mid-stage of the 2nd rank." Huang Shaojie nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Before I depart, I shall teach you the 4th form of the Wind God leg, which will elevate your martial prowess further. Watch closely." With that, Huang Shaojie leaped into the air, executing kicks with the speed of thunder. The air was filled with the shadows of his legs, each strike resonating like a thunderous blow. Moments later, the flurry ceased, and Huang Shaojie descended gracefully. Wu Zhen watched, exhilarated. This technique was evidently several times more powerful than the previous 3 forms. If he mastered this 4th form, he would possess a solid assurance of victory against a 3rd-rank master, and even contend with a 4th-rank master. Huang Shaojie instructed Wu Zhen. "This is the 4th form of the Wind God leg, swift as lightning. I will first impart the essence of the technique to you, then break it down for your understanding." Deeply touched, Wu Zhen bowed respectfully. "Thank you, young master, for your immense kindness." In the following days, Huang Shaojie spent time with his parents, occasionally taking Xiaoyi out for strolls. During his free moments, he taught Wu Zhen the 4th form of the Wind God leg. After 5 days of instruction, Wu Zhen had completely grasped the movements and the intricacies of the technique. All that remained was for him to practice diligently. On the 18th day of the 3rd month in the 23rd year of the Xuande era, the weather was clear, and the spring sunlight was radiant. Huang Shaojie bid farewell to his parents as he set off for the capital to assume his new position. "Jie, once you reach the capital, do not forget to send letters home to assure us of your safety." His mother reminded him. "My son, the capital is the emperor's domain, filled with nobility and powerful figures. It is unlike Suzhou. You must be cautious and prudent in your actions, avoiding impulsive behavior." Huang Yuan and his wife, accompanied by the household servants, watched with heavy hearts as their son departed, their minds brimming with reluctance and endless admonitions. Huang Shaojie, clad in a moonlit white robe, sat astride his steed with a bundle slung over his shoulder. He turned back to his parents and waved his hand, assuring them, "I understand. Father, mother, you may return home now. Young master, take care on your journey." Wu Zhen exclaimed, bowing respectfully. "Please look after yourself," Xiaoyi added, waving her small hand towards Huang Shaojie, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She sniffled adorably, forcing a faint smile. Without uttering a word, Huang Shaojie squeezed his legs against the horse and galloped away. Chapter 93. Come and chase me if you dare. As Huang Shaojie rode past the entrance of the Jinyiwei Yamen, he noticed Niu Ren accompanied by officials of the rank of flag officer waiting for him. The transfer of subordinates was uncommon, and it was unprecedented for Niu Ren, a captain, to personally see off a group of officials. The reason for this was self-evident. Huang Shaojie swiftly dismounted, clasped his hands in a respectful salute to Niu Ren and the other officials, stating, "Captain Niu, esteemed colleagues, I am departing for the capital today, bidding you farewell. He scanned the crowd of colleagues, but did not catch sight of that captivating figure. What is going on? Did she not promise to see me off today? Why is she the only one absent? A sense of disappointment crept into Huang Shaojie's heart. Niu Ren returned the gesture with a smile, saying, upon hearing of your departure today, we gathered here to bid you farewell and wish you a prosperous journey ahead. The other Jinyiwei officials echoed in unison, we wish Lord Huang a bright future and smooth sailing. Huang Shaojie responded with a bow, thank you, Captain Niu, and esteemed officials, for your kind words. I also wish Captain Niu and all esteemed officials continued success and smooth endeavors. With that, he mounted his horse and rode off swiftly. As he exited the western gate of Suzhou, he spotted a woman in a purple dress sitting atop a chestnut steed beneath the willows by the ancient road. She had a bundle slung over her shoulder and was gazing back at Huang Shaojie with a smile as he galloped towards her. The spring breeze caressed her face, playfully tousling a strand of hair before gently settling it back. Huang Shaojie arrived before the woman in purple, grinning. I thought you wouldn't come to see me off. Turns out you were waiting for me outside the city. Oh, why do you have a bundle too? Where are you heading? Xiao Qiuyue smiled coyly. I'm accompanying you to Chang'an. Ah? Huang Shaojie was momentarily taken aback, responding foolishly, you don't need to send me that far, do you? Xiao Qiuyue chuckled. I asked Captain Niu for leave to visit my adoptive father in the capital, and it seems we have the perfect opportunity to travel together. What a coincidence. Huang Shaojie stroked his chin, tilting his head to admire her radiant face, which could easily be described as unparalleled beauty. He smiled knowingly, teasing. You're not reluctant to see me go, are you? A blush blossomed on Xiao Qiuyue's exquisite cheeks as she huffed playfully. You vain thing. With that, she turned her horse around, her long, graceful legs squeezing her steed, which galloped forward, kicking up a gust of wind. Her laughter floated through the air. Come and chase me if you dare, all right. You said it yourself. Huang Shaojie urged his horse onward, galloping after her. Two figures, one in purple and the other in white, raced along the ancient road, their laughter ringing out, adding a vibrant charm to the scenery. Spring had arrived, ushering in the season of renewal. As evening approached, the two arrived at a small town and found an inn to stay for the night. Welcome, esteemed guests. The young attendant greeted as they entered. Led these two horses to some premium feed. Very well. Upon entering the inn, one could see that more than half of the numerous tables were occupied, predominantly by individuals of the martial world. As the two entered, the gazes of those inside the inn turned toward them. A few pairs of eyes lingered hungrily on the curves of Xiao Qiuyue. Behind the counter, the innkeeper was busy tallying the day's accounts. Huang Shaojie approached the counter and rapped on it. 2 rooms, please. Ah, I apologize, but only 1 room remains. The innkeeper replied, pausing his calculations to appraise the striking pair before him, a sly smile spreading across his face. Why not share this one? The bed is quite spacious. You could manage to fit together. What a ridiculous notion. Huang Shaojie chuckled inwardly. It was hardly a matter of bed size. If they were to squeeze together, it could lead to dire consequences. He glanced at Xiao Qiuyue, silently gauging her comfort with the idea. As long as she was unperturbed by the potential for calamity, he would wholeheartedly endorse the arrangement. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Qiuyue suggested, perhaps we should look for another inn? Very well, Huang Shaojie nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, the innkeeper interjected, there is no need to search further. This is the only inn in town, or we would be fully booked. Exchanging glances, Huang Shaojie and Xiao Qiuyue found themselves in a dilemma. Neither leaving nor staying felt right. How about I sleep on the floor, and you take the bed? Huang Shaojie proposed, his tone tentative as he looked at her. Xiao Qiuyue pressed her lips together. Giving a slight nod, Huang Shaojie tossed a piece of silver onto the counter. Then we shall take this room. Miss, my brother and I have booked 2 rooms. You are welcome to join us in whichever you prefer, a coarse male voice interrupted. Huang Shaojie frowned at the sound and turned to see 2 burly men at a central table, one of whom bore a prominent scar across his face. The scar-faced man's lecherous gaze roamed over Xiao Qiuyue's ample bosom, a smirk plastered on his face. The other man chimed in with a similarly lascivious grin. My dear, this pretty boy is all show and no substance. If you seek a man, it is better to choose a robust fellow like us. A glint of cold fury flashed in Xiao Qiuyue's eyes as she strode toward the 2 men without uttering a word. The other patrons, intrigued, prepared for the spectacle. The 2 men were clad in the attire of the Iron Fork Society, and murmurs of concern rippled through the crowd. It seemed the young lady was about to face trouble. Upon hearing the name Iron Fork Society, the mood in the inn shifted, with some would-be heroes reconsidering their intentions. The Iron Fork Society was a formidable gang with branches nationwide and thousands of disciples. Who would dare to meddle in the affairs of such a powerful organization over a mere girl? Moreover, the two men, being enforcers of the Iron Fork Society, were undoubtedly formidable fighters. Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei were well aware of the Iron Fork Society's reputation. The archives of the Jinyiwei contained detailed accounts of various martial factions. Indeed, the Iron Fork Society ranked among the top 5 gangs in terms of membership. But what of it? The Iron Fork Society holds no significance in the presence of the Jinyiwei. As Jinyiwei approached, the lewd smiles on the faces of the two stewards of the Iron Fork Society grew even more pronounced. Huang Shaojie did not follow, for he discerned at a glance that the martial prowess of these two stewards was merely at the initial stages of the innate realm. The scar-faced man chuckled. "Ah, it seems the lady truly wishes to squeeze in with us tonight." Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a resounding slap across the face, sending him flying over 10 feet and crashing into a table laden with food and drink, shattering it to pieces. Chapter 94. Arrival in Chang and the sudden turn of events caught everyone in the establishment completely off guard. None could discern how Jinyiwei struck. They merely felt a swift motion, and the steward of the Iron Fork Society was sent hurtling away. A collective gasp echoed through the room. This man was indeed a steward of the Iron Fork Society, and even if he belonged to a branch, his martial prowess must have reached a level of innate mastery. Yet, before the alluring and frosty young woman in purple, he was dispatched without even a chance to comprehend the attack. Another steward from the Iron Fork Society, his countenance pale with shock, rose to his feet and drew his blade, pointing it at Jinyiwei, though he dared not advance. At this moment, he realized just how formidable this woman's skills truly were. With a resounding thud, Jinyiwei delivered a kick that sent the man sprawling several feet away. Crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell to the ground, incapacitated. Without sparing him a glance, Jinyiwei coldly approached the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man, having risen from the debris of shattered dishes and broken tables, bore a face swollen to the size of a pig's head, his mouth stained with blood. Teeth lost among the chaos. "Do not approach. I am a steward of the Iron Fork Society. Do you understand the consequences of offending us?" He stammered, clutching his injured face and attempting to assert dominance. However, fear gripped him. A single slap had sent him flying, and a mere kick had left his companion grievously injured. This woman was simply terrifying. His bluster was nothing but a facade, invoking the name of the Iron Fork Society in a futile attempt to intimidate her. Before he could finish his sentence, Jinyiwei delivered a swift kick to his groin. "Ah!" he shrieked, collapsing to the ground, clutching himself as cold sweat streamed down his face. This blow had irrevocably crippled him. Jinyiwei's gaze was as frigid as ice as she pronounced, "Disband your martial arts and leave." Her words sent a shockwave through the room. The scar-faced man had already proclaimed his status as a steward of the Iron Fork Society, and it was presumed that such a revelation would instill fear in her, compelling her to retreat alongside that dandy. Yet, to their astonishment, she seemed wholly undeterred by the Iron Fork Society, demanding the two stewards to renounce their martial arts. Did this woman possess no knowledge of the Iron Fork Society's notorious reputation? The scar-faced man, torn between astonishment and fury, endured the excruciating pain and warned, "Do not take advantage of my distress." With a swift motion, Jinyiwei brandished her sword, her voice icy. "If you refuse to renounce your martial arts, you shall perish. Heroine, spare me." As she prepared to strike, the scar-faced man's complexion turned ashen. I willingly renounce my martial arts. For some, a miserable existence is preferable to a noble death." With gritted teeth, he struck his palm against his dantian. The impact shattered his inner core, obliterating his martial abilities. Jinyiwei's cold gaze shifted to the other incapacitated man in the corner. He trembled at the sight of her ferocity, realizing that a mere jest had led to grievous injuries in the demand for them to renounce their martial arts. How utterly unreasonable! Had he known he was provoking such a ruthless woman, he would have refrained from even glancing at her. The scarred face had already rendered himself powerless. He dared not hesitate and shattered his own dantian with a single strike. "My lady, may we depart?" he inquired, his voice low and submissive. Jinyiwei spat out a single word: "Leave." The two self-debilitated stewards of the Iron Fork Society leaned on each other as they exited the inn. Thus, a farcical scene concluded with the two stewards' self-inflicted impotence. The onlookers refrained from casting another glance at Jinyiwei. Indeed, it is often the case that the more enchanting a woman is in the martial world, the more perilous she becomes. Only then did a few attendants of the inn muster the courage to approach and clear the shattered remnants of the table. Throughout the commotion, Huang Shaojie had been reclining against the counter, casually cracking sunflower seeds while observing the spectacle. As Jinyiwei approached the counter, she tossed a piece of broken silver to the innkeeper, stating, "We shall compensate for the table and the meal." No. The innkeeper waved his hands repeatedly, unwilling to accept. "If I ask you to take it, then take it. What are you afraid of?" Huang Shaojie finished his seeds, clapped his hands, and addressed the innkeeper. Thank you. I shall accept it then." The innkeeper finally acquiesced and accepted the silver. He then turned to Huang Shaojie and Jinyiwei, saying, "Esteemed guests, we now have extra rooms available. Would you like to rent another?" Huang Shaojie glanced at Jinyiwei, and a moment of silence ensued. Had they known better, they would not have let those two depart. "Then let us take another room," Jinyiwei finally said with a hint of resignation after several seconds of silence. After dinner, the two returned to their respective chambers. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after breakfast at the inn, they checked out and continued their journey. 10 days later, they arrived in the capital, Chang'an. Spanning several dozen miles from east to west, Chang'an boasted a population of 1 million. The city was divided into inner and outer sections. The inner city housed dignitaries, nobles, and renowned merchants, while the outer city was home to laborers, traders, and the common folk from all walks of life. The streets of the inner city were paved with enormous blue bricks, meticulously fitted together and bonded with glutinous rice paste, showing no signs of wear even after a century. The thoroughfares were broad and bustling with throngs of people, where luxurious carriages passed by frequently. Towering shops and grand buildings adorned both sides, with palatial structures visible everywhere. Truly, as a millennium-old capital, it radiated prosperity. As Huang Shaojie rode through the streets of the inner city, he marveled at the beauty of Chang'an, exclaiming in awe, "This level of splendor is likely to surpass even that of the Tang Dynasty's Chang'an." Riding alongside him on a chestnut horse, Jinyiwei brushed her hair back and replied, "If you fancy Chang'an, why not consider purchasing a residence here and bringing your parents over?" Huang Shaojie chuckled softly, "Let us discuss that later. For now, my utmost priority is to ensure I can make a living in the capital. First, I must find an inn to stay." Jinyiwei pointed ahead and said, "There is a yunlian lion up ahead. Why don't you stay there for now? I shall return to the Wangfu, and I will come find you later." "Very well." The two rode towards the yunlian lion, where Jinyiwei bid him farewell and galloped off towards the Pingxi Wangfu. Chapter 95, Prince Ning. Xiangqian. Within the inner city of Chang'an, there exist 4 prominent districts: Longjingfang to the east, Taiyuanfang to the south, Ankangfang to the west, and Minshunfang to the north. In Longjingfang, every resident is a member of the royal family or a noble. The Pingxi Wangfu is situated on the western side of Longjingfang, sprawling over hundreds of acres with an imposing architectural grandeur, featuring countless palaces, pavilions, and exquisite structures that rival even the imperial palace. This is not merely a display of ostentation by Prince Ning. Rather, the Pingxi Wangfu was constructed by the emperor for his esteemed brother. After ascending to the throne, Emperor Xuande, filled with ambition, vowed to expand his realm and to become a legendary sovereign. In the autumn of the first year of Xuande, he dispatched Prince Ning to lead 100,000 cavalry against the northern Mongols. Prince Ning commanded 2 trusted generals, each leading 30,000 troops to contain the main forces of the northern Mongols, while he himself led 40,000 elite cavalry on a long detour, launching a surprise attack on the northern Mongol stronghold during a snowstorm, capturing their Khan and annihilating 70 to 80,000 enemies. Subsequently, he executed a surprise assault on the main forces of the northern Mongols from behind, coordinating a 3-pronged attack with his 2 generals, effectively obliterating the remnants of their forces. The northern Mongols were nearly annihilated, retreating to the depths of the northwest, from whence they never recovered. The territory of the Great Chu expanded by over 3 million square kilometers. In the spring of the 3rd year of Xuande, the emperor again entrusted Prince Ning with an expedition of 300,000 troops against the kingdom of Shu. To understand the origins of the kingdom of Shu, one must look back to the struggles between Chu and Han over 1,500 years ago. At the feast at Hongmen, Xiangyu assassinated Liu Bang, and upon learning of this, Xiaoyi swiftly escorted Liu Ji and several of Liu Bang's sons to western Shu, burning the only route leading there. However, Xiangyu did not spare the remnants of Liu Bang, personally leading an army to assault western Shu, while Xiaoyi took Luing deep into the mountains, adopting a hidden identity. Over a century later, after Xiangyu's demise, Xiaoyi's descendants, led by Xiao Feng, established the cult of Wuxin. with followers spread throughout Western Shu. They subsequently incited a rebellion, capturing Western Shu and founding the Kingdom of Shu. Successive emperors of the Great Chu attempted to subdue them. But due to the region's formidable geographical defenses, these campaigns ended in failure, allowing Western Shu to persist for over 1,000 years. It was not until Prince Ning led an army of 300,000 into the west that within a year, he vanquished Western Shu. With his triumph over the northern Mongols and the destruction of Western Shu, Prince Ning achieved unparalleled merit, prompting Emperor Xuanda to elevate him to the title of Pingxi Wang and construct a palace of comparable grandeur to the imperial palace in Longjingfang, signifying the emperor's profound favor towards his eighth brother. In truth, discerning minds recognized that the emperor sought to keep Prince Ning in the capital, preventing his return to the fief in Western Shu lest he harbor ambitions of his own. Prince Ning, being astute, understood the precarious nature of his accomplishments, aware that any misstep could lead to his demise. For nearly 2 decades, he refrained from broaching the subject of returning to his fief with Emperor Xuanda, avoiding interaction with court officials, and instead spending his days in the Wangfu, indulging in poetry, music, and leisurely games of chess, leading a life of refined elegance. At this moment, within the Pingxi Wangfu, in a pavilion adorned with vermilion lacquer and azure tiles, a man and a woman sat at a stone table, engaged in a game of chess. The man, clad in a simple blue robe, with his hair unbound and cascading in a mix of black and white, exuded an air of carefree independence. He was none other than the master of the Wangfu, the eighth brother of the current emperor, an extraordinary talent of his time. Prince Ning, Xiangqin. Prince Ning possessed striking features and an elegant demeanor, though the slight crow's feet at the corners of his eyes subtly hinted at the passage of time and the weight of experience. The lady engaged in a game of chess with him wore a flowing gown of moonlit blue, her raven hair elegantly styled in a lofty Wangxianjiu hairstyle, adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin entwined with pearls. Her features were exquisite, her skin as smooth as cream and fairer than snow, exuding an ethereal beauty that could captivate nations. She was none other than the beloved daughter of Emperor Xuanda, Princess Xiangqingyang. At that moment, she delicately held a white piece, poised above the board, yet hesitated to make her move. The pieces on the board had cornered her, leaving her with no avenue for escape. After a prolonged silence, Princess Yang relinquished the piece in defeat, a light laugh escaping her lips. Eighth uncle, your chess skills are unparalleled, and I find myself unable to keep pace. Prince Xiangqin smiled lightly. It was merely a narrow victory. Your skills have improved considerably. In this world, few can match you. Princess Xiangqingyang replied with a charming smile. You flatter me, eighth uncle. You always say my skills have progressed. Yet each time we play, you manage to narrowly triumph over me. I once thought I was nearing your level, but now I realize the chasm between us is as vast as the heavens. Prince Xiangqun raised a jade teacup to his lips, savoring a sip, and smiled in silence. At that moment, a guard hurriedly approached the pavilion, first bowing to Princess Xingyang before offering a respectful nod to Prince Ning. Your Highness, the eldest young lady has returned. Oh? Prince Xiangqin raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. What brings her back now? Bring her to me. Yes. The guard complied and departed. Princess Xiangqingyang stood and smiled. Eighth uncle, I shall not interrupt your reunion with her. I take my leave. Prince Xiangqun nodded slightly. Safe travels, princess. The princess, accompanied by 2 personal maids, exited the pavilion, where she encountered the elegantly dressed Xiaoqiuyue. The 2 stunning beauties exchanged glances, and Xiaoqiuyue quickly stepped aside, bowing respectfully. I greet your highness, the princess. Princess Xiangqingyang's cool gaze swept over Xiaoqiuyue, a faint smile gracing her lips as she glided past in her flowing gown. Xiaoqiuyue turned to watch the retreating figure in moonlit blue before returning to the pavilion. Inside, Prince Ning sat at a stone table, sipping his tea in solitude. Xiaoqiuyue entered the pavilion, approached Prince Ning, and bowed. I greet father. Welcome back. Prince Ning set down his cup, his eyes fixed on Xiaoqiuyue, a smile adorning his face. What brings you back to the capital so suddenly? Xiaoqiuyue replied. I had returned to visit father during the new year, and I missed you greatly. Coincidentally, a colleague was assigned to the capital, so I took a leave of absence to accompany them back to visit you and mother. Prince Ning nodded slightly, inquiring, is the colleague you mentioned named Huang Shaojie? How did you know, father? Xiaoqiuyue exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 96. A daughter cannot be retained. Prince Ning smiled slightly, poured himself a cup of tea, and remarked, since last October, each of your letters has mentioned Huang Shaojie. He has saved you twice and has repeatedly solved major cases, rising from a mere school officer to a trial 100 households in just a few months. Such talent will undoubtedly be summoned to the capital by Ling Xiaodian. After Huang Shaojie rescued Xiao Chuyue from the siege of the Wuhu Society, she informed her adoptive father of this event in their subsequent correspondence. When Prince Ning inquired about her circumstances in Suzhou, Xiao Chuyue naturally mentioned Huang Shaojie. It was no surprise, since Huang Shaojie joined the Suzhou Imperial Guards. He had become their most distinguished figure. He apprehended the flower thief, solved the case of the looted tax silver, uncovered the connections of Chao Renqi with the pirates, and eradicated several major pirate strongholds lurking in Suzhou, single-handedly vanquishing 7 notorious criminals. It was difficult not to speak of him. Father truly has foresight. Huang Shaojie has indeed been summoned to the capital and promoted to 100 households, Xiao Chuyue stated. Prince Ning took a sip of tea, rose, and began to pace with his hands clasped behind his back. I suppose Huang Shaojie must be quite young, he mused. Xiao Chuyue replied. He is a few months younger than I am, not yet 21. Prince Ning paused in surprise, exclaiming, at merely 20 years of age to possess such cultivation, truly a prodigy. At his age, I was only at the 3rd grade master level. Xiao Chuyue respectfully responded, Father is a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, unparalleled in the world. Although Huang Shaojie is indeed a remarkable talent, he cannot be compared to you. Prince Ning, non-committal, leaned against the railing, gazing at the shimmering lake waters. While a gentle breeze stirred his azure ropes, Xiao Chuyue stood behind him, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Father, I wish to be transferred back to the capital, allowing me more time to accompany you and mother. Prince Ning smiled, turning to regard his adopted daughter, then posed a seemingly unrelated question, if I am not mistaken. Huang Shaojie must be a dashing and charismatic young man? Given Xiao Chuyue's frequent praises of him in her letters, it was evident that her sentiments ran deep, especially now that he had been summoned to the capital and she wished to remain there as well. Prince Ning, astute as ever, could easily discern his daughter's true feelings. They say a daughter cannot be retained, and it seemed this applied to his adopted daughter as well. The man who could capture Xiao Chuyue's affection must undoubtedly be a handsome one. Well, he is quite presentable, Xiao Chuyue replied. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze from her father's knowing look, offering a vague response. Prince Ning chuckled, invite him to the palace tomorrow evening. I wish to host a banquet in gratitude for his saving my daughter. Thank you, father. Xiao Chuyue bowed respectfully to Prince Ning, adding, if there is nothing else, I will go visit mother and my 2 brothers. Go ahead, Prince Ning waved her off. Chuyue, when did you return? A delighted voice called out. And a handsome young man in resplendent brocade hurried towards her. The handsome young man in splendid attire is the second son of Prince Ning, Xiangyu. Xiao Chuyue clasped her hands in greeting. Chuyue pays her respects to my second brother. Xiangyu waved his hands repeatedly. Sister Chuyue. There is no need for such formalities between us siblings. With a smile, Xiao Chuyue replied, even amongst siblings, the etiquette of respecting elders cannot be disregarded, especially since I am merely my father's adopted daughter. An adopted daughter is indeed cherished, Xiangyu remarked with a knowing smile as he gazed at his enchanting sister. Chuyue, how long do you intend to stay in the capital this time? Xiao Chuyue responded, I wish to remain in the capital. I just spoke with father about it. Xiangyu was delighted and eagerly asked, did father agree? Xiao Chuyue replied, father neither consented nor opposed. Xiangyu patted his chest and assured her, do not worry. I shall speak to father and find a way to ensure your stay in the capital. Xiao Chuyue smiled gratefully. I thank you, second brother. The following morning, Huang Shaojie, after having breakfast at the inn, rode his horse towards the headquarters of the Jinyiwei. The headquarters is situated directly in front of the imperial city, while the 4 major pacification offices are located in the 4 districts. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jinyiwei headquarters, Huang Shaojie dismounted and presented his Jinyiwei badge to the officer on guard. I am Huang Shaojie, a 100-man from Suzhou Jinyiwei, sent by the commander to report for duty in the capital. After examining Huang Shaojie's token, the officer promptly bowed. Please wait a moment, 100-man Huang. I will report this immediately. With that, the officer hurried inside to notify the higher-ups. Shortly after, he returned and escorted Huang Shaojie into the main hall. Inside the hall, Ling Xiaodian, adorned in a black python robe, sat majestically at the head. Huang Shaojie bowed his head and clasped his hands in respect towards Ling Xiaodian. Huang Shaojie, a trial 100-man from Suzhou Jinyiwei, reporting to Commander Ling. Ling Xiaodian's piercing gaze appraised Huang Shaojie from head to toe. Although Huang Shaojie's internal energy was currently restrained, Ling Xiaodian could still discern his martial prowess at a glance. Indeed, such a young and valiant figure had already reached the 2nd tier of a grandmaster. Ling Xiaotian silently praised him. No need for formalities, he said. Thank you, sir. Huang Shaojie replied. As you are new to the capital and unfamiliar with its circumstances, you shall remain in the headquarters for now to familiarize yourself with the cases and other materials. In a few days, you will be assigned to the pacification office. Understood. Commander. After the meeting, Huang Shaojie rode back to Yunlai Inn, and from afar, he spotted Xiao Qiyue waiting for him at the entrance, riding a white horse. Qiyue, you have arrived. Huang Shaojie urged his horse forward with a smile. So, did you meet Commander Ling? Xiao Qiyue inquired. Yes, Huang Shaojie nodded, letting out a sigh. Commander Ling has an incredibly powerful presence. His gaze felt as sharp as a blade, and I felt utterly exposed before him. Xiao Qiyue chuckled. Though Commander Ling is a grandmaster, it is not as exaggerated as you describe. Now, come with me. Huang Shaojie was taken aback. Where are we going? Xiao Qiyue replied, to the Prince Pingshi's residence. My adoptive father has prepared a banquet to express his gratitude for your 2 life-saving deeds. Huang Shaojie chuckled. Since Prince Ning has extended an invitation for a banquet, it seems I have no choice but to attend. Xiao Qiyue smiled subtly. Then come along with me. Chapter 97. The Man in the Black Robe in a Quaint Parlor of the Wang Residence. A table was elegantly set with a modest array of delicacies, 7 or 8 dishes, each a renowned dish from the imperial kitchen. The wine served was a fine vintage of grape wine, a tribute from the western regions. At the round table, there were only 3 individuals, Prince Ning, Xiao Qiyue, and Huang Shaojie. Prince Ning lifted his jade wine cup and declared, Huang Baihu, I raise 3 glasses in gratitude for your 2 life-saving interventions for Qiyue. Huang Shaojie hastily stood and raised his cup, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Highness. After consuming 3 cups of wine, Prince Ning inquired, Might I ask which town's pacification office you serve, Huang Baihu? Huang Shaojie responded, Commander Ling has temporarily assigned me to the general office to review case files. As for my future placement, it remains undecided. Prince Ning nodded slightly and remarked, It is commendable that Huang Baihu, at such a young age, has attained the rank of 100 households in the Jinyiwei. Your future prospects are indeed boundless. Huang Shaojie clasped his hands in respect and replied, Your Highness is too kind. Xiao Qiyue, pouring wine from a jar, filled the cups of Prince Ning and Huang Shaojie once more. After a few more rounds, Prince Ning asked, Pray tell, do you possess a residence in the capital, Huang Baihu? Huang Shaojie answered, Alas, I do not. I am currently residing in an inn. Prince Ning raised his cup and said, Staying in an inn is not a sustainable arrangement. I have several residences in the capital. Should you not find it distasteful, please select one as a token of my gratitude for your assistance to Qiyue. Huang Shaojie clasped his hands once more and replied, I appreciate your generosity, Your Highness, but I have some silver on hand and can procure a modest residence myself. Accepting a house from you would complicate our relationship. If, by chance, you were to encounter difficulties, I fear I might be drawn into the fray. Noticing Huang Shaojie's polite refusal, Prince Ning did not press further. He smiled gently and said, Since Huang Baihu declines the residence, I shall gift you 100,000 taels of silver. You may purchase a larger home within the inner city. With that, he produced 10 banknotes of 10,000 taels each from his sleeve and placed them on the table. Huang Shaojie quickly pushed the banknotes back, stating, Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness, but I cannot accept. Though the giving of banknotes would remain undisclosed, Huang Shaojie was still wary of accepting Prince Ning's generosity. Even if the gift was in gratitude for saving Xiao Qiyue, it was best to decline. He had just arrived in the capital and needed to tread carefully, avoiding arbitrary alliances. Prince Ning, a man of great vision and intellect, made Huang Shaojie apprehensive that he might become but a pawn in Ning's grand design. Ah well. Prince Ning withdrew the banknotes, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. In the capital, a mansion worth 100,000 taels would entice anyone. Yet, this young man remained unfazed. Such self-restraint alone was indicative of his extraordinary character. He lifted his cup, gazing at Huang Shaojie, and with a faint smile inquired, Might I ask if Huang Baihu is married? Huang Shaojie replied, I have yet to establish a family. Prince Ning continued, Do you have someone special in mind? Huang Shaojie instinctively glanced at Xiao Qiyue, their eyes meeting briefly, causing her fair face to flush as she quickly lowered her gaze, feigning interest in her drink. Huang Shaojie turned to Prince Ning and said, May I refrain from answering that question? Ning Wang chuckled softly, Since you are reluctant to speak, I shall not press you. Come, let us drink. After indulging in a few more cups of wine and responding to several inquiries from Ning Wang, Huang Shaojie rose to take his leave. It is getting late. I shall not disturb your highness's rest any longer. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. Ningguang nodded slightly. Safe travels, Huang Baihu. Jinyiwei. See him out. Yes, father. Upon exiting the Pingxi Wangfu, Xiao Jinyiwei inquired, what are your thoughts on my adoptive father? Huang Shaojie replied, Ningguang is both refined and charismatic, unperturbed by trivialities. Unlike Commander Ling, who exudes an overwhelming aura, he possesses a calm demeanor akin to a mountain standing firm before a storm. His gaze, gentle yet piercing, can effortlessly discern the depths of one's heart. In summary, Ningguang leaves me with a sense of greater complexity than Commander Ling. Xiao Jinyiwei smiled at him. Your powers of observation are commendable. After nearly 20 years as the daughter of my father, this is all I have come to know. Huang Shaojie halted, stroking his chin, and turned to ask Jinyiwei. Ningguang inquired if I have someone in mind. What could that mean? Xiao Jinyiwei smirked. You asked me? How could I possibly fathom my adoptive father's thoughts? Perhaps he wishes to play matchmaker? Huang Shaojie teased. Surely, Ningguang does not intend to betroth his daughter to me? Xiao Jinyiwei's face flushed, and she retorted with a laugh. What a fanciful thought. Be off. I must return to the estate. With that, she turned and walked away. Huang Shaojie watched her graceful figure gradually fade into the night before making his way to the inn. After the third watch of the night, a figure clad in black robes and wearing a mask suddenly appeared within the Pingxi Wangfu like a specter. Who goes there? A cold voice rang out, as four shadows swiftly approached, surrounding the man in black. These four figures were the elite guards of the estate, all possessing mastery beyond the realm of ordinary skill. The masked figure produced a token, raising it high. Upon seeing it, the four guards immediately retreated. The man in black then vanished in a flash, disappearing like a ghost. In a pavilion, a figure clad in azure stood by the window, gazing at the myriad lights of the imperial city. The masked figure silently entered the pavilion and performed a bow to the figure in blue. Without turning, the azure-clad individual spoke coolly. Ling Xiaodian has summoned a young talent from Suzhou. You understand your task. The masked figure replied, Understood, my lord. The figure in blue continued. Jinyiwei wishes to remain in the capital. Make the necessary arrangements. The masked figure responded respectfully, Yes, my lord. The figure in blue ceased speaking, merely gesturing slightly with a hand. The masked figure vanished into the darkness, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 98. The Jinyiwei requires talents such as yours. The following day, in the grand hall of the Jinyiwei headquarters, Ling Xiaodian sat at the head, reviewing documents sent from various local Jinyiwei offices. At that moment, a young officer hurried in and bowed, saying, Reporting to the commanding officer, the Qinglong town pacifier has arrived. Let him in, Ling Xiaodian replied without lifting his gaze from the paperwork. After a brief moment, a tall middle-aged man strode into the hall, standing at 9 feet. With a square face, thick brows, large eyes, a lion-like nose, and a square jaw adorned with a short black beard, he exuded an imposing presence. He wore a black gauze military cap and a purple-red embroidered robe, with a jade belt from which hung a treasured sword, his feet clad in black satin boots. Moving with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, this man was none other than the Qinglong, the chief of the four great kings of the Jinyiwei and the pacifier of the eastern town. He approached the center of the hall, bowed respectfully to Ling Xiaodian, and declared, Your subordinate pays respects to the commanding officer. Ling Xiaodian set down the document and glanced at Qinglong, inquiring, What is it? Qinglong replied, Reporting to the commanding officer, there are numerous cases currently under investigation in the eastern town, and we are somewhat short-handed. I humbly request the assignment of 100 households to assist in the investigations. Ling Xiaodian sipped his tea and smiled slightly, saying, Qinglong, you are indeed seeking the recently transferred 100 households officer, Huang Shaojie, are you not? With no attempt at concealment, Qinglong acknowledged, the commanding officer sees clearly. I have indeed come for Huang Shaojie, as the eastern town requires such talents. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the hall. Is that so? Does the southern town not require such talents? As soon as that voice faded, a melodious female voice chimed in. Our western town also needs such talents. Another male voice added, Ha ha ha, my apologies, but our northern town is also coming to claim him. As these three voices resounded, 2 men and 1 woman entered the hall. All 3 were clad in embroidered bullfighting robes, wearing black gauze military caps and black satin boots. The leading man, approximately 8 feet tall and robust, possessed sharply defined features, with thick mustaches lending him a distinctly masculine aura. He was none other than the Baihu, the pacifier of the southern town and one of the 4 great kings of the Jinyiwei. Trailing closely behind him was a petite woman, her figure curvaceous and delicate. with an oval face and exquisitely refined features, though marred slightly by a few freckles on her cheeks. She was the Zhuke, the pacifier of the western town and another of the four kings. The last man to enter had a rather unappealing appearance. Short and stout, with dark skin, small green bean-like eyes, an upturned nose, and sausage-like lips that revealed neither teeth nor eyes when he smiled. He was the Xuanwu, the pacifier of the northern town and the final of the four kings. Upon seeing these three enter the hall, Qinglong's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed they too had come for Huang Shaojie, complicating matters. Greetings, Commander Ling. The three great kings bowed in unison to Ling Xiaotian, who sat at the head of the hall. No need for formalities. Ling Xiaotian raised his hand and smiled at the four of them, saying, "The four heavenly kings of the Jinyiwei are all gathered here, all for the sake of snatching this little 100 household?" Xuanwu squinted his beady eyes and chuckled. This little 100 household possesses some skill. He ventured alone into Lingnan and beheaded 7 notorious criminals. I, Xuanwu, admire such a spirited lad. I request Commander Ling to assign this young man to my command. Zhuke pursed her alluring lips, glancing at the shorter Xuanwu beside her, and giggled. I have heard this lad is quite handsome. If he were to become your subordinate, Xuanwu, it would only serve to highlight your own lack of charm. I believe he would be better suited to accompany a beauty like me. Baihu scoffed, hands clasped behind his back. Do you two have any sense of decorum? One is too ugly, the other too flamboyant. Should Huang Shaojie align himself with either of you, who knows what he would become? He belongs under my command, where he can embody a true man. Qinglong stepped forward, surveying the three with a cold gaze. As the saying goes, first come, first served. I, Qinglong, arrived here first to request the young man from Commander Ling. Naturally, Huang Shaojie belongs to the Eastern Town office. Xuanwu chuckled. Qinglong, you are merely queuing for eggs here. It is not first come, first served. As long as Commander Ling has yet to assign Huang Shaojie to you, we are all entitled to vie for him. Baihu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are all commanders. Why should you have priority? Is it simply because you are the leader among the four heavenly kings? Zhuke cast a flirtatious glance at Qinglong. Oh, Qinglong, your Eastern Town office is brimming with talent. Why not let Huang Shaojie come to me? I shall treat you to grapes tonight. How does that sound? Qinglong's face flushed with embarrassment. Baihu shot Zhuke an incredulous glance and retorted, You, shameless woman, cannot even conjure a better excuse. What season is it? Are there even grapes to be had? Do you think Qinglong is a fool? Xuanwu laughed heartily. Baihu, you are the fool. This grape is not that grape. Baihu looked bewildered. What do you mean, this grape and that grape? Aren't they all grapes? I have never seen grapes in spring. Zhuke shot Baihu a glance. Shaking her head with a sigh, Baihu, you truly are a man of iron resolve. No wonder you remain a lonely bachelor. Baihu tightened his grip on the treasured blade at his waist and coldly replied, Women only slow my draw. Zhuke shot back, You have maintained your virginity for 43 years. Yet I have yet to see your draw quicker than Qinglong's. Baihu was left speechless. Bang. Suddenly, Ling Xiaotian, seated at the head, slammed his hand on the table and admonished, Enough. The more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. This is the grand hall of the Jinyiwei, not a marketplace. You are the esteemed four heavenly kings of the Jinyiwei, not mere village folk. Instantly, the four heavenly kings fell silent, exchanging glances. The authority of Commander Ling was not to be trifled with. Although the four were peak masters in their own right, even united, they were no match for Ling Xiaotian. Upon noticing that the four individuals had fallen silent, Ling Xiaotian finally spoke. You all desire Huang Shaojie, yet he is but one individual. Surely, we cannot divide him into 4 parts to satisfy each of you? Qinglong stepped forward and respectfully addressed, Esteemed Commander, I propose a suggestion. Ling Xiaotian replied, Speak. Qinglong continued. Let us engage in a contest among the 4 of us. The one who demonstrates superior martial prowess shall claim Huang Shaojie as their own. Chapter 99. The newly arrived 100 House Lord truly knows how to handle affairs. As soon as these words were uttered, Zhuke was the first to voice her dissent. I oppose this. Qinglong, how can you bear to compete with a mere woman? Qinglong, your scheme is indeed quite audacious. Even His Majesty in the Qingxiao Palace has heard it, Xuanwu remarked with a teasing smile. Baihu interjected, This is not about taking on disciples. It should simply be a matter of who possesses superior martial skills. With a cold snort, Qinglong retorted, If you lack the skill, do not seek to concoct excuses. Ling Xiaotian, witnessing the heated debate among the 3, suggested, How about this? I shall summon Huang Shaojie and allow him to decide for himself. He may choose whomever he wishes to follow. Once the commander had spoken, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu refrained from voicing any further objections. Summon 100 House Huang to the hall. Yes. Before long, the guards escorted Huang Shaojie into the hall. Your subordinate pays respects to the commander. Huang Shaojie bowed to Ling Xiaodian at the head of the hall, then glanced at the 4 individuals standing on either side. All 4 were clad in the attire of the flying fish, their imposing presence unmistakable. Could they possibly be the 4 heavenly kings of the Jinyiwei? With this thought in mind, he offered a respectful bow to the 4. I greet the 4 esteemed lords. Qinglong nodded with a smile. Huang 100 House. There is no need for excessive formalities. I am Qinglong of the Eastern Pacification Office. Baihu scrutinized Huang Shaojie with keen eyes, breaking into a hearty laugh. Indeed. You are a young hero, remarkably handsome. I am Baihu of the Southern Pacification Office. Zike assessed Huang Shaojie from head to toe with her captivating gaze, leaving him with the sensation of being exposed as if by a wealthy patron. What a striking young man, Zike exclaimed, her lovely face beaming as she cast a flirtatious glance at Huang Shaojie. I am Zhuke. Would you care to join me at the Western Pacification Office? Xuanwu chuckled heartily. I suppose I need no introduction. Indeed, I am Xuanwu, the Pacification Lord of the Northern Office. Let us speak plainly. I have taken a liking to you. How about joining us at the Northern Pacification Office? Huang Shaojie was taken aback. What was happening? It was merely his 3rd day in the capital, and the 4 pacification lords, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, had personally come to vie for him? When had he gained such renown? He could not help but glance up at Ling Xiaodian. Ling Xiaodian offered a faint smile and said, Huang Shaojie, all 4 of them desire your company. As the commander, I allow you to choose. Whom do you wish to follow? Huang Shaojie cast a fleeting glance at the short and stout Xuanwu, who was gazing at him with a suggestive expression. He quickly shifted his gaze to the beautiful and alluring Zhuke, who winked at him with a smile. Ah. To follow a beautiful superior would surely make work more enjoyable. Huang Shaojie resolved, bowing respectfully to Zhuke. Your subordinate is willing to go. Zhuchue's smile deepened. However, Huang Shaojie abruptly halted mid-sentence, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Just moments ago, a secret message had reached his ears. Xiaoqiuyue has been transferred to my Eastern Pacification Office. Should you choose to come, I will have Xiaoqiuyue serve under you. Xiaoqiuyue has been assigned to the Eastern Pacification Office? Huang Shaojie's heart leapt with joy, and he swallowed the words he had intended to say. He turned instead to Qinglong and bowed. Your subordinate is willing to follow Lord Qinglong to the Eastern Pacification Office. Qinglong stroked his 5 strands of black beard beneath his chin and laughed heartily. Excellent. Excellent. Huang Baihu, your choice is indeed the right one. Meanwhile, both Baihu and Xuanwu wore expressions of discontent, while the smile on Zhuchue's face faltered. Just moments ago, Huang Shaojie had clearly intended to accompany her. So what prompted his sudden allegiance to Qinglong? Ling Xiaodian cast a glance at the group and declared, since Huang Shaojie has chosen to join the Eastern Town Defense Division, let us assign him there forthwith. There is nothing further to discuss. You may all return. Thank you, Commander. Qinglong bowed slightly to Ling Xiaodian and instructed, my subordinate will escort Huang Shaojie to the Eastern Town Defense Division. With that, he led Huang Shaojie away. We take our leave. The other 3 great kings also bowed and exited the Grand Hall. Huang Shaojie followed Qinglong to the Eastern Town Defense Division, which comprised 16 guardhouses. Unlike the Suzhou Imperial Guard headquarters, the guardhouses in the capital were of a higher rank. Consequently, the highest-ranking official in a guardhouse was the Baihu, with 2 trial Baihus, 5 chief flags, 20 small flags, and 300 captains under his command. Above the guardhouses were 4 Qianhis and 6 deputy Qianhis. Qinglong brought Huang Shaojie to the hall of the 8th guardhouse, ordering all officials of small flags and above to assemble. After a brief moment, all but 2 chief flags and 5 small flags, who were out on duty, had arrived. Among them was Xiaoqiuyue, dressed in a trial Baihu-esque brocade attire, standing at the forefront alongside another trial Baihu. The previous Baihu of the 8th guardhouse had been demoted to the local area the day before by Qinglong. Huang Shaojie and Xiaoqiuyue exchanged knowing glances, both smiling in mutual understanding. Qinglong had not deceived him. Xiaoqiuyue had indeed been transferred to the Eastern Town Defense Division and had even been promoted to trial Baihu. Huang Shaojie felt a surge of joy within. Salutations to Lord Qinglong. Xiaoqiuyue and the others bowed deeply to Qinglong in unison. Subsequently, all eyes turned towards the young man in the Baihu's brocade attire beside Qinglong. They were astonished, wondering who this young man was that he had attained the position of Baihu in the Imperial Guard at such a tender age. Xiaoqiuyue was equally surprised that Huang Shaojie had serendipitously been assigned to the Eastern Town Defense Division and brought here by Qinglong. It appeared that Qi Long intended for him to serve as the Baihu of the 8th Guardhouse, thus becoming her superior. Qi Long pointed to Huang Shaojie and announced, "This is Huang Baihu. He will be leading the 10th Guardhouse from now on. You are all to obey his commands without fail, or you shall face the consequences." In unison, everyone cupped their hands in salute, responding, "We shall faithfully adhere to Lord Qinglong's command." They then turned to Huang Shaojie, bowing once more, "Greetings, Huang Baihu." Huang Shaojie smiled gently. "No need for such formalities, esteemed officials. As today marks my first day, I would like to treat everyone to a grand feast at the Gathering of Talents Pavilion. Let us celebrate together." Upon hearing this, everyone brightened, bowing in appreciation. "Thank you, my lord." This new Baihu truly knew how to handle matters. On his very first day, he was treating everyone to a lavish meal, which was commendable. Qinglong nodded approvingly. Acknowledging the young man's adeptness, Huang Shaojie turned to Qinglong and bowed. "Lord Qinglong, would you do me the honor of joining my subordinates and me?" The Azure Dragon, with a gentle smile, remarked, "This gathering of your garrison is a matter of your own. I shall refrain from intervening to spare you any discomfort." With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a respectful farewell. "May you walk with grace, Lord Azure Dragon." Chapter 100. The disappearance of beauties in the capital. On a bustling street in Taiyuanfang, shops lined both sides, their signs hanging high. The spacious thoroughfare was filled with a constant stream of vehicles and pedestrians, while the voices of street vendors echoed throughout. "Miss, look at this, it's beautiful," exclaimed one young lady. "Wow, that one is quite nice too." Inside an embroidery shop, a young and stunning heiress, accompanied by her maid, was selecting various exquisite embroideries depicting flowers, birds, and beasts. The intricate designs appeared remarkably lifelike, captivating the two young women. Both were exceptionally beautiful, especially the one clad in a violet dress, who seemed ethereal and radiant like a blooming peach blossom. "Miss, we have exquisite Suzhou embroidery in the back, 100 times more beautiful than these. Would you like to see?" The shopkeeper, plump and cherubic in appearance, exuded an air of innocence. Upon hearing about the more exquisite Suzhou embroideries, the violet-dressed lady widened her enchanting eyes. "Really? Please take us to see, but if they are too expensive, we won't buy." She made her intentions clear to avoid being overcharged. The shopkeeper chuckled, resembling a benevolent Buddha as he assured her, "Do not worry, Mississippi. We operate with integrity and would never engage in forced sales. This is the emperor's domain. We must adhere to the law." Reassured, the young lady replied, "All right then. Lead us to see. Please, follow me." The shopkeeper beckoned, opening the door to the back room. The young lady and her maid stepped inside. As the shopkeeper closed the door, he discreetly tapped the backs of the two young women twice. They immediately felt faint and collapsed onto the floor. Early in the morning, Huang Shaojie finished breakfast at the inn and then rode his horse towards the Eastern Town Defense Office. At this moment, he had no intention of purchasing or renting a residence. He preferred the convenience of staying at the inn since he was alone in the capital. Upon arriving at the Eastern Town Defense